in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai City, at the esteemed Binjiang University, within the confines of a tranquil classroom. The midday bell had signaled the end of lectures. The once crowded room now lay deserted, save for Qin Feng, who remained engrossed in his studies. Suddenly, a striking figure approached him with urgency. "Qin Feng, we need to break up." Startled, Qin Feng set his book aside and looked up to find Zhao Yuding's expression devoid of warmth. "What's the matter?" he inquired. "Are you seriously asking me that?" she retorted, her voice tinged with indignation. "On Valentine's Day yesterday, you sent me a red envelope containing merely 131 yuan. You even had the audacity to promise to make it up with an additional 4 yuan later. Do you think that's romantic?" Zhao Yuding's demeanor was icy. While her roommates were showered with diamond-studded gifts and extravagant bouquets, Qin Feng had only managed to send her a paltry sum. The mockery from her peers had stung deeply, and she could no longer bear the humiliation. Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng replied, "Yuding, I ordered a new phone for you online. It should arrive shortly." Coming from a modest background, Qin Feng had toiled for 2 months, working part-time to save up the 5,000 yuan necessary to purchase a new phone for Zhao Yuding. Now, with finals approaching, he desperately needed to catch up on his studies. But the mere mention of the phone ignited Zhao Yuding's fury. "Look for yourself," she exclaimed, slamming a large, already opened package onto the desk. With a sense of foreboding, Qin Feng opened the box, only to have his expression shift dramatically upon seeing its contents. To his astonishment, the box contained precisely 11 smartphones. It seemed he had unwittingly stumbled upon the infamous counterfeit scheme where one receives 10 times the loss. His heart sank. He never anticipated such misfortune would befall him. "Yuding, he'll return this phone," he pleaded. "He'll get you a proper one." Each word felt like a stab to his heart. This was his hard-earned money. Yet Zhao Yuding crossed her arms defiantly, her voice cold. "No thanks. Who in this day and age would use a domestically produced phone?" "Qin Feng, I'm telling you unequivocally, are done." Qin Feng stared blankly at Zhao Yuding, feeling a whirlwind of emotions as he regarded the woman before him, familiar, yet strangely distant. "Yuding, why?" he implored. "We've been together for 3 years. We were high school classmates. But since entering university, you failed to meet my aspirations," Zhao Yuding declared, her eyes betraying a chilling indifference. The societal pressures of Shanghai City had intensified her vanity, and it was clear that Qin Feng's humble origins could not satisfy her desires. "Is that truly the case?" he said, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. He had noticed her transformation, but never imagined it would culminate so rapidly. "Yuding," he urged, desperation creeping into his voice. "I made a reservation at the restaurant. Let's go have dinner together." At that moment, a young man clad in a sleek black suit entered the classroom. Zhao Yuding's demeanor shifted instantly, her face lighting up with a sycophantic smile as she intertwined her arm with his. "Allow me to introduce," she said, her tone dripping with pride. "This is my current boyfriend, Zhang Jichao. His family is in the real estate business, with assets in the billions. Qin Feng, no matter how hard you strive, you will never amass such wealth." Zhao Yuding seemed to revel in her boast. Without another word, she took Zhang Jichao's arm and exited the classroom, leaving Qin Feng with a pallid face. Had she merely suggested a breakup, he might have taken it in stride. But this betrayal, her immediate connection with the affluent Zhang Jichao, a notorious playboy among their peers, was unbearable. Realizing he had wasted 3 years on a woman so consumed by materialism left him feeling foolish, he sighed and inspected the phones in the package, discovering that only one functioned while the rest were mere models. "Thanks a lot, you fraudulent seller," he muttered in frustration. Suddenly, as he held the counterfeit phone, a jolt of electricity surged through him, causing his body to tingle. "This thing is leaking electricity," he exclaimed, instinctively dropping the phone, which shattered upon impact. At that moment, a strange electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Activating the godly rich sign-in system. Point 1, 25, 50, 75, 99. Activation successful." What on earth? Qin Feng gasped in shock, convinced he had lost his mind. "The system is not a hallucination." The voice continued. "From this day forth, the host will have 3 sign-in opportunities each day. Successful sign-ins will yield various rewards." "System?" he murmured, bewildered. As a university student in the 21st century, Qin Feng was acutely aware of what a system entailed. It was, in essence, a veritable cheat code for life. Little did he expect that by purchasing a counterfeit mobile phone, he would inadvertently stumble upon such a system. "Let me check in," he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 160 million Huaxia coins. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired all shares of Ruihai Bank. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 riverside apartments in Xingqing community. Qin Feng remained in a state of astonishment, his expression one of utter disbelief. Ruihai Bank, a privately owned financial institution in Shanghai City, was valued at a staggering 100 billion yuan. To possess all its shares did this not mean that Qin Feng had ascended to the ranks of a billionaire? System, he exclaimed. You are simply extraordinary. He could not help but praise it. The 2 riverside apartments amounted to a total of 120 units. Driven by curiosity, Qin Feng researched the real estate prices in the Xingqing community, discovering that the average price was an impressive 131,000 yuan per square meter. Previously, the thought of purchasing property in Shanghai City had been beyond his wildest dreams. And yet, now he had drawn 2 entire buildings. What bliss! The joy was overwhelmingly sudden. Considering the host's bank card cannot accommodate large sums of money, the system bestows upon the host a China Merchants Bank black gold card. Qin Feng withdrew the bank card, gazing at the black gold card in his hand. He realized that he was not ensnared in a dream. All of this was undeniably real. The heartache from his recent breakup had evaporated, leaving him enveloped in a euphoria that permeated his entire being. Indeed, what alleviates sorrow? Only the sudden influx of wealth. Oh, Zhao Yuding, he mused. I'm grateful for your decision to part ways today. You have unveiled your hypocritical nature. Having rendered his counterfeit phone unusable, Qin Feng discarded it into the trash bin. At that moment, his current phone began to ring. Hello, I am Zhou Rongfeng, the general manager of Ruihai Bank. Came the voice on the line. May I inquire if you're Mr. Qin? Just moments ago, the ownership of Ruihai Bank had changed hands, and Zhou Rongfeng was understandably apprehensive while making this call, fearing that he might leave a poor impression on the new owner and jeopardize his position. Chapter 2. How dare you question Mr. Qin's identity? I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng responded. Mr. Qin, I have made a reservation at the Puyun restaurant. Let us dine together, and I will also report on the bank's affairs. Qin Feng agreed. Excellent. Mr. Qin, where are you? I shall come to fetch you. Zhou Rongfeng merely wished to please the new boss. No need. I shall head over now. Binhai University is not far from the Puyun restaurant. A taxi ride would only take a few minutes. Very well. Then, Mr. Qin, I shall see you at the Puyun restaurant. Qin Feng departed the classroom. He stopped by the ATM at the school gate to check the balance on his black card. To his delight, there was indeed 160 million within. Qin Feng felt elated. No longer was he merely safeguarding a 3-digit sum with a 6-digit password. He hailed a taxi and proceeded to the Puyun restaurant. The Puyun restaurant is an upscale dining establishment in Shanghai City, with a high average expenditure per person. The restaurant is opulent, frequented by patrons adorned in designer attire. Sir, do you have a reservation? As soon as Qin Feng stepped through the entrance, a young waitress approached him. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed 2 familiar faces. It was Zhao Yuding and Zhang Jichao. Their presence was quite the eyesore. It's Qin Feng. Zhao Yuding spotted him, her gaze betraying a flicker of disdain. She promptly nudged Zhang Jichao, alerting him. Zhang Jichao turned to Qin Feng, frowning. How dare this fellow continue to pursue Zhao Yuding? Qin Feng, what do you want? We've broken up. Are you still not getting the hint? Zhao Yuding's voice was frigid. Zhang Jichao wore a smirk of derision, warning. You'd best keep your distance from Yuding. Qin Feng merely cast a casual glance at Zhang Jichao before fixing his gaze on Zhao Yuding. Zhao Yuding, you overestimate yourself. What makes you think I came here to find you? Do you think you're worth your weight in gold? Zhao Yuding was incensed. Qin Feng, what do you mean? Don't even think of claiming you're here just to eat. Open your eyes and see where you are. She could not fathom that Qin Feng had the means to dine in such a place. This guy probably couldn't even produce $100. Zhang Jichao's lips curled into a mocking smile as he withdrew his wallet and tossed 600 yuan onto the floor. Here's 600 for you. Consider it my treat. With disdain, he and Zhao Yuding turned to leave. As they took a couple of steps, they heard Qin Feng's cold laughter echoing behind them. A wretch deserves a wretch. Forever and ever. Qin Feng remained unfazed, not even glancing at the money on the ground. Zhang Jichao had chosen the wrong target for his insult. Zhang Jichao and Zhao Yuding's expressions changed. Qin Feng. Zhang Jichao's face darkened, glaring at him. You dare to insult me. You're courting death. Zhang Jichao gritted his teeth, ready to retaliate. Zhang Xiao, what's the matter? The restaurant manager hurried over to Zhang Jichao. Being a frequent patron and a wealthy individual, the manager dared not treat him lightly. Lu manager, where are your security guards? This man is clearly trying to dine and dash. Throw him out. Zhang Jichao was furious. No one had ever dared to insult him before. And Qin Feng was an exception. The manager turned to Qin Feng, his tone icy. Sir, Are you here to dine? If not, please leave immediately. Noticing Qin Feng's shabby attire, the manager dismissed him as inconsequential. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. At that moment, his phone rang. Mr. Qin, have you arrived? Zhou Rongfeng inquired respectfully. I'm at the restaurant entrance. Apologies, I was caught in traffic, but I've just arrived. I'll find you shortly. Zhou Rongfeng, in a cold sweat, dashed into the restaurant. Finally, he spotted Qin Feng at the entrance. If you don't leave now, I won't hesitate to call security. You'll be left utterly humiliated. The manager, eager to curry favor with Zhang Jichao, spoke disrespectfully to Qin Feng. You are Mr. Qin? Zhou Rongfeng approached Qin Feng with utmost respect. Indeed, that is I. Zhou Rongfeng was taken aback by Qin Feng's response. He had not anticipated that the new owner of Ruihai Bank would be so young. Most astonishing was that this young man was clad in inexpensive clothing. He wondered if today's wealthy individuals were all so understated. Zhou Rongfeng also noted that Qin Feng's expression was rather unpleasant, causing his heart to sink. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Rongfeng was a senior member of the restaurant and was well acquainted with the owner. Just as the manager was about to bow to Zhou Rongfeng, smack, Zhou Rongfeng suddenly delivered a resounding slap. Did I not instruct you to treat Mr. Qin with the utmost courtesy? What on earth is this? Zhou Rongfeng was livid, wishing he could strike the manager dead. If his position were compromised, he would ensure the manager faced dire consequences. Mr. Zhou, the manager stood in stunned silence, clutching his reddened face, glancing between Zhou Rongfeng and Qin Feng. I didn't know he was your friend. The manager stammered, visibly shaken. Who was Zhou Rongfeng? He was the general manager of Ruihai Bank. The manager dared not offend him, especially since Zhou Rongfeng had a close relationship with the restaurant owner. If Zhou Rongfeng desired, he could have the manager dismissed in an instant. I am terribly sorry. My sincerest apologies. The manager repeatedly bowed to Qin Feng, filled with regret. Had he known that Qin Feng was Zhou Rongfeng's friend, he wouldn't have dared to cross him, even if he had 1,000 lives. Get out. I don't want to see you here again. Zhou Rongfeng was furious. Mr. Zhou, please give me another chance. The manager lowered his head, desperate to keep his job. Leave. Zhou Rongfeng's fury was on the verge of eruption. Mr. Zhou, who is he? Zhang Jichao, observing Zhou Rongfeng's deference to Qin Feng, became stammering as well. An ominous premonition surging within him. Mr. Qin holds all the shares of Ruihai Bank. He is the chairman. What? Zhang Jichao and Zhao Yuding exchanged incredulous glances, utterly shocked. Impossible. Mr. Zhou, this Qin Feng is merely a pauper. How could he possibly be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Zhang Jichao shook his head in disbelief. Zhao Yuding too was skeptical. She had been in a relationship with Qin Feng for 3 years. Qin Feng's family background is unmistakably clear. Even when purchasing a domestic mobile phone, he had to work part-time for 2 months. How could he possibly be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Wait a minute. I seem to not recognize you. Zhou Rongfeng furrowed his brow deeply, casting a cold gaze at Zhang Jichao. Zhang Jichao, visibly anxious, attempted to explain. Zhou, you truly forget the faces of those who owe you. My father is the chairman of Huihang Real Estate. Just 2 nights ago, we shared a drink together. Zhou Rongfeng's expression suddenly turned icy. Slap. He delivered a sharp slap to Zhang Jichao's face. How dare you question Chairman Qin's identity based on the insignificant Huihang Real Estate? Chapter 3. Qin Feng, let us reconcile. Zhang Jichao was rendered speechless, while Zhao Yuding's heart was tumultuous with waves of shock. How could she have imagined that Qin Feng possessed such a significant status? The identity of the chairman of Ruihai Bank dwarfed Zhang Jichao's, rendering it incomparable. After all, Zhang Jichao was merely a wealthy second-generation slacker. Zhao Yuding was engulfed in profound regret. Zhou, I apologize. Zhang Jichao's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. His complexion drained of color. Offending the chairman of Ruihai Bank was a grave misstep. He had never anticipated that Qin Feng harbored such a formidable background. Had he known, he would have never associated with that despicable woman, Zhao Yuding. Keeping his head lowered, he dared not meet Qin Feng's gaze. Is it possible? This young man is indeed the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Onlookers began to murmur regarding Qin Feng's identity. Their eyes were filled with respect as they regarded him. Chairman Qin, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that our first meeting would be marred by such unpleasantness. Zhou Rongfeng bowed his head, fearful that Qin Feng would hold him accountable. Qin Feng's silence only amplified the invisible pressure Zhou Rongfeng felt. His position as general manager hinged entirely on Qin Feng's words. Are you well acquainted with Zhang Jichao's father? Qin Feng broke the silence, fixing his gaze on Zhou Rongfeng. Zhou Rongfeng shook his head vehemently. Mr. Qin, please do not misunderstand. I merely met his father at a dinner party 2 nights ago. Huihang Real Estate is merely a small real estate company from out of town. Due to overwhelming debt, they are on the brink of bankruptcy. They sought my assistance for a loan. Realizing that Qin Feng remained silent, Zhou Rongfeng understood that Zhang Jichao had thoroughly offended him. Zhang Jichao, relay this to your father. From this moment forth, Ruihai Bank will sever all ties with Huihong Real Estate. Zhang Jichao dropped to his knees, clutching Zhou Rongfeng's thigh. Zhou, please grant me a chance. If my father learns of this, he will surely punish me. You have brought this trouble upon yourself by offending Chairman Qin. Get lost. Zhou Rongfeng kicked Zhang Jichao aside. Chairman Qin, let us dine. Zhou Rongfeng gestured invitingly, following Qin Feng into the elevator. It's over, it's over. Zhang Jichao's face was a mask of despair, having stirred such a significant trouble. He knew his father would not let him off lightly. You wretched woman. Zhang Jichao stood up and struck Zhao Yuding hard across the face. His foul mood sought an outlet in her. Jichao, why are you hitting me? Zhao Yuding responded, her eyes reddening. Originally, she had a chance to become the chairman's wife at Ruihai Bank. Alas, that dream had now dissipated into thin air. Regret consumed her, feeling as though she had missed out on 1 billion. No, 100 billion. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have offended Qin Feng. Get as far away from me as possible. Zhang Jichao bellowed. Zhao Yuding, feeling aggrieved, hurriedly pressed the elevator button. A thought crossed her mind. She must reconcile with Qin Feng. How could she let such a wealthy man slip away? In the private room, Qin Feng was examining Ruihai Bank's financial statements. As a private bank, Ruihai had yet to go public, but its valuation had reached a staggering 100 billion. Its net profit for the year exceeded 30 billion. Meanwhile, Zhou Rongfeng was on the phone with Zhang Liwei, Zhang Jichao's father. At that moment, Zhang Liwei was still at a bar, drinking with clients. Surprised by Zhou Rongfeng's call, he responded, Zhou, hello. Has the loan been approved? Zhou Rongfeng snorted coldly. It cannot be approved. Furthermore, due to your company's uncontrollable risks, our bank has decided to increase your collateral assets. Should you fail to comply, we will reclaim the previous loan. Zhang Liwei's expression shifted dramatically. Zhou, is there some misunderstanding? He realized the gravity of the situation. Huihong Real Estate had little to no assets left to offer as collateral. Ruihai Bank's actions would undoubtedly lead to their bankruptcy. You might want to inquire with your precious son. Zhou Rongfeng hung up the phone. Zhou. Zhang Liwei seethed with anger. He knew his son had caused trouble. That good for nothing. He cursed, his mood for drinking evaporating. After finishing the call, Zhou Rongfeng quietly stood beside Qin Feng. He had done all that was necessary. If Qin Feng was dissatisfied, he too would have to leave. Chairman, I apologize for my inadequate arrangements. Zhou Rongfeng bowed his head. Qin Feng merely waved a hand dismissively. He acknowledged Zhou Rongfeng's efforts at the bank, and the recent events bore little relation to him. You shall continue managing the bank's affairs. Do not let me down. Thank you, Chairman Qin. Zhou Rongfeng finally exhaled, relieved that Qin Feng had not reproached him. The door to the private room swung open, revealing Zhao Yuding, her face streaked with tears. She hurried to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng frowned. How dare this woman approach him again? Qin Feng, I apologize. I retract the words I spoke at school. Let us reconcile. Zhao Yuding grasped Qin Feng's arm, pleading earnestly. However, Qin Feng forcefully shoved her away. Zhao Yuding, do you not find yourself repulsive? Keep your distance. Tears still streaming down her face, Zhao Yuding cried. Qin Feng, do not be like this. We have been together for so long. How can you be so heartless? She fully embraced her shamelessness. As it seemed that in this day and age, one could lose everything but not their sense of pride. I could hardly match your level of heartlessness, Zhao Yuding. You should return to your Zhang Jichao. Qin Feng replied with a cold smile. Having seen Zhao Yuding's true colors, he felt nothing for her anymore. Qin Feng. Zhao Yuding attempted to utter more, but was abruptly pulled away by Zhou Rongfeng. Miss, please do not disturb Chairman Qin during his meal. Zhou Rongfeng summoned the restaurant's security, expelling Zhao Yuding. Qin Feng remained oblivious to her plight, his gaze never gracing her once, while Zhao Yuding's eyes brimmed with tears. After half an hour had elapsed since their lunch, Qin Feng and Zhou Rongfeng exited the restaurant only to encounter the Zhang father and son awaiting them outside. Their expressions fraught with anxiety. The May sun blazed with an oppressive heat, causing Zhang Jichao and Zhang Liwei to glisten with perspiration. Zhang Jichao clutched his swollen face, a telltale sign of his father's ire. Mr. Zhou, I beg your pardon. Zhang Liwei hurriedly approached, bowing his head. I have already disciplined my son. Please, Mr. Zhou, grant us another chance. Zhou Rongfeng scoffed, directing his gaze towards Qin Feng. You have offended Chairman Qin. What use is it to apologize to me? Chairman Qin. I am truly sorry. Zhang Liwei pleaded with Qin Feng. Chapter 4. Indeed, poverty constrains the imagination. You wretched child, hurry and apologize to Chairman Qin. Zhang Liwei bellowed in frustration, lamenting the birth of such a useless son. His company troubles were already a significant burden, and now his son had further entangled them with Chairman Qin due to a woman. How could they expect to have a peaceful existence after provoking the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Qin Feng, no, Chairman Qin. I genuinely recognize my errors. Please, show us mercy. Zhang Jichao's demeanor was one of utter defeat, stripped of his previous arrogance. Qin Feng, with an enigmatic smile, retorted, "Very well. If you kneel, I might consider sparing you." A flicker of hope ignited in Zhang Jichao's heart. He and Zhao Yuding were the sort to grasp at any opportunity without shame. If kneeling could procure Qin Feng's forgiveness, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. "Chairman Qin, I am kneeling before you." Zhang Jichao promptly dropped to the ground. Qin Feng regarded him with disdain, astonished that Zhang Jichao would indeed humble himself in such a manner. "Chairman, look, my son has knelt." Zhang Liwei interjected, his tone pleading. "Regarding the loan, could we not find a way to accommodate us?" Qin Feng chuckled lightly. "My apologies. I merely suggested considering it." He was not inclined to show leniency towards these two men. "Are you mocking me?" Zhang Jichao realized he had been played, his face contorting with displeasure. "Silence." Zhang Liwei trembled, delivering another slap to his son's face. "Chairman, without financial support, my company will face ruin." Zhang Liwei's expression was one of despair. "Then let it perish." Qin Feng replied coldly. "A company like yours, devoid of morals, has no place in this world." Within Ruihai Bank, there remained numerous collateral assets belonging to Zhang Liwei. Even in the event of bankruptcy, Qin Feng would scarcely suffer any loss. "Chairman, please reconsider." Qin Feng ignored the pleas of the Zhang father and son. Striding away, "Chairman, where are you headed? Allow me to drive you." Zhou Rongfeng hurried to catch up with Qin Feng. "To Star City Community." Qin Feng intended to inspect the 2 riverside apartments he had acquired. Zhou Rongfeng promptly fetched his Audi. Meanwhile, Zhang Liwei seethed with rage, fully aware that his company was doomed. "Father, what shall we do now?" Zhang Liwei shouted. "Ask me. Who should I turn to?" Zhang Liwei retorted. "If it weren't for your affront to Chairman Qin, we wouldn't be in this predicament. You have wasted an entire night for your mother and me. Useless." Zhou Rongfeng delivered Qin Feng to Star City Community. "Chairman, you purchased property here?" Zhou Rongfeng inquired with curiosity. Qin Feng merely nodded. "You may return now." "Understood, Chairman. I shall not intrude further." Zhou Rongfeng drove away. As Qin Feng approached the entrance of Star City Community, he was greeted by towering edifices and commendable landscaping. The sales office was adjacent to the community entrance. Upon arriving, he discovered the office door securely locked. With no other option, he made a phone call. "This is Qin Feng." "Mr. Qin," replied a young woman on the other end. The name Qin Feng resonated deeply within her. He was the man who had purchased 2 of the finest apartments in Star City Community. "Mr. Qin, are you here to collect your keys?" "Yes. I am at the community entrance." The young woman, eager to assist, said, "Please hold for a few moments. I will come to you immediately." Qin Feng hung up, awaiting her arrival patiently. "A young man here to purchase property?" A security guard in his 30s approached, eyeing Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. The guard scrutinized him, cautioning, "The properties here are quite expensive. If you choose to buy, be prepared for a lifetime of mortgage obligations." The guard, having worked at the property management company for several years, had witnessed numerous young individuals impulsively purchasing homes, only to later lose them to the bank due to inability to repay loans. Qin Feng merely smiled. "A lifetime of servitude is not in my destiny. You seem quite youthful. I presume you have yet to enter the workforce?" The security guard, sensing no malice, continued the conversation. "I am still a student." Qin Feng replied. "Your parents must be quite affluent. However, I still believe young people should refrain from rushing into home purchases." The guard concluded. Qin Feng smiled in silence, engaging in light banter with the security guard. After a few minutes, the sales office's young woman arrived on a small electric scooter. "You must be Mr. Qin." Suwei parked her vehicle and approached him. Indeed. Upon seeing Qin Feng nod, Suwei was taken aback by his youth and good looks. "I sincerely apologize. The properties have nearly all been sold, and my colleagues have been reassigned, so I could not properly attend to you. No matter, please take me to view the apartments." Qin Feng responded nonchalantly. "The property certificates are at the sales office. Allow me to retrieve them," Suwei said, producing keys and unlocking the sales office door. Soon, she emerged with a large cardboard box. "Lita Go, could you assist in moving this box?" Suwei called the security guard over. As the box was too heavy for her to handle alone, the security guard helped her, and after a while, they placed the box before Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, your property certificates are all here. A total of 120 units. Please verify," Suwei stated respectfully. "By the way, the keys are also inside." Suwei, filled with reverence, addressed Qin Feng. "Xiao Wei, this young man. He has purchased 120 apartments?" The security guard was taken aback. It was his first time witnessing someone purchase such an exorbitant number of houses at once. How extravagant. Indeed, poverty has a way of limiting one's imagination. "Yes." Suwei nodded in affirmation. Mr. Qin had bought 2 houses outright. Moreover, they were the 2 along the river, situated in the most prime location. Outright? The guard's gaze toward Qin Feng shifted significantly. He began counting on his fingers, trying to calculate the total expenditure Qin Feng had incurred for acquiring the two houses. Unfortunately, his math skills were taught by a physical education teacher, and he could not arrive at a conclusion. In any case, it was undoubtedly a staggering sum. Qin Feng opened the box to inspect its contents. Quite satisfactory, it contained his property certificates, along with numerous keys. "Mr. Qin, may I assist you with the move?" The security guard offered, taking up the box and accompanying Qin Feng into the community. 120 units, all exquisitely decorated. Qin Feng selected a penthouse, intending to reside there initially. As for the other properties, he planned to rent them out. After all, with so many houses, it was impossible for him to occupy them all. Chapter 5. Check-in, Lamborghini Veneno. Qin Feng stood on the balcony, the gentle breeze caressing his face. In the distance, the river's surface rippled gracefully, while the scenery along the banks was nothing short of breathtaking. "Mr. Qin, I have placed the property certificates in your room." The security guard cheerfully informed him. "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all." Su Wei interjected. "Mr. Qin, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Feel free to call me if you need anything." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He did not return to school that afternoon, opting instead to stay within the community for the night. The night passed swiftly. When Qin Feng awoke the following morning, it was already past 8 o'clock. The sensation of waking up naturally was utterly delightful. System check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 150 million Huaxia coins. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Lamborghini Veneno. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Maserati dealership in Shanghai City. Once again, he had drawn over 100 million Huaxia coins, leaving Qin Feng momentarily stunned. The Lamborghini Veneno was a top-tier luxury sports car, capable of accelerating to 100 km/h in merely 2.8 seconds, valued at 80 million Huaxia coins. The acquisition of a Maserati dealership equally thrilled Qin Feng. The Lamborghini Veneno has been transferred to the system space. The host may withdraw it at any time. Qin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. The prospect of direct withdrawal, as stated by the system, was astonishingly surreal. Descending to the underground parking garage, he sought out a secluded corner. System withdraw. Withdrawal successful. A flash of azure light illuminated the space, and a sleek black Lamborghini Veneno materialized in the parking spot. In his hand, he now held a set of Lamborghini keys. The Lamborghini Veneno's striking exterior, with its bullet-like front, offered a powerful visual impact. Upon glancing at the license plate, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. It read, Hudi 8888. He opened the door and climbed in, unable to resist the urge to take it for a spin. As he ignited the engine, the Lamborghini Veneno roared to life, akin to a wild beast. Truly, it was a premier sports car. Upon experiencing the car's performance, he drove it out of the community. "Wow, what kind of sports car is that? It looks like a Lamborghini Veneno. I heard there's only one in Huaxia. What are the odds of encountering it?" exclaimed a passerby. "I need to head back and buy a couple of lottery tickets. Maybe I'll hit the jackpot." Many onlookers pulled out their phones to capture the sight of Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, while vehicles on the street attempted to steer clear, wary of any potential collisions. The Lamborghini Veneno's stunning appearance caught the attention of a female driver behind. "Babe, that sports car up ahead is so cool. It must cost a fortune," she remarked. The man in the passenger seat remained expressionless, responding, "Crash into it." The female driver, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you joking? Crash into it." The man reiterated, "Honey, we can't afford that." He shouted, panic evident in his voice. "Step on the brakes quickly. That's a Lamborghini Veneno. If we hit it, we're done for." After enjoying breakfast, Qin Feng headed to the Maserati dealership he had drawn. He parked the Lamborghini Veneno by the roadside and entered the dealership alone. "Good day, sir. Are you here to look at cars?" A sweet-faced saleswoman approached him. "I would like to speak with your manager." Several Maseratis were displayed in the showroom. But Qin Feng felt little interest. After all, he already owned a Lamborghini Veneno. "Our manager just stepped out, and hasn't he returned yet? Could you please call him and inform him that I am Qin Feng?" "Certainly, Mr. Qin, please hold on." The saleswoman made the call. "Oh, Qin Feng. You're here to look at cars too?" A young man approached, clapping Qin Feng on the shoulder. Qin Feng recognized him. The young man was Jiang Yu, a member of the student council at Binjiang University, and he came from a wealthy family, truly a second-generation rich kid. "I'm just here to pass the time," Qin Feng replied. Jiang Yu's face displayed a look of disdain. "You're joking, right? This is a Maserati dealership. You're just here to sit around?" It was clear he found it hard to believe. Some individuals merely enjoyed posing with luxury cars for their social media feeds to satisfy their vanity. Jiang Yu had encountered many such people. If you can't afford it, then just act modestly. Not inclined to explain himself to Jiang Yu's mocking demeanor, Qin Feng remained silent. "Darling, who is this?" A tall woman approached Jiang Yu, inquiring. "An alumnus," Jiang Yu responded nonchalantly. choosing not to introduce Qin Feng to his girlfriend. The woman's gaze fell upon a Maserati Ghibli parked not far away. Are we still going to buy that car? Jiang Yu appeared troubled. He usually spent lavishly, but currently, he lacked funds. Moreover, the base model of the Maserati Ghibli cost over 700,000, a sum he was reluctant to part with. That car is a bit pricey. Perhaps we should reconsider, the woman said, her annoyance evident. I don't care. You promised to buy me a car. Aren't you wealthy? Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words, having often boasted about his affluence, and now he was caught in an awkward situation. Let us think it over some more. Jiang Yu pulled his girlfriend aside to continue browsing. Meanwhile, the saleswoman returned from her call. Mr. Qin, our manager will be back shortly. Would you like some coffee? The demeanor of the female salesperson transformed into one of utmost respect upon discovering through the phone that Qin Feng was their employer. Their manager had specifically instructed them to ensure that Qin Feng was never offended. A cup of tea, please. Thank you. Certainly. The female salesperson hurried to prepare tea for Qin Feng. Word soon spread among the other salespeople about Qin Feng's identity. My goodness, our boss is incredibly young, they exclaimed. Noting his striking good looks, Qin Feng savored his tea, seemingly unfazed by the curious glances from the female sales staff. After a few minutes, the manager of the 4S dealership returned. Mr. Qin, greetings. I am the manager of this 4S dealership. He approached Qin Feng and bowed respectfully. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead from his hurried return. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Qin, please follow me to my office. I would like to brief you on the dealership situation. The manager trailed behind Qin Feng as they made their way to the office. Does your manager know Qin Feng? Jiang Yu asked the nearby salesperson, momentarily taken aback by the scene he had just witnessed. Mr. Qin is our boss. What? Jiang Yu was astounded, utterly shocked. Chapter 6. The comparison of men is fatal. The comparison of goods is discarded. This Qin Feng wouldn't even part with a wash pair of pants. Could such a person truly be the owner of the Maserati 4S dealership? One must understand that establishing a Maserati dealership in Shanghai City requires a minimum of 100 million in capital. Such a notion was beyond Jiang Yu's belief. Could you have mistaken him for someone else? Jiang Yu questioned skeptically. How could that be? Didn't you see our manager escorting Mr. Qin to the office? Jiang Yu was left speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. Goodness, Qin Feng is indeed a concealed wealthy individual. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Jiang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been frugal over a Maserati Ghibli worth around 700,000, while Qin Feng was the owner of the Maserati 4S dealership. My dear, your fellow alumnus turns out to be the owner here. Jiang Yu's girlfriend expressed her surprise. Judging by Qin Feng's attire, she had assumed he was an ordinary person. She had to admit that she had misjudged him. Why don't you ask if there is a discount available? Jiang Yu's girlfriend suggested. Jiang Yu looked troubled. I don't have enough money on me. Let us come back another day to buy. It seems you have no intention of purchasing at all. Jiang Yu's girlfriend retorted, her expression icy as she stormed out of the Maserati 4S dealership. Wait for me. Jiang Yu rushed after her. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sat in the office, engaged in conversation with the 4S dealership manager for a few minutes before stepping outside to view the display vehicles. Maserati cars were undoubtedly luxurious, yet they paled in comparison to the Lamborghini Veneno parked outside, particularly in terms of performance. I'll be heading back now. Mr. Qin, allow me to escort you. The manager accompanied Qin Feng to the dealership's entrance. Outside, Jiang Yu's girlfriend was posing with the Lamborghini Veneno, making a peace sign for the camera, while Jiang Yu snapped pictures beside her. After she finished her photo shoot, Jiang Yu couldn't resist joining in for a selfie. Are you done with your photos? Qin Feng approached them, his tone nonchalant. Not yet. Mr. Qin, would you like to take a picture as well? Jiang Yu quickly stepped aside upon realizing who was addressing him. Please, go ahead, Mr. Qin. Now aware of Qin Feng's status, Jiang Yu no longer dared to exhibit any disrespect. This car is mine, Qin Feng announced. My apologies, but I must take my leave. With that, he produced the key to the Lamborghini Veneno from his pocket. As he pressed the key fob, the headlights of the Lamborghini flickered to life. No way. Jiang Yu gaped in disbelief. He had thought that being the owner of the Maserati 4S dealership was impressive enough, but to discover that he also owned the Lamborghini Veneno was beyond comprehension. Heavens, what is Qin Feng's true identity? Jiang Yu pondered. Knowing that there was only one Lamborghini Veneno in all of Huaxia, with a staggering price tag of 80 million. Such a vehicle was not something an ordinary person would drive. Jiang Yu's girlfriend stood with her mouth agape, equally astonished and rendered speechless. Behind Qin Feng, the 4S dealership manager shared in the disbelief, finally understanding why Qin Feng had looked disdainfully at the Maserati display vehicles. It was evident he possessed a Lamborghini Veneno. I apologize, Mr. Qin. Jiang Yu bowed his head, hastily pulling his girlfriend aside to avoid obstructing Qin Feng as he entered the vehicle. Qin Feng remained silent as he opened the Lamborghini's scissor doors, which rose majestically, resembling wings. With a roar of the engine, the Lamborghini Veneno vanished from Jiang Yu's sight. As Qin Feng departed, the weight of pressure lifted from Jiang Yu, yet the astonishment in his heart lingered. Truly, the comparison of men is fatal, the comparison of goods is discarded. A glance at his own BMW left Jiang Yu feeling disheartened. Qin Feng spent the better part of the day driving the Lamborghini Veneno in the suburbs. By evening, he arrived at a restaurant for dinner. Passing by a Patek Philippe boutique, he decided to step inside. Welcome to the Patek Philippe boutique. The female salesperson greeted Qin Feng with a bow. The display cases were filled with exquisite Patek Philippe timepieces, dazzling in their elegance. Having some knowledge of watches, Qin Feng decided to purchase one for enjoyment. He approached the display and examined the selection for quite some time. "May I see that watch?" he requested. The salesperson smiled. "Sir, you have a discerning eye. This watch belongs to our sporty elegance series." She continued to elaborate on its features, employing various technical terms. Qin Feng tried it on, and it looked splendid. "How much is this watch?" he inquired casually. In the past, he would never have set foot in such a luxury store, but now, he was not short on funds. This watch currently retails for 460,000. Upon hearing the price, Qin Feng shook his head. "If you find it expensive, we are currently running a promotion with gifts included." No, Qin Feng countered. "I actually find this watch somewhat inexpensive. Please show me something more extravagant." The salesperson was taken aback. Looking at Qin Feng's attire, he hardly appeared to be a wealthy individual. The fact that he deemed a watch over 400,000 to be cheap was astonishing. "Sir, perhaps you might like this one." The salesperson presented another timepiece. Qin Feng examined several options, but either the aesthetics did not satisfy him, or they were out of stock. Suddenly, he noticed the 6104G001 watch. The dial is adorned in a deep blue hue, featuring 3 circular discs crafted from sapphire crystal glass. "Sir, this exquisite timepiece belongs to the category of super complicated horological marvels. The case is fashioned from 18K white gold and embellished with diamonds. It is priced at an astonishing 2,930,000. The saleswoman, Qin Feng, introduced. "This is the one." Qin Feng tried it on and found himself increasingly enamored. He promptly retrieved his bank card and placed it upon the counter. "Let us proceed with the payment. The password is 6 sixes. There exists no such thing as choice phobia in this world. It is merely a matter of poverty." Upon witnessing Qin Feng's lavishness, the saleswoman was equally astonished. She produced the card reader and processed the transaction. "Payment successful. Sir, I shall prepare your packaging." The saleswoman returned the bank card to Qin Feng. "No need. I shall wear it." Qin Feng shook his head. "How shall I address you, sir?" "Qin Feng." "Mr. Qin. Let us connect on WeChat. Should any issues regarding repairs or maintenance arise, you may reach out to me." Qin Feng added the saleswoman on WeChat. Before the formalities were completed, a voice called from behind. Qin Feng. Turning around, he recognized his 3 roommates. Upon confirming Qin Feng's identity, their mouths fell agape in disbelief. "No way. I thought I had mistaken the person. It truly is you." Chapter 7. Do you have a mine at home? The 3 roommates lingered outside the store for a while, growing increasingly convinced that the figure inside resembled Qin Feng, prompting them to verify. Little did they expect that the individual at the Patek Philippe boutique was indeed Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, have you struck up a romance with a wealthy lady, coming here to make such purchases?" The 3 roommates remained in a state of shock. Kong Liang was the first to approach Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, the paperwork is complete." The saleswoman handed Qin Feng a receipt. Grasping it, Qin Feng smiled silently at his roommates. In school, he shared a reasonably good rapport with these 3, often skipping classes and gaming together. They quickly noticed the exquisite watch adorning Qin Feng's wrist. "Goodness, you actually bought it. That must have cost a fortune, right?" Kong Liang exclaimed, flabbergasted. "Not too expensive." Qin Feng chuckled. Indeed, for him, the watch was not exorbitant at all. Suddenly, Kong Liang's gaze fell upon the price on the receipt. "This is 290,000. Are you seeing things? It clearly states over 2,900,000. His roommate Xiao Pang hurriedly interjected. "Over 2,900,000? Is that what you consider inexpensive?" The 3 roommates were left speechless. To them, that figure was astronomical. They could hardly fathom that their typically low-key friend, Qin Feng, was actually a wealthy magnate. "Qin Feng, impressive. Concealing your wealth so well. Have you a mine at home?" Qin Feng offered a wry smile. "All right, I will lay my cards on the table. I am a billionaire. We have been dorm mates for 3 years. So, I shall grant you one wish." Qin Feng provided minimal explanation. "How about treating us to a meal?" Kong Liang hesitated momentarily before suggesting with a grin. In school, Kong Liang had been quite considerate towards Qin Feng. Although now aware of Qin Feng's wealth, he refrained from making any unreasonable demands. "Certainly. Xiao Yu, what about you?" Qin Feng turned to the other roommate. Brother Feng, I am also in agreement with Kong Liang. The roommate replied with a smile. And you? Qin Feng inquired. Looking at Xiao Pang. Brother Feng, I'm currently on a diet, so let us skip the meal. Your dorm has that old computer, right? You see, I have a friend who desires the hard drive from your computer. Qin Feng shot Xiao Pang a disapproving look, exclaiming, that's excessive. I have hundreds of gigabytes of study materials on that hard drive. I absolutely cannot relinquish it. Xiao Pang awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Tomorrow, I shall treat you all to a meal, it's settled. Following this, Qin Feng proceeded to purchase several outfits. The three roommates closely followed, bombarding him with questions. Brother Feng, are you returning to school? We rented a car to head back together. Qin Feng shook his head. No need. I have my own vehicle. Moreover, I want to be returning to school tonight. Kong Liang chuckled. Brother Feng has even bought a car. Let us go take a look. The three roommates, filled with curiosity, accompanied Qin Feng to the parking lot. Who would have thought? We have made a wealthy friend. We can boast about this for a lifetime. The three roommates chatted animatedly. When they laid eyes on Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, they were struck once more with astonishment. Holy cow! The three roommates were left dumbfounded, lacking the vocabulary. They could only exclaim in awe. I can't be dreaming, right? Brother Feng, is this car yours? The shock they felt was beyond words. The Lamborghini Veneno before them was the hardtop version, of which only 4 exist globally. What left them in awe was witnessing it firsthand. Qin Feng nodded with a smile and entered the vehicle. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow see you. The three roommates stood frozen, watching Qin Feng depart, their astonishment overwhelming. Qin Feng returned to the Xingqing residential complex. Standing on the balcony, he gazed at the distant streetlights twinkling brilliantly. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to retrieve his phone and locate his sister's WeChat. Yutong, have you finished class? Qin Feng sent a message. Qin Yutong was a senior high school student attending school in their hometown. After several minutes, Qin Feng finally received a reply. Just finished class. Brother, it has been a while since I last saw you. When are you coming back? The message concluded with a playful emoji. A wave of guilt washed over Qin Feng. Having worked part-time for the past 2 months, he had indeed not returned home to see their parents in quite some time. I'll be back during the holidays after the finals. Yutong, please send me your bank card number. Qin Yutong felt a tinge of disappointment. With a hint of confusion, she sent Qin Feng her bank account details. Qin Feng initially intended to transfer several $100,000 to her. Unfortunately, due to the withdrawal limits on her bank account, he was compelled to transfer only $100,000 for now. Brother, did you send me money? Qin Yutong was astounded upon receiving the transfer notification. Indeed. I will send you more tomorrow. Make sure to buy some new clothes for mom and dad during your weekend visit. Qin Yutong asked, puzzled. Brother, how do you have so much money? I made a bit from doing business with friends. Qin Feng explained. Brother, I'm about to take the college entrance examination. I plan to attend university in Shanghai City. Shanghai City? Why not go to Yanjing? Never mind. Yanjing is too far. Just work hard. Qin Feng conversed with his sister for quite a while. Remembering that he had specialized classes the next day, he decided to take a shower and retire for the night. The night swiftly passed. Dawn broke. System check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for drawing 170 million Huaxia coins. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for drawing 3 tailored suits from Blayoni. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring all shares of Binjiang University. Previously, the figure of 100 million Huaxia coins was unfathomable for Qin Feng. However, after drawing twice, he had grown accustomed to it. Blayoni, renowned as the pinnacle of luxury fashion brands, demands an exorbitant fee for tailored garments. For instance, one single shirt from the 3 suits Qin Feng drew costs a staggering 200,000 Huaxia coins. One can only imagine the opulence of the custom-made clothing from this brand. As for the shares of Binjiang University, it is indeed the very institution Qin Feng attends. Binjiang University is a private establishment, sprawling over an area of more than 300 acres, with a student body exceeding 16,000. Moreover, it ranks prominently within the city of Shanghai. Qin Feng chuckled, surprised to find himself a board member of Binjiang University. This, he mused, implies he could skip classes at will. Yet, upon reflecting, he realized his perspective was rather narrow. What is the purpose of education if not to secure a promising future? With his current status, Qin Feng found he had no need for such considerations. Nonetheless, he thought it might be worthwhile to occasionally immerse himself in the campus atmosphere. The Blayoni tailored suits have been delivered to Shanghai. Please check your collection. Qin Feng initially believed he could directly retrieve the garments. However, he was taken aback to discover they had merely been sent to a clothing store. It appeared he would have to visit in person. Chapter 8. Cultivating Virtue Before Mastery. The clothing store was located within a shopping mall. After finishing his breakfast, Qin Feng set out in his Lamborghini Veneno. Arriving at the mall, he parked his car and took the elevator to the 6th floor. Following the address provided by the system, he found a clothing store. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, he discovered it was closed. Nearby, a middle-aged couple was waiting. Judging by their attire, they were likely affluent. "Excuse me, may I inquire when the shop will open?" Qin Feng approached them. The couple, engrossed in their phones, glanced at him indifferently. "Master Qin Ming has stepped out, but will return shortly." The middle-aged man replied coolly, his gaze dismissing Qin Feng's appearance, which did not exude wealth. The store owner, Qin Ming, was a prominent figure in the fashion design industry and had previously worked for Blayoni, thus maintaining some connections with the brand. The tailored suits Qin Feng had drawn were sent to this location. "Thank you." Qin Feng decided to wait a bit longer, as he was not in a hurry. The woman scrutinized him, her tone dripping with skepticism. "You must have come to the wrong place, young man. This shop specializes in custom clothing. Hiring Master Qin Ming for a piece will cost you at least 10,000. Her sharp words left Qin Feng feeling uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he chose to ignore her and stepped aside. Some individuals derive satisfaction from belittling others to showcase their superiority. Such people are all too common. The woman regarded Qin Feng with undisguised disdain, convinced he did not belong to the upper echelons of society. Nor did he possess the means to commission clothing from Master Qin Ming. Perhaps he truly is lost. The middle-aged man chuckled. The couple then ceased to pay him any further attention. After a while, a young man in his 20s approached and opened the shop's door. "Hey, are you a staff member here? I don't recall seeing you before," the middle-aged woman inquired. "Oh, I am Master Qin Ming's new apprentice. My name is Xiaohai," the young man replied respectfully, recognizing the couple's affluent demeanor. "How interesting. By the way, how much longer until Master Qin Ming returns?" asked Xiaohai. "Soon," he assured them. "Please, come inside." The middle-aged couple followed Xiaohai into the store. Qin Feng then entered as well. The store was spacious, adorned with an array of exquisite fabrics. Racks displayed numerous finished garments, both for men and women, exuding a unique and captivating charm. "Sir, are you here to customize clothing?" Xiaohai noticed Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. "I am here to collect my garments. My name is Qin Feng. Please hold on. I will fetch them for you." Xiaohai stepped into an adjacent room. The middle-aged couple exchanged surprised glances, realizing Qin Feng had indeed placed an order here. Their perception of him subtly shifted. However, Xiaohai soon returned, looking apologetic. "Sir, I could not locate your garments. Could you provide your membership card? I needed to check." "I do not have a membership card," Qin Feng replied. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged sarcastic looks. "No membership card? Are you here to amuse us?" At that moment, the middle-aged man noticed the watch on Qin Feng's wrist, his expression morphing into one of ridicule. A Patek Philippe 6104G001 watch. "Brother, where did you buy this fake? Could you share the link? I would like to get one for fun." This watch, worth nearly 3 million, was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, certainly a counterfeit. The middle-aged woman chimed in. "I figured it out. He's just here to play the part of a big shot." Xiaohai frowned. Sensing Qin Feng's inability to provide a membership card only reinforced his belief that Qin Feng was merely causing trouble. Ignoring the couple, Qin Feng stated, "Though I lack a membership card, I assure you that 3 suits have been sent here for me. You can call the store manager for confirmation." Xiaohai shook his head dismissively, his tone icy. "No need to call. Custom garments ordered elsewhere could never arrive here. Now be on your way. Don't disrupt our business." "What's the matter? Are you still lingering?" The middle-aged couple continued their derision. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the store. With a long beard and clad in traditional attire, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance. "What is going on here?" Master Qin Ming entered, his hands clasped behind his back. Xiaohai approached him, a smile on his face. "Master, this person doesn't even have a membership card for our shop. How dare he ask us to come over for the clothes? I shall send him packing." The middle-aged woman echoed. "Indeed, individuals like him have no right to be here." Qin Ming's expression shifted as he scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe. You must be Mr. Qin, correct?" Earlier that morning, Qin Ming had received 3 suits delivered from the headquarters of Blayoni, valued at nearly 2 million. Although Qin Ming was unaware of Qin Feng's status, it was evident that commissioning such expensive garments was not a trivial matter. "I am Qin Feng." Upon hearing Qin Feng's response, Qin Ming's demeanor transformed into one of utmost reverence. "My apologies, Mr. Qin. I regret my inadequate hospitality." He turned to his apprentice, coldly admonishing, "Xiaohai, how have I instructed you? One must cultivate virtue before mastering the craft. Is this the attitude you adopt towards guests?" Infuriated by his apprentice's disrespect towards Qin Feng, Qin Ming recalled his prior tenure at Blayoni. This time, the designer had personally called him, insisting that the garments be delivered to Qin Feng. Yet here was his apprentice, nearly expelling Qin Feng. "Teacher, I had no idea of his identity." The young man named Xiaohai stammered, lowering his gaze. Even the middle-aged couple displayed expressions of shock. How could Master Qin Ming treat Qin Feng with such deference? Heavens, who is this Qin Feng? You are unfit to remain here. Gather your belongings and leave. The clientele of Qin Ming, who sought bespoke attire, hailed from the upper echelons of society. Xiao Hai's demeanor could undoubtedly lead to future complications. Teacher, I understand my mistake. Xiao Hai's face betrayed panic. He had only just become Qin Ming's disciple, and now, due to offending Qin Feng, he faced expulsion. Chapter 9. Submitting his resignation. Qin Ming disregarded Xiao Hai and entered an adjacent room, retrieving a gift bag. Mr. Qin, your 3 suits are contained within. This is your invoice. Additionally, Brioni has bestowed upon you a diamond membership card. With profound respect, Qin Ming presented the invoice and the membership card to Qin Feng. Upon seeing the figures on the invoice, the middle-aged couple was rendered utterly speechless. How could one jacket cost 200,000? My goodness. This Qin Feng must be extraordinarily wealthy. Most notably, Qin Feng had received a diamond membership card from Brioni. Such an elite card represented the highest tier of membership, unattainable for the average individual. Yet, this young man had secured one. The couple exchanged glances, their previous mockery of Qin Feng now replaced with regret. They had indeed offended someone of significant stature. Master Qin Ming, who is this young gentleman? The middle-aged woman inquired cautiously. It seemed evident that the watch on Qin Feng's wrist was genuine, valued at nearly 3 million, a thought that left her in disbelief. You dared to speak ill of Mr. Qin. Leave. Furthermore, I shall no longer make garments for you. Qin Ming was incensed. These 2 individuals, despite their social standing, had acted in a most repugnant manner. Master Qin Ming, we apologize. Mr. Qin, we are truly sorry. The couple bowed deeply, offering their apologies to Qin Feng. Master Qin Ming held considerable influence in the fashion design industry and was the president of the Fashion Design Association, with disciples scattered throughout the nation. Should he blacklist them, their future endeavors in commissioning clothing would be jeopardized, and should this incident become public, they would surely become the subject of ridicule. Most importantly, they had offended Qin Feng. Qin Ming ignored the couple, producing a business card. Mr. Qin, should you have any inquiries regarding garments in the future, please feel free to contact me. He respectfully offered the card. Qin Feng accepted it and was preparing to depart when Zhou Rongfeng approached with a smile. Mr. Qin, what a coincidence to see you here. Zhou Rongfeng had also come to have clothing tailored, and he was there to collect his own. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. With Zhou Rongfeng's arrival, the middle-aged couple hurriedly greeted him. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Their demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. The couple sensed impending doom. Who was Zhou Rongfeng? The general manager of Ruihai Bank. They both held positions at Ruihai Bank, and if Zhou Rongfeng were to take offense, their jobs could be at stake. Mr. Qin, we recognize our error. We apologize. The couple lowered their heads even further. What? You offended Chairman Qin? Zhou Rongfeng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the middle-aged man. The man, named Wu Da, was the branch manager of Ruihai Bank in Haidong. Wu Da, you truly lack discernment. How could you offend Chairman Qin? When you return, submit your resignation. Zhou Rongfeng's expression was icy. Mr. Zhou, it was entirely my fault. I was blind. Please grant me another chance. Wu Da pleaded, desperate to retain his position. And who might this be? Qin Ming inquired, curious about Qin Feng's identity. Chairman Qin is the chairman of our Ruihai Bank. Zhou Rongfeng introduced, leaving Wu Da and his wife pale and stunned. Who could have anticipated that this young man held such a significant position, given Qin Feng's status? It would take but a word from him to have them removed from their posts. Still not leaving? Shall I summon someone to escort you out? Zhou Rongfeng was seething at the sight of the couple. We are truly sorry. Wu Da and his wife felt overwhelming regret, but their pleas were futile. They sighed heavily as they exited the shop, having offended Qin Feng and lost their jobs in the process. What a stroke of misfortune. Chairman Qin, are you here for clothing as well? Zhou Rongfeng inquired. No, Qin Feng shook his head. Mr. Zhou, you flatter me too much. The 3 suits in Mr. Qin's possession were personally designed by Tony from Brioni. Qin Ming chuckled ruefully. Zhou Rongfeng was astonished. No wonder, Chairman Qin. Even your tailored suits are from a world-class brand. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With his garments in hand, Qin Feng was headed back to campus. Chairman Qin, allow me to escort you, Zhou Rongfeng offered, accompanying Qin Feng to the parking lot. Upon seeing Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, Zhou Rongfeng's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. This was indeed the lifestyle of the affluent. Even his sports car was a limited edition. While Zhou Rongfeng had encountered numerous sports cars, it was his first time seeing the hardtop version of the Lamborghini Veneno. This car was not only expensive but was rumored to have only 4 units in the entire world. Qin Feng drove the Lamborghini Veneno back to campus. However, as soon as he parked at the school entrance, a commotion ensued. Oh my goodness, what kind of sports car is that? It appears to be a Lamborghini Veneno, Quick, take a picture. Qin Feng was at the security office, registering the vehicle's details, and a throng of students had gathered around. Those students surrounded the Lamborghini Veneno, eagerly pulling out their phones. Some were snapping photos, while others were recording videos. Once Qin Feng had completed the registration, he squeezed into the crowd, exclaiming, "Excuse me, please make way." He then got into the car and, without further ado, drove it onto the campus. "Is that guy from our school? He looks so cool," exclaimed several female students, clearly smitten. A few even approached the security guard to inquire about Qin Feng's information. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, all of this was happening. Due to the restrictions on driving in the educational zone, he had to park the car in the school parking lot. Upon reaching the classroom, he found it was the end of a lesson. "Feng Ge, you finally made it." Qin Feng's 3 roommates greeted him with cheerful smiles, their faces reflecting admiration. The next class was a specialized course, and the classroom was filled with students. The glances directed at Qin Feng were somewhat peculiar. They had heard from Kong Liang and others that Qin Feng had become wealthy, with rumors circulating that he was now driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Many students regarded this with skepticism, suspecting that Qin Feng's roommates were merely boasting. "Feng Ge, it seems the class monitor is looking for you." No sooner had the words left his lips than a fragrant breeze wafted through. Class monitor Lu Xinyao approached Qin Feng gracefully. "Qin Feng, where were you yesterday?" she inquired, her voice soft and laced with genuine concern, clad in a flowing blue dress that accentuated her elegance. "Oh, just went out for some fun," Qin Feng replied casually. "I heard you broke up with Zhao Yuding?" Chapter 10, Class Monitor Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao's beautiful eyes were fixed on Qin Feng. The news of his breakup with Zhao Yuding genuinely troubled her, especially considering he had vanished for an entire day. Qin Feng nodded, glancing at Lu Xinyao. She was indeed a stunning beauty, with a captivating oval face and exquisite features. Her tall stature, complemented by the blue dress, radiated an air of elegance befitting the campus belle of Binjiang University. Try not to dwell on it. After all, the road ahead is still long. Lu Xinyao offered words of comfort. Class monitor, Feng Ge has suffered a heartbreak. You seem rather pleased? Kong Liang teased from the side, a smile dancing on his lips. Do I? Lu Xinyao shot him a glare. The usually composed girl now bore a flustered expression. It was evident to all that she harbored feelings for Qin Feng. But previously, he had been in a relationship, causing everyone to dismiss it. However, with Qin Feng now single, the male students in the class cast envious glares at him, viewing him as a rival. They couldn't fathom why their goddess was being so kind to Qin Feng, who seemed merely handsome. It appeared Lu Xinyao was not one to be swayed solely by looks, yet she had inexplicably taken a liking to him. Are you alright, class monitor? Meanwhile, Qin Feng was quietly observing Lu Xinyao. Having had a girlfriend before, he hadn't paid much attention to her, but reflecting now, her kindness towards him seemed rather excessive. She would often go out of her way to prepare a meal for him, and when he was short on cash, she would lend him money. I am fine. Class is starting. We can talk at noon. Lu Xinyao cheeks flushed as she returned to her seat. Qin Feng could only shake his head in bemusement as he made his way back to his own seat. Damn it. Nearby, Li Xuanhao watched the scene with a darkened expression. Anger surged within him as he tore apart the book in his hands. He had invested considerable effort to win over Lu Xinyao, even changing his major to join her class. Yet, she had persistently ignored him. Witnessing her attentiveness towards Qin Feng nearly drove him to madness. Li Xiao, should we give Qin Feng a warning? One of Li Xuanhao's peers suggested. Having discerned Li Xuanhao's thoughts, go ahead, Li Xuanhao replied coldly, casting a glare at Qin Feng's retreating figure. A warning would suffice. After all, Qin Feng was just a poor kid unworthy of Lu Xinyao. Humph, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Not long after Qin Feng sat down, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Qin Feng, Li Xiao wants to convey a message to you. Stay away from Lu Xinyao in the future. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. The minion of Li Xuanhao delivered the message before leaving. Qin Feng turned to confront Li Xuanhao's challenging gaze. Idiot. Qin Feng muttered under his breath, then averted his eyes. Although Li Xuanhao could not hear what was said, he could see Qin Feng's lips move. Realizing he had been insulted, fury ignited within Li Xuanhao, who slammed his hand on the desk. If they weren't in school, he would have relished the opportunity to beat Qin Feng. This guy was insufferably arrogant. Qin Feng attempted to study for a while, but sleep soon overtook him, and he quickly dozed off. Although class time had arrived, the specialized teacher had yet to appear. After quite some time, class monitor Lu Xinyao received word that the teacher was unable to attend due to other commitments. Upon hearing this news, many students left the classroom, though a few remained to study, Lu Xinyao among them. She had intended to speak with Qin Feng, but seeing him asleep like a log, she returned her focus to her book. Xinyao, let me treat you to lunch. Li Xuanhao approached Lu Xinyao with a grin. No, thank you. I'm not going out for lunch. Lu Xinyao replied without looking up. Xinyao, with so many classmates watching, you should give me a little face. Li Xuanhao persisted shamelessly. However, Lu Xinyao ignored him. Li Xiao, here is the guitar you requested. Someone burst into the classroom, handing a guitar to Li Xuanhao. Li Xuanhao took the guitar, a smile spreading across his face. Xinyao, I've been learning guitar recently. Let me play a song for you. Lu Xinyao was growing increasingly frustrated. Li Xuanhao, enough already. We need to focus on our studies. Li Xuanhao remained silent, taking a seat not far away to fiddle with the guitar. Xinyao, I'll sing I Can for you. Lu Xinyao was on the verge of losing her mind. She had made it clear that she would not accept Li Xuanhao, yet he persisted in pursuing her relentlessly. His audacity knew no bounds. Meanwhile, Li Xuanhao had already begun to play and sing. Though his performance left much to be desired, his entourage erupted in cheers. Li Xiao sings so beautifully. This is unbearable. My ears are going to get pregnant. Class monitor, Li Xiao is quite infatuated with you. Perhaps you should accompany him to dinner. Lu Xinyao exclaimed, unable to endure Li Xuanhao's cacophonous voice, covering her ears. Meanwhile, Li Xuanhao continued to strum and sing. Suddenly, a book came crashing down upon Li Xuanhao's face. What on earth are you howling about? Qin Feng rose, his expression devoid of emotion. Do you not realize that disturbing others' slumber in class is an exceedingly rude act? Qin Feng, having been roused from his peaceful slumber, was thoroughly incensed by Li Xuanhao's incessant noise. Li Xuanhao's usual arrogance might have been tolerable, but this time, Qin Feng could no longer bear it. The classroom fell into a stunned silence as all eyes turned toward Qin Feng, astonished that he had the audacity to strike Li Xuanhao with a book. Was he still half asleep? Li Xuanhao, momentarily stunned by the blow, quickly turned his gaze toward Qin Feng, now seething with fury. How dare Qin Feng humiliate him so brazenly in front of their classmates? For Li Xuanhao, this was an unbearable affront. Qin Feng, you seek your own demise, he shouted, hurling his guitar to the floor with a crash, the strings snapping audibly. The classmates around them jumped in shock. It was clear, Qin Feng had irreparably offended Li Xuanhao. Given Li Xuanhao's vindictive nature, how could he possibly let this go unpunished? Qin Feng, Li Xuanhao stormed toward him, his face contorted with rage. Li Xiao, do not act impulsively. This is a school. Others rushed to intervene as Li Xuanhao appeared poised to retaliate. Kong Liang, fearing for Qin Feng's safety, positioned himself beside him. You dare strike me? Li Xuanhao's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. With that wretched voice of yours, do you intend to scare me to death? Qin Feng retorted with a cold laugh. The class held a certain disdain for Li Xuanhao, though they were reluctant to voice it due to his status. Now, their classmates were rendered speechless, initially believing Qin Feng to be merely groggy, but it was now evident that he intended to confront Li Xuanhao head-on. You are nothing but a penniless loser. Do you think you can compete with me? Li Xuanhao spat through gritted teeth. He refrained from immediate action, knowing that escalating the matter within the school would not benefit him. But once outside, he swore to make Qin Feng pay. Qin Feng, class monitor Lu Xinyao approached him, a hint of concern on her face. Having offended Li Xuanhao, Qin Feng's future was bound to be bleak. Expulsion was a distinct possibility. You should apologize quickly. Li Xiao's uncle is the director of the admissions office, someone advised. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. Apologizing to Li Xuanhao was out of the question. If you wish to avoid expulsion, you had better kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Li Xuanhao's gaze was ominously dark. What a preposterous notion. Qin Feng scoffed. Very well. You have courage. I shall make you regret this. Li Xuanhao retrieved his phone and stepped outside the classroom to make a call. 5 or 6 minutes later, a portly middle-aged man with a stern demeanor entered the classroom. The man, balding and bespectacled, was none other than Li Jiaoyang, Li Xuanhao's uncle and the director of the admissions office at Binhai University. Upon hearing that his nephew had been wronged, Li Jiaoyang was furious. This is it. That man is Li Xuanhao's uncle. It seems Qin Feng is about to be expelled. The classmates admired Qin Feng's bravery, as he had done what they dared not. But regrettably, Li Xuanhao had powerful connections. I am. Qin Feng stood, showing no signs of fear. Li Jiaoyang squinted his eyes, sizing up Qin Feng, and coldly stated, You struck someone just now, did you not? Come to my office. Lu Xinyao grabbed Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng, let me take you to see Teacher Su. She did not wish to witness Qin Feng's expulsion. It's fine, class monitor. Qin Feng replied with a smile, following Li Jiaoyang out. At Binhai University's admissions office, Li Jiaoyang sat behind his desk, with Qin Feng and Li Xuanhao standing before him. Qin Feng remained aloof, while Li Xuanhao seethed with indignation, glaring at him. Qin Feng, do not say I am not giving you a chance. Apologizing now is still within your reach. With his uncle present, Li Xuanhao felt emboldened. Why should I apologize? Someone like you deserves to be struck. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. You. Li Xuanhao was nearly apoplectic. Li Jiaoyang looked at Qin Feng, shaking his head, and remarked, Young man, you possess quite a bit of audacity. Clearly, you have not experienced the harsh realities of life. I hereby announce your expulsion. Qin Feng regarded Li Jiaoyang with a faint smile. Do you possess the authority to expel me? Li Jiaoyang toyed with a pen in his hand. I do not have that power, but the leaders at the school will certainly grant me some face. The incident with you throwing a book at Li Xuanhao could be trivial or serious. In truth, expulsion may not be necessary. However, Li Jiaoyang was eager to avenge his nephew. Very well. Qin Feng no longer wished to waste time and dialed the university president directly. This is Qin Feng. I am in the admissions office. President Han Yi paused in surprise. Mr. Qin, you have arrived. Why did you not inform me in advance? Please wait a moment. I will be right there. Han Yi had little information about Qin Feng, but he was aware that Qin Feng was now a member of the board of directors at Binhai University. After placing his phone down, Han Yi hurriedly made his way to the admissions office. Qin Feng, you are about to be expelled. Stop putting on a show here. Li Xuanhao scoffed. Believing Qin Feng to be a mere impoverished student who could not possibly know anyone at the school, Li Jiaoyang had already looked into Qin Feng's background. Knowing him to be from a rural area, this gave him the confidence to pursue expulsion. But soon, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office. You are Mr. Qin? Han Yi approached Qin Feng, uncertain. That is correct. Qin Feng responded. Han Yi was thoroughly astonished. He had not anticipated this new board member to be so young, and it appeared he was still a student at their institution. Mr. Qin, you are truly remarkable for your age. Han Yi complimented with a smile. Witnessing Han Yi's deference towards a student, both Li Jiaoyang and Li Xuanhao exchanged incredulous glances. Principal, who is this? Han Yi joyfully introduced. He is a member of our school's board of directors. What? How is that possible? Li Jiaoyang and Li Xuanhao looked at each other in disbelief. Principal, Qin Feng is merely a student. How could he possibly be a board member? Li Jiaoyang shook his head, questioning the assertion. Indeed, Principal, you must be mistaken. Li Xuanhao chimed in. Han Yi's expression darkened. Who would be foolish enough to impersonate a school director without any reason? Li Jiaoyang's face turned grim. He realized, to his dismay, that he had truly misjudged the situation. Offending the board member of Binjiang University was a grave mistake. Mr. Qin, I apologize. It was my lack of insight that led to this. Li Jiaoyang lowered his head, a chill running down his spine. Good heavens, as the head of the admissions office, how could he have thought of dismissing a board member? Wasn't that tantamount to courting disaster? Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have steered clear of his nephew's trivial matters. Now, having angered Qin Feng, he feared for his job. Were you not just saying you wanted to expel me? Qin Feng smirked with a mocking gleam in his eye. Mr. Qin, I wouldn't dare. Li Jiaoyang stammered, his words faltering. Qin Feng, I slap. Li Xuanhao felt a surge of fear. Just as he was about to apologize to Qin Feng, he received a sharp slap across the face. Do I need to kneel to beg your forgiveness? Li Xuanhao clutched his reddened cheek, terror consuming him. Qin Feng, I'm truly sorry. I should not have disturbed your rest. Please, have mercy, and do not stoop to my level. Qin Feng had long harbored disdain for Li Xuanhao. He struck him again before turning away. Principal Han, I do not wish to see them on campus again. Han Yi nodded in agreement. Mr. Qin, I understand what must be done. Mr. Qin, I implore you, grant us another chance. Li Jiaoyang pleaded. Qin Feng, please do not expel us. Li Xuanhao echoed. Panic etched on his face. Yet, Qin Feng paid them no heed as he strode out of the admissions office. Chapter 12. Is this what you call a cheap car? After addressing the matter, Qin Feng lingered in the principal's office for a while. Only after Han Yi finished his report did Qin Feng return to the classroom. Qin Feng, are you all right? Upon seeing him return, class monitor Lu Xinyao hurried over, concern etched upon her face. Soon after, Qin Feng's 3 roommates approached him as well. I'm fine. Qin Feng merely smiled and shook his head. That uncle of Li Xuanhao didn't expel you, did he? Lu Xinyao asked, puzzled. Logically, Li Jiaoyang would undoubtedly support his nephew. Yet, Qin Feng claimed all was well, which struck her as strange. Qin Feng shook his head, replying, not at all. His uncle is quite reasonable. Lu Xinyao was speechless. Reasonable? In Binjiang University, who was unaware of Li Jiaoyang's notorious temperament. Brother Feng, what about Li Xuanhao? Kong Liang inquired. He has recognized his mistakes and has voluntarily requested to withdraw. The group exchanged glances. Could it be that Li Xuanhao had indeed experienced a change of heart? I'm glad to hear you're okay. Lu Xinyao sighed in relief. Brother Feng, you mentioned treating us to dinner yesterday. Don't forget. Kong Liang reminded him. Let us arrange it. Monitor, would you care to join us? Qin Feng asked Lu Xinyao. Initially, she had no intention of going out, but after a moment of hesitation, she decided, let us go together. However, Qin Feng, let me treat you. Lu Xinyao came from a well-off family and felt it would be inappropriate for Qin Feng, who she knew was short on funds, to pay. Kong Liang chuckled. Monitor, Brother Feng is a wealthy man now. You shouldn't compete with him. Lu Xinyao thought Kong Liang was joking. After all, not long ago, Qin Feng had been working part-time. Even if he did have money now, it likely wasn't too substantial. Let us set off. Qin Feng offered no further explanation. Brother Feng, you and the monitor go ahead. We will catch up with you shortly, Kong Liang said. Qin Feng said nothing further as he and Lu Xinyao departed the classroom together, walking side by side toward the school parking lot. Qin Feng, where shall we eat? Lu Xinyao asked. I'll call a cab. She pulled out her phone and opened the ride-hailing app. No need, monitor. I have a car. Qin Feng smiled. What kind of car did you buy? Lu Xinyao inquired with keen curiosity. Qin Feng teased, you'll find out soon enough. Qin Feng, please don't call me monitor anymore. Just call me Xinyao. The two had been classmates since middle school, sitting at adjacent desks, and despite being separated in high school, they still attended the same university. They had known each other for nearly a decade. It's the same. Not quite. Lu Xinyao retorted. Qin Feng found her earnestness amusing. Xinyao, are you going out too? A slender-faced boy caught up with Lu Xinyao and asked. Oh, I'm going out to eat. Lu Xinyao glanced at the boy and replied. Perfect. I'm going out as well. I'll give you a ride. Sumu offered his assistance to Lu Xinyao. As the campus belle of Binjiang University, she had many admirers, and Sumu was among them. No need. Qin Feng has a car. Lu Xinyao declined his offer. Sumu frowned. As a fellow student in the same department, he was aware of Qin Feng's background. Had Qin Feng bought a car too? What kind of bicycle was it? Sumu asked with a hint of malice. Qin Feng detected the jealousy in Sumu's tone and felt incredulous. Just a cheap car. He replied casually. Sumu scoffed internally. How dare you take Xinyao out with that? Xinyao, I just bought an Accord. It's only around 200,000. Let me take you for a ride. Sumu proclaimed proudly. While it paled in comparison to the wealth of the rich kids at school, owning a car worth 20,000 was still quite impressive. No thanks. Lu Xinyao shook her head again. Sumu felt a bit awkward. Seeing Lu Xinyao walking so closely with Qin Feng made him uneasy. Then I'll come see Qin Feng's cheap car. Sumu decided to follow them, intending to mock Qin Feng later. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Lu Xinyao thought he was feeling down. After a moment of contemplation, she encouraged him. Qin Feng, you're actually doing great. Just keep working hard and believe in yourself. Lu Xinyao had a knack for comforting others, chatting away next to Qin Feng. Monitor. I understand all that. Just get in the car. Qin Feng guided Lu Xinyao to a sleek Lamborghini Veneno, retrieving the car key. Lu Xinyao nodded. Ready to open the door. Wait, how do you open this door? Lu Xinyao was momentarily bewildered and upon closer inspection, realized she was standing in front of a luxury sports car. Lu Xinyao was utterly dumbfounded. Qin Feng, this car is yours. She stared at him, her face a mask of disbelief. Although she didn't usually follow sports cars, the striking design of the Lamborghini Veneno made it clear that it was anything but cheap. Meanwhile, Sumu was equally astonished. He had intended to mock Qin Feng, but instead, he found himself speechless. A limited edition Lamborghini Veneno worth tens of millions. Was this what he termed a cheap car? Sumu found himself engulfed in a sense of existential doubt. If this was what was deemed a cheap car, then what could be said about his own vehicle? A mere heap of scrap metal? The embarrassment weighed heavily upon him, and he longed to vanish into the earth. With no one around, he hastily made his exit, too mortified to linger any longer. Lu Xinyao entered the car, still reeling from the shock. She simply could not fathom how Qin Feng had come to possess such an extravagant automobile. To her knowledge, Qin Feng was usually quite frugal. Class monitor, hold on tight. Qin Feng quipped as he maneuvered the car out of the parking lot. It wasn't until they had exited the school gates that Lu Xinyao regained her composure. Qin Feng, is this car truly yours? She inquired once more. Indeed, Qin Feng replied, and Lu Xinyao's disbelief was palpable as she surveyed the opulent interior of the Lamborghini Veneno. This vehicle must be incredibly expensive, then? She ventured. Not too pricey. Merely a few tens of millions. Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Lu Xinyao's smile turned into a grimace. A few tens of millions, and you say it's not expensive? Qin Feng. How? What she truly wished to ask was how Qin Feng had transformed into a magnate, but ultimately, the words eluded her. Qin Feng, perceiving the confusion in Lu Xinyao's eyes, elucidated, I previously partnered with a friend in a business venture and made a bit of profit. Skepticism lingered in Lu Xinyao's demeanor. Yet she opted not to pry further. In contrast, it was she who felt the weight of discouragement, realizing the vast chasm that now separated her from Qin Feng. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Pu Yun restaurant. Shortly after entering, Qin Feng's 3 roommates arrived as well. Did you all already know about Qin Feng's situation? Lu Xinyao queried, directing her question at Kong Liang. Class monitor, we only found out yesterday. If we hadn't run into him at the Patek Philippe boutique, I wager Feng Ge would have kept it a secret until graduation. Kong Liang responded with a wry smile. All right, my mistake. Everyone, feast to your heart's content. It's on me, Qin Feng announced, ordering an array of dishes. Soon, the table was laden with a sumptuous spread. Feng Ge, we'll take no reservations. The three roommates wasted no time, devouring the delectable fare with fervor. Lu Xinyao, however, maintained her composure, as this was not her first encounter with such an extravagant luncheon. As they dined, a server approached with a bottle of red wine, placing it on the table. "Qin Feng, did you order this?" Lu Xinyao asked, momentarily taken aback as she recognized it as a Roman Iconi Latte Che from 1996, valued around 50,000. The mere presence of this wine surpassed the cost of their ordered dishes. Qin Feng shook his head. "Miss, I believe there has been a mistake." The server clarified, "Mr. Qin, this is a gift from our owner. Feng Ge, do you know the owner of Puyin Restaurant?" Kong Liang inquired, intrigue evident in his tone. "Sort of," Qin Feng replied with a chuckle. Just days prior, he had dined there with Zhou Rongfeng, and the owner had learned of Qin Feng's status, prompting this generous gesture. "This wine looks extraordinarily expensive," one of the roommates exclaimed. "Goodness, Feng Ge, this must cost a fortune." They gasped in astonishment, having heard of the esteemed Romani Conti. Lu Xinyao sighed, "Around 50,000. Are you serious? 50,000 for a single bottle of wine?" The three roommates exhibited sheer disbelief. Qin Feng smiled, instructing the server to uncork the wine. "Please convey my gratitude to your owner." "Understood, Mr. Qin." The server proceeded to pour wine for everyone. "You all should have a taste." "I must refrain from drinking as I will be driving shortly," Qin Feng stated cheerfully. "Feng Ge, such an expensive wine. If you're not drinking, how can we?" Kong Liang protested. "Not to worry, the wine is open now, and it would be wasteful not to partake." Qin Feng reassured them. The three roommates and Lu Xinyao each savored a glass, their hands trembling slightly at the thought of consuming such an extravagant vintage. As Qin Feng's phone vibrated, he glanced down to discover 3 messages from real estate agencies. "Mr. Qin, this is Xiao Yu from Tianfu Real Estate. I'd like to discuss the rental of your 2 properties. We shall offer the most favorable commission rates." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng replied, "No need for further discussion. Simply bring the contract." With 120 units, he was certain he could not reside in both properties and preferred to lease them out instead. He was already aware that Tianfu Real Estate offered the highest commission rates. "Understood, Mr. Qin. I shall head over to meet you right away." Xiao Yu confirmed, and Qin Feng promptly sent her his location. Before long, Qin Feng had finished his meal. He then noticed Lu Xinyao. Her cheeks flushed. Though she had only consumed a single glass of wine, her tolerance was evidently low. Minutes later, Xiao Yu arrived with the contract in hand. "Mr. Qin, good day," she greeted, her demeanor respectful. Qin Feng nodded and inquired, "Do you have the contract?" "This is the contract. Please review it, Mr. Qin." Xiao Yu carefully handed it over. "What significant business are you conducting?" Both his roommates and Lu Xinyao expressed curiosity. "Nothing too extraordinary. I just have 2 properties to entrust to the agency for rental," Qin Feng replied casually, as if discussing an utterly mundane topic. "2 properties?" The roommates were taken aback, leaning in to inspect the details. They soon realized that Qin Feng's properties were located within the prestigious Xingqing community, where prices soared to over 100,000 per square meter. Altogether, his 2 properties were valued at nearly 2 billion. It was astonishing. Lu Xinyao's lips parted slightly in disbelief, as the day had already delivered her an abundance of surprises, from the luxury sports car to now, the revelation of 2 properties. She dared not ponder further. Just how many secrets did Qin Feng harbor? After a cursory examination of the contract, Qin Feng found everything in order and promptly signed his name. "Come back later to collect the keys to the properties." "Understood, Mr. Qin," Xiao Yu acknowledged, departing with the contract. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his companions returned to campus. Lu Xinyao reclined in the Lamborghini Veneno, feeling drowsy. "Xinyao, you should drink more water," Qin Feng advised. "No need, I'll just take a nap when we get back," Lu Xinyao replied. As the Lamborghini Veneno arrived at the school gates, the security personnel stood at attention, saluting. They had been informed by Principal Han E that the occupant of the vehicle was a board member. Upon citing the plate number HUD 8888, they were to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that no unfavorable impression was left on the esteemed board member. The car's entry into the campus inevitably drew the attention of passing students. There it was again, the Lamborghini Veneno. The whispers among the students speculated on which affluent family could possibly own such an extravagant vehicle. Qin Feng paid no heed to the chatter, glancing at Lu Xinyao in the passenger seat. "Xinyao, I'll drop you off at the dormitory." "No need, cars aren't allowed over there. It would be troublesome if we were to get reported," she replied. The area between the teaching building and the dormitories was populated with students, and accidents had occurred previously, prompting the school to issue a strict prohibition. Thus, vehicles were permitted to traverse only designated areas within the campus. Qin Feng smiled as he parked the car, letting Lu Xinyao alight. "Make sure to rest well," he said. Lu Xinyao nodded lightly, appearing to want to say something but hesitating. With afternoon classes being electives, Qin Feng also planned to return. "See you tomorrow." Lu Xinyao waved goodbye and walked back to the dormitory. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Feng, prompting him to return to his own dormitory and retrieve his old computer. While it might not hold much monetary value, it contained a wealth of cherished study materials he had collected over the years. That evening, he transferred 100,000 yuan to his sister, Qin Yutong. The night was profoundly serene, and time passed swiftly. The next day dawned. System Sign-In. Chapter 14. Ducati Superleggera V4. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 180 million Huaxia coins. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Yulong Mountain Manor in Shanghai City. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Ducati Superleggera V4. A manor? Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. The system seemed to be indicating a need for him to relocate. He eagerly retrieved the property deed for the manor, yearning to explore his newfound estate. The Ducati Superleggera V4, a motorcycle limited to just 500 units worldwide, was crafted from meticulously assembled parts utilizing cutting-edge technology, valued at 1,500,000 Huaxia coins. Just like the Lamborghini Veneno, the system had taken care of all the necessary paperwork for Qin Feng, allowing him to hit the road immediately. The Ducati Superleggera V4 has been allocated to the system space. The host can retrieve it at any time. Yet, Qin Feng did not rush to extract it. He wished to visit the manor first. He contacted the estate's steward and, after enjoying breakfast, set off in the Lamborghini Veneno. Yulong Mountain Manor, situated in the northern part of Shanghai City, was built against the backdrop of a mountain, with two scenic areas nearby, offering breathtaking views. Even from a distance, he could see the main villa of the estate. The villa, designed in a European style, was flanked by a few smaller cottages, resembling stars surrounding a moon. As Qin Feng arrived at the manor's entrance, he halted the vehicle. At that moment, a dozen or so servants lined up in 2 rows to greet him. At the forefront stood a strikingly attractive woman clad in a professional outfit, towering at approximately 175 meters, with fair skin and a perfectly oval face. Her long, elegant legs were accentuated by crystal high heels, enhancing her statuesque figure. Steward Su Jiaying was the kind of beauty that was easy to admire, especially with her glasses, which added an air of sophistication. She approached the side of the Lamborghini Veneno and bent slightly. You must be Mr. Qin, correct? She inquired, somewhat uncertain due to Qin Feng's youthful appearance. To be honest, Su Jiaying had worked as the steward for a year, but had never encountered the manor's owner. Qin Feng appraised her briefly and nodded in affirmation. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the steward here. My name is Su Jiaying. She introduced herself, a hint of nervousness in her demeanor. In her mind, she had envisioned the owner of the estate to be an elderly gentleman or someone of considerable age, never anticipating that it would be a young man in his early 20s. The thought of someone so young possessing such an expansive manor left her deeply intrigued. Please, lead me inside for a tour, Qin Feng requested. Of course, I will drive ahead. Although they had reached the manor's entrance, it would take another 5 to 6 minutes to walk to the main villa. To explore the entire estate on foot would require at least 2 hours. Get in my car, Qin Feng offered. Is that all right? Su Jiaying appeared a bit hesitant. Not a problem, Qin Feng reassured her. Su Jiaying nodded gently and took her seat in the passenger side of the Lamborghini Veneno. As they entered the estate, they were greeted by a circular pool with a grand statue at its center, surrounded by fountains. A gentle breeze carried the mist, and the fragrant aroma of numerous flowers and trees lined the roads. Qin Feng drove slowly forward, listening to Su Jiaying's explanations while admiring the picturesque scenery. Before long, they arrived at the main villa, which stood impressively tall. Continuing along the path, they reached a swimming pool. Behind the main villa lay a garden and an artificial hill, and further back was a vast golf course that seemed endless. After a leisurely half-hour tour of the estate, Qin Feng parked in the garage, where he discovered 5 vehicles, Ford Otis and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The estate awarded by the system was truly magnificent. However, given its vastness, having vehicles was essential for the convenience of the staff moving in and out of the manor. This Rolls-Royce Phantom has been here for maintenance. Otherwise, it seldom gets driven, Su Jiaying explained. Qin Feng said nothing as he followed her into the main villa. The hall of the villa was spacious, with lavish furnishings, crystal chandeliers, and exquisite murals, all exuding a sense of opulence. After exploring the main villa, Qin Feng seated himself on a sofa in the hall, reviewing a document detailing the manor's daily expenses. Managing such a grand estate undoubtedly incurred significant costs. He glanced over it briefly, not particularly concerned. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a company established and a manor acquired, Qin Feng felt something was still lacking. Indeed, it was the presence of bodyguards. I need you to assist me with something. Hire some bodyguards, Qin Feng instructed Su Jiaying. Given his current status, it was indeed impractical to be without protection. Understood, Mr. Qin. Su Jiaying nodded in agreement. Ah, Mr. Qin. The funds in the estate's account can only sustain us for 2 more months. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng retrieved his phone and transferred 50 million to Su Jiaying. Whenever it runs out, just come find me. The sight of the substantial transfer left Su Jiaying utterly astonished. Mr. Qin, will you be dining at the estate this afternoon? I need to inform the chef in advance. Qin Feng shook his head. Not today. However, I will be moving in tonight. Su Jiaying replied. Then I shall return to my duties. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to call me. With that, she exited the hall. Originally, there was a professional class scheduled for this morning. However, unable to attend, Qin Feng opted to skip it altogether. He spent the morning at the estate, and by noon, he ventured outside for a meal. Seeking a change of palate, he entered a Western restaurant. Sir, do you have a reservation? Inquired the waiter. No. Please prepare a private room for me. Certainly, sir, please follow me. As Qin Feng trailed behind the waiter, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Li Xuanhao. At that moment, Li Xuanhao also noticed Qin Feng. Fear flickered across his face upon seeing him, mingled with a sense of resentment. Having been slapped twice by Qin Feng at school the previous day, he was further humiliated by being expelled by Principal Han Yi. The more he dwelled on it, the angrier he became. Yet, due to Qin Feng's status, he dared not express his feelings openly. Chapter 15. A wise man avoids immediate peril, withdraws first. Qin Feng merely cast a cursory glance at Li Xuanhao, choosing to ignore him. Thus, he proceeded into the private room. Xuanhao, what's wrong? Behind Li Xuanhao stood a man clad in a gray suit, slightly older, with hands stuffed in his pockets and a stern expression. He noted the change in Li Xuanhao's demeanor. Cousin, I was expelled from school yesterday. That guy is to blame. Li Xuanhao clenched his fists, speaking through gritted teeth. Oh. Chen Jiping expressed curiosity. Is there someone audacious enough to bully my cousin? What is his identity? Li Xuanhao shook his head, replying. I only know he is a board member of Binjiang University. Initially believing Qin Feng to be a mere pauper, Li Xuanhao no longer dared to underestimate him after yesterday's events. A board member? Chen Jiping scoffed. Xuanhao, how can a mere board member instill such fear in you? Watch me. I shall ensure you reclaim your dignity today. A glimmer of hope sparked in Li Xuanhao's heart. Thank you, cousin. His cousin, though a wealthy heir, had established his own company. With his cousin's backing, Li Xuanhao was confident that Qin Feng would meet with misfortune today. I will summon a few people. Just wait and enjoy the show. Li Xuanhao nodded, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Upon entering the private room, Qin Feng ordered a selection of dishes. At that moment, Su Jiaying called. Mr. Qin, I just visited the bodyguard company and selected 12 bodyguards. I will bring them over to meet you. The final decision lies with you. Qin Feng said nothing but promptly sent her the location. 10 minutes later, as he savored a piece of steak, a knock sounded at the door. Mr. Qin, I have arrived. The voice was soft yet respectful. It was Su Jiaying. Come in. Su Jiaying pushed open the door and entered with 3 tall bodyguards. Mr. Qin. She approached him and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Mr. Qin. The 3 bodyguards stood with their arms at their sides, bowing to Qin Feng. He looked them over. The trio possessed robust physiques and sharp gazes, clearly indicating they were professionally trained. Su Jiaying remarked, there are still 9 bodyguards waiting in the parking lot. What skills do you possess? Qin Feng inquired, pointing to the man on the far right. Mr. Qin, I am trained in joint locks, taekwondo, and Muay Thai, the bodyguard replied. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. You shall do. There will be a 1-month trial period, and if you prove suitable, you may stay. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The 3 bodyguards responded in unison. Mr. Qin, I shall not disturb your meal any further. Su Jiaying was about to lead the 3 bodyguards out when suddenly, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. Qin Feng, it's time to settle the score for yesterday. Li Xuanhao's expression was grim as he stormed into the room. However, upon seeing the 3 robust figures within, he hesitated, taken aback by the unexpected presence of others. Behind Li Xuanhao, Chen Jiping and 6 young men followed suit. With his hands in his pockets and a mocking smile on his face, Chen Jiping dismissed the 3 bodyguards as inconsequential. I'm here solely to trouble Qin Feng. Everyone else, leave at once. He coldly commanded. Bolstered by his cousin's support, Li Xuanhao found newfound courage. Qin Feng, you caused my expulsion from school. Today, you shall pay the price. He pointed menacingly at Qin Feng, his face contorted with rage. Yet, Qin Feng merely glanced up, unfazed, and continued to enjoy his steak, as if Li Xuanhao were non-existent. You are quite arrogant. Attack. Chen Jiping could no longer contain himself. He brought several people with him, yet Qin Feng appeared wholly unconcerned, igniting Chen Jiping's fury. Today, I shall ensure my cousin regains his lost honor. Stop. The 3 bodyguards formed a line, blocking Chen Jiping and his companions. Their towering figures resembled an impenetrable wall. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Qin Jiping issued another warning, completely oblivious to the fact that the three were Qin Feng's bodyguards. The trio showed no inclination to yield or speak, awaiting Qin Feng's command. It is time to demonstrate your abilities. Teach these individuals a lesson. This month, a bonus of 20,000 each. Qin Feng stated nonchalantly, having spared Li Xuanhao the previous day. He found it incredulous that the latter still failed to grasp the gravity of his situation. It was time for him to learn a harsh lesson. 20,000. The three bodyguards exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. In their eyes, Li Xuanhao was merely a source of easy money. What were they waiting for? Act. In the private room, cries of distress erupted. Concerned about the unfolding situation, Su Jiaying made a phone call, summoning the 9 bodyguards waiting in the parking lot. The 6 individuals accompanying Qin Jiping were merely ordinary people and stood no chance against Qin Feng's bodyguards. In less than a minute, Qin Jiping and his group found themselves sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Qin, these 3 are too formidable. We cannot compete. Qin Jiping's complexion darkened as he never anticipated falling into Qin Feng's hands today. How dare he disturb Mr. Qin during his meal? It was tantamount to courting death. With the mission accomplished, the 3 bodyguards respectfully stepped aside. Qin Jiping had taken 2 blows to his abdomen and felt excruciating pain. He staggered to his feet. You actually dared to let someone hit me. Qin Jiping's lips twitched, his fury palpable. Cousin, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. We should retreat for now. Li Xuanhao, frightened from the beating, had never expected that Qin Feng would have such formidable bodyguards at his side. How were they to navigate this situation? You just wait. I will not let this go. Qin Jiping left a warning as he turned to leave. However, upon witnessing the scene outside the door, they were rendered speechless. 9 well-dressed men stood at the entrance. Indeed, they were also Qin Feng's bodyguards. Qin Jiping and his companions were stunned, feeling a chill run down their spines. Did I ever say you could leave? With Qin Feng's words, the temperature in the private room plummeted several degrees. Li Xuanhao trembled in fear, finally realizing that he had provoked a terrifying figure. The 6 men accompanying Qin Jiping also turned pale, quaking in terror. Was this man truly just a board member of Binjiang University? Qin Jiping glared at Li Xuanhao, demanding, Cousin, I don't know either. Chapter 16, Unwilling? Let us take it outside. If Qin Feng were merely a board member, he wouldn't be accompanied by so many bodyguards. Therefore, Li Xuanhao was utterly bewildered. Qin Jiping was equally furious, regretting not having investigated Qin Feng's background earlier. Now they found themselves in a precarious situation. The other side had over a dozen bodyguards. Even if they attempted to leave, it would be a daunting challenge. Qin Feng, I apologize. Li Xuanhao, sensing the gravity of the situation, was the first to yield. At this moment, his back was drenched in sweat. Qin Feng had not managed to teach him a lesson. Instead, he ended up getting beaten. Wasn't this self-inflicted humiliation? Qin Feng shook his head, his voice frosty. Do you not think it is a tad late to apologize now? Li Xuanhao, intimidated by Qin Feng's icy gaze, dropped to his knees. Qin Feng, I was wrong. He stammered, lowering his head. In stark contrast, Qin Jiping appeared exceedingly obstinate. You had someone hit me. You will regret this. He pointed at Qin Feng, his face a tumult of colors, brimming with rage. I apologize, but I do not engage in regretful actions. I only commit acts that will make you regret. Qin Feng replied with an indifferent smile, his demeanor unruffled. Let me inform you, my father is Chun Mengsong, the chairman of Hongwang Lending Company. He knows many influential people in Shanghai City. Qin Jiping invoked his father's name, hoping to intimidate Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed. A lending company? Qin Feng scoffed. Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to call for reinforcements. Summon your father. He dismissed the matter with nonchalance. Just wait. Qin Jiping gritted his teeth, dialing his phone. Upon hearing that his son had been assaulted, Qin Mengsong, dining in the same restaurant, was incensed. Who dares to lay a hand on my son? Son, wait for me. I will be there shortly. Qin Mengsong hung up and stormed towards Qin Feng's private room. Yet, upon arriving at the door, his mind went blank. There stood 9 imposing figures. Heavens, who has orchestrated such a grand spectacle? Qin Mengsong wondered if he had come to the wrong place, glancing into the room. Indeed, his son, Qin Jiping, was inside. Qin Mengsong's first reaction was to realize his son had provoked a significant individual. Instantly, his face turned pale. After a moment of contemplation, he trudged into the room. Dad, you finally arrived. Qin Jiping exclaimed with relief upon seeing his father. Qin Mengsong, seething with anger, felt a strong urge to slap his son. The presence of so many bodyguards indicated a person of considerable influence, yet his son had managed to provoke them. Ignoring his son, Qin Mengsong addressed the still-eating Qin Feng. My friend, I am Qin Mengsong, chairman of Hongwang Lending Company. May I inquire what my son has done to offend you? Qin Feng, without glancing at Qin Mengsong, replied coolly, "Your son brought people to trouble me. Tell me, should he not be punished?" Qin Mengsong furrowed his brow. "My friend, my son has also been assaulted. Why not do me a favor and let this matter rest?" Qin Mengsong was not foolish. Without understanding Qin Feng's identity, he did not dare to offend him. "You, a mere chairman of a lending company, dare to ask me for leniency?" Qin Feng suddenly fixed his gaze on Qin Mengsong, his expression turning icy. "Who exactly are you?" Qin Mengsong began to panic. "Chairman of Ruihai Bank, Qin Feng," Qin Feng stated calmly. However, to Qin Mengsong, it felt like a thunderbolt. What? He was taken aback, his legs trembling as he nearly collapsed. His son had provoked the chairman of Ruihai Bank. This was disastrous. Qin Mengsong's face drained of color. Although he had considerable connections in Shanghai City, there would be no one to assist him if he crossed Qin Feng. Su Jiaying was also taken aback. She had long speculated about Qin Feng's identity, but never imagined her boss was the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Good heavens, that was a bank valued in the hundreds of billions. Su Jiaying covered her mouth in shock, staring at her boss. Li Xuanhao, already on the ground, nearly wet himself upon hearing Qin Feng's identity. Having provoked Qin Feng twice, how would he extricate himself from this situation now? Qin Feng, please spare me," he pleaded, his body betraying him, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Take him out and break both of his hands. Then have his parents come to collect him," Qin Feng ordered, pointing at Li Xuanhao. This time, he was genuinely furious. Qin Feng, no, please don't," Li Xuanhao begged, prostrating himself on the ground. He was swiftly removed by Qin Feng's bodyguards. Inside the private room, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Even the 6 men brought by Qin Jiping were trembling in fear. Heads bowed as they awaited Qin Feng's judgment. "No, this cannot be. Dad, don't be fooled by him. He cannot possibly be the chairman of Ruihai Bank." Qin Jiping's face turned ashen, refusing to believe Qin Feng's claim. After all, he was merely a young man in his early 20s. What qualifications could he possibly have to become the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Slap. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Mengsong delivered a resounding slap across Qin Jiping's face. Silence. Qin Mengsong was utterly appalled by the intellect of his son. Before him stood Qin Feng, a figure of significant consequence, someone they could not afford to offend. Yet, Qin Jiping dared to speak insolently. Was he courting death? With a swollen face, Qin Jiping clenched his fists, filled with both rage and resentment. He lamented the lack of prowess in his father. If only his father were a touch more formidable, he would not have to fear Qin Feng. "Apologize to Mr. Qin," Qin Mengsong thundered. "Impossible," Qin Jiping retorted, enunciating each word with defiance. His pride was palpable. Qin Mengsong felt his blood pressure rising. If this continued, he too might find himself embroiled in the conflict. "You refuse to comply? Then let's take him outside for another round." Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling to the bodyguards, who promptly dragged Qin Jiping away. Soon, anguished cries echoed through the air. "Mr. Qin, you are magnanimous. Spare us." Qin Mengsong grimaced as he bowed deeply to Qin Feng, performing a 90-degree bow. "You cannot discipline your son? Allow me to assist." Qin Feng continued his meal, unfazed by the sounds of violence from outside the private room. Qin Mengsong remained silent, anxiously awaiting the outcome. After 5 or 6 minutes, Qin Feng had finished his meal. "Mr. Qin Jiping is begging for mercy." Chapter 17. The teacher seeks to rent an apartment. Qin Feng took a napkin to wipe his mouth. "Go and see." He rose and exited the private room. Upon stepping outside, he beheld Qin Jiping, battered and bruised, struggling to rise. "Mr. Qin, I was wrong. Please, no more." Fear radiated from Qin Jiping's eyes. He was genuinely terrified. If he had harbored any remnants of arrogance before, they had vanished entirely. Deep within, he was consumed by endless regret. Had he known, he would not have stood up for his cousin. Son. Witnessing his son's pitiful state, Qin Mengsong felt a pang of anguish. But what could be done? They had offended the chairman of Ruihai Bank, Qin Feng. "Do not let me see you again." Qin Feng shot a cold glance at Qin Jiping, leaving those words behind as he departed with his entourage of bodyguards. Meanwhile, Li Xuanhao had suffered 2 broken hands. Shortly after Qin Feng left the restaurant, Li Xuanhao's parents arrived. Upon seeing their son in such a dire state, they were incensed. "Son, who did this to you? Speak up, and I shall avenge you." Li Xuanhao's parents seethed with anger. "Dad, Mom, please don't ask. We need to go to the hospital. I deserve this beating." Li Xuanhao's face was slick with perspiration, his eyes filled with fear and unease. He dared not seek trouble with Qin Feng any longer. No, this cannot be left unresolved. Li Xuanhao trembled uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Dad, the other party is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. We cannot afford to offend him." The expressions of Li Xuanhao's parents shifted, swiftly igniting with fury. "What? You ungrateful child! You dared to provoke the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Watch as I break your legs." The cries of anguish resumed. That evening, Qin Feng arrived at Xingqing Community. He was there to collect some clothes. Just wait for me at the gate. He instructed his bodyguards before entering the community alone. As fate would have it, not far past the entrance, he encountered an acquaintance. Qin Feng, what brings you here? Su Shuhan blinked in surprise upon seeing him. Teacher, what a coincidence. Qin Feng smiled. Approaching her. Today, Su Shuhan was adorned in a white blouse, exuding grace and elegance. She was not only Qin Feng's teacher, but also a striking beauty. Very few students would skip her classes, and even male students from other majors would often attend her lectures, a testament to her allure. Qin Feng, what has been going on with you these past few days? You keep skipping class. Do you still wish to graduate? Su Shuhan questioned, her impression of him quite strong. After all, he was diligent in his studies, and he was also quite handsome. Teacher, as long as one's heart is in the lesson, it cannot be considered truancy, no matter where one is. Qin Feng quipped with a grin. Normally, he would not dare to jest with a teacher, but ever since acquiring the system, he had grown bolder. Su Shuhan's expression turned slightly stern. Qin Feng, if you do not study diligently, how will you secure a good job in the future? She understood his family background and recognized his potential, prompting her concern. Qin Feng merely smiled in silence, secretly wishing to be a carefree slacker. I have something to attend to. Come to my office tomorrow, and we shall discuss it properly. Noting Qin Feng's nonchalance, Su Shuhan shook her head in resignation. She sensed that he had changed. Teacher, I must take my leave. Just as Qin Feng had taken a few steps, he was suddenly called back by Su Shuhan. He turned around to find her regarding him with a peculiar gaze. Su Shuhan glanced at her phone before looking back at Qin Feng, her mind in turmoil. A friend of hers worked at a real estate agency and had informed her of 2 apartments available for rent at Xingqing Community, prompting her to come take a look. Unbeknownst to her, the phone number her friend had sent was Qin Feng's. Teacher, is something the matter? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. Do not speak yet. Su Shuhan hesitated, dialing the number. A moment later, Qin Feng's phone rang. Teacher, what do you want? Qin Feng pulled out his phone, bewildered. At that moment, Su Shuhan stared at him, utterly stunned. Qin Feng, you own 2 apartments here? Su Shuhan's expression was one of disbelief. Qin Feng nodded calmly. Upon seeing him affirm, Su Shuhan found herself at a loss for words. How could she have imagined that the usually cash-strapped Qin Feng owned 2 properties? Goodness. Do today's wealthy individuals prefer to remain so low profile? Teacher, are you all right? I am fine. Su Shuhan quickly regained her composure, realizing she had just lost her composure. Qin Feng, I wish to rent an apartment from you. She explained her intentions. She planned to share the rent with 2 close friends. Otherwise, she could hardly afford it on her own, given the exorbitant housing prices in Shanghai City. Qin Feng said nothing further and led Su Shuhan toward his own apartment. Throughout the journey, Su Shuhan remained silent. In school, she was a teacher, but here, she was merely a prospective tenant. Particularly, she was still in a state of bewilderment. Upon entering the living room, Qin Feng handed a few sets of keys to Su Shuhan. Teacher, do take a look for yourself. Choose whichever suite you fancy. Just let me know when you've made a decision. Su Shuhan accepted the keys with a nod. As for the rent, Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. It's of no consequence to me. You may manage it as you see fit. With that, he resumed tidying his clothes. Are you heading out again? Su Shuhan inquired with curiosity. Oh, I no longer reside here. Su Shuhan refrained from further questioning and went to inspect the properties. Just as Qin Feng finished organizing his belongings, he received a phone call. Mr. Qin, are you at home? I have a contract that requires your signature to take effect. The call was from the general manager of Ruihai Bank. I am here. Very well. I have arrived at the entrance of Xingqing Community. I will come in now. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes in the living room, Su Shuhan returned. She had chosen a unit on the 15th floor. Given that all the properties were newly constructed, there was little to deliberate. Soon after, Zhou Rongfeng arrived. Mr. Qin. Zhou Rongfeng entered the hall and respectfully handed over a contract. Upon seeing Zhou Rongfeng, Su Shuhan's lips parted slightly in surprise. She recognized him as the general manager of Ruihai Bank, a name frequently seen in the news. What took her aback was Zhou Rongfeng addressing Qin Feng as Mr. Qin. Could it be that Qin Feng was also the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Chapter 18. A month, and barely less than 300 million. Su Shuhan was utterly astounded. The shock she felt now was far more intense than when she first learned that Qin Feng owned 2 properties. Ruihai Bank was a privately owned bank valued in the hundreds of billions. And here she was, a mere student, discovering that her peer was the chairman of the bank. This individual was undeniably remarkable. Even a second-generation wealthy heir could not possibly possess such a vast enterprise at just over 20 years of age. What other identities did Qin Feng hold? In an instant, Su Shuhan became insatiably curious. Unaware of the transformation in Su Shuhan's expression, Qin Feng casually glanced at the contract before signing his name. He then returned the contract to Zhou Rongfeng, who proceeded to report on several matters. Mr. Qin, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you any further. Zhou Rongfeng departed with the contract in hand. Qin Feng gathered his clothes and prepared to return to the manor. Teacher, I must take my leave as well. Qin Feng, allow me to treat you to dinner. Su Shihan thought to express her gratitude for saving on the agency fee by renting from Qin Feng. Some other time. That works too. Su Shihan accompanied Qin Feng downstairs. Watching him depart, her heart still resonating with the shock he had instilled within her. On his way back to the manor, Qin Feng took a moment to stroll through the shopping mall, purchasing a few items. As he exited the plaza, he encountered a young woman broadcasting live. She was holding a selfie stick, engaging with her audience. Two staff members nearby held various gifts. A handsome guy has just arrived. Let us conduct an interview. The female host approached Qin Feng with a bright smile. Excuse me, we are conducting random street interviews. May I take 2 minutes of your time? Her beauty was striking, and her smile revealed charming dimples. I have no time. Qin Feng declined. In this era, appearances mattered greatly. The female host's attractive looks, complemented by beauty filters, had indeed attracted a substantial audience to her live stream. However, Qin Feng preferred to remain out of the limelight. We have gifts to offer, the female host said with a playful grin. The so-called gifts included items like water bottles. The female host was conducting a random interview for a car-sharing company, which also served as promotional content. Noticing Qin Feng's disinterest in the gifts, she resorted to a more beguiling approach. Please, just 1 minute of your time. Finding her persistence wearisome, Qin Feng halted his steps. All right, you may ask. The female host's heart leaped with joy as she began her inquiry. Could you please share your monthly income? Qin Feng, taken aback by such a direct question, pondered for a moment before responding. It's barely less than 300 million. Ruihai Bank's annual net profit exceeded 30 billion, so indeed, a monthly figure of less than 300 million was accurate. Of course, if one were to consider the funds drawn from the system in Huaxia coins, the number would be significantly higher. The female host was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter at Qin Feng's statement. Incredible. Less than 300 million. Bro, you nailed that performance. Is it 3,000 or 5,000? Just say it outright. My monthly income is 4,800. That amounts to less than 300 million. The female host chuckled awkwardly. You are quite humorous. She continued, what mode of transportation do you usually prefer? Have you considered renting a car? I own a vehicle. What is its price range? The female host pressed further. Just a few tens of millions, Qin Feng replied casually. The female host was rendered speechless. She felt there was little more to inquire. A car worth several tens of millions? Are you still asleep, my friend? The live stream audience was in an uproar, reacting to Qin Feng's statements. What time is it? Are you dreaming already? Wake up, you're dreaming, and the dream is also dreaming of you. Excuse me, I need to relieve myself. Let me wake him up. The viewers were convinced Qin Feng was boasting. Less than 300 million a month. Driving a car worth tens of millions? How long has this been going on? After finishing her questions, Qin Feng turned to leave. The female host, still processing the encounter, called out, wait, you forgot your gift. Realizing there was no need to continue, she added, no thanks. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, facing the camera. The female host's expression became slightly stiff as she smiled. Don't mind this. Let us consider it a bit of fun. Surprisingly, thanks to Qin Feng's earlier remarks, the atmosphere in the live stream had become vibrant. Sister Jingjing, I seriously suspect that person was a plant you hired. I can't stop laughing. My abs are about to show. Sister Jingjing, the female host, shook her head in resignation, ignoring the flurry of comments. Just as she was about to interview another passerby, an astonishing scene unfolded. Several bodyguards surrounded Qin Feng as he entered a car, which was a strikingly designed luxury sports car. My heavens, what am I witnessing? Sister Jingjing immediately pivoted the camera towards Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno. Everyone look, what kind of car is that? The audience in the live stream erupted once more. No way, who is that guy? Why is he surrounded by so many bodyguards? Wait a minute, that looks like a Lamborghini Veneno. Please, remove the looks like. That is a luxury vehicle worth 80 million. The female live streamer stood in stunned silence, watching as the Lamborghini Veneno gradually disappeared down the street. It turned out that Qin Feng was not merely boasting. Indeed, he drove a car worth tens of millions. Earning nearly 300 million in a month was undoubtedly true as well. She felt a pang of regret, wishing she had asked Qin Feng for his contact information just moments ago. Sister Jingjing, what are you waiting for? Hurry and find a car to crash into him. Fate is right before your eyes. Observing the ludicrous suggestions from the viewers in the live stream, the host, known as Sister Jingjing, could only manage a bitter smile. As the night passed, dawn broke and Qin Feng awoke in the luxurious embrace of his estate's soft bed. System sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 185 million Huaxia coins. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a gene pill. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a charm enhancement card. Today, aside from winning over 100 million Huaxia coins, Qin Feng had not drawn any assets. The gene pill, when consumed, could enhance one's physique and strength, while the charm enhancement card promised to triple his personal allure. Without a second thought, Qin Feng extracted the gene pill and consumed it directly. Chapter 19. Take me down. And win 50,000. After taking the gene pill, Qin Feng's body quickly responded. He clenched his fist and felt an inexhaustible surge of power within him. The sensation was marvelous. Previously, Qin Feng had been a reclusive individual, often out of breath after merely jogging a couple of laps around the playground. Yet now, he felt capable of running 20 laps without breaking a sweat. Upon examining himself, he discovered 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Truly, the gene pill worked wonders. With a smile, he proceeded to use the charm enhancement card. System activated. However, after utilizing the charm enhancement card, Qin Feng noticed little change in his physical sensations. Could it be? Filled with curiosity, he approached the bathroom mirror. What he saw was astonishing. His appearance had not changed drastically, but an undeniable charm radiated from him, making him almost fall in love with his own reflection. Is this the effect of the charm enhancement card? He pinched his cheek. The person in the mirror seemed taller, wealthier, more handsome, and undeniably more charismatic. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he hummed a tune as he exited his room, ready to embrace another beautiful day. Mr. Qin greeted a maid in the estate as she bowed. Upon seeing Qin Feng for the first time, her cheeks flushed and she lowered her gaze. Goodness, Mr. Qin was simply too handsome. More importantly, there was an added allure about him that made hearts race. Qin Feng merely nodded as he made his way to the grand hall. Mr. Qin, breakfast is ready. Su Jiaying, captivated by Qin Feng's charm, gazed at him with wide eyes, reluctant to look away. It felt as though missing a single glance would be a monumental loss. Is this what it feels like to be smitten? Good morning, Mr. Qin. A middle-aged man clad in a chef's uniform smiled and bowed to Qin Feng. This is our estate's chef, Master Lu Shichang. He is well-versed in both Chinese and Western cuisine, particularly the 8 major culinary traditions of our homeland. Su Jiaying introduced him. Qin Feng assessed Master Lu before taking a seat to enjoy his meal. What felt unsettling to Qin Feng was Su Jiaying's unwavering gaze upon him, which caused him considerable distress. It seemed that possessing too much charm could be a double-edged sword. Steward Su, please step outside. I will call you if needed. Su Jiaying's cheeks flushed as she turned to leave the dining area, inwardly chastising herself for her uncharacteristic behavior. What if she left a poor impression on Mr. Qin? You two step outside. Qin Feng directed at Chef Lu with exasperation. While it was understandable for a woman to be captivated by his charm, it was excessive for a grown man to display the same interest. Did the enhancement truly make him universally appealing? Understood, Mr. Qin. Chef Lu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, exited as well. At last, Qin Feng could enjoy a peaceful breakfast. He savored his meal leisurely before stepping out of the hall for a stroll. Good morning, Mr. Qin, greeted Zhang Yong, the captain of his security team. It seemed there was an undeniable magnetism about Qin Feng that attracted even Zhang Yong. After being single for 30 years, even a young man like Qin Feng stirred feelings within him. Look away. Qin Feng shot a glare at Zhang Yong, feeling a surge of irritation. Had he known the charm enhancement card would have such an effect, he would have refrained from using it. Now, he was the center of attention wherever he went. I apologize, Mr. Qin, but you truly are too handsome. I couldn't help myself. Zhang Yong lowered his head in embarrassment. All right, let us spar a few moves. Qin Feng proposed, eager to test his newfound abilities. Since taking the gene pill, his body had undergone certain changes. Defeating a security captain would pose no challenge for him. Mr. Qin, that wouldn't be appropriate. Zhang Yong chuckled awkwardly, hesitating to engage in combat with someone so seemingly delicate. What if he accidentally injured Qin Feng? That would be disastrous. If you can take me down, I'll reward you with 50,000. Qin Feng challenged. Mr. Qin, that is not fair. Zhang Yong grinned sheepishly. Though he protested verbally, he was already itching to prove himself. After all, no one would turn down a chance for money. And this was an opportunity to showcase his strength. He was, after all, the captain of the security team and couldn't he afford to let Qin Feng underestimate him. Make your move. Qin Feng stepped back a few paces. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry in advance. Zhang Yong assumed an attacking stance. Finally, he lunged forward and threw a powerful punch, intending merely to test Qin Feng's reflexes. If Qin Feng dodged, he would seize the opportunity to capture him. However, as Zhang Yong's fist hurtled towards Qin Feng, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he charged directly at Zhang Yong, surprising him with his unexpected speed. Bang! Zhang Yong was taken aback, feeling the force of the blow land on his chest, causing him to stagger back several steps. Mr. Qin, it turns out you're quite the expert. Zhang Yong gasped, astonished by the pain in his chest. Again, Qin Feng gestured, ready for another round. Zhang Yong smiled, deciding it was time to get serious. Yet, after a dozen exchanges, he found himself defeated once more. Standing before Qin Feng, Zhang Yong wore a look of shame. Mr. Qin, may I kindly request to resign? As the captain of the bodyguard team, Zhang Yong felt utterly humiliated for being unable to overpower even the employer. Should this news spread, he would be the subject of ridicule. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, assuring them that his request for their departure was not without purpose. He indeed needed them. From now on, simply focus on your duties. Understood, Mr. Qin, replied Zhang Yong, albeit with a heavy heart. After Qin Feng walked away to a secluded area, he commanded the system, extract the Ducati. Extraction successful. As the system's voice echoed, the Ducati Superleggera V4 materialized before him. Truly, it was a marvel of technology, worth a staggering 1,500,000. Qin Feng donned a helmet and rode the Ducati out of the estate. This time, he had only 2 bodyguards accompanying him. Riding the motorcycle spared him the frustrations of traffic congestion. Before long, he had left the bodyguards behind and was enjoying a leisurely ride in the outskirts. At 11 o'clock, Qin Feng received a call from his cousin. Qin Feng, are you in class? No. Cousin, what prompts this sudden call? Yi Kaiying replied. I've relocated to Shanghai City for work, and I just arrived. I wanted to treat you to a meal. No need. I insist on treating you. Chapter 20, Wealthy Rolls-Royce. Poverty brings hardship. Yi Kaiying treated Qin Feng with utmost kindness, and he was equally delighted to hear of her arrival in Shanghai City. You haven't graduated yet, so refrain from spending recklessly. I'm about to have a meal. If you're free, you can join me. Qin Feng smiled. Cousin, just trust me. I'll take care of everything. Yi Kaiying, unable to resist his insistence, agreed. She subsequently sent him her location. Qin Feng informed Su Jiaying to prepare an abundance of dishes for lunch before driving off to meet Yi Kaiying. After half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of a hotel and spotted Yi Kaiying. He parked the motorcycle and removed his helmet. Cousin, Qin Feng. Yi Kaiying gazed at him in astonishment, nearly failing to recognize him. It had only been a brief time since their last encounter, yet he had transformed into a remarkably handsome young man. Qin Feng simply smiled in response. Beside Yi Kaiying stood a strikingly beautiful woman, whose allure was nearly a perfect score of 9. She couldn't help but steal glances at Qin Feng, acknowledging his undeniable charm, though she lamented having learned from Yi Kaiying that he hailed from a rural background. In this day and age, good looks alone do not suffice. Qin Feng, aren't you still in school? How did you acquire a motorcycle? Yi Kaiying inquired, glancing at the Ducati with curiosity. She typically did not pay attention to vehicles, so she was unaware of the Ducati's price tag. I made a bit of money from a business venture with friends recently. Yi Kaiying smiled. Impressive, Qin Feng. No wonder you offered to treat me. It seems you've come into some wealth. Allow me to introduce my colleague, Tao Weiwei, Yi Kaiying said as she pulled the woman closer. Hello, handsome. Tao Weiwei greeted Qin Feng with mild enthusiasm, showing little interest. Hello. Qin Feng recalled something and asked Yi Kaiying, Cousin, I remember you work at Ruihai Bank, right? Indeed. I've just been transferred to the headquarters. Qin Feng smiled again, realizing the coincidence that his cousin worked at his bank. That motorcycle looks quite expensive, Yi Kaiying remarked, displaying interest in the Ducati. It's not overly extravagant, Qin Feng replied, as 1,500,000 was hardly a concern for him. As he and Yi Kaiying continued reminiscing, Tao Weiwei grew increasingly impatient. Kaiying, I'm starving. Shall we eat? Yi Kaiying, feeling helpless, turned to Qin Feng. Cousin, are there any renowned restaurants nearby? This is my first time in Shanghai City, and I'm unfamiliar with the area. No need to go to a restaurant. I've made arrangements. Qin Feng assured them, having already notified his bodyguards, who would arrive shortly. Minutes passed, and Tao Weiwei, growing annoyed, remarked, How much longer do we have to wait? Qin Feng, it's almost noon, and the sun is blazing. It won't be long. Qin Feng replied. Calm down, just wait a bit longer. Yi Kaiying shot a disapproving glance at Tao Weiwei. At last, the bodyguards arrived in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, parking beside Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, we apologize for the delay. Traffic was congested. The 2 bodyguards exited the vehicle and approached Qin Feng. To their astonishment, it was indeed a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Tao Weiwei's jaw nearly dropped at the sight, especially as the bodyguards displayed such deference towards Qin Feng. Cousin, let us get in, Qin Feng said, disregarding Tao Weiwei's stunned expression, smiling at Yi Kaiying. She nodded, nudging Tao Weiwei. What are you doing? Get in. Though Yi Kaiying was equally puzzled about why the bodyguards referred to Qin Feng as Mr. Qin, she complied. Kaiying, that's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The high-end model costs over 9 million, Tao Weiwei exclaimed, sensing Yi Kaiying's lack of awareness regarding the car's value. What? Yi Kaiying gasped, her gaze shifting to the luxurious vehicle, which indeed stood out from others on the street. Qin Feng, this. Qin Feng chuckled, cousin, if you have any questions, we can discuss them later. Let us get in. The meal is ready. Yi Kaiying nodded absently. After you. The bodyguards opened the doors of the Rolls-Royce with utmost respect. Feeling somewhat stiff-legged, Yi Kaiying climbed into the car alongside Tao Weiwei. As Qin Feng donned his helmet and rode back to the estate on the Ducati, both women sat in the luxury car, unable to contain their excitement. Never did they imagine they would one day ride in such a lavish vehicle. Tao Weiwei marveled at the opulent interior of the Rolls-Royce. Is this what a 9 million car looks like? Indeed, wealth brings refinement, while poverty leads to hardship. Kaiying, what exactly does your cousin do? At that moment, Tao Weiwei found it hard to believe that Qin Feng was merely a university student from a rural area. I'm not entirely sure either. Perhaps this car belongs to my cousin on loan. Yi Kaiying too felt bewildered, having always perceived her cousin as just a student. Tao Weiwei shook her head and asked Qin Feng's bodyguards, gentlemen, are you friends of Qin Feng? Please don't misunderstand. We are merely Mr. Qin's bodyguards. What? Hearing the bodyguard's response, Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Feng possessed his very own bodyguard. If that were the case, then this luxurious Rolls-Royce must also belong to him. What, then, could be Qin Feng's true identity? Tao Weiwei yearned to inquire further. Yet the bodyguard remained tight-lipped about Qin Feng's details. They were acutely aware of what should and should not be divulged. Kaiying, has your cousin found himself a girlfriend? Suddenly, Tao Weiwei felt an inexplicable inclination that Qin Feng was her Prince Charming. My cousin already has a girlfriend. Yi Kaiying replied, cautioning Tao Weiwei, don't get any ideas. With a playful smile, Tao Weiwei retorted, Kaiying, after all, we are good friends. Isn't there a saying that good things should not be shared with outsiders? You ought to assist me. Yi Kaiying shook her head firmly. I certainly do not wish for you to wreak havoc in my cousin's life. Tao Weiwei feigned sorrow. Kaiying, you've changed. Spare me the theatrics. I've already told you, my cousin has a girlfriend. Nevertheless, Tao Weiwei showed no signs of surrender. Kaiying, you must not grasp the essence. As long as one wields the hoe skillfully, no wall can remain unscathed. Chapter 21. The Troubles of Being Too Handsome. Thus, the Rolls-Royce Phantom returned to the estate. Is this an estate? As the car passed through the grand entrance, Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei were left utterly dumbfounded once more. Today, Qin Feng had presented Yi Kaiying with an abundance of surprises, with opulent vehicles and now an estate. Yi Kaiying gazed vacantly out of the car window, feeling as though she were lost in a dream. Meanwhile, Tao Weiwei busied herself with her makeup, determined to present her most exquisite self to Qin Feng. We have arrived. The vehicle halted in front of the main villa, and the bodyguard exited to open the car door. Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei were entranced by the European-style architecture before them, still processing the grandeur. Cousin, come inside. Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the main villa, smilingly beckoning them. Hurry, get out. Yi Kaiying urged Tao Weiwei. Oh my, Qin Feng. Is this estate owned by a friend of yours? Yi Kaiying could scarcely believe that it belonged to Qin Feng. After all, this estate was extraordinarily vast, and it would be challenging to find another like it in the entire Shanghai city. Qin Feng merely chuckled. Let us eat first. As they entered the grand hall. Good day, Mr. Qin. The maids of the estate greeted with a bow. At this moment, Yi Kaiying could only feel an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Although Qin Feng had not explicitly stated it, she could surmise that he was undoubtedly the master of this magnificent estate. Otherwise, the maids would not show him such deference. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Tao Weiwei continued to snap selfies with her phone, contemplating how to craft an impressive caption for her social media. Could you not embarrass yourself? Yi Kaiying hurriedly pulled Tao Weiwei inside. Mr. Qin, lunch is ready, Su Jiaying announced as she approached Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and led Yi Kaiying into the dining room. Due to Qin Feng's instructions, today's lunch was particularly sumptuous, featuring a lavish spread of delicacies. Cousin, please don't stand on ceremony. Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei sat down, momentarily at a loss as they beheld the feast before them. Qin Feng, is it just the three of us? Yi Kaiying inquired. Indeed, Qin Feng confirmed. But you mentioned having a girlfriend? We parted ways recently. Hearing this, Tao Weiwei was undoubtedly the most thrilled. With Qin Feng now single, did that not leave her an opportunity? As Qin Feng savored his meal, he suddenly noticed something amiss on the table. Su Butler. He called for Su Jiaying. Mr. Qin, how may I assist you? She responded, entering the hall. Do we have any wine in the estate? Yes, Mr. Qin, there is red wine in the cellar. Su Jiaying proceeded to the wine cellar and returned with 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. She uncorked one and poured it for Qin Feng. Is this 1982 Lafite? Tao Weiwei gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. This was wine worth over 80,000 a bottle. Even Yi Kaiying was rendered speechless with shock. After a prolonged moment, Yi Kaiying finally regained her composure. As Su Jiaying poured her a glass, she quickly interjected, "I'll pass. Qin Feng, do you have any iced tea from 82? Su Jiaying chuckled but still poured for Yi Kaiying. "Cousin, do you plan to stay at a hotel? You could always stay here instead," Qin Feng suggested. "No. I start work tomorrow. Besides, your place is quite far from my workplace, which would be inconvenient." Yi Kaiying shook her head. As they dined, Tao Weiwei frequently cast flirtatious glances at Qin Feng, yet he feigned ignorance. After finishing their meal, Tao Weiwei exclaimed, "Qin Feng, your estate is simply stunning. Show us around." In the hall, she settled beside Qin Feng, her gaze imbued with an unmistakable admiration. If only she could have a boyfriend as affluent as Qin Feng. She would wake up smiling from her dreams. Qin Feng merely smiled in return and turned to Yi Kaiying. "I have classes this afternoon. You may explore the estate at your leisure. Should you grow weary, feel free to ask Su Butler to arrange a place for you to rest." Tao Weiwei felt a tinge of disappointment. It was clear that Qin Feng was not interested in her. Yi Kaiying, having nothing pressing to attend to, chose to remain at the estate. After a brief while, Qin Feng departed for school, and since he had consumed alcohol, he allowed the bodyguard to drive. Upon arriving at school, Qin Feng inevitably became the center of attention. "Look, which class is that handsome guy in? Let us go ask for his number." "He is too handsome. He looks just like my boyfriend." "Nonsense, he is clearly my boyfriend." The passing female students were utterly smitten. What exacerbated Qin Feng's discomfort was the fact that some even took out their phones to snap pictures. He hastened his pace and returned to the classroom. However, his classmates regarded him with similar eyes of fascination. It was one thing for the female students, but even some male students gazed at him with admiration. Qin Feng was quite miffed and chose to ignore them, opting to delve into his books instead. Meanwhile, the forum at Binjiang University was abuzz with activity. Someone had posted Qin Feng's photo, and it created quite a stir. Subsequently, some of Qin Feng's details were also revealed. Numerous female students flocked to his classroom, eager to witness his charm firsthand. While classes proceeded without incident, by the time break arrived, the classroom was inundated with admirers. "Hello, fellow student. I'm from the literature department. Hey, do you have time tonight? Let me treat you to a movie." Qin Feng felt utterly despondent. It seemed that being charming came with its own set of tribulations. Would he ever be able to attend class in peace again? With 2 classes completed, Qin Feng had already received over 100 love letters. His social media was inundated with friend requests, leading to restrictions being placed on his account. Faced with this overwhelming situation, Qin Feng was on the verge of losing his sanity. "Brother Feng, it's utterly insane. I've heard that those female students outside are skipping classes just to catch a glimpse of you. I bought a few masks. You should wear one and make a hasty escape." Kong Liang approached Qin Feng. "Good brother." Qin Feng patted Kong Liang's shoulder, gratitude evident on his face. After donning a mask, Qin Feng squeezed into the throng of students. The classroom was enveloped by layers of students, both inside and out, and Qin Feng exerted all his strength to break free. Glancing back, he beheld a sea of students surrounding the teaching building, a veritable tide. "Look, Qin Feng is over there," someone shouted, prompting the crowd to once more fixate on Qin Feng. The scene spiraled into chaos. With no clear destination, Qin Feng fled, his speed akin to that of a race, soon finding refuge in an office. He closed the door and discovered Su Shuhan was also present. "Teacher Su." Qin Feng, feeling anxious, gestured for silence. As the students, unable to locate him, gradually dispersed, he let out a long sigh of relief and sank into a chair. How terrifying. Qin Feng was still shaken. He lifted his head, only to find Su Shuhan approaching him, her cheeks flushed. "Actually, Qin Feng, I'm still single." Witnessing this unexpected display of vulnerability from Su Shuhan, Qin Feng nearly collapsed. "Teacher Su, have you lost your mind too?" Chapter 22, The Billion-Dollar Longjiang Group. Qin Feng escaped the office as if pursued by a ghost. At a remote corner of the playground at Binjiang University, he gazed wistfully at the sky from a 45-degree angle, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. If handsomeness were a crime, then Qin Feng would be beyond redemption. Finally, the commotion had subsided. Principal Han Yi found Qin Feng, visibly relieved. At that moment, Han Yi's face was etched with exasperation. "Mr. Qin, perhaps you should consider transferring schools. At this rate, we cannot proceed with our educational activities." Han Yi's brow was furrowed in concern. Having served as principal for so long, he had never encountered such a situation. Qin Feng merely waved his hand, remaining silent. Thus, he departed from the school. Upon returning to the manor, Qin Feng discovered Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei resting in the hall. They had traversed the vast estate, their feet nearly blistered. "Had I known, I would have taken a car." Yi Kaiying shook her head, exclaiming, "I didn't expect this manor to be so expansive." "Qin Feng, Aren't you supposed to be in class? You're back so soon. Yi Kaiying remarked upon noticing Qin Feng entering through the main door. Qin Feng remained silent, his expression one of gloom. Yi Kaiying initially intended to leave, but Qin Feng insisted she stay for dinner. As for Tao Weiwei, she was more than eager to comply, relishing the opportunity to be close to Qin Feng. After dinner, Yi Kaiying planned to return home. Thank you for your hospitality, Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled and replied, Cousin, you're too kind. Rest for a while before you leave. I'll arrange for your transportation. Tao Weiwei leaned closer to Yi Kaiying and whispered, King, why don't we stay here tonight? Tao Weiwei was reluctant to part ways. You can go home. Yi Kaiying noticed all too well how smitten Tao Weiwei had become with her affluent cousin. With a resigned expression, Tao Weiwei understood that Qin Feng was not interested in her. Since Yi Kaiying intended to leave, it would be awkward for Tao Weiwei to stay alone. Ultimately, under Qin Feng's arrangement, the two departed in a vehicle. As night fell, Qin Feng lingered in the manor, feeling exceedingly bored. After some contemplation, he donned his helmet and took his Ducati out for a ride. Given the evening traffic, he opted not to bring a bodyguard. Moreover, since taking the Jin pill, Qin Feng had acquired the means to defend himself. Whether or not he had a bodyguard was of little consequence. Hey, what kind of motorcycle is that? It looks too flashy. During a red light, a young couple in an Audi noticed Qin Feng's Ducati. It's just a motorcycle, probably not worth much. The male driver scoffed, shaking his head. Honestly, it's surprising that people still ride motorcycles these days. Should we get one too? The young woman suggested. If you like it, fine. I'll look it up. The young man pulled out his phone to search. Upon discovering the price, his face paled. That Ducati motorcycle was worth $1,500,000. It was even more expensive than his Audi. Forget it. Many places in Shanghai City have banned motorcycles. And the paperwork is a hassle. Let us not buy one. The young man quickly concocted an excuse. It was unfathomable that a motorcycle could be so exorbitantly priced. At that price point, one could purchase a sports car. By 10 o'clock that evening, Qin Feng felt a pang of hunger. He parked his bike at a mall and went to grab a bite. Just as he prepared to return, he noticed a beautiful woman taking selfies beside his Ducati. She stood around 6 feet tall, in her 20s, clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her stunning physique. Qin Feng paid her no mind and walked to the front of the bike to retrieve his helmet. Hey there, is this Ducati yours? The woman's eyes sparkled as she approached him, putting her phone away. As a model, she was well aware of the Ducati's price tag. And a motorcycle worth over $1 million was not something just anyone could own. Moreover, Qin Feng's striking appearance added to her intrigue. If she could catch his attention, her future would be secured. Qin Feng merely nodded, remaining silent. Hello, I'm Xin. I'm a model. Do you have time to join me for a late-night snack? She invited. Qin Feng shook his head, lacking interest in the woman before him. Some vehicles may appear pristine, yet their mileage can be shockingly high. Particularly, Qin Feng had little fondness for women who threw themselves at him. Why don't we exchange WeChat? I didn't bring my phone. Qin Feng mounted his bike and donned his helmet. Here is my contact information. If you're free, feel free to reach out. The woman cheerfully placed a small note on the bike's front. Starting the engine, Qin Feng drove the Ducati out of the mall. Once outside, he glanced at the note, which contained her phone number and a hotel room number. Are women nowadays so bold? He mused, crumpling the note and tossing it into a nearby trash bin. The following morning, he activated the system. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing 190 million Huaxia coins. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 80% of Longjiang Group's shares. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 cases of 1990 Romani Conti. Longjiang Group is a real estate company in Shanghai City, valued at over 120 billion. The 1990 vintage Romani Conti is a red wine priced at over 100,000 per bottle. Qin Feng had drawn 2 cases, totaling 24 bottles. Not bad. He felt a thrill upon acquiring the Longjiang Group. Thus, this implies that he possesses 2 companies valued at over 100 billion. At this pace, ascending to the pinnacle of wealth in Huaxia is merely a matter of time. After finishing breakfast, Qin Feng drove out in his Lamborghini Veneno, intending to pay a visit to Longjiang Group. At this moment, it was the peak working hours at Longjiang Group. Qin Feng strolled to the reception desk alone. Hey, aren't you Qin Feng? The receptionist recognized him. Chen Meiling. Qin Feng also recognized her. Chen Meiling was a friend of Zhao Yuding, hence Qin Feng was familiar with her. However, Chen Meiling had only completed a year of university before embarking on her career. What brings you here, Qin Feng? Chen Meiling inquired, her curiosity piqued. I'm here to see your general manager. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Chen Meiling was taken aback. Qin Feng, you can't be serious, can you? Meeting our general manager requires an appointment. She thought Qin Feng was joking. After all, their manager was incredibly busy and would not meet with just anyone. Besides, Qin Feng was merely a university student. Just notify him. Tell him Qin Feng is here. Chapter 23. Just a little more to soothe the nerves. Half believing. Chen Meiling dialed the secretary of General Manager He Wanyang. What? A person named Qin Feng wishes to see the General Manager? Please have Mr. Qin hold on. I will inform the General Manager immediately. Upon hearing Qin Feng's name, the secretary did not dare to delay, for she was aware that this Qin Feng was the chairman of Longjiang Group. The secretary hurriedly rushed to the conference room door. At that moment, General Manager He Wanyang was still in a meeting, but the secretary could not concern herself with protocol and pushed the door open. Xiao Yu, didn't I tell you? Do not disturb me during meetings. He Wanyang glared at his secretary with a serious expression. General, the chairman has arrived. The secretary gasped. You must be mistaken. He Wanyang quickly stood up, a hint of anxiety etched on his face. Just moments ago, he had learned that the chairman of Longjiang Group had been replaced. It is said that a new official brings 3 fires of enthusiasm. He Wanyang felt an unprecedented pressure. The individual is named Qin Feng and is currently at the reception. The secretary informed. There's no mistake. Halt the meeting. Everyone follow me to meet the chairman. He Wanyang hastily exited the conference room, adjusting his collar as he went. At the reception, upon hearing the secretary's intense reaction, Chen Meiling was startled. Could it be that Qin Feng held another identity? Qin Feng. I have notified the general manager's secretary. She asked you to wait. Chen Meiling stared at Qin Feng, bewildered. 1 minute passed. The elevator doors opened. He Wanyang, accompanied by several high-ranking executives of Longjiang Group, briskly approached Qin Feng. You must be Chairman Qin? He Wanyang inquired cautiously. Qin Feng scanned He Wanyang and recognized him as the general manager, nodding in acknowledgement. Greetings, Chairman Qin. I am He Wanyang, the general manager of Longjiang Group. He Wanyang was astonished by Qin Feng's youth. Hello, Chairman Qin. The executives behind He Wanyang also bowed in respect. It was Qin Feng's first visit to the company, and everyone wished to make a favorable impression. Meanwhile, Chen Meiling, upon learning of Qin Feng's identity, was rendered speechless. She had previously heard Zhao Yuding mention that Qin Feng came from an ordinary background, but never imagined he was the chairman of Longjiang Group. At that moment, Chen Meiling questioned whether she was dreaming. While Chen Meiling remained in shock, He Wanyang had already ushered Qin Feng into the elevator. Chairman Qin, please. He Wanyang respectfully followed Qin Feng inside. The elevator doors closed. Chen Meiling, regaining her senses, took out her phone. Yuding, I truly envy you. You have such an excellent eye to find such a wealthy boyfriend. Chen Meiling sent a message to Zhao Yuding. They had not been in contact for a while, so Chen Meiling was unaware that Zhao Yuding and Qin Feng had already parted ways. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Yuding was perplexed. Since being dumped by Zhang Jichao, she had remained single. Immediately, Zhao Yuding replied with a confused expression. You still want to hide this from me? I just saw that Qin Feng is the chairman of Longjiang Group. Upon reading Chen Meiling's message, Zhao Yuding was filled with disbelief. Are you pulling my leg? When I learned that Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank, I was already filled with regret. She could hardly believe that Qin Feng also owned a real estate company valued at over 100 billion. Chen Meiling continued to type her message. I saw the general manager personally come out to welcome him. It can't be false. Yuding, when you get married, don't forget about me. Regret. At that moment, Zhao Yuding was consumed by an overwhelming sense of remorse. She had previously deemed Qin Feng unworthy due to his lack of wealth and influence, which led to their breakup. Now, she had missed such an incredible opportunity. Had she not ended things, perhaps she would be living a life envied by all. By the way, Yuding, I advise you to get your marriage certificate soon. Although Chen Meiling's reminder was well-meaning, Zhao Yuding perceived it as an outright mockery. Chen Meiling, are you doing this on purpose? Get lost as far away as you can. Zhao Yuding was in a foul mood. Yuding, what's wrong? Chen Meiling was bewildered. You scheming witch, you clearly intend to provoke me. We're done. Chen Meiling was increasingly confused. She wanted to send a message to clarify, but found that Zhao Yuding had already blocked her. What has gotten into Zhao Yuding? Qin Feng sat in the office for over 10 minutes, listening to He Wanyang's work report. As for company affairs, Qin Feng preferred to remain uninvolved, trusting that He Wanyang could manage the company effectively. Chairman Qin, shall we have lunch together? After concluding his report, He Wanyang suggested with a smile. Qin Feng waved his hand. I have other matters to attend to. Oh, I see. He Wanyang felt a tinge of disappointment. By the way, Chairman Qin, there is a gala at Tianhao Hotel tonight. I wonder if you might be interested. Those invited to the gala are individuals of notable status in Shanghai City. As the general manager of Longjiang Group, He Wanyang was naturally also invited. He hoped to use this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with Qin Feng. If I have time tonight, I will attend. All right, Chairman Qin. As Qin Feng departed, He Wanyang escorted him to the entrance. Approaching noon, Qin Feng remained idle in the estate. He took a bottle of 1990 Romanicani to the swimming pool, relishing the idea of savoring wine before taking a few laps in the water, a most delightful endeavor. At the estate, Su Jiaying received an invitation and came to find Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. Su Jiaying stood beneath a large sunshade. What is it? Qin Feng emerged from the pool. Upon seeing Qin Feng's nearly perfect physique, particularly his sculpted 8-pack abs, Su Jiaying felt her heart race. Wow, does Mr. Qin work out every day? Handsome as he may be, his physique is remarkably robust as well. To be honest, it's quite surprising. One wouldn't have guessed it at first glance. Su Jiaying felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, her gaze dropping shyly. She dared not look at Qin Feng again, fearing she might embarrass herself. Mr. Qin. There's a soiree at the Tianhao Hotel this evening, and here's the invitation. He Huanyang had previously mentioned this event to Qin Feng while at Longjiang Group. Initially, Qin Feng had no intention of attending, but now that the invitation had arrived, he figured it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Let us leave it in the hall for now. Qin Feng poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to Su Jiaying. She accepted it absent-mindedly and took a delicate sip. What kind of wine is this? Su Jiaying exclaimed, picking up the bottle for a closer inspection. To her astonishment, she nearly spat it out. It was a 1990 vintage Roman Iconi La Tiche. Mr. Qin, you truly overestimate me. How could you offer me such an extravagant wine? Su Jiaying's expression was one of sheer astonishment. This wine is exceedingly rare in the market, fetching prices upwards of several $100,000 per bottle. Qin Feng chuckled, pouring her a bit more. Have another sip, to calm your nerves. Chapter 24. The soiree that evening. Qin Feng drove his Lamborghini Veneno to the Tianhao Hotel. After parking, he had yet to step inside when he heard someone calling his name from behind. Qin Feng. He turned to see his senior, Hu Shiwei, approaching him. Dressed in a casual suit with hair slicked back, Hu Shiwei followed closely behind a middle-aged man, his father. Qin Feng, what brings you here? Working part-time? Hu Shiwei's face bore a mocking smile. Only those of status in Shanghai City were invited to this soiree, and Hu Shiwei certainly did not believe Qin Feng belonged among them. Attending the soiree, Qin Feng casually remarked. Hearing this, Hu Shiwei's mockery intensified. Qin Feng, are you still half asleep? This is Tianhao Hotel. I think you've wandered into the wrong place. Hu Shiwei dismissed Qin Feng's claim as boastful. Though his own family was wealthy, they had not received an invitation. He was only here because of friends with connections. Son, who is this? Hu Shiwei's father scrutinized Qin Feng. Just a junior, Hu Shiwei chuckled. With that, they disregarded Qin Feng and made their way to the hotel entrance, where they had to wait for someone due to their lack of an invitation. Qin Feng approached as well. Upon presenting his invitation, the staff at the entrance bowed respectfully. Sir, please enter. Hu Shiwei stood frozen in disbelief. What is going on? This Qin Feng actually has an invitation? It was unfathomable to Hu Shiwei, who couldn't obtain one himself, while Qin Feng, whom he deemed impoverished, managed to do so. Hu Shiwei's father furrowed his brow. Son, what is his status? Hu Shiwei shook his head, stammering. As far as I know, he is just a poor student. Could it be that his invitation was stolen? Hu Shiwei speculated. But his father's expression darkened. That's impossible. What kind of person would steal an invitation to a soiree? Seeing his father's anger, Hu Shiwei reluctantly nodded. Shock filled his eyes as curiosity about Qin Feng's identity swirled within him. The soiree was already bustling with attendees, all notably elegantly dressed. There were no formalities at such events. Qin Feng approached a bar and took a glass of red wine. Due to his undeniable charm, attention quickly gravitated towards him. This gentleman looks familiar. 2 women in long dresses, arm in arm, approached Qin Feng, their faces adorned with smiles. Feeling rather bored, Qin Feng exchanged a few casual words with the 2 women. Mr. Qin. He Huanyang spotted Qin Feng and hurried over, wine glass in hand. Mr. Qin, I thought you wouldn't make it. He Huanyang stood respectfully before him. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Behind He Huanyang stood several middle-aged men. Mr. He. Who is this? This is our chairman at Longjiang Group, Qin Feng. He Huanyang introduced with a smile. Upon hearing Qin Feng's identity, the expressions of the men shifted to one of utmost respect, and they promptly offered compliments, raising their glasses in his honor. Mr. Qin is truly a paragon of excellence. Let us toast to you. The 2 women, now realizing Qin Feng's stature, were taken aback. The chairman of Longjiang Group? This was indeed a surprise. They had never imagined that the young and handsome Qin Feng possessed such a significant title. Eager to ingratiate themselves, they found their opportunity lost as others began to crowd around Qin Feng, raising their glasses in reverence. Qin Feng felt uncomfortable in the overwhelming atmosphere. After all, pleasantries were merely that, words to be heard, not taken to heart. Such is the nature of the world. Some receive respect, while others are scorned. After a while, He Huanyang returned with a middle-aged man. Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Wu Qi-Tsai, He Huanyang said with a smile. He is a mogul in the real estate industry. Qin Feng recognized him immediately. Wu Qi-Tsai was indeed a notable figure in real estate, frequently appearing in news segments. Hello. Mr. Qin. Wu Qizai, slightly portly, extended his hand for a handshake. Upon seeing Qin Feng for the first time, Wu Qizai was taken aback by his youth. This young man held 80% of Longjiang Group S shares? It was a startling revelation. Wu Qizai speculated that Qin Feng must have powerful connections. Otherwise, it was inconceivable. As Wu Qizai engaged in conversation with Qin Feng, others hesitated to approach, recognizing the gravity of the moment. After all, they were two titans of the real estate sector, and interrupting their business discussions would be disastrous. Mr. Qin, what a coincidence to find you here. Zhou Rongfeng exclaimed as he spotted Qin Feng and hurried over to greet him. Old Zhou, you know Mr. Qin as well? Wu Qizai queried, puzzled. He had collaborated with Ruihai Bank and was acquainted with Zhou Rongfeng. Mr. Qin is the chairman of Ruihai Bank, Zhou Rongfeng revealed. Wu Qizai was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Qin Feng was also the chairman of Ruihai Bank. My goodness, Longjiang Group and Ruihai Bank. These are both trillion-dollar enterprises. Wu Qizai's mind reeled in shock. He had toiled for decades to carve out a modest reputation, only to discover that he paled in comparison to Qin Feng. Are the youth of today truly this extraordinary? Not only Wu Qizai, but even He Wanyang was left astounded. Who could have anticipated that Qin Feng would venture into the realm of finance, and that he would be affiliated with a bank valued at hundreds of billions? Given the current trajectory of development, it is certain that Ruihai Bank will eventually rival Longjiang Group. Mr. Qin, I must admit my oversight. Wu Qizai chuckled ruefully, draining his glass of red wine. After spending half an hour at the gathering, Qin Feng had acquainted himself with several chairmen of major corporations and was preparing to depart. Just as he stepped out of the hotel entrance, Hu Shiwei hurried after him. At the gathering, Hu Shiwei had intended to apologize to Qin Feng, but had not found the opportunity. Moreover, he had learned of Qin Feng's true identity, which left him in a state of tumultuous disbelief. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. Hu Shiwei approached Qin Feng with haste, bowing deeply. I did not mean to offend you. He felt a surge of anxiety. After all, Qin Feng was the chairman of Longjiang Group, a title that was undeniably intimidating. Chapter 25, Sign-In, Night 15. Qin Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at Hu Shiwei, choosing not to engage further. In this world, there are far too many arrogant individuals like Hu Shiwei. Given Qin Feng's stature, it was unnecessary to stoop to their level. Mr. Qin, allow me to escort you home. Hu Shiwei kept his gaze lowered, unwilling to meet Qin Feng's eyes. However, at that moment, Qin Feng had already moved towards the roadside. Mr. Qin, Su Jiaying, driving a Lamborghini Veneno, had been waiting by the curb. Following her were two additional vehicles, flanked by several bodyguards. Since Qin Feng had consumed alcohol, he had no choice but to summon Su Jiaying to drive him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he entered the vehicle amidst the protective circle of bodyguards. Gradually, the Lamborghini Veneno disappeared from the hotel entrance. Indeed, it was a Lamborghini Veneno. Hu Shiwei stared in disbelief as his eyes widened. The following morning. System, sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 250 million Huaxia coins. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Knight 15. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn all ownership rights to Kaida Shopping Center. The Knight 15, a robustly designed off-road vehicle, features windows and windshields made of bulletproof glass. Valued at over 13 million. Kaida Shopping Center, situated in the heart of Shanghai City, spans over 40,000 square meters, with its main building soaring 88 stories high. The majority of the shops within the shopping center are leased out, generating an astonishing quarterly rental income of 1 billion. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement, albeit tempered. After all, he already owned two enterprises each valued in the hundreds of billions. After breakfast, Qin Feng set out in the Knight 15. The sight of the Knight 15 on the road drew considerable attention from passers-by. After indulging in a leisurely drive for over an hour, he proceeded to the school. This time, Qin Feng opted to wear a mask. He wished to avoid the previous incident. Brother Feng, it's so good to see you. I thought you wouldn't dare show up at school. Upon entering the classroom, his three roommates rushed over. Brother Feng, you won't believe it. We've received a plethora of love letters for you over the past few days. Kong Liang brought over a large cardboard box filled to the brim with letters addressed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's lips twitched. This was rather exaggerated. As he appeared, the female students in the class began to stir with excitement. Although the girls from other departments might struggle to recognize him due to his mask, those in his class, who saw him daily, were intimately familiar with his silhouette. Qin Feng, you've finally arrived. Several female classmates approached him, including those who usually shied away from conversing with him. Qin Feng, you've become the school's heartthrob. Just yesterday, someone initiated a male idol voting poll on the school forum, and he garnered an astonishing 10,000 votes, leading the second place by over 900 votes. The looks in the eyes of those girls were filled with infatuation. Apologies, but please let me focus on my reading. Qin Feng hurriedly dismissed the girls. If word got out that he had arrived at school, it could lead to chaos. Just as the girls departed, another one approached him. Qin Feng, do you believe in love at first sight? She said, her eyes shimmering with affection. Qin Feng paused. I do not believe in such a notion. Love at first sight is merely lust at first glance. However, she continued, yet, I feel as though I have fallen for you at first sight. She pressed a love letter into his hand and fled shyly. Qin Feng stared at the letter in his hand, feeling a sense of exasperation. All he desired was to attend class peacefully. Is it too much to ask? As the class progressed, Qin Feng noticed countless eyes fixated on him, an experience that left him feeling rather uncomfortable. The girls exhibited starry-eyed admiration, while some male classmates revealed expressions of envy. At long last, the class concluded, and Qin Feng decided it was time to return to the manor. Remaining at school any longer could prove troublesome. Turning his head, he caught the gaze of Lu Xinyao, who was resting her chin on her hands, staring intently at him. Like the other female classmates, Lu Xinyao wore a look of infatuation. Qin Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose and approached her. Class monitor, have you also succumbed to such triviality? Lu Xinyao blushed, her heart racing. Qin Feng, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Let us go, then. Qin Feng readily accepted. Had it been any other girl inviting him, he would have declined. But Lu Xinyao was different. Over the 3 years of university, she had provided him with considerable support, and they had known each other since middle school. Let us go. Lu Xinyao, noticing the furious glares from other female classmates, took Qin Feng's hand and dashed out of the classroom. She was aware that being class monitor would become increasingly challenging. They raced down the stairs of the teaching building, breathless. Class monitor, slow down. Where are we eating? Lu Xinyao replied, I borrowed a membership card from a friend. I know of a restaurant with delicious food. The two walked side by side towards the parking lot. Realizing she was still holding Qin Feng's hand, Lu Xinyao quickly released it. Qin Feng, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to treat you to a meal, she said, her cheeks flushed and displaying a bashful demeanor. Qin Feng chuckled, choosing to remain silent about their moment. As they reached the parking lot, they encountered a young man who appeared to be a student from the school, dressed in Versace and sporting a roguish grin. It was evident he was a privileged second-generation heir. Xinyao, what a coincidence. Are you heading out? Kai Zhihao directed his attention towards Lu Xinyao, grinning as he inquired. Lu Xinyao furrowed her brows and softly murmured to Qin Feng, this guy just transferred from another school and is a wealthy second generation. Let us not bother with him. From the moment Kai Zhihao arrived at Binjiang University, he had been persistently pursuing Lu Xinyao. However, she had no time to entertain him. Hey Xinyao, don't rush off. Kai Zhihao interjected, blocking her path with an outstretched hand. What are you trying to do here, Kai Zhihao? This is school. Lu Xinyao's irritation was palpable. Xinyao, give me a chance. Come watch a movie with me tonight. Kai Zhihao exhibited no intention of backing down, his demeanor brimming with bravado. I will give you 3 seconds to leave. Qin Feng's voice carried a chilling edge as he addressed Kai Zhihao. Kai Zhihao frowned, turning his gaze towards Qin Feng. Kid, you're quite arrogant. What else with the mask? If you have the guts, reveal your name. His temper flared. Chairman of Ruihai Bank, Qin Feng. Kai Zhihao's lips twitched. Brother, your claims are soaring to the heavens. Chapter 26, The Class Monitor's Confession. Ruihai Bank is a colossal institution valued in the hundreds of billions. Kai Zhihao hardly believed that Qin Feng was indeed the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Stop trying to intimidate me. I advise you to keep your distance from Xinyao in the future. Kai Zhihao scoffed. Yet, Kai Zhihao's expression swiftly changed when Qin Feng produced a car key and opened the door to a Night 15. Kai Zhihao was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been pondering who could possibly drive a Night 15, worth over 10 million, to school. And now he realized it was this young man before him. What did you just say? Could you repeat that? Qin Feng remained expressionless. Kai Zhihao, now thoroughly astonished, regained his senses upon hearing Qin Feng's words. My apologies for the disturbance. Brother, I swear I will never again harass your sister-in-law. He began slapping himself in the face. Anyone capable of affording such a luxury vehicle, even if not the chairman of Ruihai Bank, undoubtedly held a significant status. Kai Zhihao was acutely aware that he could not provoke someone of such caliber. Get lost. Brother, I'm leaving right now. Kai Zhihao's face turned pale with fear, and he sprinted out of the parking lot as if in a 100-meter dash. Watching Kai Zhihao's retreat, Qin Feng shook his head. How is it that there are flies everywhere these days? Class monitor, get in the car. At this moment, Lu Xinyao was equally taken aback. Qin Feng, did you just say you were the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Is that true? She questioned, her skepticism evident. Guess. Qin Feng chuckled as he took the driver's seat of the Night 15. How am I supposed to guess? Lu Xinyao pouted and climbed into the vehicle. Is this car also yours? Lu Xinyao recalled that Qin Feng had previously driven a Lamborghini. How come you switched cars? Qin Feng nodded. I alternate between the two. Lu Xinyao smiled with a hint of resignation. By the way, Xinyao, where is the restaurant you mentioned? Qin Feng inquired. Lu Xinyao promptly provided a location, which happened to be situated within the Kaida shopping center. After parking the car, Lu Xinyao led Qin Feng into a restaurant. Presenting her membership card, she reserved a private room. The restaurant was quite upscale, boasting a pleasant ambience. Qin Feng, what would you like to eat? Order whatever you fancy. Lu Xinyao handed the menu to Qin Feng. I'm afraid I might bankrupt you. Qin Feng jested, although he was well aware of Lu Xinyao's affluent background. Her father was a prominent businessman and one of the wealthiest individuals in their city. If I can't cover the bill, I'll just stay here and wash dishes. Lu Xinyao replied with a laugh. Qin Feng opted for 3 modest dishes, knowing that the two of them could not consume much. Lu Xinyao, unable to tolerate his restraint, ordered 2 signature dishes from the menu. Don't be shy. While I can't afford an extravagant bottle of wine, I can certainly treat you to a meal. Her beautiful eyes rested on Qin Feng, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Class monitor, may I ask you a question? What question? Lu Xinyao inquired curiously. Qin Feng gazed at Lu Xinyao and asked, why are you so kind to me? Lu Xinyao's expression faltered, and she lowered her head slightly. Qin Feng, back in middle school, you often helped me. Have you forgotten? When Lu Xinyao first entered middle school, she was not as beautiful as she is now, and her family's circumstances were far from favorable, leading her to often be bullied. It was Qin Feng who came to her aid during those times. Gradually, she developed feelings for him, although Qin Feng remained oblivious. Is that the reason? Qin Feng pressed further. Lu Xinyao's cheeks flushed as she retrieved a delicate gift box from her bag. Qin Feng, this is for you. What is it? Qin Feng accepted the box, curiosity piqued. Open it and see. Lu Xinyao's voice was barely above a whisper, her face radiating shyness. As Qin Feng opened the box, he discovered a string of white stone beads. This is a jade bead bracelet I prayed for at a temple during my outing a couple of days ago. It's said to bring peace and good fortune. Qin Feng examined the bracelet and chuckled. Class monitor, I didn't realize you believed in such things. Lu Xinyao had initially intended to confess her feelings, but was momentarily taken aback by Qin Feng's comment. Brother, why is your focus so different from others? Her face grew increasingly red as she finally mustered the courage to say, Qin Feng, actually, I like you. Those words had been bottled up in Lu Xinyao's heart for far too long. She made an effort to lift her head to gauge Qin Feng's reaction, only to find him smiling gently and gazing at her intently. Qin Feng, I know, she continued, given your current circumstances, you might not think much of me. Lu Xinyao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. How could that be? In fact, class monitor, I've known for quite some time. Huh. Lu Xinyao felt a mix of surprise and frustration. This guy, fully aware of her feelings, still chose to feign ignorance. So wicked. Qin Feng remarked, class monitor. Back when we graduated from middle school, you made a lot of little stars. You said you would give them to the person you liked. Later, you gifted me a plush doll. In truth, I've kept it by my side all these years. Until just a few days ago, when I accidentally broke it while moving things in the dorm. Qin Feng refrained from elaborating. So you discovered it? Lu Xinyao's shyness intensified. Yes. Not only were there many little stars inside. When I opened it, I found several notes expressing your feelings. Qin Feng said with a smile. Qin Feng, please stop. I'm so embarrassed. Lu Xinyao covered her face, initially believing Qin Feng had tossed the plush doll away long ago, only to find out it had been discovered after all. In that youthful and naive time, the words penned by Lu Xinyao bore a certain childishness. Yet they undeniably encapsulated her affection for Qin Feng. With a smile, Qin Feng settled beside Lu Xinyao, taking her delicate hand in his. Class monitor, let me take you home tonight, he suggested. No. Lu Xinyao shook her head vehemently, allowing him to hold her hand. You're so mischievous, knowing all along. Yet you still had to ask those questions. She chided lightly. Despite her words, a sense of sweetness enveloped her heart, for Qin Feng had already accepted her. Qin Feng, if only you had discovered this secret back then, would you have accepted me? Lu Xinyao's eyes sparkled with hope. Qin Feng shook his head. Class monitor, by that time, you were already a little wealthy lady. How could I ever dare to aspire to that? Lu Xinyao huffed lightly. Wealth? Compared to you now, I was but a beggar. Chapter 27. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Moreover, the money in my family is all earned by my father. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Xinyao pouted adorably. She finally understood why Qin Feng had gradually distanced himself after entering high school. It was due to her family's rising affluence, which instilled a sense of pressure, or perhaps inferiority, in him. Class monitor, after we finish eating, let me take you out for some fun. Is that really appropriate? Although there are no professional classes this afternoon, as class monitor, it wouldn't reflect well if I led the way in skipping class. It's fine. We can just take a leave. Qin Feng replied with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xinyao agreed. Qin Feng, please don't call me class monitor anymore. I'm just used to it. At that moment, the door of the private room swung open, and the restaurant staff entered with the dishes. Lu Xinyao hurriedly freed herself from Qin Feng's grasp, feeling embarrassed under the gaze of others. After their meal, a half-hour had passed. Qin Feng suggested taking Lu Xinyao to the mall, to which she consented. After leaving the private room, Qin Feng excused himself to the restroom. While waiting at the door, Lu Xinyao was approached by a flamboyantly dressed man. Behind him trailed 3 unruly youths. I'm busy. Lu Xinyao frowned and shook her head in refusal. Come on, beautiful. You're not giving our young master Jie face. The 3 young men chimed in, chuckling at Lu Xinyao's evident annoyance. Just share a meal with me. I'll give you a bank card afterward. Spend freely, Wang Wenjie declared grandly. Although Lu Xinyao wore simple attire, it did little to conceal her elegant demeanor. Thus, Wang Wenjie was determined to win her over, believing that money could solve any problem. Lu Xinyao ignored him and attempted to turn away, but Wang Wenjie reached out, trying to grasp her wrist. Wait, beautiful. Suddenly, a large hand seized Wang Wenjie before he could touch Lu Xinyao. Qin Feng twisted Wang Wenjie's arm with force, eliciting a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. After taking the gene-enhancing pills, Qin Feng's strength had amplified. Wang Wenjie's face turned a ghastly white as he knelt on the ground. How dare you lay hands on my woman? You're courting death. Qin Feng's expression remained impassive as he coldly regarded Wang Wenjie. With resentment etched in his features, Wang Wenjie grimaced. Young Master Jie, are you all right? The 3 companions behind him were taken aback, having not anticipated Qin Feng's ruthless response. What are you standing there for? Make your move. Wang Wenjie's arm was dislocated, rendering him powerless. At that moment, all he could think of was revenge. He would not let Qin Feng off easily. Qin Feng, be careful. Lu Xinyao exclaimed anxiously as she saw the 3 advancing. Yet, Qin Feng's demeanor remained unchanged. Even the bodyguards beside him were no match for him, let alone these ordinary men. Slap, slap, slap. The 3 men couldn't even lay a finger on Qin Feng before receiving a resounding slap each, their faces swiftly swelling. Bunch of useless fools. Wang Wenjie fumed, his anger mounting as he realized his companions were no match for Qin Feng. Young Master Jie, he is too formidable. The 3 men, intimidated by Qin Feng's presence, hesitated to approach. Wang Wenjie, seething with rage, pointed at Qin Feng. Let me tell you, you better kneel and apologize, or I'll make you wish you hadn't tea. Slap. Before he could finish his threat, Qin Feng delivered a sharp slap across his face. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Qin Feng replied coldly. Wang Wenjie was taken aback, stunned by the slap. Having navigated the underbelly of Sanhai City for so long, it was the first time he had been struck in such a manner. This was a matter of pride. And now, Wang Wenjie's fury erupted. I will not let you off the hook. He growled through clenched teeth, his voice laced with intense resentment. I'm right here today. Let us see what you can do. Young Master Jie, the restaurant manager, noticing the commotion, approached with 2 aides. Young Master Jie, what happened? The manager, a rotund man familiar with Wang Wenjie, inquired. Jean, this person hit me. Get him arrested. Wang Wenjie's face contorted with rage. You are quite arrogant to dare strike young Master Jie. The manager immediately gestured for his aides to take action. However, they were still no match for Qin Feng. As Qin Feng approached, the restaurant manager began to panic. I advise you to be cautious. Young Master Jie's father is the chairman of Tianyang Hotel. You'd best apologize to young Master Jie, or he'll make you regret it. Qin Feng paused, a playful curiosity in his gaze. Is the chairman of Tianyang Hotel really that impressive? Wang Wenjie's expression darkened as he pulled out his phone. Just wait. When my father arrives, you're finished. With that, he made a call. All right, I'll give you a chance. Qin Feng remained unfazed, allowing Wang Wenjie to make his call. Qin Feng, perhaps we should leave. Lu Xinyao grasped his hand, fearful of potential trouble. There's no need to worry. If we don't teach people like him a lesson, they will continue to seek trouble. Qin Feng's countenance remained calm and collected. This Wang Wenjie, daring to bully Lu Xinyao, was something Qin Feng could not tolerate. He was determined to make him pay. Meanwhile, Qin Feng placed a call to the management of the shopping center. On the other side, Wang Wenjie had just finished his call, feeling emboldened after notifying his father. He is the only son in his family, and regardless of the troubles he causes, his father always steps in to resolve them. This time, however, Wang Wenjie has resolved to teach Qin Feng a severe lesson. Having grown up, he has never endured such humiliation. Qin Feng, unfazed, leisurely leads Lu Xinyao to the dining area. Since Wang Wenjie wishes to engage in a game, Qin Feng is more than willing to indulge him. Let us see who will ultimately emerge victorious. Lu Xinyao, seated beside Qin Feng, appears somewhat anxious. Apologies, everyone, but we shall not be operating today. The restaurant owner ushers the patrons out, as something significant is about to unfold. Really? We were just getting into our meal. Many diners expressed their dissatisfaction, anticipating an entertaining spectacle, only to be dismissed by the owner. I sincerely apologize. Today's expenses are entirely on the house. The owner, despite his visible distress, resolves to recoup his losses from Qin Feng later. Chapter 28. How dare you disrespect Mr. Qin? Upon hearing this, the diners begrudgingly vacate the premises. Soon, the restaurant falls into silence. After several minutes, a middle-aged man, resembling a stout barrel, rushes into the restaurant. He sports a pair of thick glasses and wears an expression of fury. Following closely behind him are two sharply dressed bodyguards. Who struck my son? The middle-aged man's icy glare scans the room. He is none other than Wang Wenjie's father, Wang Zhihui, the chairman of Tianyang Hotel. Dad, you finally arrived. Wang Wenjie exclaims, rushing to his father's side, his face concealed by his hands. It was him. He points at Qin Feng, his expression dark. Wang Zhihui stands with his hands clasped behind him, narrowing his eyes as he fixes his gaze on Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner bows his head, too intimidated to speak, feeling a tremendous weight of pressure. After all, the incident occurred in his establishment, and should matters escalate, he too might face repercussions. Young man, how dare you lay a hand on my son? Do you know who I am? Wang Zhihui's voice is frigid, and with it, the temperature in the vicinity seems to drop several degrees. I do not know, nor do I have any interest in finding out. Qin Feng responds with an indifferent demeanor. As calm as ever. Dad, he is utterly arrogant. Let us not waste time talking. Let us teach him a lesson first. Wang Wenjie trembles with rage. However, Wang Zhihui gestures for his son to remain silent. Throughout, Qin Feng maintains his tranquil expression, which perplexes Wang Zhihui. Could this young man possess a notable background? Young man, if you have the ability, state your name. Qin Feng smirks. The entire Kaida shopping center is mine. Who do you think I am? That's impossible. Wang Zhihui's expression darkens further. Considering Qin Feng's age, he appears to be just in his early 20s. How could he possibly be the owner of Kaida Shopping Center? You must be delusional to utter such grandiose claims. Kaida Shopping Center is the largest commercial hub in Shanghai City, with numerous shops, and the quarterly rent alone approaches nearly 1 billion. Wang Wenjie cannot believe that Qin Feng possesses such capability. To the onlookers, it seems that Qin Feng is merely posturing. Seated beside him, Lu Xinyao's lips part slightly. Based on her understanding of Qin Feng, he would not jest about such matters. Could it be she stares at him, covering her mouth with her delicate hand? Too astonished to contemplate further. You dare jest before me. Wang Zhihui's anger escalates. Claiming to be the owner of Kaida Shopping Center is nothing short of mockery. Teach him a lesson. He commands his bodyguards. As the bodyguards step forward, a sudden cacophony of hurried footsteps emerges from outside the restaurant. Let us see who dares to make a move. A group of security personnel from the shopping center rushes in, followed by the center's manager, who appears before the crowd. Manager Jiang. The restaurant owner is taken aback by Jiang Wenhai's arrival, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He approaches Jiang with utmost respect. Slap. However, what greets him is a resounding slap from Jiang Wenhai. Have you lost your mind? How dare you disrespect Mr. Qin? Jiang Wenhai is fuming, having rushed over upon learning of Qin Feng's predicament in the shopping center. Manager Jiang, the restaurant owner, is left dazed. I'll deal with you later. Jiang Wenhai's voice is icy as he bypasses the restaurant owner and approaches Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Jiang Wenhai bows before Qin Feng. What? Could it be that this young man truly is the owner of Kaida Shopping Center? Witnessing Jiang Wenhai's deference, the restaurant owner is internally shaken. Even Wang Zhihui and his son exchange bewildered glances, their expressions transformed. They never imagined that a man in his early 20s could be the proprietor of Kaida Shopping Center. After all, Kaida Shopping Center is situated in the most prosperous area of Shanghai City. Without considerable influence and resources, it would be impossible to establish a foothold there. They stand dumbfounded. Their minds blank. Lu Xinyao, seated nearby, similarly wears an incredulous expression, hardly believing Qin Feng's prowess. While her peers are still in university, he has already acquired a shopping center, the largest in Shanghai City. In fact, it ranks among the top 10 across all of Huaxia. Lu Xinyao gazes at Qin Feng with wide, curious eyes, eager to unravel the secrets he holds. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner is thoroughly terrified. Should Qin Feng pursue the matter, his fate would be sealed. Regret washes over him. Had he known better than to offend Qin Feng for Wang Wenjie's sake, he would have acted differently. I'm fine. Just deal with this person. Qin Feng gestures towards the restaurant owner. Jiang Wenhai feels a palpable pressure in Qin Feng's presence. Despite his youth, the aura he exudes is remarkably potent, leaving Jiang Wenhai secretly alarmed. Understood, Mr. Qin. Jiang Wenhai turns to face the restaurant owner, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Manager Jiang. I was blind. The restaurant owner bows deeply, trembling. You have offended Mr. Qin. This restaurant shall no longer remain in operation. Jiang Wenhai states coldly. The ownership of this establishment belongs to the Kaida Shopping Center, which retains the right to reclaim it at any moment. The restaurant owner pleaded, Manager Jiang, please, grant me a chance. He had operated here for many years, and relocating would undoubtedly result in substantial losses. Jiang Wenhai scoffed. It's a tad late for you to voice these concerns. You have 1 day to vacate. The restaurant owner shook his head, still unwilling to accept his fate. Manager Jiang, we have a contract. He protested. If you take back the premises, you will owe us a hefty sum in damages. A disdainful smile crept across Jiang Wenhai's face. Very well, should you wish to continue your lease, the rent will triple starting next month. Spare me the talk of contracts. The final interpretation rests with us. It was all too easy to toy with the restaurant owner. Despair washed over him as he sighed deeply, realizing that his restaurant could no longer remain operational. Chapter 29, Wu Qicai arrives. Offending the owner of the Kaida Shopping Center would make it exceedingly difficult to establish oneself in Shanghai City. Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie wore grim expressions, their earlier bravado evaporated. You just claimed you would teach me a lesson? Qin Feng's gaze fell upon Wang Zhihui's face, whose expression was a captivating mix of emotions. Ultimately, he chose to acquiesce. Mr. Qin, it was all a misunderstanding. Let's just let this matter rest, shall we? He said in a conciliatory tone. Let it rest? After I have wasted so much time here with you, and you expect me to simply let it go? Qin Feng shook his head, a hint of mockery evident in his demeanor. What do you propose then? Wang Zhihui's complexion shifted between shades of green and pale. As for Wang Wenjie, he had been rendered speechless by fear. Compensate me. 100 million. Then we can consider the matter resolved. Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. What? 100 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Wang Zhihui's anger flared once more. He could not possibly accept such an outrageous demand. His son had been assaulted, and now he was being asked to pay? I'm sorry, but robbery is against the law. I shall not partake. My girlfriend has suffered minor emotional distress. Charging you 100 million is entirely reasonable. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Xinyao beside him. Qin Feng, Xinyao, please hold your tongue. Lu Xinyao hesitated, quietly observing Qin Feng's performance. How utterly intolerable. Wang Zhihui finally erupted. Young man, don't overestimate your worth. Don't think for a moment that I, Wang Zhihui, am afraid of you. I am a member of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. Surely you have heard of it? Our president is the renowned Wu Qicai of Shanghai City. With a single phone call, I can have the entire chamber at your doorstep. Upon hearing the name Wu Qicai, Jiang Wenhai's brow furrowed. He was a real estate tycoon with significant influence. Lu Xinyao clearly recognized Wu Qicai's name as well. She leaned closer to Qin Feng and whispered, Qin Feng, this Wu Qicai is a big shot in Shanghai City. Boy, are you scared now? How dare you demand compensation from me? Wang Zhihui. How naive. Wang Zhihui huffed derisively, mistakenly believing Qin Feng was intimidated. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed. By all means, seek out Wu Qicai. Let us see if he can save you. But know this, if this drags on, it won't merely be a matter of 100 million. Just you wait. Wang Zhihui's expression darkened as he pulled out his phone to make a call. When the line connected, Wang Zhihui got straight to the point. President Wu, I find myself in a bit of trouble. I urgently require your assistance. On the other end, Wu Qicai frowned. Among all the members of the Tianjin Chamber, Wang Zhihui was the most prone to stirring trouble. Leveraging his status, he had been both arrogant and troublesome, causing significant headaches for the chamber. Now, he was embroiled in yet another mess. Wang Zhihui, the owner of the Kaida Shopping Center, Qin Feng, is demanding I pay 100 million. Wang Zhihui implored, his tone desperate. Wu Qicai was about to refuse when he paused at the mention of Qin Feng's name. Qin Feng, is he the chairman of Longjiang Group? When did he become the owner of Kaida Shopping Center? Wu Qicai's mind swirled with questions, prompting him to decide to investigate personally. Wait for me. I'm on my way. He hung up, muttering a curse under his breath. He instructed his secretary to prepare a vehicle and set off for the Kaida Shopping Center. Hearing that Wu Qicai was coming in person, Wang Zhihui was elated, completely oblivious to the fact that Wu Qicai's visit was not intended to rescue him. Young man, your days of good fortune are over. President Wu has agreed to come in person. Wang Zhihui beamed with pride. There was no chance of paying any compensation. Once Wu Qicai arrived, he planned to intimidate the arrogant Qin Feng. Dreaming of 100 million in compensation was sheer folly. Wang Wenjie suddenly found his courage. Gritting his teeth as he declared, Dad, I want that Qin Feng to kneel and apologize to me. Wu Qicai was a figure of immense stature. As soon as he arrived, it would be Qin Feng who would find himself in a precarious position. Absolutely. Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie both laughed in agreement. Drag those two out and give them a good beating. Qin Feng felt a pang of pity for them. pondering how Wang Zhihui had managed to reach this point in his life. To suggest he had a few screws loose would be generous. He appeared to lack common sense altogether. Yes, Mr. Qin. Jiang Wenhai immediately gestured. The security personnel at Kaida Shopping Center moved swiftly, seizing the Wang father and son. What are you doing, Qin Feng? I advise you not to act recklessly. Wang Zhihui shouted as the security dragged them away, leading to their cries of distress. Are you not afraid of Wu Qicai? Lu Xinyao asked, concern etched on her face. We are in the right, and we have nothing to fear. Qin Feng smiled, shaking his head. That is not what I meant. Lu Xinyao intended to convey that Wu Qicai's power was formidable. Now that Qin Feng had offended a member of the Tianheng Chamber, he could be courting disaster. Xinyao, I understand your worries, but rest assured, nothing will happen. Observing Qin Feng's confident and charismatic demeanor, Lu Xinyao could only shake her head in resignation, choosing to remain silent. The security personnel finally halted their assault after leaving the Wang father and son bruised and battered. At that moment, Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie dared not utter a word. All they could do was patiently await Wu Qicai's arrival, vowing to make Qin Feng pay for this affront. After a tense wait of several minutes, Wu Qicai finally arrived. President Wu, you've finally come. That Qin Feng is insufferably arrogant. Wang Zhihui rushed forward, eager to voice his grievances. Get lost. However, what he encountered was the frigid gaze of Wu Qicai. Ignoring Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie, Wu Qicai strode directly in front of Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, we meet again. This prominent figure from Shanghai City exhibited a remarkable deference in Qin Feng's presence. Shock, utter disbelief. The Wang father and son were rendered speechless. They had never anticipated that Wu Qicai would display such respect towards Qin Feng. They began to question their own existence. Just who was Qin Feng, really? With Wu Qicai's arrival, both Lu Xinyao and Jiang Wenhai felt a palpable pressure. Yet, something felt amiss. Wu Qicai approached and greeted Qin Feng directly. Could it be that Wu Qicai was quite familiar with him? You wish to plead on behalf of Wang Zhihui? Qin Feng raised his head and glanced at Wu Qicai. Chapter 30, Dividing the Spoils. Wu Qicai quickly waved his hand. Mr. Qin, you jest. I am not well acquainted with him. He is merely an ordinary member of our Tianheng Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing Wu Qicai's words, the Wang father and son immediately panicked. After much effort, Wang Zhihui had managed to invite Wu Qicai, only for him to utter such words of indifference. President Wu, you must help us, Wang Zhihui said with a pleading tone. His face contorted in anguish. If even Wu Qicai would not assist them, they would truly be finished. Silence. Do you have any idea who Mr. Qin is? He is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. You two blind fools dared to provoke Mr. Qin. Wu Qicai's voice turned icily severe. Should this incident tarnish Qin Feng's impression, he would have no qualms about tossing these two into the sea. What? Ruihai Bank? Chairman? The Wang father and son exchanged a glance, collapsing to the ground. At last, they understood why Wu Qicai treated Qin Feng with such reverence. Good heavens, so Qin Feng possessed such status. What to do? In that instant, Wang Zhihui found himself utterly at a loss. The Tianheng Chamber of Commerce was his greatest support, and now even its president stood on Qin Feng's side. A sense of impending doom washed over him. Qin Feng, you truly are the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Lu Xinyao was equally astonished. The surprises Qin Feng had bestowed upon her today were nothing short of staggering. First the Kaida Shopping Center, and now Ruihai Bank. How vast could Qin Feng's wealth be? Lu Xinyao dared not contemplate further. After all, Qin Feng was still a university student. Could it be that his family owned a mine? Mr. Qin, we were wrong. The Wang father and son, regaining their senses, immediately knelt on the ground. The sheer magnitude of Qin Feng's identity was overwhelmingly intimidating. They could not afford to offend him. Wang Wenjie trembled uncontrollably, beginning to slap himself. Mr. Qin, it was our lack of foresight. Wang Zhihui, his face pale with fear, trembled as he echoed his son's actions. Qin Feng observed their performances in silence, saying nothing. Thus, more than a minute passed. I have spent considerable time with you. This debt must be settled properly. Qin Feng said coldly. Beads of cold sweat formed on Wang Zhihui's forehead as he stammered. Mr. Qin, we will compensate. We will pay 100 million, given the circumstances. Wang Zhihui had no choice but to offer compensation, knowing they could not contend with Qin Feng. 100 million was the previous offer. Now, it stands at 300 million. Qin Feng reclined in his chair, crossing his legs, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. What? Wang Zhihui's lips twitched. 300 million? This Qin Feng was clearly intent on extorting him. At that moment, Wang Zhihui's expression darkened considerably. Mr. Qin, I beseech you to be merciful. He cast a desperate glance at Wu Qicai. President Wu, we are all old friends. Please help us appeal for leniency. Perhaps we can negotiate the 300 million. Wu Qicai merely shook his head, turning his gaze back to Qin Feng. Only 300 million? I sense that is insufficient. Very well, Let's make it 500 million. Wang Zhihui and Wang Wengjie were nearly rendered unconscious. Old Wu, we did not summon you to hinder us. We sought your assistance, not your obstruction. Their expressions were more miserable than if they had eaten a dead rat. Will you pay or not? Speak plainly. Wu Qicai's demeanor darkened ominously. Should the Wang father and son fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, Wu Qicai would not hesitate to utilize his influence to make them regret their actions. What fools, daring to offend Mr. Qin. Wang Zhihui and Wang Wengjie were on the verge of tears. Recognizing Wu Qicai's growing ire, they had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, should they offend both Qin Feng and Wu Qicai, they would find themselves without a foothold in Shanghai City. We will pay, Wang Zhihui lamented, feeling utterly desolate. Originally, they only needed to compensate 100 million, but now, with no reinforcements, the amount had ballooned to 500 million. Wang Zhihui felt his misfortune was overwhelming. Mr. Qin, I will first give you 50 million. The remaining funds, please allow me a day to gather. Wang Zhihui's available cash was limited. He could only resort to liquidating assets. Wang Zhihui, you had better not attempt any tricks. Wu Qicai warned. President Wu, I would not dare. Wang Zhihui replied, pulling out his phone to initiate a transfer. Moments later, Qin Feng's bank account received the 50 million. Rising from his seat, Qin Feng cast one more glance at Wang Zhihui. Take your son and leave. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your magnanimity. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I assure you I will gather the remaining funds as swiftly as possible. Wang Zhihui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he hurriedly departed the restaurant with his son. In the parking lot, Wang Zhihui delivered a heavy slap to his son's face. Wang Wengjie, with a swollen cheek, covered his face, too afraid to utter a word. All for teasing Lu Xinyao a few times, and they ended up losing 500 million. Truly, they were exceedingly unfortunate. Useless waste. I should have thrown you against the wall from the start. Wang Zhihui scolded. You will receive a thorough lesson when we return. The two got into their car and drove away. Inside the restaurant, Mr. Qin, shall we dine together? Wu Qicai extended an invitation. I just ate, perhaps another day. Qin Feng replied. Very well, I shall not intrude any longer. Observing that Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao appeared ready to leave, the astute Wu Qicai made no effort to linger. Mr. Qin, farewell. Wu Qicai smiled as he exited the restaurant. Mr. Qin, let us proceed to the office. I have a report to present to you. Jiang Wenhai remained respectfully at Qin Feng's side. I have no time at present. We can discuss it later. With Qin Feng's words, Jiang Wenhai wisely retreated. Class monitor, please send me your bank card details. Let us first divide the 50 million. Qin Feng chuckled as he glanced at Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao raised an eyebrow, feeling as though this resembled the division of spoils. Indeed. Is this the manner in which the affluent accumulate wealth? The money does come swiftly, one might even say at the speed of light. It is worth noting that the annual profit of most companies does not even reach 500 million. Yet, Qin Feng managed to acquire 500 million in less than half an hour. Xinyao, one cannot phrase it this way. This is your compensation for mental distress. Lu Xinyao beamed, linking her arm with Qin Feng's. I have suffered no mental distress. Your words only make me crave another couple of bowls of rice. Qin Feng chuckled in response. You glutton. Come, let us first visit the food street. Chapter 31, Shopping for Clothes. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao strolled through the food street of the shopping mall, indulging in a fair share of delectable treats. Subsequently, Lu Xinyao suggested a trip to the beach, to which Qin Feng readily acquiesced. They returned to Kaida Shopping Center around 6 in the evening, both feeling hungry and seeking a restaurant for dinner. After their meal, Qin Feng proposed, Xinyao, how about we go shopping for clothes? Despite Lu Xinyao's comfortable financial background, she was not one to indulge in reckless spending. For instance, the dress she wore had been in her possession for 2 years. No need. I have plenty of clothes in my dormitory. Lu Xinyao shook her head in refusal. Not a chance. Qin Feng insisted, pulling her into a Chanel women's boutique. After all, Lu Xinyao had gifted him a present today, and he felt obliged to reciprocate. When it comes to Chanel, it is primarily renowned for its perfumes. Yet its clothing designs are equally exquisite. This store's garments are exorbitantly priced. Lu Xinyao hesitated, fully aware that this brand is synonymous with luxury. Have you forgotten? We just earned 500 million today. The mention of 500 million elicited a smile from Lu Xinyao. All right, I shall heed your words. Her heart swelled with sweetness as she took Qin Feng's hand and entered the store. Welcome. A short-haired saleswoman greeted them. We would like to browse the women's clothing. Qin Feng stated. This way, please. The saleswoman gestured politely. Lu Xinyao began to peruse the garments and soon spotted a lovely teal dress. Go try it on. Qin Feng encouraged. Lu Xinyao nodded and took the dress to the fitting room. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Xinyao was trying on the dress, Qin Feng picked out another outfit. A minute later, Lu Xinyao emerged from the fitting room and the dress accentuated her beauty even more. "Miss, that dress suits you perfectly. You look absolutely stunning," the saleswoman praised. In the case of others, such compliments might be mere flattery, but in Lu Xinyao's instance, there was no exaggeration. "Qin Feng, how does it look?" Lu Xinyao twirled before him, holding the hem of her dress. Qin Feng took a moment to admire her and smiled. "It looks beautiful. I'll take it. Now try on this outfit." Lu Xinyao continued to model 3 more outfits. "Let us put these on hold." Qin Feng decided to purchase all 3 outfits, not particularly concerned about the price. "Xinyao, what a coincidence to see you here." Suddenly, a young couple strolled over, hand in hand. The young man was a student from Binhai University and was acquainted with Lu Xinyao, both being members of the university's piano club. "Purchasing clothes here?" Lu Xinyao merely nodded. "Oh, isn't that our school's heartthrob?" The young man, Luo Jianting, clearly recognized Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had become the target of envy among all the boys at Binhai University. This fellow was undeniably handsome. At that moment, Luo Jianting's girlfriend also gazed at Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as he truly was strikingly handsome. If one were to compare Luo Jianting to Qin Feng, the former would not stand a chance. "Darling, is this your friend?" Luo Jianting's girlfriend inquired with a smile. "Just a fellow alumnus." Luo Jianting replied dismissively, feeling a surge of irritation upon witnessing Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao shopping together. What does this Qin Feng possess beyond his looks? Luo Jianting could not fathom why Lu Xinyao would be interested in him. "Xinyao, your taste seems lacking. How could you settle for such a pretty boy?" Luo Jianting remarked sarcastically. Lu Xinyao frowned, replying, "Luo Jianting, what business is it of yours?" "Xinyao, I mean no offense. I merely feel you deserve better. What use is good looks if they cannot put food on the table?" Luo Jianting scoffed inwardly. "Qin Feng, let us disregard him," Lu Xinyao urged, taking Qin Feng's hand to move away and not let Luo Jianting dampen her spirits. "Miss, do you need anything else? We have a new collection of high heels that would suit you perfectly." Lu Xinyao shook her head. Having purchased 3 outfits, she felt it was ample. "Let us go take a look," Qin Feng insisted, leading Lu Xinyao to the shoe section. Though Lu Xinyao hesitated, she ultimately acquiesced to Qin Feng's insistence. "Darling, is that guy wealthy?" Luo Jianting's girlfriend observed with envy as Qin Feng purchased so many items for Lu Xinyao. In contrast, her boyfriend had reluctantly agreed to accompany her, but was reluctant to spend. The disparity between people is staggering, especially when Qin Feng was undeniably handsome. "That guy doesn't have a dime. He is merely good-looking." In the end, it will definitely be Lu Xinyao footing the bill, Luo Jianting sneered. At that moment, a woman in an office uniform happened to pass by the store. She inadvertently caught a glimpse inside. "Wait, that person looks familiar. Could it be him?" The woman discreetly snapped a photo of Qin Feng and sent it to Jiang Wenhai. "Mr. Jiang, please take a look. Is this the owner of our Kaida shopping center?" Earlier that day, Jiang Wenhai had shown Qin Feng's photo to several executives of the shopping center and had reminded them to treat the young man with utmost respect. At this moment, the woman was uncertain and thus inquired of Jiang Wenhai. Having already left work, Jiang Wenhai grew anxious upon seeing Qin Feng in the store. Could it be that Mr. Qin is conducting an inspection? "It is indeed Mr. Qin. Xiaoya, I want to make it there in time. Please ensure Mr. Qin is treated well," Jiang Wenhai instructed. "I know what to do," the woman named Xiaoya replied, stepping into the store, feeling a tinge of nervousness. After all, Qin Feng was the owner of Kaida Shopping Center. At this juncture, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao were finalizing their purchase. "Sir, your total comes to 54,800 yuan. Please proceed with your card." Qin Feng produced his bank card. Not far away, Luo Jianting and his girlfriend were eagerly awaiting to witness Qin Feng's embarrassment. They certainly did not perceive him as wealthy. At that moment, a woman named Xiao Yu approached. "Wait," she intervened, stopping the female shop assistant from processing the card. "Sister Yu, what's the matter?" the shop assistant asked, puzzled. The woman, referred to as Sister Yu, took the bank card and returned it to Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, this store is a direct subsidiary of our shopping center. How could we possibly accept your money?" Sister Yu's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. At this moment, Luo Jianting, who had been anticipating a spectacle, was left in utter disbelief. This Qin Feng was, in fact, the owner of the Kaida shopping center. Chapter 32, Lu Xinyao's First Kiss. How is this possible? Luo Jianting exchanged incredulous glances with his girlfriend. After all, Qin Feng was merely a university student. What did it mean to be the owner of the Kaida shopping center? It must be noted that the Kaida shopping center is situated in the most prosperous area of Shanghai City. Just the rent for a single store here is exorbitantly high. And yet, Qin Feng was the owner. This was simply unfathomable. Luo Jianting shook his head, his thoughts in turmoil. Qin Feng shared a glance with Lu Xinyao, both smiling. Well, now that his identity had been revealed, he need not even pay the bill. "Who are you?" Qin Feng inquired of Xiao Yu. The woman named Xiao Yu respectfully replied, Mr. Qin, I am the purchasing manager here. You may simply call me Xiao Yu. Sister Yu, is he truly the owner of our Kaida shopping center? The shop assistant also appeared astonished, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at Qin Feng. This young man, not only handsome, but also extraordinarily wealthy. Please pack the clothes and shoes. Xiao Yu instructed the shop assistant. Certainly, Sister Yu. She then turned back to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, our Kaida shopping center has over 20 direct subsidiary stores. Allow me to show you around. Qin Feng shook his head. No need. We should be heading back. Very well, Mr. Qin. I shall escort you. With that, Xiao Yu guided Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao out of the store. As they watched Qin Feng disappear, Luo Jianting and his girlfriend remained in a state of shock. Was that person really the owner of your Kaida shopping center? Luo Jianting still found it hard to believe and approached the shop assistant to inquire. Did you not see how even Sister Yu treated Mr. Qin with such respect? The shop assistant shot a disapproving glance at Luo Jianting, recalling his earlier disrespectful remarks towards Qin Feng. But who is that Sister Yu? Luo Jianting pressed for clarification. She is our purchasing manager. The shop assistant replied. Oh my goodness. At this revelation, Luo Jianting was convinced. He never imagined that Qin Feng would be the owner of the Kaida shopping center. With so many stores, how much profit could he possibly make in a year? Luo Jianting found it unimaginable. Regretting his previous ridicule of Qin Feng, he felt a wave of remorse wash over him. Even Luo Jianting's girlfriend was taken aback by Qin Feng's status. Qin Feng, both handsome and affluent, made her own boyfriend seem rather insignificant by comparison. With this thought, Luo Jianting's girlfriend grew increasingly discontent. Why didn't she have a boyfriend like that? And then there was Lu Xinyao, who didn't even have to pay for her clothes. Cancel the hotel room. I'm going home tonight. Luo Jianting's girlfriend fumed, storming out of the store. Wait for me, babe. Luo Jianting sighed as he chased after her. Qin Feng, where are you living now? Lu Xinyao asked from the passenger seat of the car as Qin Feng drove. I'll take you to see. Qin Feng smiled. Maybe another time. Lu Xinyao was concerned about time constraints. She had to return to school, after all, with early classes the next day. Unlike Qin Feng, she couldn't afford to skip classes every day. No worries. I'll have someone take you back later. Thus, Qin Feng directed the car towards the Yulong Manor. As they approached the manor's entrance, Lu Xinyao was taken aback. She had not expected Qin Feng to reside in such an estate. Moreover, the manor was rather expansive. Mr. Qin. The security guard at the entrance saluted Qin Feng. I feel like I'm dreaming. Lu Xinyao shook her head in disbelief. Qin Feng merely smiled in silence as he parked in front of the main villa. Good day, Mr. Qin. Upon seeing Qin Feng exit the vehicle, two maids approached to greet him, taking the items from his hands. Lu Xinyao stood in awe, following Qin Feng into the grand hall. She gazed around. Marveling at the opulent surroundings, her curiosity piqued. Xinyao, why don't you take a moment to rest? Lu Xinyao sat on the sofa, still trying to grasp the reality of her surroundings. Qin Feng joined her, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Xinyao, why not stay the night? Tomorrow, I'll show you around the manor. Qin Feng suggested. No way. I'm not mentally prepared for that. Lu Xinyao blushed, quickly refusing. It was their first day dating, and things seemed to be progressing too quickly. Noticing the rosy hue on Lu Xinyao's cheeks, Qin Feng teased, what mental preparation? I have plenty of rooms. What are you thinking? Lu Xinyao's bashful demeanor was undeniably charming. I thought you meant. Lu Xinyao huffed, leaving her statement unfinished. You thought I meant what? Qin Feng continued to provoke her. Lu Xinyao's face grew increasingly flushed as she stood up. I need to go home. Xinyao, the school gates are already closed. Qin Feng glanced at the time, reminding her. I don't believe you. Lu Xinyao shot him a skeptical look. Humph. A man's words are deceptive. Fine, I'll have someone take you back. Qin Feng sighed and made a phone call for a bodyguard. Then I'll see you at school tomorrow, Qin Feng. Lu Xinyao felt a twinge of reluctance. Sometimes, a woman's emotions can be quite perplexing. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xinyao hurried over to Qin Feng, wrapping her arms around his neck. Blushing, she bestowed a kiss upon him. Their lips met briefly before parting. I'm leaving. That was my first kiss. Lu Xinyao gazed into Qin Feng's eyes, then dashed out of the hall. Watching Lu Xinyao depart, Qin Feng felt a mix of helplessness and satisfaction. He licked his lips, savoring the moment. The following day, Qin Feng rose early. System, sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn 270 million Huaxia coins. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn 6 pounds of Dahong Pao tea leaves. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Patek Philippe 5000 and 2P Platinum watch. The mother tree Dahong Pao tea leaves are so rare that they can only be auctioned off at high-end sales. A single pound can fetch up to 10 million Huaxia coins. The Patek Philippe 5000 and 2P Platinum watch is valued at over 17 million. Today, not having drawn any assets left Qin Feng somewhat disappointed. He got out of bed and made his way to the hall. At that moment, breakfast was already prepared. Hearing sounds from the kitchen, Qin Feng went to investigate. It turned out that Su Jiaying was busy in the kitchen. "What are you up to?" he inquired. "Mr. Qin, I'm making some tea eggs," Su Jiaying replied with a smile. Qin Feng suddenly had an idea and said, "Wait a moment." He rushed back to his study and extracted the Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea leaves along with the Patek Philippe watch. Carrying the tea leaves back to the kitchen, he presented them to Su Jiaying. "Let us try these tea leaves." Chapter 33, Tea Eggs. Su Jiaying took a look at Qin Feng's tea leaves and, filled with curiosity, asked, "Mr. Qin, what kind of tea is this?" Having encountered many fine teas, she had never seen the Mother Tree de Hong Pao before. However, it appeared to be quite expensive. "Just use it to boil the eggs." Qin Feng was eager to taste the eggs boiled with the Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea leaves. "All right, Mr. Qin, but we one tea need this much tea." Su Jiaying accepted the leaves, using only a small amount. She set the rest aside in the kitchen for future use when making tea eggs. After issuing his instructions, Qin Feng headed out to enjoy breakfast, casually placing the Patek Philippe Platinum watch on the table. After finishing his meal, he settled onto the sofa in the hall. Engrossed in his phone, "Qin Feng, do you plan to come over this afternoon for the professional class?" Lu Xinyao messaged him. "Of course. Do you miss me so soon?" Qin Feng jested. "Stop being so vain." As Qin Feng chatted with Lu Xinyao, a maid from the estate entered. "Mr. Qin, there is a man named Wu Qicai outside who wishes to meet you." Uncertain about Wu Qicai's intentions, Qin Feng replied, "Let him in." "Understood, Mr. Qin." Moments later, Wu Qicai's vehicle came to a halt in front of the main villa. "Mr. Qin," Wu Qicai greeted with a beaming smile as he entered. "Mr. Wu, please have a seat." Qin Feng raised his head and said, "You are too kind, Mr. Qin." Wu Qicai sat down opposite him, smiling. "Your estate is truly vast. It must be quite challenging to find a property this large in the entire Shanghai city." After some pleasantries, Wu Qicai delved into the main topic. "Mr. Qin, I have my eye on a piece of land and would like to discuss a partnership with you." He handed Qin Feng a document, displaying a hint of interest. Qin Feng glanced at it. The land was located in the center of Shanghai city, valued at over 8 billion, making it quite a coveted asset. Originally, this land had been acquired by a major domestic real estate company. However, due to financial difficulties, they were looking to sell it. Wu Qicai was keen to seize such an excellent opportunity. "Wait a moment. If they possessed such a prime piece of land, why haven't they mortgaged it to the bank?" Qin Feng regarded Wu Qicai, questioning. "Opportunities like this don't just fall from the sky. They often come with traps." Wu Qicai explained with a smile. "The chairman of that real estate company is a friend of mine. He owes me a favor. So he has chosen not to mortgage the land, but to sell it to me instead. Unfortunately, I lack the funds to gather such a large sum in a short time." Understanding Wu Qicai's predicament, Qin Feng realized why the other party opted for a sale instead of a mortgage. Clearly, the individual was a friend of Wu Qicai. Qin Feng hesitated. He owned a bank and certainly had access to ample funds. "Mr. Qin, why don't you give me your answer tonight?" Wu Qicai suggested with a grin. Qin Feng nodded, intending to take the document to Ruihai Bank for a risk assessment. If everything checked out, partnering with Wu Qicai could lead to an investment exceeding 100 billion. Such a venture demanded his utmost caution. "Please enjoy some tea." Su Jiaying brought a cup of tea for both Wu Qicai and Qin Feng, placing them on the table. Naturally, Su Jiaying was aware of Wu Qicai's status as a real estate magnate, frequently seen in news reports. As Wu Qicai accepted the tea, he inadvertently noticed the leaves in his cup. "This is," he exclaimed, his eyes widening. He recognized the rare Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea, which he had only encountered at a friend's home, rumored to cost 10 million per pound. "Is this Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea?" Wu Qicai stared at Su Jiaying, bewildered. Mother Tree de Hong Pao? Su Jiaying was equally astonished. She had only heard of such tea and had no idea what it looked like. "Mr. Qin, this." Su Jiaying looked to Qin Feng, at a loss for words. While making the tea eggs, she had noticed the leaves' delightful aroma, and since Wu Qicai had arrived, she brewed 2 cups. "Indeed, this is certainly Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea," Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Su Jiaying felt lightheaded, nearly fainting. "Mr. Qin, you can't possibly be using such expensive tea to boil tea eggs." Su Jiaying managed a wry smile. Only Qin Feng could conceive of using Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea for such a purpose. Thinking it over, Su Jiaying found it hard to imagine the cost of a single tea egg. What? Wu Qicai's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Here was someone wishing for Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea, yet Qin Feng was using it to make tea eggs. Was this not utterly extravagant? Qin Feng merely chuckled, saying, "It's nothing. I still have plenty." Not particularly fond of tea, Qin Feng regarded the 10 million tea leaves as no different from those worth 100. "Mr. Qin, I'll take the tea to the study." Su Jiaying ventured into the kitchen to retrieve the Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea. careful not to place such valuable leaves anywhere haphazardly. After a considerable time, Wu Qizai finally regained his composure. Mr. Qin, I truly adore this tea, but it's regrettable that I cannot acquire any. Would you be willing to sell me a bit? He inquired. Certainly, just ask Butler Su for some later. Qin Feng agreed. Wu Qizai nodded, savoring the tea in his cup. Indeed, it was unlike any other, worth 10 million per pound. Suddenly, he spotted the Patek Philippe watch on the table. If I am not mistaken, this should be the Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum watch, correct? Wu Qizai took a glance at the watch and couldn't help but smile wryly. The watch was indeed genuine. Wu Qizai could hardly fathom that such an exorbitant timepiece was casually tossed onto the table by Qin Feng. Truly, wealth breeds audacity. Wu Qizai lingered at the estate for over an hour, only departing once the tea-infused egg was ready, eager to savor the flavor of a tea egg brewed with mother tree de Hong Pao tea leaves. After Wu Qizai left, Qin Feng donned a helmet and rode off on his Ducati towards Ruihai Bank. After a journey of more than 40 minutes, he arrived at the headquarters of Ruihai Bank. Upon learning of Qin Feng's arrival, Zhou Rongfeng, accompanied by several senior executives, stepped out to greet him. Chairman Qin, welcome. The executives of Ruihai Bank bowed simultaneously to Qin Feng. Chapter 34. The shock of my cousin. The security guard at the entrance was taken aback. Who exactly was this young man, capable of eliciting such a reception from all the leaders of Ruihai Bank? Could he be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? With this thought, the guard straightened his posture, standing more erect. Chairman Qin, please come in. Zhou Rongfeng welcomed Qin Feng into the headquarters. This was Qin Feng's first visit, and he initially familiarized himself with Ruihai Bank's operations. Subsequently, he produced the documentation for the land valued at over 8 billion. Have someone conduct an appraisal. Let us see if there is feasibility. Zhou Rongfeng was momentarily stunned upon seeing the location of the land. He was well aware of its worth. Chairman Qin, I will get on it immediately. I might only be able to provide you with a response by this afternoon. Qin Feng nodded. Zhou Rongfeng promptly began making calls. With nothing pressing to attend to, Qin Feng strolled around the premises. His cousin, Yi Kaiying, also worked here, though he was uncertain of her department. It was working hours, and the place was bustling with activity. Oh, isn't that Qin Feng? Tao Weiwei exclaimed with surprise upon spotting him. She approached him with enthusiasm. Initially, Tao Weiwei had found it difficult to resist a man of such wealth. However, unfortunately, Qin Feng showed no interest in her whatsoever. Hence, after leaving his estate, she had refrained from seeking him out. To her astonishment, she now encountered him at the headquarters of Ruihai Bank. Could this be the fabled twist of fate? Contemplating this, Tao Weiwei gazed at Qin Feng with tenderness in her eyes. Qin Feng, what brings you here? She inquired curiously. Yet, much to her disappointment, Qin Feng remained indifferent. Just taking a stroll, he replied. Tao Weiwei regarded his words with skepticism. Brother, this is Ruihai Bank, not your home. Nonetheless, she speculated that Qin Feng might indeed be here for a business collaboration, considering he was not lacking in funds. By the way, where's my cousin? Qin Feng asked. She is in the business department, just like me. But she's very busy. It's best to come back after work. Tao Weiwei advised. Qin Feng said nothing further and made his way toward the business department. Hey, Qin Feng. Tao Weiwei hurried after him. Before long, Qin Feng spotted his cousin Yi Kaiying in a corner, deeply engaged in a phone call, indeed very busy. Once she finished her conversation, Qin Feng approached her. Cousin. He greeted her with a smile. Oh, Qin Feng. What brings you to work here? Wait, you don't even need to work. She exclaimed, quickly realizing his affluent status. After all, Qin Feng owned a grand estate. Working seemed like a waste of time for him. I came to invite you for a meal. Qin Feng said with a grin. Yi Kaiying chuckled. I'm still on the job. It's been so hectic lately. Let us talk when I have time. Then, recalling something, she asked, by the way, Qin Feng, how did you get in here? Yi Kaiying was quite puzzled, considering this was the headquarters of Ruihai Bank. Just as she finished speaking, General Manager Zhou Rongfeng hurried over to Qin Feng. Chairman Qin, I was wondering where I could find you. So you came here. Yi Kaiying intended to greet Zhou Rongfeng, but upon hearing him address Qin Feng as chairman, she suddenly grasped the situation. Could it be that Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank? In recent days, she had speculated about Qin Feng's identity. Anyone who could reside in such a grand estate must possess significant status. Yet, she had never imagined he was the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Good day, General Manager. Yi Kaiying managed to greet Zhou Rongfeng. Mr. Qin, do you know her? Zhou Rongfeng inquired as he appraised Yi Kaiying. This is my cousin. Qin Feng introduced her. Hello. Zhou Rongfeng extended his hand for a handshake with Yi Kaiying, leaving her utterly astonished. The mere thought of shaking hands with Zhou Rongfeng was beyond her wildest dreams, and she understood that this was solely due to Qin Feng. Meanwhile, upon realizing that Qin Feng was indeed the chairman of Ruihai Bank, Tao Weiwei was left speechless. Seeing the general manager standing with Qin Feng, she felt too intimidated to approach. "Cousin, you look quite exhausted from work. How about I find you a different job?" Qin Feng suggested, recalling that the Kaida shopping center was in need of staff. The work there merely involved managing the store, which was far less taxing than working at the bank headquarters. "Qin Feng, there's no need. A little fatigue is nothing. I just started. It's essential to accumulate experience first," Yi Kaiying replied, shaking her head. Qin Feng sighed, fully aware of his cousin's tenacity. Once she made a decision, it was challenging to alter it. "All right, if you ever change your mind, feel free to come find me." He chose not to disturb Yi Kaiying further and exited the business department. Zhou Rongfeng, having noted Yi Kaiying's employee number, caught up with Qin Feng. "Chairman, I've made the arrangements. I'll be able to provide you with a response about the collaboration with Mr. Wu shortly." Qin Feng remained silent, believing that professional matters were best left to experts. All he needed to do was maintain the right direction. As Qin Feng prepared to leave, Zhou Rongfeng escorted him to the parking area. Just as they reached the lobby on the first floor, they encountered two individuals. One was a middle-aged man with a square face, and the other was a well-proportioned young man. "Zhou." The middle-aged man greeted Zhou Rongfeng. Qin Feng." The young man exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Qin Feng. This young man, Pan Shiji, was a wealthy second-generation heir and also a classmate of Qin Feng. What shocked Pan Shiji was the fact that the general manager of Ruihai Bank was trailing behind Qin Feng. Having been classmates with Qin Feng for 3 years, he was well aware that Qin Feng was an ordinary person. Yet, the scene unfolding before him was beyond his comprehension. Could it be that Qin Feng held other identities? "Mr. Pan." Zhou Rongfeng turned his gaze towards Pan Zongyi, responding with a smile. At that moment, Qin Feng was also looking at Pan Shiji, a smile gracing his features. "Pan Shiji, it has been several days since I last saw you." Although Pan Shiji was a scion of wealth, he possessed a friendly demeanor, allowing him to get along well with most of his classmates. Pan Shiji chuckled wryly. "I was on leave. My father's company has been quite busy, so I went to help out." Noticing Qin Feng's apparent significance, Pan Zongyi was momentarily taken aback, staring at Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, do you know each other?" Zhou Rongfeng inquired curiously. "He's my classmate," Qin Feng replied with a grin. "Mr. Qin?" Upon hearing Zhou Rongfeng address him in such a manner, both Pan Zongyi and Pan Shiji were left in astonishment. Pan Zongyi, uncertain, asked, "Mr. Zhou, is this young man truly the chairman of Ruihai Bank?" "Indeed. He is our esteemed chairman," Zhou Rongfeng affirmed with a smile. Pan Zongyi and Pan Shiji exchanged a glance, eyes wide with disbelief, particularly for Pan Shiji. The shock resonated deeply within him. He could hardly fathom that the usually frugal Qin Feng was, in fact, the chairman of Ruihai Bank. This revelation left Pan Shiji utterly astonished. "Greetings, Mr. Qin." Pan Zongyi bowed slightly and extended his hand to shake Qin Feng's. "This is Pan Zongyi, chairman of Jinwan Technology," Zhou Rongfeng introduced. "Hello. You are too modest, Mr. Qin." Pan Zongyi was taken aback by the honor. This young man held a significant position, indeed. "Mr. Qin, I mean. Mr. Qin." Pan Shiji quickly corrected himself, exclaiming, "Mr. Qin, you truly are quite low-key." At school, everyone was aware of Qin Feng's affluent background. However, they had not anticipated this additional layer of identity. Qin Feng merely smiled, remaining silent. Previously, it was not that he was low-key. Rather, he had no means to be ostentatious. Yet now, circumstances had changed, and with his newfound system, maintaining a low profile was no longer feasible. "Mr. Qin, our Jinwan technology has successfully gone public today. If you have time, we would be honored if you could join us for drinks at Tianhao Hotel tonight at 8. Pan Zongyi extended the invitation. They had initially come to invite Zhou Rongfeng, but unexpectedly encountered the chairman of Ruihai Bank. "Mr. Qin, you absolutely must attend tonight," Pan Shiji added with a smile. At this juncture, Zhou Rongfeng interjected, "Mr. Qin, it's worth mentioning that our Ruihai Bank holds a 10% stake in Jinwan Technology." Qin Feng nodded. "Very well, I shall be there this evening. We eagerly await your esteemed presence," Pan Zongyi and Pan Shiji expressed with reverence. As they watched Qin Feng depart, Pan Zongyi quietly inquired of Pan Shiji, "Since you and Mr. Qin are classmates, you haven't inadvertently offended him, have you?" Pan Shiji shook his head. "Dad, I always heed your advice. I would never intentionally offend anyone." Pan Zongyi sighed in relief, replying, "Well done. I heard that yesterday. Wang Zhihui's son offended a highly regarded young man in Shanghai City and ended up losing a staggering 5 billion. Thus, my son, remaining low-key is of utmost importance." Pan Shiji nodded. "I understand, Dad." Pan Zongyi earnestly continued, "Moreover, your classmate is quite remarkable. Be sure to invite him out for meals more often." Qin Feng rode off on his Ducati, leaving Ruihai Bank. After Qin Feng's departure, Zhou Rongfeng also visited the business department, seeking out Yi Kaiying. "Kaiying, could you step out for a moment?" Zhou Rongfeng requested. Yi Kaiying, puzzled as to why Zhou Rongfeng sought her, followed him to his office. Kaiying, starting tomorrow, you shall be the deputy director of the business department. Yi Kaiying was taken aback. General manager, I just joined the headquarters and lack experience. Zhou Rongfeng smiled. Experience can be accumulated over time. I have faith that you will excel in this role. Yi Kaiying pondered for a moment before asking, General manager, was it my cousin who suggested this? Zhou Rongfeng shook his head. No, this is my decision. Kaiying, I see that you are quite diligent. Work hard, but do not place undue pressure on yourself. Yi Kaiying, being Qin Feng's cousin, certainly warranted some consideration. Moreover, her work ethic was commendable, and with a bit of nurturing, she could undoubtedly fulfill the role of deputy director. Thank you, General Manager. Yi Kaiying understood that her promotion was undoubtedly due to Qin Feng's influence. It seemed she would need to treat him to a meal soon. Qin Feng returned to the estate, this time accompanied by bodyguards. Approaching noon, traffic in Shanghai City was somewhat congested. However, as Qin Feng rode his Ducati motorcycle, he was spared the annoyance of being stuck in traffic. He left his bodyguards behind and, upon nearing the estate, discovered that the road was obstructed by several vehicles. A few streamers were conducting live broadcasts, their cameras aimed at Qin Feng's grand estate. Among the streamers were both men and women. Look, this is the estate reputed to be the most mysterious in Shanghai City. Since its inception, the owner has remained an enigma. Next, we will unveil the secrets through a drone. Noticing the obstructing vehicles, Qin Feng frowned slightly. He removed his helmet and called out, please move your vehicles. The streamers, upon noticing Qin Feng's motorcycle, exchanged disdainful glances. Just wait a moment. Can't you see we are live streaming? They merely cast a cursory glance at Qin Feng before returning their attention to the camera. My goodness, this estate is enormous. It even has a golf course. I wonder which tycoon resides here. Indeed, poverty limits the imagination. Typically, the streamers enjoyed moderate popularity. However, today, their live broadcast was unexpectedly bustling, as everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of the luxurious estate. Seeing one of the streamers preparing to launch a drone, Qin Feng felt somewhat exasperated. Did you obtain my permission to live stream from my estate? Upon hearing his words, the streamers simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. This young man dared to claim ownership of the estate. The day had not yet darkened, and he was already lost in fantasy. Young man, have you had too much to drink? Riding a motorcycle and claiming the estate is yours? Naturally, the streamers were incredulous about Qin Feng's assertions. After all, in this day and age, boasting came without consequence. One female streamer even pointed the camera at Qin Feng. Everyone look. This young man claims to be the owner of the estate. Her words ignited even more commotion in the live stream. How much has he had to drink to be this delusional? It's undeniable that he is quite handsome, but his audacity is rather excessive. Young man, don't be so pretentious, or you might just attract lightning. The live stream was filled with onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. However, it wasn't long before someone recognized Qin Feng's Ducati. That was a motorcycle worth $1.5 million. Silence, everyone. That is a Ducati Superleggera V4. What Ducati? Can someone enlighten us? A group of fools, please check online. Ducati is the Ferrari of motorcycles. The one he is riding is priced around $1.5 million. $1.5 million? No way. With that money, I could buy a sports car. Could it be that he is truly the owner of the estate? Chapter 36, Showering Dog Food. Initially, the viewers in the live stream mocked him. However, once Qin Feng's Ducati was identified, the audience's attitude shifted dramatically. Some even began to suspect that Qin Feng was indeed the lord of the manor. Sister Ro, please retract your earlier statements. That is a Ducati Superleggera V4. This young man's identity must be extraordinary. The female streamer, referred to as Sister Ro, clearly failed to comprehend the significance of a Ducati Superleggera V4. Isn't it just a broken motorcycle? What is the big deal? Her tone dripped with disdain. Impressive. It seems Sister Ro is also affluent. A motorcycle worth $1.5 million, and you dare to call it a broken vehicle. How does that make us, who drive cars worth only tens of thousands? Feel curious. Sister Ro turned to the internet for clarification. Upon discovering the price of the Ducati, she was left utterly speechless. The Ducati Superleggera V4 indeed costs $1.5 million. She couldn't fathom that a motorcycle could be so exorbitantly priced. Even the combined value of the cars they drove could not rival Qin Feng's single motorcycle. Yet, she had just labeled it as a broken motorcycle. Her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Just then, Qin Feng's bodyguards arrived in pursuit. The captain, Zhang Yong, was driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by two Audis. Oh my heavens, what am I witnessing? Exclaimed the streamers, dumbfounded. The three vehicles came to a halt, and 8 impeccably dressed men stepped out. Mr. Qin, what has transpired? Captain Zhang Yong approached Qin Feng first, respectfully inquiring. Qin Feng remained silent, gazing at the streamers. If you do not move your vehicles immediately, I wouldn't mind having them demolished, he warned. And leave this place at once. Qin Feng was running out of patience. These streamers dared to use his estate as a mere gimmick for profit. It was utterly outrageous. Upon witnessing the grandeur surrounding Qin Feng, the streamers were left astounded. This road led directly to the Yulong Manor, confirming that Qin Feng was indeed the master of the estate. It took them a while to regain their composure and begin packing up their streaming equipment. The streamer controlling the drone quickly retrieved it as well. Sir, we sincerely apologize. We have offended you, the streamers implored, hastily entering their vehicles. They turned their cars around and vanished, not daring to offend the owner of Yulong Manor. Return. Just as Qin Feng was about to get into his car, a thought struck him, and he addressed Captain Zhang Yong. Be vigilant in the future. If anyone dares to come here for a live stream again, let them receive a lesson first. Qin Feng sought solitude, unperturbed by intrusions. Understood, Mr. Qin. Captain Zhang Yong nodded. After returning the Ducati to the manor, Qin Feng indulged in a brief afternoon nap. It was only past 1 o'clock when he set off on his night 15 towards the school. Upon entering the classroom, the class monitor, Lu Xinyao, exhibited a look of surprise. Qin Feng, she exclaimed, approaching him with a smile. Xinyao. Qin Feng responded with a grin, taking her delicate, fair hand. Lu Xinyao seemed somewhat hesitant. Qin Feng, there are so many classmates watching, she said, lowering her head, her cheeks flushing crimson. What does that matter? Qin Feng thought this was a perfect opportunity to quell the affections of other female classmates, as he had received an abundance of love letters in recent days. Wow. Qin Feng actually became involved with the class monitor. This display of affection was overwhelming. Could you consider the feelings of us single dogs? Many classmates expressed their discontent at Qin Feng's public display of affection, while the female classmates were consumed by envy and resentment. Why was it not them holding Qin Feng's hand? Noticing the envious glares from the female classmates, Lu Xinyao hurriedly withdrew her hand from Qin Feng's grasp. She felt that it wouldn't be long before she became the target of animosity from all the girls in school for having stolen the universally acknowledged male god. Just now, Teacher Su inquired about you again. He asked why you've been skipping class so often these days. Lu Xinyao whispered softly. Just tell him I had matters to attend to. Qin Feng replied with a chuckle. Lu Xinyao shook her head, unsure of what to say. After all, with Qin Feng's current status, attending school was hardly necessary. If needed, he could even hire more distinguished teachers. Returning to his seat, his 3 roommates gathered around, teasing, Bro Feng, impressive. You've even managed to woo the class monitor. Teach us a few tricks sometime. Qin Feng attended classes for the entire afternoon. As evening approached and class was dismissed, Lu Xinyao sidled up to Qin Feng, linking her arm with his. Qin Feng, let us eat at the school canteen. Let us go. After indulging in lavish banquets for several days, Qin Feng was eager to sample the canteen's offerings. A change of flavor could be refreshing, and besides, he was not one to be picky. Some female classmates who had initially intended to engage with Qin Feng felt their hearts shatter upon seeing him depart with Lu Xinyao. It's over. There's no hope left. Just as Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao exited the teaching building, they encountered 4 flamboyantly dressed young men. Notorious for being the school's wealthy second-generation elite. Isn't that our school's male god? One of them sneered. Kid, I warn you. Keep your distance from the school flower Lu, for she belongs to Kai Xiao. The 4 surrounded Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao, their expressions menacing. Lu Xinyao frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? Xinyao, I fail to comprehend what you see in this kid. Apart from being somewhat handsome, what else does he offer? The 4 began to interrogate him, one after another. Who I choose to be with is none of your business. Lu Xinyao retorted, visibly irate. I give you 3 seconds. Disappear at once. Qin Feng's expression remained impassive. Kid, you. Just as the 4 were about to confront Qin Feng, Kai Zhihao rushed over. What is happening here? What do you all want? Upon witnessing the 4 individuals speaking disrespectfully to Qin Feng, Kai Zhihao was filled with indignation. Kai Xiao, we are merely warning you about Qin Feng. After all, the illustrious Lu School beauty is the woman you have set your sights on. Despite having recently transferred to Binjiang University, Kai Zhihao had already garnered a considerable following due to his status. With a series of sharp slaps, the sound echoed through the air. Enraged, Kai Zhihao exclaimed, Xinyao is now my sister-in-law. How dare you address my brother and sister-in-law in such a manner? The 4 were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure if Kai Zhihao was jesting. After all, Qin Feng was merely a poor boy, albeit somewhat handsome. But his status paled in comparison to Kai Zhihao's. Yet, here Kai Zhihao was, striking them for the sake of Qin Feng. What was happening? Kai Xiao, have you had too much to drink? One of them questioned, perplexed. You are the one who's intoxicated. Kai Zhihao retorted, turning to face Qin Feng. His eyes filled with nothing but respect. He slightly bent at the waist, a smile illuminating his face. "Brother, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you and my sister-in-law. I shall teach them a lesson shortly." Although Cai Jihao had only recently arrived at Binjiang University, he had already made a name for himself as the foremost of the four notorious figures on campus. However, before Qin Feng, he dared not display any arrogance, for he was acutely aware that Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Such a person was meant to be befriended, never offended. "Kai Xiao, why do you refer to him as brother?" The four expressed their confusion. They were well aware of Cai Jihao's reputation and had witnessed his determination to win over the school beauty, Lu Xinyao. Yet now, he seemed to be yielding before Qin Feng. What was this? "My brother is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. You are not even worthy to carry my brother's shoes." Cai Jihao reprimanded them fiercely. What? The chairman of Ruihai Bank? The four exchanged glances, astonished by Qin Feng's identity. "Kai Xiao, you must be jesting." Cai Jihao scoffed. "I have no leisure to joke with you. You would do well to apologize to my brother immediately. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." Observing Cai Jihao's serious demeanor, the four were utterly shocked. Qin Feng, barely in his early 20s, was indeed the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Such a status was truly formidable. Who in Binjiang University could rival Qin Feng? In fact, one might argue that throughout the entirety of Shanghai City, no one could compare to him. Feng Go. "Yes, we apologize." The four lowered their heads, cold sweat beading on their brows, too fearful to meet Qin Feng's gaze. All they felt was trepidation. If their fathers were to learn that they had offended the chairman of Ruihai Bank, they would surely face dire consequences. Qin Feng merely cast a casual glance at the four, choosing not to engage further. "Feng Go, how about we treat you to a meal? Consider it an apology," one of them suggested, lifting his head tentatively. However, before he could finish, Cai Jihao kicked him hard. "You think you are worthy to dine with my brother?" "Why yes, we are unworthy." The four trembled, their heads bowed. "Feng Go, just pretend we were talking nonsense. Begone." Qin Feng was in no mood to allow these four to disrupt his peace. "Thank you, Feng Go. We shall leave at once." They swiftly turned and vanished. "Shall we go for a meal?" Qin Feng asked, pulling Lu Xinyao along, yet she hesitated. "Xinyao, what is the matter?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Qin Feng, why don't we eat outside? With so many people in the cafeteria, it would be troublesome if the other female students discovered our relationship. Given the numerous female students at the school, a single word from one of them could lead to Lu Xinyao being overwhelmed." She had witnessed the ferocity of those female students firsthand. "Very well." Qin Feng nodded. Cai Jihao, standing respectfully behind him, showed no intention of leaving. Upon hearing that Qin Feng was heading out to eat, Cai Jihao felt an opportunity had presented itself. "Brother." Qin Feng turned his head, casting a mild glance at Cai Jihao. It seemed they had only met twice, yet Cai Jihao's call of brother felt oddly endearing. To the unknowing observer, one might easily assume Qin Feng was indeed Cai Jihao's elder brother. "I am not your brother." Qin Feng replied coldly. "Not at all, brother. Those four troublemakers have nothing to do with me. Brother, you are the only person I admire, Cai Jihao. From now on, I shall be your little brother." Cai Jihao's face radiated admiration, nearly kneeling to Qin Feng in reverence. Ignoring Cai Jihao, Qin Feng continued toward the parking lot with Lu Xinyao. Cai Jihao hurried to catch up, unabashedly stating, "Brother, sister-in-law, I know of a restaurant renowned for its delectable dishes. Allow me to take you both to experience it." Initially, Qin Feng had little desire to engage with Cai Jihao. However, the mention of the restaurant piqued his interest somewhat. Overall, Cai Jihao was not entirely intolerable. "Xinyao, would you like to go?" Qin Feng inquired, looking at Lu Xinyao. "I will follow your lead," she replied. Nodding, Qin Feng turned to Cai Jihao and said, "All right. Lead the way, brother, please." Cai Jihao beamed with joy, guiding Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao to the parking lot of Binjiang University. "Brother, I shall lead the way." Cai Jihao hopped into a BMW, while Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao entered a Night 15. While in the car, Qin Feng received a call from Zhou Rongfeng. "Chairman Qin, regarding the land valued at over 8 billion, we have conducted a risk assessment. We can collaborate with Director Wu." Qin Feng said nothing, immediately reaching out to Wu Qizai to prepare a contract. After more than half an hour, Cai Jihao brought Qin Feng to a restaurant named Meiwai Xian. "Brother, this is the place," Cai Jihao declared. "My father owns this restaurant." He parked the car and swiftly opened the door for Qin Feng. As Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao exited, he asked casually, "What business is your father in?" Cai Jihao explained, "My father is in the catering industry." "Brother, this way please." He displayed utmost respect, ushering Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao into the restaurant. This scene was observed by a middle-aged man near the window on the 5th floor. "This insolent brat, what is he up to now?" The middle-aged man frowned. He was Cai Jihao's father, Cai Yinhong, the chairman of Xiangyuan Group. The Xiangyuan restaurant, a renowned establishment under the Xiangyuan Group, holds a prestigious reputation across China, with branches established nationwide. Cai Yinhong, similarly esteemed in Shanghai City, now finds himself in a most disconcerting situation as his son, Cai Zhihao, exhibits an unusual subservience towards a young man. Should word of this reach the public, where would Cai Yinhong find the face to hide? He resolved to investigate further, his expression darkening as he exited his office, with the manager of Meishi Xian trailing closely behind. Chapter 38. The Transformation into a Sycophant. Upon entering the restaurant, Cai Zhihao approached the female cashier with a commanding air. I require the finest private room. Young Master Cai, I regret to inform you that Mr. Cai has instructed us not to reserve any more private rooms for you. The cashier replied apologetically, fully aware of his identity. Cai Zhihao was nothing more than a spoiled scion, frequently bringing friends to dine. Yet he insisted on maintaining appearances without ever settling the bill. While one might tolerate such behavior on occasion, his persistent patronage threatened to drive the restaurant to the brink of closure. Consequently, Cai Yinhong had become rather irate upon learning of his son's antics and instituted some restrictions. Why? Cai Zhihao retorted, visibly displeased. It is Mr. Cai's directive. I am not in a position to decide, the cashier explained with a distressed expression. Cai Zhihao insisted. Even if you arrange it, my father will never find out. Young master, please do not place me in an uncomfortable position. The cashier lamented. Believe me, you wouldn't want to know what I am capable of. Before Cai Zhihao could finish, a chilling voice interrupted from behind him. He turned to find his father, smiling nervously. Father, I merely wish to treat my elder brother to a meal. Despite his apprehension towards his father, Cai Zhihao could not suppress his defiance. Cai Yinhong scrutinized Qin Feng with a disdainful snort. What nonsense is this, elder brother? Have I not instructed you to distance yourself from such dubious acquaintances? Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Cai Yinhong's ire intensified, his gaze towards Qin Feng laced with contempt. Father, you shall not speak ill of my elder brother. Cai Zhihao retorted, equally incensed. You insolent brat, is this how you address your father? Cai Yinhong was incensed, grappling with the indignation of feeling overshadowed by an outsider. Stop calling him your elder brother. Are you not embarrassed enough? Cai Yinhong admonished sharply. Do you know who my elder brother truly is? Cai Zhihao replied defiantly. He is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Cai Yinhong's expression shifted to one of incredulity. I could not care less about his title. What? Wait, did I hear you correctly? This young man is the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Cai Yinhong was taken aback, staring blankly at Qin Feng. Indeed, why would I deceive you? Cai Zhihao stated proudly. Cai Yinhong examined Qin Feng, astonished. Impossible. He shook his head in disbelief, convinced that his son had fallen victim to the young man's deception. Ruihai Bank was the largest private bank in Shanghai City. How could its chairmanship possibly belong to someone so young? However, after making a few inquiries through his extensive network, Cai Yinhong learned that indeed, the chairman of Ruihai Bank was a young man in his early 20s. His perception of Qin Feng transformed, and he addressed him with newfound respect. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier misjudgment. Cai Yinhong felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself for having offended the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Father, now you believe me, don't you? Cai Zhihao chuckled triumphantly. At that moment, Cai Yinhong contemplated delivering a well-deserved reprimand to his son. How could he dare to laugh while witnessing his father's embarrassment? Doubts crept into his mind regarding his son's lineage. Mr. Qin, I am Cai Yinhong, chairman of the Xiangyuan Group. This meal is on me, he declared, his tone cautious. Then please proceed with the arrangements. Qin Feng replied. Seeing that Qin Feng bore no ill will, Cai Yinhong exhaled in relief. However, Cai Zhihao was far from pleased. Father, I was supposed to treat my elder brother. How can you usurp that? With a glare directed at his son, Cai Yinhong commanded, get out of the way. He promptly instructed the staff to prepare the best private room. Mr. Qin, please follow me. Cai Yinhong transformed into a dutiful servant, eager to please Qin Feng, the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Cai Zhihao dared not exhibit any signs of negligence. As they entered the elevator, Cai Zhihao protested. Father, you cannot take this from me. You would do well to silence yourself. Otherwise, I shall break your legs when we return home. Cai Yinhong's voice was frigid. Observing the spectacle of the Cai father-son duo, Lu Xinyao found it amusing. Just moments before, Cai Yinhong had looked down upon Qin Feng, yet upon discovering his true identity, he became even more obsequious than his son. Was this behavior inherited? Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for indulging him so excessively. Please forgive my folly, Cai Yinhong said, his face flushed with embarrassment. By the way, who is this? Cai Yinhong inquired, turning to Lu Xinyao. Father, this is my sister-in-law. Cai Zhihao interjected hastily. Taken aback by being referred to as sister-in-law, Lu Xinyao chose to remain silent. Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. Cai Yinhong greeted Lu Xinyao with a smile. Lu Xinyao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thus, The quartet arrived at the most opulent private room in Meisher Xian, a space typically inaccessible to the ordinary public. Only those possessing a Meisher Xian membership card could enter. However, today, Cai Yinhong made an exception. "Mr. Qin, please take a seat." Cai Yinhong eagerly pulled out a chair for Qin Feng. He then presented the menu, enthusiastically recommending the dishes. The level of service was extraordinary. One might easily mistake Cai Yinhong for a mere waiter. Qin Feng ordered several dishes, and Cai Yinhong, eager to impress, added a few more selections. Lu Xinyao appeared somewhat uncomfortable, as Cai Yinhong was a man of considerable status, yet here he was, serving tea and water. Were this to become public knowledge? Who would believe it? Standing behind Qin Feng, Cai Yinhong found his son's presence increasingly intolerable. "You step aside." Cai Zhihao, taken aback, muttered a few words before retreating to the side. After a while, a female server entered with a bottle of Lafite wine. "Mr. Cai, here is the wine you requested." Cai Yinhong accepted the bottle, approaching Qin Feng with a smile. "Mr. Qin, this is a treasured bottle of Lafite from my collection, 1979 vintage. Do give it a taste." He was about to uncork the wine when Cai Zhihao seized the opportunity, stepping forward. "Allow me to handle this. Get lost. You have no place here." Cai Yinhong uncorked a bottle of red wine and personally poured it for Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao. Observing this, Cai Zhihao rolled his eyes and discreetly exited the private room. After a brief wait of several minutes, the dishes were served. Cai Yinhong personally brought the food to Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, the meal is ready. Please enjoy. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." With a smile, Cai Yinhong withdrew from the private room. Chapter 39, Nothing More Than Flattery. At this moment, the dining table within the private room was laden with an array of delectable dishes, exuding an enticing aroma. Lu Xinyao gazed at the splendid spread, uncertain of which dish to sample first. "Qin Feng, with so many dishes, can we possibly finish them all?" A wry smile graced Lu Xinyao's lips. "No worries. After all, it's on someone else's tab." Gently nodding, she picked up a piece of braised carp and placed it on Qin Feng's plate. The two were relishing their meal in the private room, while outside, the Cai father and son stood respectfully. Minutes later, Wu Qicai arrived at Meisher Xian. "Mr. Wu, this way please." A waitress guided Wu Qicai to the floor where Qin Feng was situated. Upon catching sight of Wu Qicai, both Cai Yinhong and Cai Zhihao were taken aback. "What a splendid day. The chairman of Ruihai Bank has arrived. Now, even the real estate magnate Wu Qicai is here." Yet, Cai Yinhong was acutely aware that Wu Qicai was not there to seek him out. Although Cai Yinhong held a certain standing in Shanghai City, he could hardly forge connections with someone of Wu Qicai's stature. "Mr. Wu." Both Cai Yinhong and Cai Zhihao approached, respectfully addressing him. "Mr. Qin is inside, correct?" Wu Qicai, unfamiliar with the father-son duo, assumed they were figures of authority within the restaurant. "He is indeed," replied Cai Yinhong. Wu Qicai opened the door to the private room and entered with a smile. "Mr. Qin, I have brought the contract." Upon seeing Qin Feng, Wu Qicai's face radiated with joy. Ordinarily, the matter of signing a contract could be delegated to his secretary. However, Wu Qicai felt that his personal presence would better convey sincerity. With a respectful demeanor, he presented the contract with both hands. "Just in time. Have a bite before you leave," Qin Feng said as he accepted the contract from Wu Qicai. "No, I have other matters to attend to." Wu Qicai, being a shrewd individual, was not inclined to linger as a third wheel. Qin Feng, lacking a pen, requested one from Cai Yinhong. "Mr. Qin, the pen you requested." Cai Yinhong handed him the pen, and without further inspection of the contract, Qin Feng swiftly affixed his signature. Wu Qicai took the contract back, smiling. "Mr. Qin, here's to a fruitful collaboration. As long as the funds are secured, we shall swiftly acquire that land worth over 8 billion. The Cai father and son exchanged astonished glances. Was this truly how dealings transpired among the elite? Speaking in terms of billions so casually. Most notably, Cai Yinhong observed that even Wu Qicai exhibited utmost deference in Qin Feng's presence. Could it be that Qin Feng possessed another identity? Contemplating this, Cai Yinhong's astonishment deepened. "To a prosperous partnership," Qin Feng replied. Wu Qicai merely sipped a glass of red wine before departing with the contract, while the Cai father and son retreated to the outside of the private room. "Son, you have befriended a remarkable elder brother," Cai Yinhong remarked with earnestness as he glanced at his son Cai Zhihao. "Dad, how can you say that? You didn't even give me a chance to shine earlier." Cai Yinhong felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Wasn't I merely demonstrating?" He responded. "Ultimately, we must ensure Mr. Qin's satisfaction. Son, this private room is always available for Mr. Qin. Remember to invite him to dine here often." Cai Yinhong emphasized. Cai Zhihao, feeling somewhat disgruntled, replied, "Dad, didn't you previously say I shouldn't use this room?" Cai Yinhong countered. "That was before. Your current task is to cater to Mr. Qin." Cai Zhihao nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. At that moment, Kai Yinhong produced a membership card from his pocket and handed it to his son. In your spare time, you might also invite Mr. Qin to other venues. Kai Yinhong offered his son a knowing look. Kai Jihao lowered his gaze to the card, which read, Honglinman Club, Diamond Membership Card. His expression morphed into one of incredulity as he glanced at Kai Yinhong. Dad, I never imagined you frequented such places. If Mom finds out, you'll be in for it. Kai Yinhong grasped Kai Jihao's ear. If you dare utter a word, I'll break your legs first. Kai Jihao pleaded. Dad, I promise I won't say a thing. Kai Yinhong snorted, releasing his grip. Now that's more like it. Kai Jihao rubbed his ear and said, Dad, I doubt my elder brother is into that sort of thing. Didn't you see how beautiful my sister-in-law is? Kai Yinhong chuckled and patted his son's shoulder. You don't understand. Just trust my judgment. Kai Jihao tucked the membership card away but suddenly recalled something and said, Dad, I have a lingering question. What question? Kai Yinhong inquired cautiously. Dad, if I ask this, you can't hit me. Kai Yinhong replied, placing his hands behind his back. I won't hit you. Go ahead and ask. Kai Jihao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Dad, you started from scratch. It seems you have no special talents. I'm curious. What is the secret to your success? Upon articulating this question, Kai Jihao took a step back, bracing for a reprimand. However, Kai Yinhong merely nodded thoughtfully. Truth be told, his son's question bore a hint of depth. After pondering for a while, Kai Yinhong shared his insights. It's simple. Just flatter. Kai Jihao's eyes lit up with understanding. Dad, I get it. After their meal, Qin Feng took Lu Xinyao out for a brief half-hour excursion. Due to their earlier wine consumption, it was still Kai Yinhong who drove for Qin Feng. Around 7 o'clock, Qin Feng returned Lu Xinyao to her school before heading to Tianhao Hotel to attend the celebratory banquet for Jinwan Technology's listing. Tianhao Hotel was bustling with activity. As Qin Feng exited the parking lot, he walked alone to the entrance of the hotel. Chen Xiao, look, isn't that our school's heartthrob, Qin Feng? A few young men in the crowd noticed Qin Feng's figure. Slap. The one who spoke received a swift smack on the back of his head from Chen Mingxuan. What heartthrob? In the entire Binjiang University, only I deserve that title. Chen Mingxuan retorted, visibly displeased. Previously, there had been a campus heartthrob contest on the school forum. Chen Mingxuan had felt quite competitive, only to be overshadowed by Qin Feng, who won with nearly 10,000 votes. Chen Mingxuan came in second, with a mere 59 votes, 55 of which had been purchased. This was a disgrace for Chen Mingxuan. The individuals surrounding Chen Mingxuan fell silent upon witnessing his fury. What? Could it be that I spoke incorrectly? When it comes to good looks, how could that Qin Feng possibly compare to me? Chen Mingxuan, convinced of his own charm, tossed his long hair back. The others lowered their gazes, unwilling to betray their conscience with words. Chapter 40, Fearful. Follow me, everyone. Today, we must deliver a warning to Qin Feng. Chen Mingxuan commanded as he led his companions toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng, halt. Chen Mingxuan positioned himself directly in front of Qin Feng, his expression dark. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, recognizing Chen Mingxuan as a fellow student from Binjiang University. Is there something you need? He asked, his demeanor calm. Chen Mingxuan scoffed. Qin Feng, if you know what's good for you, transfer schools. It would be best if I never encountered you at Binjiang University again. Chen Mingxuan was determined to reclaim the title of heartthrob. What a lunatic! Qin Feng retorted, his expression stoic. You dare insult me? Chen Mingxuan clenched his fists, his face darkening. Ignoring Chen Mingxuan, Qin Feng walked into the hotel lobby. Stop right there. Chen Mingxuan, unwilling to concede, chased after him. Do you even know where you are? You think you can just walk in here? Chen Mingxuan's face twisted with derision. Today is a momentous occasion for Jinwan Technology's IPO. You're not here to mooch off the food, are you? The others chimed in with their mockery. Who among us isn't someone of stature? And Qin Feng, he is just a penniless nobody. Though he is somewhat handsome, this isn't a beauty contest. The entire Tianhao Hotel had been reserved for Jinwan Technology. They certainly did not believe that Qin Feng had the means to attend the banquet. Security, come here. Chen Mingxuan beckoned the two guards at the entrance. Young Master Chen, how can we assist you? Ensure this man doesn't get in. He is clearly here to mooch. Chen Mingxuan's voice was icy. These young people today have no shame, thinking they can come here for a free meal. The onlookers murmured among themselves as they absorbed Chen Mingxuan's scornful words. Chen Mingxuan glared at Qin Feng, a challenge in his gaze. You think you can contend with me? Save your breath. Slap. Before he could finish, Qin Feng delivered a sharp slap across Chen Mingxuan's face, igniting his irritation. You struck me? Chen Mingxuan's face flushed crimson from the public humiliation. He raised his fist, ready to retaliate, but Qin Feng retaliated swiftly with another slap. Slap. Chen Mingxuan's face bore two distinct handprints. While Qin Feng could tolerate some provocation, he would not endure it indefinitely. and the unfortunate Qin Mingxuan had unwittingly crossed paths with his ire. What is wrong with hitting you? Do you think you deserve better? Qin Feng's gaze was frigid. Qin Mingxuan's rage was palpable as he turned to his companions. What are you waiting for? Let us take him together. Just as they were about to avenge him, Pan Shiji emerged. Everyone, cease at once. Pan Shiji, anger etched on his face, navigated through the crowd to stand before Qin Mingxuan. Young Master Pan, you arrived just in time. This man, slap. Before he could finish, another slap landed, delivered by Pan Shiji. Young Master Pan, why slap? Slap. With a few strikes. Qin Mingxuan's face swelled grotesquely. Yet, he dared not protest, for he understood Pan Shiji's status. Do you know why I struck you? Pan Shiji's gaze was stern. I don't know. Qin Mingxuan shielded his face, confusion clouding his eyes. He pondered, surely Pan Shiji wouldn't strike him over a mere destitute student? Do you know who this is? Qin Mingxuan looked at Qin Feng, shaking his head vigorously. This is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Do you realize you're courting disaster? Pan Shiji's frustration was palpable. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion, yet someone had dared to offend the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Qin Feng had been invited by Pan Shiji, who wished to avoid any unpleasantness. Yet, here they were, embroiled in chaos. The chairman of Ruihai Bank? Young Master Pan, you must be joking. Qin Mingxuan's face was a portrait of shock. Slap. Pan Shiji delivered yet another slap. Qin Mingxuan, fetch your father and apologize to Mr. Qin. If Mr. Qin does not forgive you, brace yourself for the consequences. Pan Shiji's face was a mask of fury. Qin Mingxuan, reeling from the blows, began to panic. He never expected Qin Feng to be the chairman of Ruihai Bank. What was he to do? Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Qin Mingxuan lowered his head, his voice trembling. Was I not clear enough? Pan Shiji's tone was icy. Young Master Pan, I will go find my father immediately. We will come back to apologize to Mr. Qin. Qin Mingxuan retreated from the crowd, trembling as he left the Tianhao Hotel. Soon after, the companions he had brought also fled. Could it be that this young man is truly the chairman of Ruihai Bank? That is impossible. It can't be false. Did you not see how even Pan Shiji reveres him? The crowd's perception of Qin Feng transformed, now imbued with profound respect. Mr. Qin, my sincerest apologies. I never anticipated such a situation. It is my fault for the inadequate reception. Pan Shiji felt deeply remorseful. What should have been a splendid banquet had been tainted by Qin Mingxuan's actions. Yet, Qin Feng chose not to comment on it. After all, flies can be found everywhere, and this incident could not be blamed solely on Pan Shiji. Thus, Pan Shiji escorted Qin Feng into the Tianhao Hotel, where a throng of invited guests had already gathered. Mr. Qin. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Pan Zhongyi approached eagerly. Given that Ruihai Bank was a shareholder in Jinwan Technology, along with Qin Feng's unique standing, they shared a table. Oh my, who is that young man? Many speculated about Qin Feng's identity. For anyone seated with Pan Zhongyi must possess an extraordinary background. I heard that young man is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Yet, the truth of this claim remained uncertain. It's true. Once everyone learned of Qin Feng's identity, shock was etched across their faces. Many approached Qin Feng, raising their glasses in tribute. After a few minutes, Qin Mingxuan and his father arrived, both wearing expressions of fear as they hurried to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I apologize for failing to properly discipline my son. Qin Mingxuan's father was tall and slender, his head bowed in deference as he faced the chairman of Ruihai Bank. An unprecedented pressure weighed upon him. Chapter 41, Sign in at Haoyan Entertainment. Mr. Qin, I beg your pardon. Qin Mingxuan swallowed hard, overwhelmed with fear. Had he known earlier that Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank, he would have never dared to offend him. But now it was too late. All they could do was seek Qin Feng's forgiveness. At that moment, the attendees of the banquet fell silent, their gazes fixed on the Qin father and son. A hint of schadenfreude evident in their expressions. Of all the people to offend, they had chosen to cross Qin Feng, the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Was this not a recipe for disaster? Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Qin Mingxuan's father grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat trickling down his face. You worthless fool, kneel before Mr. Qin. He roared, turning to his son. In a state of panic, Qin Mingxuan's legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling. If Qin Feng did not forgive them, their prospects in Sanhai City would be utterly bleak. Mr. Qin, please, overlook our transgressions. Qin Mingxuan's lips trembled as he dared not meet Qin Feng's gaze. Mr. Qin, I will punish myself with 3 cups. Qin Mingxuan's father, his face contorted with distress, seized a bottle of high-proof liquor. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he downed 3 full cups. When Qin Feng still did not respond, Qin Mingxuan's father gritted his teeth and drained the entire bottle. The after-effects of such potent liquor were formidable. Even an ordinary person would be incapacitated after a single cup. Yet, Qin Mingxuan's father managed to finish the whole bottle. His face now flushed crimson. He swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing. Take your son and leave. Qin Feng took a sip of his red wine, his voice cold and unyielding. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Chun Mingxuan and his father felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, expressing their gratitude fervently. Let's go? Chun Mingxuan supported his father as they hastily exited. However, before they reached the door, Chun Mingxuan's father suddenly collapsed, having consumed an entire bottle of liquor. While he would not perish, hospitalization was inevitable. Dad! Dad! Chun Mingxuan called out twice, but his father had already lost consciousness. He could only dial for emergency assistance. Qin Feng remained at the banquet for nearly 20 minutes. To be frank, he was not fond of the drinking culture prevalent at such gatherings. Especially after people learned of his identity, they incessantly approached him with toasts. The flattery sickened him. He resolved to attend fewer of these soirees in the future. After departing from the Tianhao Hotel, Qin Feng returned to his estate. The next day dawned, the morning light gently illuminating the room. Qin Feng awoke, but did not rush to sign in. Rising from his bed, he approached the window and drew back the curtains. Outside the main villa, the servants were already bustling about. Breathing in the fresh air of the estate, he found himself increasingly enamored with this carefree lifestyle. System, sign in, he declared. And as soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 280 million Huaxia coins. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn all shares of Haoyin Entertainment. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans. Haoyin Entertainment was a talent agency for streamers, boasting over 500 signed talents. In the industry, it ranked among the top 3 in terms of strength. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a luxury SUV, was valued at 8 million each. This time, Qin Feng had drawn 10 in one go, enough to form a convoy. After completing his morning routine, Qin Feng descended to the first-floor hall. Good morning, Mr. Qin. The housekeeper, Su Jiaying, greeted him. Today, she wore lipstick, her lips a fiery red, adding a touch of allure to her demeanor. Breakfast was ready, and Qin Feng sat at the dining table. Why are there no tea eggs today? Upon hearing this, Su Jiaying's lips twitched slightly. Had he developed an addiction? Using 1 million yuan per pound of tea leaves to make tea eggs was a level of extravagance only Qin Feng would dare to conceive. Mr. Qin, if you desire, I can make some right now, Su Jiaying offered. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. No, that's fine. Just prepare a few for me tomorrow morning. Su Jiaying nodded, refraining from further interruption as Qin Feng enjoyed his meal. As he ate, he noticed several messages from Lu Xinyao on his phone. He replied while finishing his breakfast. Soon after, he received a phone call. Hello, Mr. Qin. The 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans you purchased from our dealership have arrived. Please let us know when you can come to inspect the vehicles. Qin Feng felt a twinge of confusion. Items drawn from the system could sometimes be collected directly, while at other times, they were delivered to a designated location. Was it random after all? I will send someone over as soon as possible. Qin Feng replied. Very well, Mr. Qin. After hanging up, Qin Feng summoned Su Jiaying to the hall. Mr. Qin, do you have any instructions? Su Jiaying inquired respectfully, her hands clasped before her. Please make a trip to the Rolls-Royce dealership. Bring the cars back for me. Curiosity piqued, Su Jiaying asked, Mr. Qin, what vehicles did you purchase? 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans. Qin Feng responded. Su Jiaying was taken aback. She could not fathom why Qin Feng would buy so many vehicles, especially such high-end ones worth millions. His nonchalant demeanor made it seem as if he had merely purchased 10 bundles of cabbage. Mr. Qin, are all these cars going to be kept at the estate? Su Jiaying inquired. Qin Feng fell into contemplation. It seemed the estate already housed several vehicles. If he were to draw more cars in the future, the parking lot would certainly require expansion. A wry smile crept upon his lips as he considered how easily he seemed to draw luxury cars from the sign-in system. Perhaps it should be renamed the luxury car sign-in system. Let South replace all the estate's vehicles. Qin Feng stated casually. Mr. Qin, are you joking? Replace everything with Rolls-Royce Cullinans? The thought of the estate's servants driving Cullinans left Su Jiaying in shock. Could it be any more extravagant? Qin Feng nodded earnestly. Of course. Now that they are purchased, they should be utilized. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Su Jiaying found herself at a loss for words. Shortly thereafter, she departed the estate, heading to the Rolls-Royce dealership in Shanghai City. In the morning, Qin Feng did not attend school. He arrived at the commercial building housing Haoyin Entertainment, driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Qin Feng sought to understand the operations of this talent agency. Upon reaching the first floor, before even entering the elevator, a girl with a small yellow backpack sprinted to his side. Qin Feng, my idol, she exclaimed, visibly excited. Qin Feng turned his head and noticed that she was about 1.7 meters tall, clad in denim shorts, with a sweet appearance. However, her cheeks were distinctly flushed. Who are you? Qin Feng inquired, unfamiliar with the girl before him. I'm Zhang Yingying. Like you, I'm a student at Binjiang University. I even voted for you in the campus idol competition. She introduced herself, her gaze appraising Qin Feng. She realized that in person, he was far more handsome than in photographs. Is that so? Qin Feng responded, somewhat speechless. He felt as if he had become a celebrity, recognized wherever he went. By the way, I'm from the literature department, Zhang Yingying added. As the elevator doors opened, she followed Qin Feng inside. He pressed the button for the 16th floor and asked her, which floor are you going to? 16th floor. She replied, surprised. What a coincidence. You're also on the 16th floor, Zhang Yingying exclaimed. As she knew, the 16th floor housed only one company, Haoyan Entertainment. Qin Feng, do you wish to become a streamer too? With your looks, it would be a pity not to. You should debut as a star instead, she remarked, her chatter seemingly endless. Zhang Yingying was a contracted streamer with Haoyan Entertainment, balancing her studies with live streaming for nearly a year, earning some money in the process. She had come to renew her contract. The streaming industry had been developing rapidly in recent years, yet smaller streamers still required the support of agencies. No, I have no intention of becoming a streamer. Qin Feng shook his head, clarifying. Then what brings you to Haoyan Entertainment? Zhang Yingying's curiosity intensified. As they reached the floor where Haoyan Entertainment was located, Qin Feng smiled, but remained silent. I'll go renew my contract and chat with you later. Zhang Yingying waved and entered an office in the business department. Qin Feng approached the front desk. I'm looking for your general manager. My name is Qin Feng, he stated, explaining his visit. The receptionist, preoccupied with editing documents, replied, our general manager is on leave. If it's something urgent, please come back the day after tomorrow. Qin Feng showed no inclination to leave and continued to inquire. Then who is in charge here at the moment? The receptionist replied, our deputy general manager. However, he has stepped out and may not return for about half an hour. That's fine, I can wait. Qin Feng decided to stay, moving to a reception room next door. After a few minutes, while engrossed in a game, Qin Feng suddenly heard raised voices from outside. Frowning, he exited the reception room. You've gone too far. I'm calling the police. The voice belonged to Zhang Yingying, her eyes red and on the verge of tears. Facing her was a young man in a suit, who stood with his hands in his pockets, wearing a smug grin. Feel free to call. Let's see who the police believe, me or you. He taunted, nonchalant about the situation. As their argument escalated, several employees working nearby gathered around. Li Jinwei, a minor leader at Haoyan Entertainment, had been discussing contract renewal with Zhang Yingying. Captivated by her beauty, he had made suggestive remarks, implying that if she wanted to earn big through streaming, she'd need to comply with his whims. Zhang Yingying understood but pretended not to hear. As she was signing the contract, Li Jinwei began to make inappropriate advances. Infuriated, Zhang Yingying slapped him, only to find herself threatened in return. Xiao Wei, what happened? A department leader approached Li Jinwei, inquiring. Li Jinwei chuckled. This woman tried to seduce me for more traffic support from the agency. I refused, and unexpectedly, she turned on me. Zhang Yingying trembled with anger. You're lying. It was you who tried to take advantage of me. Li Jinwei sneered. Girl, if you keep this up, I could accuse you of defamation. His tone dripped with menace. Zhang Yingying, grasping her phone, contemplated calling the police, her anger spilling over into tears. Li Jinwei added, I'm magnanimous and won't stoop to your level. Just leave. The staff at Haoyan Entertainment could surmise the situation. They had worked with Li Jinwei long enough to be aware of his character. He often harassed female colleagues, but, given his position, they felt powerless to speak out against him. What is going on? Qin Feng approached Zhang Yingying, inquiring. Qin Feng, let us go? She wiped her tears away, feeling helpless against Li Jinwei without evidence. Tell me what just happened. I can seek justice for you. Qin Feng's expression remained calm. After all, Haoyan Entertainment was his company, and he would not tolerate a rogue element within its ranks. Zhang Yingying hesitated, wanting to protect Qin Feng from being drawn into the conflict. Kid, you're new here, right? How dare you meddle? Li Jinwei, unfamiliar with Qin Feng, frowned. With sharp eyes, Qin Feng stepped forward and delivered a powerful slap that sent Li Jinwei sprawling. The force of the blow left Li Jinwei's head ringing as he tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before colliding with the wall, finally coming to a stop. You dared to hit me. The department leader glared at Qin Feng, seething with anger. Li Jinwei was the son of the deputy general manager, and in the company, few dared to disrespect him. Yet today, he had been struck within the office. Qin Feng, you've caused trouble. Zhang Yingying looked worried. However, Qin Feng remained silent, intent on rectifying the situation within the company. Li Jinwei, with half of his face swollen and red, staggered to his feet. Xiao Wei, are you all right? The department leader rushed to support him. Call security. Beat him up. Li Jinwei clenched his fists, glaring menacingly at Qin Feng. Do you know who I am? I don't, Qin Feng replied, narrowing his eyes. Li Jinwei boasted. Let me enlighten you. My father is the deputy general manager. You're finished. Qin Feng scoffed. A mere deputy general manager. What is so impressive about that? Qin Feng, perhaps we should take our leave. Zhang Yingying tugged at Qin Feng. This is their territory. And should things escalate, they would both face the consequences. You should return first. Don't worry about me. Qin Feng replied to Zhang Yingying. In light of the events unfolding at the company, it was impossible for Qin Feng to remain idle. Chapter 43. An apology, too late. Moreover, Qin Feng was determined to investigate how many individuals like Li Junwei lurked within the company. How could one, emboldened by a minor leadership position, act with such impunity? Did he consider the company his personal domain? This simply could not stand. Noticing that Qin Feng showed no intention of departing, Zhang Yingying grew increasingly anxious. The incident had arisen because of her, and she would not abandon Qin Feng to leave alone. Security! Security! Li Junwei continued to shout loudly. After a while, 2 security guards hurried over. What is happening? They inquired. Li Junwei pointed at Qin Feng, seething with rage, and shouted, First, give this person a beating. Also, find out which department he belongs to. Li Junwei was like a furious beast, his anger palpable. This person doesn't he seem to be an employee of our company. I've never seen him before. One of the guards scrutinized Qin Feng before responding. Not an employee? Then we certainly cannot let him go. He might be a thief. Li Junwei's fury intensified. The 2 guards, itching to act, contemplated apprehending Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor and said, Before you take any action, I advise you to ascertain my identity first. The 2 guards exchanged glances, hesitating to proceed. They sensed that the young man before them was not to be trifled with. To offend a significant figure could lead to dire consequences. You think you have some sort of status? Let me tell you, today will be your unlucky day. How dare you strike me? Li Junwei exclaimed, pointing at Qin Feng, his face contorted with anger. Just then, a stern-looking middle-aged man entered through the doorway. The vice general manager. The employees at the entrance bowed to Li Junhua. What is the commotion here? Aren't you supposed to be working? Li Junhua said. His expression icy. Li Junhua had a notoriously bad temper, which made the employees wary of him. Dad, you're finally back. This guy doesn't he know who he is? He dared to hit me in the company just now. Li Junwei rushed to Li Junhua, lamenting. Upon seeing the distinct handprint on his son's face, Li Junhua's expression hardened. Who has the audacity to act so brazenly? Li Junhua was furious. The consequences will be severe. Dad, it's him. Li Junwei gritted his teeth, pointing at Qin Feng. You young man, who do you think you are to cause such a ruckus here? Li Junhua said, arms crossed, coldly regarding Qin Feng. So, you are the vice general manager of Haoyan Entertainment. Qin Feng glanced at Li Junhua with indifference. Li Junhua replied coldly, Indeed. Since you have injured someone in the company, we must settle this properly. Qin Feng's expression remained tranquil. Aren't you going to ask why I struck someone? Li Junhua scoffed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. I'm not concerned with that. You've injured a person. There's no way you're leaving here easily. Qin Feng shook his head. Enough, like father, like son. It seems Li Junhua is equally unreasonable. With that, Qin Feng decided against trying to reason with them. Qin Feng smirked. You wanted to know my identity, right? Well, I shall enlighten you. My name is Qin Feng, chairman of Haoyan Entertainment. Qin Feng boldly declared his identity. Young man, you're just blowing hot air. Chairman of Haoyan Entertainment? Li Junwei, of course, did not believe him. His face etched with derision. Haoyan Entertainment is the largest streamer agency in Shanghai City, boasting over 500 signed streamers, several of whom are top tier. Currently, the valuation of Haoyan Entertainment hovers around 100 billion. How could someone barely in his 20s possibly own such a vast company? Thus, Li Junwei remained skeptical. However, upon hearing Qin Feng's name, Li Junhua's expression shifted. Just this morning, the company's chairman was replaced, and his name was Qin Feng. Suddenly, a wave of foreboding washed over Li Junhua. Better safe than sorry. If this young man truly is the chairman of Haoyan Entertainment, the situation could become dire. Silence. Li Junhua barked at his son. He was beginning to feel anxious. Li Junwei frowned. Dad, you can't possibly believe him, can you? Li Junhua remained silent. His gaze fixed on Qin Feng, his expression fluctuating. Qin Feng pretended to reach into his pocket while discreetly extracting the stock certificate of Haoyan Entertainment from his system space. Open your eyes wide and behold. Qin Feng produced the stock certificate and displayed it before everyone. What? Upon seeing the stock certificate, Li Junhua's complexion changed dramatically. He had anticipated that he would offend the chairman of the company. What was he to do now? Good heavens, he truly is the chairman. The onlooking employees wore expressions of shock. Initially, they too thought Qin Feng was boasting, but the truth had proven them wrong. Impossible. Dad, this stock certificate must be forged. Li Junwei's face darkened, still in disbelief. Slap. Li Junhua struck his son hard across the face. Now, The other side of Li Junwei's face was also swollen. Whether the stock certificate was genuine or not, how could he not discern? Fear consumed Li Junwei's heart. Trembling, he approached Qin Feng and bowed his head. Chairman Qin, I was mistaken. I will deal with this ungrateful son later. At this moment, Li Junwei's only desire was to preserve his position. Li Junwei was left dumbfounded. Though he still struggled to accept the truth, it lay stark before him. He had grown accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, never expecting to provoke someone like Qin Feng. This would not end well. Zhang Yingying's gaze towards Qin Feng transformed as well, filled with admiration. She finally understood why Qin Feng had insisted on seeking justice for her. It turned out he was the chairman of Haoyan Entertainment. My heavens! Not only is Qin Feng handsome, but he also possesses such a prestigious identity. He is the epitome of a domineering CEO from a novel. Most importantly, Qin Feng is still a university student. How delightful! Unfilial son, get over here and apologize to Chairman Qin. Li Junwei glared fiercely at his son. Chairman Qin, I'm sorry. Despite still harboring resentment, Li Junwei had no choice but to lower his proud head before Qin Feng. The chairman of Haoyan Entertainment is someone he cannot afford to offend. An apology, if it were effective, what purpose does the law serve then? Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Yingying and suggested, let us call the police. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Yingying nodded and commenced dialing the emergency number. Mr. Qin, please grant me another chance. Li Junwei's face turned pale with fear. However, Qin Feng paid him no mind. Entering the general manager's office while making a phone call of his own. Chapter 44 Xinyao, have you also taken to skipping classes? The general manager of Haoyan Entertainment was taken aback upon receiving Qin Feng's call. What? Is there such a matter? Upon hearing the events that had transpired within the company, the manager's fury escalated, cursing Li Junwei numerous times in his mind. Mr. Qin, I shall terminate my vacation immediately. I will ensure a satisfactory resolution. Before Qin Feng acquired Haoyan Entertainment, its shareholding structure had been exceedingly convoluted. The vice president, Li Junwei, had a relative among the shareholders within the company. Although Li Junwei lacked significant capability, he had powerful backing. However, the tides had turned. Qin Feng's complete acquisition of Haoyan Entertainment signified the end of Li Junwei's prosperous days. Mr. Qin, I may not reach the company promptly. Instead, I will instruct my secretary to handle this matter. Qin Feng said nothing and hung up the call. Moments later, the general manager's secretary arrived at the office. Mr. Qin, greetings. I am the general manager's secretary, Xiaoya. The young female secretary exhibited a respectful demeanor. Please investigate whether Li Junwei has engaged in any illegal activities within the company. If so, gather the evidence, Qin Feng instructed. The secretary nodded affirmatively. Understood, Mr. Qin. I shall attend to it immediately. Li Junwei and Li Junwei's positions were swiftly terminated, and the minister who had supported Li Junwei soon faced misfortune as well. The female secretary subsequently discovered that Li Junwei had embezzled company funds, and the amount was substantial. Both Li Junwei and Li Junwei were taken away by the police, surely facing imprisonment. After sitting in the office for half an hour, Qin Feng decided to leave. Outside the door, Zhang Yingying was still waiting for him. Qin Feng, thank you. Upon seeing him emerge, Zhang Yingying approached with a smile. Had it not been for Qin Feng's presence, she would have undoubtedly suffered a grievous loss today. No need, Qin Feng replied. After all, this was a matter concerning his own company, and he could not remain indifferent. Let me treat you to a meal. Zhang Yingying extended the invitation. Perhaps another day, Qin Feng gently declined. Disappointed, Zhang Yingying could only nod in agreement. The two entered the elevator and soon arrived at the ground floor of the commercial building. Qin Feng, are you heading back to school? I rented a car. Shall we go together? Zhang Yingying smiled. I have my own vehicle, Qin Feng replied. With curiosity piqued, Zhang Yingying followed him to the parking lot. Upon seeing Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, she was momentarily stunned. The car's front resembled a bullet, exuding a striking visual impact. What kind of sports car is this? Zhang Yingying exclaimed, snapping a photo with her phone. As Qin Feng pulled the car out of the parking space, he remarked to Zhang Yingying. I shall take my leave now. She waved and said, drive safely. As Qin Feng departed, Zhang Yingying turned to search online for the price of the Lamborghini Veneno. Upon discovering that it was valued at 80 million, she was once again left in awe. Upon returning to the estate, Qin Feng had lunched there. Meanwhile, Su Jiaying had already brought back 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans. After finishing his meal, Qin Feng settled onto the sofa in the hall to rest. While engrossed in his phone, he was suddenly blindfolded. Guess who I am? Lu Xinyao intentionally lowered her voice. Qin Feng set his phone aside and grinned. The faint scent of lavender had already betrayed Lu Xinyao's identity. Grasping her hand, he exerted a gentle pressure. Who else could it be but my class monitor? He lifted Lu Xinyao, placing her on the sofa. Qin Feng, stop it. Lu Xinyao's face flushed. She struggled briefly but could not break free, ultimately surrendering to his embrace. Qin Feng, a new amusement park has opened in Xixiao. I managed to snag 2 tickets. Lu Xinyao nestled against Qin Feng, inhaling his distinctive masculine scent, feeling quite comfortable. Xinyao, have you also learned to skip classes? Qin Feng teased. She wrinkled her adorable nose. Not at all. This afternoon consists of elective courses. As long as I don't fail, I'm fine. Noticing 2 maids at the door, Lu Xinyao hurriedly urged, Qin Feng, let go of me. It wouldn't be good if someone saw. Amused, Qin Feng released her. By the way, Xinyao, have you eaten? Lu Xinyao tidied her disheveled hair. I had lunch at school. Let us head to the amusement park now. She was quite eager. All right. Qin Feng sighed, rising to his feet. Thus, Lu Xinyao linked her arm with his as they exited. Before the main villa, a pink sedan was parked, clearly modified. The vehicle was adorned with several cartoon designs, exuding a youthful style. Did you drive this here? Qin Feng inquired. Lu Xinyao produced the car keys with a grin. I borrowed it from a friend. I'll be the driver today. Qin Feng said nothing, smiling as he took the passenger seat. Lu Xinyao drove the car slowly away from the estate. Despite being a female driver, she handled the vehicle with remarkable steadiness. An hour later, they arrived at the amusement park Lu Xinyao had mentioned. This is the place, she exclaimed as they exited the car. The entrance was bustling with crowds, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Xinyao presented their tickets, and they smoothly entered. The amusement park was filled with numerous attractions, but the long lines dampened their spirits. Had I known, I wouldn't have come today. Lu Xinyao expressed her disappointment. She had hoped to enjoy quality time with Qin Feng, but the crowd was overwhelming. Qin Feng reassured her, no worries, let us just stroll around. We can always return another time. Lu Xinyao nodded, accepting the situation. As they passed by a haunted house, Lu Xinyao noticed the shorter line. Qin Feng, how about we try the haunted house? She suggested. Are you sure? Qin Feng was slightly skeptical of her courage. What if it gives you nightmares tonight? It's fine. Let us go. Lu Xinyao insisted, pulling him towards the queue. However, it wasn't long after entering the haunted house that Lu Xinyao began to scream in terror. She clung tightly to Qin Feng, keeping her eyes shut the entire way through. Yet, the frightening sound still managed to bring tears to her eyes. Upon exiting the haunted house, Lu Xinyao felt her legs turn to jelly. She swore never to return to such a place again. It was far too terrifying. Lu Xinyao patted her chest, still shaken. Qin Feng looked at her and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Will you dare to come back next time? Lu Xinyao shook her head vigorously, declaring, even if you paid me, I wouldn't set foot in here again. Chapter 45. The Black Shop. The two made their way to the parking lot, intending to return to the manor. Let me drive. Qin Feng chuckled. No need. I'll take the wheel. Lu Xinyao asserted, taking her place in the driver's seat. The car roared to life, and they set off towards the manor. However, mere minutes after leaving the amusement park, an unforeseen mishap occurred. Lu Xinyao was driving normally when suddenly, an unusual noise emanated from the front of the car, followed by a violent tremor. Oh no, we've got a flat tire. Panic flickered across Lu Xinyao flawless visage as she gripped the steering wheel tightly. Fortunately, their speed was moderate, and under her control, the vehicle came to a safe halt by the roadside. Can you believe our bad luck? Lu Xinyao glanced at Qin Feng, her expression one of helplessness. I'll take a look. Qin Feng exited the vehicle to inspect the damage, discovering that the front right tire was indeed deflated, with a steel nail embedded in it. He intended to change the tire but soon realized, upon opening the trunk, that the car was devoid of a spare. What now? Lu Xinyao asked, her brow furrowed in distress. Let us call for roadside assistance, Qin Feng suggested, noting their remote location in the western suburbs of Shanghai City. Just as he was about to dial, Lu Xinyao pointed ahead. Look, there seems to be a repair shop over there. Following her gaze, Qin Feng indeed spotted a nearby auto repair shop. I'll go check it out, he declared, striding towards it. Wait for me, Lu Xinyao called. And they entered the shop together, shortly followed by the flat-tired car being towed there. Sir, we've just inspected your vehicle. All 4 tires show varying degrees of wear. We recommend replacing them all. Additionally, the brake pads and spark plugs are due for a change as well. An employee informed Qin Feng. No, just replace that one tire. Qin Feng replied, aware of the murky waters of the automotive repair industry. Others might easily fall prey to such persuasive tactics. The employee continued with a slew of technical jargon, but Qin Feng chose to ignore him, prompting the staff member to walk away in frustration. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the tire was finally replaced. Sir, your car is ready. That will be 600 yuan. The shop owner greeted Qin Feng with a smile. Lu Xinyao frowned, exclaiming, excuse me, are you mistaken? We only changed one tire, which costs a few hundred yuan. How could it possibly amount to over 4,000? The shop owner, short in stature with small eyes that barely opened when he smiled, replied, my dear, the tire itself isn't expensive, but we also conducted a thorough inspection. Plus, there's a towing fee for bringing your car all the way here. Lu Xinyao felt a surge of anger. Could it be that they had stumbled upon a black market establishment? You're extorting us, she exclaimed, having never encountered such a situation before. While she was furious, unease crept into her heart. The owner sneered, "My dear, extortion is illegal. We wouldn't dream of it." A glint of menace flashed in his eyes, as if he had already determined their fate. Given the shop's isolated location, it was clear that without some unscrupulous dealings, they would have long since closed their doors. The owner had likely figured they were an easy target, given that it was only the two of them. "Qin Feng, let us call the police." Lu Xinyao bit her lip. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone. In response, the shop's 4 employees closed in, their expressions menacing. "Calling the police won't help, my dear. You'd do better to settle your bill quickly," the owner threatened. "What should we do?" Lu Xinyao's voice trembled slightly as she glanced at Qin Feng, feeling intimidated by their numbers. "All right, I'll pay," Qin Feng replied calmly, pulling out his phone to make the payment. Lu Xinyao was perplexed. Yielding was not typically Qin Feng's style. Yet, given the overwhelming odds, it seemed they had no choice. She planned to report them after they left. The shop owner, upon receiving the payment, wore a smug grin as he said, "You're free to go." He had no fear of her reporting them. After all, it took a certain audacity to engage in such practices. Qin Feng ushered Lu Xinyao into the car. "I'm calling the police right now," she fumed. "Charging over 4,000 for a single tire is pure extortion." Yet Qin Feng simply smiled and replied, "No need. Just watch." He dialed a number, reaching his bodyguard captain, Zhang Yong. "Bring a few people over," he instructed, sending Zhang Yong their location. He parked the car not far from the repair shop and patiently awaited Zhang Yong's arrival. "What are you planning, Qin Feng?" Lu Xinyao inquired with curiosity. "Of course, I intend to make them return the money they wrongfully took." Qin Feng grinned. After waiting for over half an hour, 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinans appeared. "Mr. Qin." Zhang Yong stepped out of one of the vehicles and approached Qin Feng. "Follow me," Qin Feng instructed. "Xinyao, stay in the car," he added, before leading Zhang Yong and his men to the repair shop. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's return, especially with the 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinans parked outside, the shop owner's expression turned ashen. "My heavens, what kind of formidable presence have I provoked? Let us teach these fellows a lesson." Qin Feng's expression remained impassive. "Attack," commanded Zhang Yong, charging forward first. How dare they offend Mr. Qin? They were clearly courting disaster. Following suit, the dozen or so men Zhang Yong brought along surged forward as well. "Spare us, please," the shop owner cried out in panic, begging for mercy as he was met with fists and the soles of shoes. The other employees of the shop, though unaware of Qin Feng's true identity, recognized that anyone capable of summoning 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinans must hold considerable influence. "Let us go. We don't want your money," the owner pleaded, battered and bruised. Qin Feng stood silently to the side, indifferent to the scene. Before long, the owner found himself bloodied, with several teeth knocked out. Once he felt the punishment had been sufficient, Qin Feng gestured for Zhang Yong and his team to step back. The owner was left in a state of disarray, barely able to stand. Qin Feng approached, crouching down to deliver a cold reprimand. "My money is not so easily taken." The owner's eyes were filled with fear as he stammered, "Brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize your worth. I'll return the money to you." The owner of the repair shop was filled with regret. Had he known, he would not have offended Qin Feng over a mere 4,000 yuan. At that moment, the employees of the repair shop were also thoroughly subdued. Chapter 46, Check-in, Light and Shadow Group. "To speak of such matters now, don't you think it's a bit too late?" Qin Feng's voice was frigid. It was not in his nature to let the repair shop owner off so easily. "Brother, I truly realize my mistake. I'm willing to compensate." The owner of the repair shop trembled, hastily pulling out his phone. "Very well, then let us settle this." Qin Feng replied with a smile. "I still have over 60,000 in my bank account. I will reimburse you in full." The owner began the transfer, desperately wishing to see Qin Feng leave as swiftly as possible. "Brother, I've completed the transfer. Is this sufficient?" After a brief moment, the 60,000 yuan was credited to Qin Feng's account. Given Qin Feng's current assets, he certainly regarded that sum as trifling. Nonetheless, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Qin Feng transferred 30,000 to the bodyguard captain, Zhang Yong, saying, "Treat them to a meal tonight." Apart from Zhang Yong, the rest were not Qin Feng's bodyguards. They were merely recruited by Zhang Yong. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Zhang Yong beamed with gratitude. "How shall we deal with this individual?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Break both of his hands." Upon hearing this, the repair shop owner's complexion turned even more ashen. "Brother, please, don't. If you believe the money is insufficient, we can negotiate further." At that moment, Zhang Yong had already seized a large wrench and approached the repair shop owner. "Brother, let us talk this out." The repair shop owner's voice quivered, his face glistening with cold sweat. Suddenly, a puddle of yellow liquid appeared on the ground. Smelling the stench of urine, Zhang Yong grimaced in distaste. Mr. Qin, this fellow has frightened himself. Qin Feng took a few steps back, shaking his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this man would be so easily terrified. Brother, grant me a chance for redemption. The repair shop owner trembled uncontrollably, genuinely frightened. You will go and turn yourself in now. Should you dare attempt to flee, the consequences will be dire. With that, Qin Feng left the repair shop, taking slow strides. The owner watched Qin Feng's retreating figure, swallowing hard. From that moment on, this terrifying silhouette would haunt him for the rest of his life. Did you comprehend what Mr. Qin just stated? Zhang Yong pinched his nose, his expression grim. I understand. I will turn myself in right away. The repair shop owner was acutely aware that Qin Feng was a man of his word. It was far better to surrender than to have his hands broken. I might as well choose to live an honest life. Zhang Yong left with a final remark. Outside the repair shop, Lu Xinyao remained seated in the car. Upon seeing Qin Feng return, she inquired, "How did it go?" Qin Feng chuckled. The owner felt moved. He said he would turn himself in. Lu Xinyao was somewhat speechless. Moved? Brother, with so many people accompanying you, how could he not feel that way? All right, let us return to the manor. Qin Feng drove back to the estate. En route, Lu Xinyao received a message from Kong Liang. Qin Feng, Kong Liang and the others said they want to treat you to dinner soon. Lu Xinyao remarked, glancing at Qin Feng's profile. Let us not. Qin Feng shook his head. Those three roommates come from average backgrounds. He felt embarrassed to let them treat him. Should I help you decline? After some thought, Qin Feng suggested, instead, invite them to the manor. Let us have dinner together tonight. All right. Lu Xinyao nodded. Upon returning to the manor, the two rested briefly. In the evening, Qin Feng instructed the chef to prepare a lavish meal. By around 5 o'clock, Qin Feng's three roommates arrived in a car. Upon entering the manor's gates, Kong Liang and the others were left in awe. Wow, is this where Brother Feng resides? This manor is simply too grand. With eyes wide open, they could hardly believe it. When will we ever live in a place like this? Xiao Pang shook his head in amazement. Xiao Pang, you can dream about it tonight. Kong Liang joked. Soon, they arrived at the main villa's entrance, where Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao awaited. Brother Feng, class leader, Kong Liang and the others greeted as they stepped out of the car. Let us go, dinner is ready. Kong Liang, feeling somewhat shy, said, Brother Feng, we initially planned to treat you, yet here we are mooching off you. Qin Feng smiled. No worries, eating here is just the same. He led his three roommates inside. As it was their first time in such a place, they marveled at the luxurious decor of the hall, gasping in astonishment. Class leader, why don't you stay with Brother Feng? Aren't you worried that other women will try to woo him? Kong Liang teased with a grin. Lu Xinyao, linking arms with Qin Feng, replied, I'm not worried. To be honest, having such a handsome and affluent boyfriend puts quite a bit of pressure on me. Not to mention, those female students from Binjiang University are eyeing Qin Feng with envy. Qin Feng seated Kong Liang and the others and, upon seeing the table laden with exquisite dishes, their mouths watered. By the way, Brother Feng, I think I saw several Rolls-Royce Cullinans earlier. Are those yours? Kong Liang asked curiously. Those are the cars for the servants. Qin Feng casually remarked. What? Kong Liang was instantly dumbfounded. Cars worth millions belong to the servants? Could it be any more extravagant? Xiao Pang scratched the back of his head, innocently saying, Brother Feng, do you still need more servants? I have a friend. Kong Liang shot Xiao Pang a disapproving glance, exclaiming, useless. He chuckled at Qin Feng, saying, actually, Brother Feng, I can be your driver. If that doesn't work, I can be a security guard. Qin Feng laughed. You might as well forget it. Just focus on your studies. Half an hour later, after a hearty meal, Kong Liang and the others expressed a desire to explore the manor. They headed out in their car, while Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao remained in the hall, chatting. By 8 o'clock, Lu Xinyao and the others returned to school. The night passed swiftly. The following morning, the system announced, check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has drawn 290 million Huaxiao coins. Check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has drawn 85 of Light and Shadow Group S shares. Check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has drawn a super short selling card. The Light and Shadow Group is a film company in Huaxiao valued at over 80 billion, having produced and distributed numerous critically acclaimed works. Furthermore, this company has signed many popular artists under its banner. The super short selling card, once bound to a particular company, causes the stock of that company to plummet precipitously. Today, the item Qin Feng drew elicited a flicker of excitement within him. Chapter 47. Is this how you comfort someone? After enjoying breakfast, Qin Feng revved up his Ducati and set off for school. As he exited, his bodyguard trailed closely behind him. However, due to traffic congestion, he managed to lose the bodyguard before reaching the campus. He parked his motorcycle in the school's parking lot and had just removed his helmet when three young men roughly his age, approached him. The leader, with his hands shoved into his pockets and a smirk playing on his lips, exclaimed, "What a Ducati Superleggera V4. What a magnificent machine. Buddy, let me take it for a spin for a few days. We could become friends." Ding Yud slapped the side of the Ducati. His admiration evident. Though he referred to it as borrowing, his tone resembled more of a command. Qin Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at Ding Yud and replied coolly, "No." After securing his helmet and retrieving his keys, he turned to walk away. "Hey, stop right there." Ding Yud's lackeys stepped forward to block Qin Feng's path. Their voices laced with icy disdain. Qin Feng halted, a frown creasing his brow. It was apparent that these three were not students of Binjiang University. "If I said no, then no. Get lost." He had no intention of squandering time with them. "Why you dare tell us to leave? Do you even know who Ding is?" The two lackeys were visibly irritated, and Ding Yud's expression darkened. "Lend me your bike for half a month. I can pretend I didn't hear your previous remarks." With a scowl, Ding Yud's demeanor changed. Given his status, acquiring a Ducati Superleggera V4 would be a trivial matter. He merely wished to enjoy it now. Yet, this Qin Feng had the audacity to deny him. "You're dreaming," Qin Feng retorted with a cold laugh. His earlier good mood soured in an instant upon encountering these three. Every year has its oddities, but this year seems particularly rife with them. "You dare to speak to Ding like that? You'd best apologize quickly, or we'll ensure you regret it." The two men threatened, exuding an air of arrogance. Evidently accustomed to bullying others. "Insane," Qin Feng muttered under his breath, attempting to bypass them. To his surprise, they suddenly struck out, raising their hands to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Qin Feng's expression turned icy. With lightning speed, he retaliated, delivering two resounding slaps that nearly sent the assailants tumbling to the ground, their faces a picture of shock. "You dare strike my men?" Ding Yud clenched his fists, fury radiating from him. "What is happening here?" A furious voice rang out from a distance. Principal Han Yi jogged over to Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin." Han Yi bowed respectfully before turning his serious gaze toward Ding Yud. "Which class are you from? Do you treat our school as your personal playground?" Han Yi was furious. These three students had dared to offend a board member of Binjiang University. Ding Yud was taken aback. He recognized Han Yi as the principal, but was astonished by the latter's deference to a student. Nevertheless, Ding Yud wasn't intimidated by potential trouble. After all, if Qin Feng could afford a Ducati worth over $1 million, he undoubtedly held some status. Yet, Ding Yud himself was not to be trifled with. "Principal Han, we are students from the Shanghai City Financial University. We came to visit your school today." Han Yi's anger flared. "Since you are from another school, you should adhere to our campus rules." Ding Yud frowned, fully aware that Han Yi was clearly siding with Qin Feng. "Principal Han, who is he?" Ding Yud inquired, curious about Qin Feng's identity. Han Yi raised his voice. "Mr. Qin is a member of our board at Binjiang University." Upon hearing this, Ding Yud's face twisted into a mocking sneer. "I thought he was a big shot. Turns out he's just a board member at Binjiang University." Ding Yud shook his head dismissively. Redirecting his attention to Qin Feng, he declared, "How about this? You transfer 10% of Binjiang University as shares to me, and I'll pretend this incident never occurred." Ding Yud crossed his arms, a cold smile on his lips. Qin Feng remained expressionless as he addressed Principal Han Yi. "Have the campus security escort these three out. This fellow thinks he can demand shares from the university. What a delusion." Ding Yud was incensed. He wanted to retort, but Qin Feng had already turned away. Han Yi swiftly summoned campus security. "These three are not students of our school. Remove them immediately. Furthermore, ensure they are never allowed back. We'll leave on our own." Ding Yud seethed, his face ashen as he and his companions retreated to their car. "Ding, are we just going to let this slide?" One of the lackeys, nursing a sore face, grumbled. Ding Yud replied coldly, "Let us head back. Once that guy leaves the campus, I'll settle the score with him. An audacious board member from Binjiang University. Huh? I want to let this go." With a grim expression, Ding Yud started the car and drove off from Binjiang University. Meanwhile, Qin Feng arrived in the classroom. "Qin Feng." Upon seeing him, Lu Xinyao beamed with joy. Qin Feng approached her with a smile, engaging in light conversation. He returned to his seat only to find his roommate, Kong Liang, slumped over his desk, visibly dejected. "What is wrong with him?" Qin Feng asked Lu Xinyao. With a sigh, Lu Xinyao explained, "He just went through a breakup. As his good friend, you should go comfort him." Reluctantly, Qin Feng walked over and patted Kong Liang on the shoulder. "So what if you've experienced a breakup? Take heart. It's not the end of the world. No, I mean, you should just let me be." Kong Liang sighed heavily. "Stay strong. After all, there's no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. Only obstacles that seem never-ending." Kong Liang grimaced. "Bro, is that how you comfort someone? I just went through a breakup, and you're feeding me toxic positivity. Isn't that a bit disheartening?" After offering a few words of consolation to Kong Liang, Qin Feng returned to his seat. The morning held two professional classes, and he mused that occasionally experiencing campus life wasn't so bad after all. At noon, during the break, Qin Feng approached Lu Xinyao, who was still engrossed in her studies. Xinyao, come back with me for lunch. Lu Xinyao replied, I won't be going today. With the final exams approaching, I've already taken quite a few days off and have fallen behind in my studies. I need to catch up. Once the holiday arrives, I promise to accompany you for some fun. Qin Feng chuckled, all right then, I'll head back first. He made his way to the school parking lot, where his bodyguard was already waiting. He mounted his Ducati and departed from Binhai University. Not long after exiting the gates, Qin Feng sensed something amiss. 3 Audi cars were closely tailing him. Turning his head, he spotted Ding Yud sitting in the foremost vehicle, clearly intent on causing trouble. Squinting slightly, Qin Feng let out a cold chuckle. Since this individual was so obstinate, he decided to play along. Ding Xiao, that kid has noticed us. A tense voice remarked from the back. Ding Yud's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Feng's retreating figure, his anger mounting. He won't escape. First, let us smash that Ducati. Ding Yud was determined to make Qin Feng pay. The 3 Audis continued to follow closely behind. Given that they were in a neighborhood, Ding Yud and his crew dared not act recklessly. Qin Feng, however, remained unfazed, steering towards the estate while deliberately slowing his pace. As they exited the neighborhood, the opportunity arose. Charge ahead and cut him off, Ding Yud commanded. The 3 Audis accelerated simultaneously, cornering Qin Feng's Ducati, forcing it to a halt. Doors swung open, and 10 men emerged from the 3 Audis, surrounding Qin Feng. At the forefront stood Ding Yud, his lips curling into a smug smile. Qin Feng removed his helmet, exuding an air of calm, as if the 10 men were mere figments of his imagination. Kid, our paths cross again. We need to settle the score from school. Ding Yud's voice dripped with malice. Maintaining his composure, Qin Feng smiled lightly and inquired, how do you intend to settle it? Ding Yud scoffed. Earlier at school, I demanded 10% of Binhai University's shares. That's off the table now. Besides the shares, you must kneel and apologize to me. His cold gaze bore into Qin Feng, seemingly convinced of his victory. Qin Feng toyed with his motorcycle helmet, responding, your appetite is quite impressive. Fuming, Ding Yud retorted, enough of this nonsense. If you refuse, I'll smash your bike. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression turned icy. You may certainly try. One of Ding Yud's companions seethed, Ding Xiao. This kid doesn't take you seriously. Let us teach him a lesson. Outnumbered, they wore expressions of mockery. Sizing up Qin Feng, just as they were about to strike, 3 Rolls-Royce Cullinans came to an abrupt halt. 12 burly men, clad in sunglasses, swiftly exited the vehicles, forming an imposing line. What is happening? Whose men are these? Ding Yud was taken aback. He had gathered a group of petty delinquents, who were now dwarfed by the intimidating presence of Qin Feng's bodyguards. How dare they trouble Mr. Qin? The head bodyguard, Zhang Yong, approached Qin Feng with a steely demeanor. Mr. Qin, how shall we deal with these individuals? Ding Yud and his crew were left dumbfounded. They had assumed Qin Feng was merely a board member of Binhai University, never anticipating he would have such a formidable entourage. Deal with them, Qin Feng commanded, still casually playing with his helmet. As soon as he finished speaking, his bodyguards sprang into action. Against the skilled professional fighters, Ding Yud and his gang stood little chance. Cries of agony filled the air, and even Ding Yud was swiftly brought down. Stop. Stop this at once. My father is the chairman of Huiming Construction Materials. If you injure me, he will not let you off lightly, Ding Yud shouted desperately. Yet, Qin Feng's bodyguards paid him no heed. Instead, they intensified their assault. Humph. Another second-generation rich kid. How dare you offend Mr. Qin? You're asking for trouble. After several minutes of relentless beating, Ding Yud's arrogance began to wane. Despite his battered appearance, he continued to shout defiantly, keep hitting him. We'll stop once he understands his mistakes. Qin Feng, expressionless, chose not to engage further and drove back to the estate. Upon his arrival, dinner was already prepared. Mr. Qin, the maid greeted him with a bow. Just as he settled at the dining table, he received a call from Zhang Yong. Mr. Qin, that fellow is quite resilient. Even after having a bone broken, he still refuses to beg for mercy. He has now lost consciousness. Sipping his orange juice, Qin Feng replied, you all return first. Understood, Mr. Qin. Unfazed, Qin Feng began his meal. At the city center hospital, Ding Yud, injured, was brought in and soon regained consciousness. Upon seeing her son battered and bruised in the hospital bed, his mother burst into tears. Son, who did this to you? Ding Yud lay there, feeling excruciating pain throughout his body, his face swollen and disfigured, a sight of utter devastation. This was the most severe beating he had ever endured. Mom, the one who hurt me is called Qin Feng. He is a board member at Binhai University. Ding Yud pounded the wall in frustration, feeling deeply resentful. Now, his other arm was also in a cast, bound tightly in plaster. Calm down, son. Your father will be here soon. He will take care of this. His mother comforted him through tears. Moments later, a middle-aged man with glasses entered the room, his expression darkened by fury upon hearing of his son's hospitalization. Who? Who dares to be so audacious? Ding Yuankong asked ominously. Ding Yud clenched his fists in silence. Dear, it was a board member from Binhai University. He seems to have some influence, accompanied by numerous bodyguards. Ding Yud's mother recounted tearfully. Ding Yuankong seethed. I don't care who he is. He has harmed my precious son. I shall make him pay dearly for it. Ding Yuankong had no means to contact Qin Feng, so he instructed his associates to look into it and managed to obtain the mobile number of Han Yi, the president of Binjiang University. Chapter 49. The Tycoon's Assistance. Termination of collaboration. Han Yi was still engrossed in his busy schedule when he noticed his phone ringing with an unfamiliar number. A hint of curiosity crossed his face. May I inquire who is calling? Han Yi pressed the answer button and asked. I am Ding Yuankong, the chairman of Huiying Building Materials Company. I am seeking your board member, Qin Feng. Ding Yuankong stated his intentions directly. He had come to demand accountability. Detecting the hostility in the caller's tone, Han Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you wish to discuss with Mr. Qin? Fuming, Ding Yuankong replied, Qin Feng has injured my son. He must come to see me at the hospital immediately. His voice grew louder. Han Yi's frown deepened. However, he did not perceive Qin Feng as the type to instigate trouble. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, could this be a misunderstanding? Ding Yuankong, now even angrier, retorted, there is no misunderstanding. Please convey to Qin Feng that if he does not come to the hospital to see me within half an hour, he shall bear the consequences. Unpleased by the audacity of the individual on the other end, Han Yi could not contain his irritation, especially given the disrespect directed toward Qin Feng. Fool, he retorted before abruptly ending the call. Such words, uttered by the president of Binjiang University, were profoundly humiliating. On the other end, Ding Yuankong was seething with rage. You dare insult me? He trembled with fury. Yet, the phone had already gone silent. You have some nerve. Ding Yuankong pocketed his phone, his expression darkening. Since he had not received the respect he sought, he decided to take more drastic measures. After finishing his lunch, Qin Feng was resting on the sofa in the lobby when Han Yi called him. Mr. Qin, a person named Ding Yuankong just called. He claims you have injured his son and demands an apology at the hospital. Han Yi felt it necessary to inform Qin Feng of the matter. Ding Yuankong? Qin Feng pondered for a moment, deducing the connection. This Ding Yuankong must be the father of Ding Yud. Do not concern yourself with them. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Ding Yud had provoked him first, and he had merely retaliated. That was already a considerable act of leniency. If Ding Yud wished to pursue this further, Qin Feng would ensure they understood the folly of their actions. Understood, Mr. Qin. Han Yi refrained from further comments. Just as Qin Feng was about to take a midday nap, he received a message from his cousin, Yi Kaiying. Qin Feng, are you free tonight? I am treating you to barbecue. Yi Kaiying had recently been promoted to vice head of the business department and was becoming acclimated to her new role. Her swift ascent was largely due to Qin Feng's influence. Thank you, but no need. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Yi Kaiying reassured him, don't worry. I want to bring Tao Weiwei. She was aware that her friend had been harboring intentions toward Qin Feng, which could indeed be quite bothersome at times. After some consideration, Qin Feng agreed. Shortly thereafter, Yi Kaiying sent him a location along with a time for their meeting. Qin Feng indulged in a blissful afternoon nap, relishing the carefree nature of his life. However, he did not forget about his parents back home and planned to visit in a few days. Although he had been sending money to his sister, Qin Yutong, daily, he felt it necessary to return and clarify things with his parents, lest they be reluctant to spend the money without his assurance. Upon waking, Qin Feng stretched and checked his phone, discovering several missed calls, all from Han Yi. He promptly returned the call. Mr. Qin, this is bad. Han Yi's tone was laced with urgency. What has happened? Speak slowly. Qin Feng remained composed. Mr. Qin, the incident involving your injury of Ding Yud has gone viral. Furthermore, a large number of internet trolls have been hired to maliciously defame Binjiang University. Since it was a board member of our university who caused the harm, the online backlash is overwhelming. Qin Feng frowned, taken aback by how Ding Yuankong had distorted the truth and incited public opinion. If this continued, the reputation of Binjiang University would be severely tarnished. His expression darkened. Mr. Qin, I have already hired a lawyer and issued a legal notice. However, the online vitriol is only escalating. Han Yi expressed his distress. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in his long tenure as president of Binjiang University. I understand. Leave the matter to me. Qin Feng hung up, a cold smile gracing his lips. Ding Yuankong had chosen to play this game. Now it would be a test of who would ultimately prevail. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng dialed He Wanyang, the general manager of Longjiang Group. Chairman Qin, how may I assist you? He Wanyang was currently signing contracts at Wu Qitsai's company and was momentarily taken aback by the call. Does Longjiang Group have any collaboration with Huiying Building Materials Company? Yes. He Wanyang confirmed. Huiying Building Materials is a significant company in Shanghai City, and many real estate firms collaborate with them, including ours. Terminate the collaboration and create as much trouble for them as possible. Qin Feng's voice was icy. Longjiang Group was substantial enough that they could easily deal with a mere building materials company. Understanding the gravity of Qin Feng's anger, He Wanyang responded, I will arrange it immediately. His face bore a look of shock. He could not fathom which fool from Huiying Building Materials had offended Qin Feng. Clearly, significant events were about to unfold. After concluding the call, He Wanyang informed Wu Qitsai, Director Wu, I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. Wu Qitsai, still unaware of the situation, chuckled, Why the rush? Finish your tea before leaving. He Wanyang shook his head helplessly. Someone from Huiying Building Materials has offended our chairman Qin. I need to investigate. Wu Qitsai was taken aback. What? Such a thing has occurred? His eyes narrowed, turning cold. Given his collaboration with Qin Feng's affairs were inherently his affairs as well. Wu Qitsai understood that the individuals from Huiying Building Materials were no match for Qin Feng. With that in mind, he had no qualms about stepping in. After He Wanyang departed, Wu Qitsai had his people look into the situation. It turned out that it was the son of the chairman of Huiying Building Materials Company who had incurred Qin Feng's wrath. Immediately, Wu Qitsai summoned his secretary. Xiao Qi, prepare a public statement. Terminate the collaboration with Huiying Building Materials Company. Wu Qitsai's female secretary wore a perplexed expression. Mr. Wu, if we proceed with this, our projects will also be adversely affected. Wu Qitsai chuckled dismissively. No matter. Just follow my instructions. For Wu Qitsai, losing a bit of money was inconsequential. Furthermore, in my capacity as the president of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, notify the other members of the chamber. Instruct them to end all collaborations with Huiying Building Materials. Chapter 50, A Major Catastrophe. The chairman of a building materials company dared to provoke Qin Feng. Truly an exercise in futility. Wu Qitsai would certainly not stand idly by in this matter. Mr. Wu, I shall attend to it immediately. The female secretary respectfully withdrew. In the hospital ward, Ding Yukong observed the torrent of insults flooding the internet with satisfaction. He was confident that the reputation of Binhai University would soon be tarnished. Kid, this is entirely your doing. Ding Yukong sneered. He had expended considerable funds to hire internet trolls. A worthwhile investment. Now, it remained to be seen whether Qin Feng would come to apologize. If Qin Feng refrained from doing so, Ding Yukong had contingencies prepared. Dad, what is the situation now? Ding Yud, lying on the hospital bed, inquired. Son, I am already dealing with that Qin Feng. He won't last much longer. A triumphant smile adorned Ding Yukong's face. How could a mere board member from Binhai University hope to contend with him? It was almost laughable. Naturally, Ding Yukong could surmise that Qin Feng, at such a young age, had become a board member of Binhai University, perhaps indicating some background. Yet, Ding Yukong was unperturbed, for he had ample connections in Shanghai City. Excellent. Dad, when the time comes, I shall repay today as suffering 100-fold. Ding Yud clenched his fists, turning a deep shade of purple. Of course. Ding Yukong replied with a chuckle. Just then, he received alarming news from his secretary. Chairman, we have a serious issue. Longjiang Group has reported that a batch of our building materials has quality problems. They want a full return. Moreover, they have declared that they will no longer collaborate with us. Upon hearing this, Ding Yukong's brow furrowed deeply. His first thought was whether they had offended Longjiang Group. After years of collaboration, how could they simply terminate their partnership? Longjiang Group was a major client of Huiying Building Materials. Losing their cooperation would result in significant financial losses. How could this happen? Ding Yukong was utterly bewildered. Chairman, I am equally in the dark. The female secretary said, equally frustrated. Ding Yukong promptly called He Wanyang to seek clarification, but the call did not connect. While he was frowning in concern, the female secretary delivered further distressing news. Chairman, now even Sihai Group has terminated our collaboration. What? Ding Yukong finally panicked. Sihai Group was Wu Qitsai's enterprise. Now, with two major real estate companies withdrawing their partnership. Even Ding Yukong, despite his ignorance, recognized that something was terribly amiss. Reach out to Sihai Group and inquire about the situation. Ding Yukong's expression darkened. I've tried. But they haven't responded. The secretary replied. However, this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, numerous companies announced their cessation of collaboration with Huiying Building Materials. Ding Yukong's complexion turned ashen. Calculating the losses, he realized that 80% of his clients had already departed. Ding Yukong felt a chilling certainty that he must have offended a powerful individual. Otherwise, such a calamity would be unfathomable. How could this happen? His hands trembled as he retrieved the phone number of a close friend and dialed. Old Zhang, please tell me, why has your company also terminated our collaboration? Ding Yukong was utterly perplexed. This unexpected turn of events left him reeling. After a prolonged silence on the other end, the voice finally spoke. Let me put it this way. The termination of our collaboration was proposed by the president of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. You better take care of yourself. The line went dead. Ding Yukong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gripped by fear. He knew all too well that the president of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce was Wu Qicai, a figure of immense stature within the business community. Yet, Ding Yukong could not fathom how he had offended Wu Qicai. He grabbed a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow. Ultimately, he steeled himself and dialed Wu Qicai. After several attempts, he finally got through. Wu Dong. I am Ding Yukong. Ding Yukong was exceedingly anxious. After all, Wu Qicai was a titan of the real estate industry. Just making this call felt overwhelmingly burdensome. Ding Yukong? I believe I do not know you. Wu Qicai feigned ignorance, having indeed met Ding Yukong before. Wu Dong, you truly have a tendency to forget. We shared drinks at last month's gathering. Ding Yukong felt utterly embarrassed. What is it that you want? Wu Qicai feigned ignorance. Ding Yukong cautiously remarked, Wu Dong, if I have offended you in any way, please do not hold it against me. Wu Qicai snorted coldly, replying, Ding Yukong, you have not offended me. You have offended the chairman of Longjiang Group. Ding Yukong was even more bewildered. Wu Dong, I do not understand. Wu Qicai's voice turned icy. Of course, you do not understand, for you are nothing but a fool. The person you have offended, Qin Feng, is the chairman of Longjiang Group. Wu Qicai had no desire to waste further time with Ding Yukong and abruptly ended the call. Engaging in prolonged conversation with someone of such low intellect made him fear for his own intelligence. This cannot be. Wu Dong, this cannot be. Ding Yukong's face was a mask of shock. He wished to say more, but the phone had gone silent. Qin Feng was merely in his early 20s. How could he possibly be the chairman of Longjiang Group? Ding Yukong refused to believe it. Yet, the reality lay before him. With Wu Qicai's stature, there was no reason for him to deceive him. Ding Yukong's body stiffened, his complexion turning ghostly pale. If Qin Feng truly was the chairman of Longjiang Group, then the situation was dire. With his standing, opposing Qin Feng would be akin to an egg striking a stone. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing his father's grim countenance, Ding Yud inquired. Be silent. Ding Yukong snapped at Ding Yud. His mood was exceedingly poor. If he did not resolve this matter, his company would soon face bankruptcy. Most importantly, having offended those in the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, he would struggle to maintain his position in Shanghai City. Ding Yud obediently fell silent, unable to comprehend why his father had become so peculiar. Hadn't everything been fine just moments ago? Ding Yukong pondered for a considerable time before dialing a number once more. This time, he sought to summon reinforcements. Brother, it seems I have stumbled into a grave predicament. Lacking remarkable talents of his own, Ding Yukong's current assets were entirely attributable to the considerable abilities of his elder brother. No sooner had he uttered these words than a thunderous voice erupted from the phone. Have you met your demise? If so, I shall select a suitable burial plot for you. The voice on the line was filled with rage. Ding Yukong's brother had already been informed of the trouble his sibling had caused with Qin Feng, and now even his own business was suffering the repercussions. Chapter 51. A Visit to Apologize. Ding Yukong's brother was seething, on the verge of an outburst. However, considering that Ding Yukong's family was also his own, he restrained himself. Despite this, his brother was still exceedingly irate. He could not fathom whether his younger sibling had lost his mind or had been caught between a door, provoking the chairman of Longjiang Group. This debacle had stirred considerable commotion, even drawing in Wu Qicai, the president of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. Was Ding Yukong's behavior not akin to courting death? Brother, have you heard the news? Ding Yukong wore a woeful expression. Had he known the extent of Qin Feng's influence, he would have never dared to provoke him. The entire Shanghai City was abuzz with gossip. Do you realize that because of the foolishness of you two, I have also been dragged into this mess? Though well respected in the business world, Ding Yukong's brother found himself utterly powerless against the might of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, especially given that Qin Feng was shrouded in mystery. How could a mere youth in his early 20s have ascended to the position of chairman of Longjiang Group? If this were to be spoken aloud, who would believe it? Yet, the reality was undeniable. Setting aside Wu Qicai's Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, the ire of Longjiang Group alone was more than enough to burden Ding Yukong. Brother, could it be that Qin Feng is Wu Qicai's illegitimate child? A thought crossed Ding Yukong's mind. Otherwise, why would Wu Qicai mobilize the entire Tianjin Chamber of Commerce to assist Qin Feng? At this moment, Ding Yukong's brother was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. Did it truly matter whether or not Qin Feng was Wu Qicai's son? I advise you to hasten to Qin Feng and offer your apologies. If you cannot resolve this matter, do not ever call me brother again. Ding Yukong's brother felt his blood pressure soar, almost succumbing to the anger ignited by his younger sibling. Ding Yukong, with a grim expression, lamented, "Brother, I have hired countless online trolls to tarnish the reputation of Binjiang University. I fear that Qin Feng will not forgive me so easily." Regret washed over Ding Yukong. Had he known better, he would have thoroughly investigated Qin Feng's background first. His brother's voice quivered with fury as he retorted, "I care not for your excuses. You created this mess. Even if you must resort to selling your own dignity, you must rectify it." With that, Ding Yukong's brother hung up the phone. "Hello, brother?" Realizing the call had ended, Ding Yukong was on the verge of tears. His own brother had turned his back on him. What was he to do now? "Dad, what's wrong?" Ding Yud inquired, his expression one of confusion. In a fit of rage, Ding Yukong swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap to Ding Yud's face. "This is all you're doing," he seethed, trembling with anger. The blow left Ding Yud momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for such an act from his usually affectionate father. "My dear, what are you doing? Are you not satisfied with how our son has been treated?" Ding Yud's mother rushed over, enveloping her son in a protective embrace. "Do you have any idea whom this ungrateful child has offended? It is the chairman of Longjiang Group." Ding Yukong bellowed. "How is that possible?" Ding Yud was incredulous, as was his mother. "Isn't Qin Feng merely a board member at Binjiang University? How has he suddenly become the chairman of Longjiang Group?" Ding Yud's face was a mask of disbelief. "Mistaken?" Ding Yukong's eyes burned with rage. "Now we have also incurred Wu Qitsai's wrath." Ding Yud's complexion drained of color. He was at a loss for words, realizing the enormity of the blunder he had committed. Ding Yud's mother, in tears, implored, "Dear, it is too late for such reflections. Did you not also hire trolls to defame Binjiang University?" Ding Yukong found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, while his son bore responsibility, he too had played an ignoble role in the affair. Torn by inner conflict, Ding Yukong ultimately resolved to seek out Qin Feng to apologize. "Come with me. We must go and apologize to Chairman Qin." Ding Yukong gritted his teeth as he addressed his son. Ding Yud, head bowed, was reluctant to accompany him. "Dear, I will go with you. Our son still bears injuries. Let him rest in the hospital." Ding Yud's mother expressed her concern. "No, this trouble was caused by him. He must apologize to Chairman Qin in person." Ding Yukong insisted, taking his unwilling son along as they drove to Binjiang University. "Once we see Chairman Qin, maintain a respectful demeanor." Ding Yukong cautioned his son while seated in the car. "If you provoke Qin Feng again, we will be in deep trouble." Ding Yud remained in a state of shock, feeling utterly unfortunate. Not only had he suffered an injury, but now he was also expected to apologize to Qin Feng. Ding Yukong stared out the window in silence, determined to exert every effort to obtain Qin Feng's forgiveness. Otherwise, Huiying Building Materials Company would face ruin. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the gates of Binjiang University. Ding Yukong, sweating profusely under the glaring sun, approached the security office. "Hello. I wish to speak with your president." He explained his purpose, adding, "By the way, I am Ding Yukong, the chairman of Huiying Building Materials Company." The security guard immediately placed a call to the president's office. Upon hearing that Ding Yukong was present, he was filled with fury. This was the very Ding Yukong who had employed trolls to maliciously defame Binjiang University, and now he dared to show his face here. Despite his anger, Han decided to confront Ding Yukong, curious about what he intended. As he arrived at the entrance, he found Ding Yukong and his family standing together. Ding Yud's arm was encased in a cast, his face marked with bruises. "Principal Han, you have finally arrived." Ding Yukong forced a smile. "What brings you here?" Han, arms crossed, did not afford Ding Yukong and his family a warm reception. "Principal Han, it is all a misunderstanding. I have already made arrangements to clarify matters online. This time I came specifically to apologize to Chairman Qin." Ding Yukong no longer dared to show even the slightest disrespect. Upon hearing Ding Yukong's words, Han was taken aback. He had assumed Ding Yukong was here to cause trouble, but it appeared he had misjudged the situation. However, the fact that Ding Yukong would come to apologize was indeed a rare occurrence. Han maintained a frosty expression, stating, "Mr. Qin is not at the school. You should come back another day." With that, Han turned and walked away. Chapter 52, Journey to the Light and Shadow Group. "Principal Han, please hold on." Ding Yukong pleaded, his face contorted with worry. "Could you please inform Chairman Qin? If he waited any longer, his company would face bankruptcy." Han snorted coldly, "Just wait." He took out his phone and called Qin Feng. Upon hearing that Ding Yukong had come to Binjiang University to apologize, Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Was Ding Yukong unable to hold out any longer? Of course, he knew this was largely due to Wu Qitsai's assistance. Without Wu Qitsai's Tianning Chamber of Commerce, it was likely that Ding Yukong would not have surrendered so quickly. "Mr. Qin, Ding Yukong wishes to see you." Qin Feng chuckled, "Let them wait." At that moment, he remained in the estate. After hanging up, he did not rush to Binjiang University, but instead made a stop at the Light and Shadow Group. After all, it was not he who was anxious, He could afford to let Ding Yuekong wait. Driving his Lamborghini Veneno, Qin Feng enjoyed the occasional change of vehicles. At the entrance of the Light and Shadow Group, General Manager Feng Shuiqin was already waiting. Behind her stood a dozen high-ranking executives of the company, well aware of the importance of the chairman's visit. Beside Feng Shuiqin was a woman in a pink dress, standing at an estimated height of 175 meters. With a ponytail and exquisite features. Her pair of beautiful eyes sparkled like a clear autumn sky, captivating all who beheld her. Feng, is the chairman really coming? Lin Wanner asked softly. Of course. Feng Shuiqin replied confidently. Since Qin Feng notified us in advance, he will surely arrive. Lin Wanner gazed out at the street, her face adorned with a hint of anticipation. She was curious about the chairman of the Light and Shadow Group. After a few minutes of waiting, the Lamborghini Veneno finally appeared at the entrance. The sight of the luxury sports car made the executives of Light and Shadow Group feel tense. It was a vehicle worth tens of millions. Perhaps their chairman was indeed inside. Feng Shuiqin, uncertain but hopeful, approached as the car came to a stop. Excuse me, are you Chairman Qin? Through the car window, Feng Shuiqin caught sight of the young man in the driver's seat. Upon realizing his youth, her first thought was that the chairman could not possibly be him. After all, Qin Feng was remarkably young. Too young, in fact, to be a chairman. Yes, that's me. However, when she heard his response, Feng Shuiqin was instantly taken aback. Chairman Qin, please come in. After a moment of stunned silence, she finally regained her composure. Greetings, Chairman Qin. The executives of Light and Shadow Group bowed in unison as Qin Feng parked the car and stepped out. Chairman, I am Feng Shuiqin, the general manager of Light and Shadow Group. Feng Shuiqin introduced herself, standing before Qin Feng. He nodded and soon turned his gaze to Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner, with her fair skin and elegant demeanor, was the kind of beauty that instantly attracted attention in a crowd. She was stunningly beautiful, and most importantly, she gave Qin Feng a sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place it. Hello, Chairman. Lin Wanner approached, extending her delicate hand, her cheeks blushing slightly due to Qin Feng's striking good looks. Despite being of similar age, she had already become a signed artist with Light and Shadow Group at a young age and was well known as a child star. In the entertainment industry, where handsome men and beautiful women abound, Lin Wanner had encountered many extraordinarily handsome actors. Yet, she had never met someone like Qin Feng, whose mere glance could make one blush and feel their heart race. Moreover, the charm that radiated from him was distinctly different from the effeminate allure of youthful heartthrobs. Qin Feng shook her hand. You are the star Lin Wanner, aren't you? He finally recognized her. Lin Wanner smiled. So Chairman Qin knows me. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. While Lin Wanner was indeed beautiful, she still paled in comparison to Lu Xinyao. Chairman, I have prepared tea in the office. Shall we continue our conversation there? Feng Shuiqin proposed with a smile. Qin Feng nodded and accompanied Feng Shuiqin to the office. Since Feng Shuiqin needed to report on work matters, Lin Wanner did not follow them. Qin Feng spent half an hour at Light and Shadow Group before taking his leave. Feng Shuiqin escorted him out of the office. And outside, Lin Wanner remained. Feng, Chairman Qin, I have reserved a table at Pu Yun Restaurant. Would you like to join me for a meal? Lin Wanner extended the invitation. Feng Shuiqin looked at Qin Feng. If he were going, she had no objections. Another day, Qin Feng declined. After leaving Light and Shadow Group, he still did not head to Binjiang University, but instead took a leisurely drive in the countryside. Thus, it was not until evening that Qin Feng finally made his way to the entrance of Binjiang University in his Lamborghini Veneno. At the entrance, Ding Yuekong and his family had been waiting for over 3 hours. Yet, Qin Feng had not appeared. Dad, that Qin Feng is clearly toying with us. Ding Yud had lost his patience. They had come sincerely to apologize, only for Qin Feng to play such tricks. He had promised to come 3 hours ago, and now? They hadn't even caught a glimpse of him. Slap. Ding Yuekong, filled with pent-up frustration, struck his son's face. How dare you say that? If we do not see Chairman Qin today, we will soon find ourselves on the streets. Ding Yud covered his reddened face, intimidated by his father's glare. His mother was equally anxious. Honey, this is not a sustainable approach. That Qin Feng seems to have no intention of meeting us. Ding Yuekong snapped in anger. Then we must continue waiting. What else can we do but wait for Qin Feng? After enduring another 10 minutes, Qin Feng finally arrived in his Lamborghini Veneno. Father, look. Chairman Qin is here. Ding Yud soon spotted Qin Feng, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Ding Yuekong wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he approached. Has he finally arrived? Bowing slightly, Ding Yuekong greeted Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. However, to his dismay, Qin Feng was engrossed in a phone conversation. Xinyao, have you finished class? I brought you a cup of milk tea. Great. Wait for me at the parking lot. With a brief pause, Qin Feng pressed the accelerator and drove into the campus, as if Ding Yuekong were invisible. Ding Yuekong's lips twitched. Staring blankly at the rear of the Lamborghini Veneno, feeling utterly disheveled in the wind. Chapter 53, Apologies. By the time Qin Feng arrived at the parking lot, Lu Xinyao was already waiting. Qin Feng. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile as she looked at him. Qin Feng parked the car, stepped out, and handed the milk tea to Lu Xinyao. You came to school just to bring me a cup of milk tea? Lu Xinyao cradled the drink in her hands, her face aglow with happiness. I also came to take care of a matter. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Lu Xinyao, filled with curiosity, inquired, what matter? If you're busy, you can go ahead. She assumed that given Qin Feng's current status, he must be quite occupied. Little did she know that Qin Feng was merely a hands-off manager. He never involved himself unless a significant issue arose. It's just a trivial matter. He was in no haste to meet Ding Yukong. Shall we take a stroll around campus? Lu Xinyao suggested. That sounds good. Lu Xinyao sipped her milk tea, taking Qin Feng's hand as they wandered the campus. The sun dipped low in the sky, a gentle breeze carrying a hint of coolness. Together, they were the campus heartthrob and the school belle, a sight that evoked envy from onlookers. The setting sun cast a warm glow on Lu Xinyao's face, lending her an ethereal beauty. As they walked and chatted, they unknowingly reached the school gate. Meanwhile, Ding Yukong and his companions wore expressions of deep displeasure as they watched Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao laughing together. They had waited so long merely to apologize to Qin Feng, who seemed to disregard them completely, shamelessly flaunting his affection. Could it be any more outrageous? Ding Yud clenched his fists in frustration. I can endure it, but I can't hold back any longer. Ding Yud exclaimed, Dad, that guy is clearly smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Ding Yukong delivered a sharp slap to his son. Shut your mouth. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Ding Yukong was more infuriated than anyone else. Now, their only option was to apologize to Qin Feng. Son, say less, Ding Yud's mother advised. Over there, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao remained oblivious, finding a stone bench to sit together, immersed in their own world. Ding Yukong and his companions could only watch helplessly, as the school security forbade them from entering. And so, half an hour passed. I almost forgot. I still have homework to do. Lu Xinyao suddenly remembered, rising to her feet. Qin Feng said nothing and escorted her back to the parking lot. Qin Feng, you should head back first. See you tomorrow. Lu Xinyao waved goodbye with a smile. See you tomorrow. After Lu Xinyao departed, Qin Feng finally settled into the Lamborghini Veneno. Starting the engine, the car glided through the campus of Binhai University, once again drawing the attention of passing students. Look, the Lamborghini Veneno is back. Students eagerly pulled out their phones to snap pictures. Qin Feng paid them little mind as he drove out of the campus. Upon seeing Qin Feng's car emerge, Ding Yukong stepped directly into the path, blocking the way. Mr. Qin, please wait. He stood before the Lamborghini Veneno, unable to wait any longer. If this matter remained unresolved, Huiying Building Materials Company would soon face bankruptcy. Anxiety and uncertainty painted Ding Yukong's face as he wondered if Qin Feng would forgive them. Qin Feng halted the vehicle, casting a cold glance at Ding Yukong. You'd better step aside quickly. If I accidentally press the accelerator, you'll be in serious trouble. Ding Yukong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and bent down to approach Qin Feng's side, fear evident in his eyes, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Mr. Qin, it's all my fault. I apologize. At that moment, Ding Yud, supported by his mother, also stepped closer to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. Ding Yud's defiance had vanished. Qin Feng did not acknowledge the Ding family, sneering, is a mere apology sufficient? Ding Yukong distorted the facts and maliciously slandered Binhai University online. This debt must be settled. Mr. Qin, we were in the wrong. Ding Yukong lamented. In that case, I will offer you 20 of Huiying Building Materials Company. Qin Feng remained silent. Only 20? Is he trying to appease a beggar? 30. As Ding Yukong noticed Qin Feng's continued silence, he gritted his teeth and declared, 36. Mr. Qin, this is all the shares I have left. I need the rest of my assets for retirement. Ding Yukong was on the verge of tears, his heart aching. To earn Qin Feng's forgiveness, he had no choice but to resort to such measures. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng acquiesced. All right. Additionally, you must publicly apologize. Remember, a public apology for half a month straight. Qin Feng demanded they restore Binhai University's reputation. And no problem. Ding Yukong nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. Mr. Qin, I will prepare the transfer agreement promptly. Ding Yukong's face was a picture of despair. Without lingering, Qin Feng drove the Lamborghini Veneno back to the estate. At 8 in the evening, Yi Kaiying finished her work. To familiarize herself with her duties, she had voluntarily stayed late for the past few days. When she arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Qin Feng had yet to arrive. She waited at the entrance for a while. Finally, Qin Feng appeared, driving the Lamborghini Veneno. Qin Feng. Yi Kaiying felt a twinge of exasperation as she noticed he had come with bodyguards again. This guy. Cousin. Qin Feng greeted her as he stepped out of the car. Sorry for the delay, there was some traffic. It's all right, I just got here too. Let us head inside. Yi Kaiying replied with a smile. Qin Feng handed the car keys to the head of his bodyguard team, Zhang Yong, saying, please park the car. I might not be back quickly. You all can grab a late-night snack. Zhang Yong accepted the keys with a respectful nod. Understood, Mr. Qin. Subsequently, Qin Feng and Yi Kaiying entered the barbecue restaurant. This particular establishment was a self-service barbecue venue, and it was outdoors, possessing a certain reputation in Shanghai City. The two found a spot to settle down. Qin Feng, thank you so much. Yi Kaiying remarked with a smile. Had it not been for Qin Feng, she would not have advanced in her career so swiftly. Cousin, your words seem a bit distant. Qin Feng recalled something and added, I will be heading home the day after tomorrow. Would you like to join me? Yi Kaiying sighed. I have just been transferred to headquarters. Perhaps next time. Qin Feng did not press the issue, well aware that Yi Kaiying was a workaholic. Shall we indulge in some drinks? Yi Kaiying inquired. Certainly. Chapter 54, A Face Bruised. Qin Feng, accompanied by his bodyguard, had arrived without the need to drive back. Let me clarify. I cannot afford red wine that costs tens of thousands a bottle. As a member of the salaried class, Yi Kaiying could not possibly compete with Qin Feng in this regard. Feel free. Qin Feng chuckled. Following this, Yi Kaiying selected a plethora of delectable items. Their families lived nearby, and they often played together in their youth. As they dined, they reminisced about amusing childhood anecdotes. However, just as they were still enjoying their meal, a group of more than 10 individuals entered the barbecue restaurant. Some carried props, while others wielded cameras. Soon, the owner of the restaurant approached Qin Feng. Handsome gentleman and beautiful lady, I sincerely apologize. Someone has reserved the entire restaurant. You might need to leave earlier. Yi Kaiying frowned, visibly displeased. Owner, surely that cannot be. We arrived first. Even if someone has booked the venue, we should be allowed to finish our meal, right? It took great effort to invite Qin Feng out for a barbecue, only to encounter such a disappointing situation. I am truly sorry. Your consumption today will be at half price. The owner, who was reluctant to engage in such a disreputable action, had no choice due to the generous offer made by the other party. The location of his barbecue restaurant was splendidly situated by the riverside, making it an attractive venue for a variety show that required additional footage. It is not merely a matter of half price. Qin Feng interjected. He and Yi Kaiying were thoroughly enjoying their conversation, and encountering such an incident was rather disheartening. The owner exhibited a troubled expression, as the other patrons were equally unwilling to leave. This was indeed a dilemma. Kunkin. It is actually Kunkin. Suddenly, 3 girls at the neighboring table stood up, their faces alight with fervor. Outside the door, a young man dressed in a tank top and trousers, surrounded by several bodyguards clad in black, strolled in. Kunkin, I never imagined I would see you here. Kunkin, please give me your autograph. The girls rushed forward, brimming with admiration, eager for Su Kuen's signature. However, the bodyguards swiftly intercepted them. I'm sorry, Kunkin still has work to attend to. The bodyguards began to clear the area. Su Kuen, a popular star in the entertainment industry with billions of fans, was skilled in singing, dancing, and rapping, and had garnered a devoted following due to his striking looks. It is indeed him. Yi Kaiying held no interest in such a celebrity, as she was not a naive young girl. With Su Kuen's arrival, the patrons in the barbecue restaurant began to vacate the premises. Although they felt discontent, they dared not offend him, especially with the crowd he brought. Qin Feng, we should leave as well. Yi Kaiying tugged at Qin Feng. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qin Feng, having lost his appetite, nodded in agreement. Just as they rose to depart, a portly man wearing a cap approached Qin Feng. The man scrutinized Qin Feng and then Yi Kaiying. It must be said, Qin Feng was extraordinarily handsome, and Yi Kaiying was a stunning beauty. You too. I happen to need a few extras for a scene. Would you be interested? The portly director continued to appraise Qin Feng. Not interested. Qin Feng flatly rejected. The idea of being an extra was laughable to him. Director Zhang, what's the matter? At that moment, Su Kuen approached with a stern expression. We are in a hurry. We still need a few extras. The portly director explained. Su Kuen, growing impatient, replied. What's the big deal? Hurry it up. I have a banquet to attend soon. A few girls excitedly rushed over. Kunkin, let us do it. We promise to cooperate. Su Kuen glanced at the girls and smiled. You will do. He then turned to Qin Feng and Yi Kaiying. You two should stay as well. However, Qin Feng merely responded nonchalantly. I have no time. Yi Kaiying was equally disinterested in Su Kuen and pulled Qin Feng to leave. Wait, don't you recognize me? Su Kuen blocked their path, his expression darkening. The two had dared to slight him. We don't recognize you. Qin Feng replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Su Kuen felt insulted. After all, he was a star, and yet this Qin Feng had the audacity to claim ignorance of him. Either stay and be an extra, or apologize to me. Su Kuen glared at Qin Feng, visibly irate. Qin Feng could only respond with a dismissive laugh. Is it the case that today stars have such inflated egos? What a lunatic. Qin Feng replied icily with 3 words. Upon hearing this, Su Kuan's expression darkened considerably. You dare insult me. Enraged, Su Kuan raised his hand, intending to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Slap. Qin Feng, unable to endure any longer, delivered a sharp slap. Are you demanding respect? Qin Feng's voice was frigid. Initially, when the venue was reserved, he had already taken a step back. Little did he expect that Su Kuan would take advantage of his generosity. You, a mere celebrity, dare to act arrogantly before me. Qin Feng regarded the flung Su Kuan with an impassive countenance. Su Kuan fell to the ground, half of his face swelling. His mind was a blur. He had been struck. He had actually been struck. Su Kuan clutched his face, seething with rage as he glared at Qin Feng. Kunkin, are you all right? The girls rushed forward, concern etched on their faces. How can you treat him this way? You've bruised his face. Apologize at once. The girls glared at Qin Feng, voicing their indignation. Soon, security from the variety show arrived. You dare to lay a hand on him. The security personnel encircled Qin Feng. The portly director rushed over to assess Su Kuan's injuries, his anger palpable. Su Kuan's face was already bruised. With such a situation, how could they proceed with the filming? You, young man, have committed an act of violence. Prepare to face repercussions. The portly director snorted coldly, issuing a threat. Get to it. Give him a good beating first. Su Kuan glared at Qin Feng with malice, shouting furiously. Upon hearing Su Kuan's command, the security personnel stirred restlessly. Qin Feng, what should we do? Yi Kaiying was at a loss. No worries. Qin Feng offered Yi Kaiying a reassuring glance. Whoever dares to make a move can certainly try. Qin Feng sneered, dismissing the security guards entirely. Nonetheless, the guards charged forward in unison. With a frigid expression, Qin Feng retreated a few steps, primarily concerned for Yi Kaiying's safety. Although they were numerous, they lacked any real combat prowess. In less than half a minute, Qin Feng had incapacitated 5 or 6 of them. What are you all doing? Are you all just useless? Seeing so many fail to subdue a single Qin Feng, Su Kuan cursed vehemently from the sidelines. Chapter 55, Stunned. Having received a slap from Qin Feng, Su Kuan felt he could not swallow this humiliation without retaliation. Everyone get up. Keep beating him. Su Kuan's face was contorted with rage. Yi Kaiying stood by helplessly, her anxiety mounting. Initially, she was extremely worried, but witnessing Qin Feng's prowess left her utterly astonished. Her cousin possessed such remarkable skills. Despite the overwhelming numbers, they were no match for Qin Feng. As she watched Su Kuan's men fall one by one, she felt as though she were watching a movie. It was utterly breathtaking. Eventually, the security guards, now terrified, began to retreat, clutching their injuries. Fear glinted in their eyes as they looked at Qin Feng. Su Kuan continued to berate them, calling them useless. The portly director was equally shaken by Qin Feng's strength, displaying signs of fear. He had never imagined this young man could be so formidable. It was a pity he wasn't pursuing a career as a martial artist. No matter how strong you are, it won't help you. Let me tell you, you're in for a world of trouble. Su Kuan shouted angrily, pointing a finger at Qin Feng. Slap. Qin Feng turned and delivered another resounding slap. You, a mere star. Did you really think you were something special? Qin Feng remarked coldly. Su Kuan's cheeks were now swollen and red. He trembled with fury. I have billions of fans on Weibo. If you dare, hit me again. Slap. No sooner had he spoken than another crisp slap echoed through the air. Qin Feng chuckled at such an absurd demand. This is the first time I've ever heard such a request. He wore a scornful expression. I am an idle trainee. Slap. I am Su Kuan. Slap. Su Kuan continued to shout, but after receiving several slaps from Qin Feng, he was left utterly dazed. Keep talking. Let's see if you dare to slap me. Qin Feng said casually. Su Kuan clenched his fists tightly. Though he was furious, he dared not speak further. He realized that Qin Feng truly would strike him. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. He resolved to settle the score with Qin Feng later. Slap. Qin Feng struck again. Su Kuan was on the verge of madness, exclaiming, I haven't even said anything. Why are you still hitting me? Because you truly deserve it. Qin Feng replied, pulling 2 tissues from the box on the table and wiping his hands with utmost seriousness. He deemed it unclean to strike Su Kuan. Hearing this, Su Kuan nearly fainted from rage. After years in the industry, he had never faced such humiliation. He silently vowed to make Qin Feng pay. At that moment, Zhang Yong arrived with his bodyguards. Mr. Qin, what has happened? Zhang Yong hurried to Qin Feng's side. He had been enjoying a late-night snack at a nearby restaurant with other bodyguards when he sensed something was amiss and rushed over. At this point, the bodyguards stood in formation behind Qin Feng, exuding an imposing aura. This display immediately shocked everyone present. Heavens! Who is this young man? He has brought so many bodyguards. Su Kuan exchanged glances with the portly director, both feeling a rising sense of panic. They finally realized that Qin Feng was no ordinary individual. Who are you? The portly director inquired, brow furrowed. Chairman of Guanyin Group, Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied, fixing his gaze on the portly director with a measured tone. Guanyin Group? Chairman? The director's complexion turned grim as he was taken aback by Qin Feng's identity. Impossible. He must be lying. Su Kuan's expression was fraught with alarm. He could not believe that Qin Feng was the chairman of Guanyin Group. Yet, despite his disbelief, fear gnawed at him. With so many bodyguards accompanying him, even if he were not the chairman, Qin Feng's standing was undoubtedly formidable. The portly director's back broke into a cold sweat as he swallowed hard. His hands trembled as he took out his phone, hastily dialing a number to verify the information. If this young man truly was the chairman of Guanyin Group, they were in serious trouble. Not only would Su Kuan have to face the consequences, but he too would be implicated. Finally, as the portly director ended the call, his face went deathly pale. He had learned that the chairman of Guanyin Group was indeed named Qin Feng, and he was a young man. Staring blankly at Qin Feng, the director's legs felt weak. Qin Dong, I am so sorry. The portly director's eyes were filled with terror as he bowed deeply, no longer daring to meet Qin Feng's gaze. He could not afford to offend someone of Qin Feng's caliber. Nearby, Su Kuan watched this scene unfold, utterly lost. Let's go? We need to leave. His first instinct was to flee the scene. His legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, refusing to cooperate. Yet, just as Su Kuan took a couple of steps, Qin Feng's chilling voice rang out once more. Did I permit you to leave? Qin Feng's tone was frigid. As soon as he spoke, his bodyguards swiftly stepped forward to block Su Kuan's path. Su Kuan turned to face Qin Feng, his body trembling slightly. I am a signed artist of Xingyu Media. Don't do anything rash. Su Kuan, now filled with fear, resorted to invoking his connections. His earlier arrogance had vanished entirely. Xingyu Media? Qin Feng recalled that this was Guanyin Group's rival company, which had previously poached several of Guanyin Group's top artists. This information had been relayed to him by General Manager Fang Shuiqin during his visit to the company earlier that day. Qin Feng smiled, a plan forming in his mind. Xingyu Media, is it? Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. People from Xingyu Media, come and collect your own. Qin Feng settled into a seat, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Su Kuan ground his teeth in frustration, never anticipating that Qin Feng would be so audacious as to disregard the prestige of Xingyu Media. At its zenith, Xingyu Media outshone the Guanyin Group. And although it had seen a decline in recent years, its market value still exceeded 500 billion. After a moment's contemplation, Su Kuan retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Rather than contacting the higher-ups at Xingyu Media, he opted to reach out to a wealthy female entrepreneur from Shanghai City. Kuan, long time no see. Are you missing your sister? Come over tonight. I'll take good care of you. Teased the voice on the other end. Yun. Sister Yun, I've run into some trouble. Su Kuan replied, his mood entirely soured. Oh, someone dares to bully my dear Kuan? Who is it? Who is so audacious? The voice on the phone tinged with indignation. Chapter 56, A Call for Help. Su Kuan lamented, Sister Yun, it's the chairman of Guanyin Group. His name is Qin Feng. He has bruised my face. Upon hearing this, the wealthy woman was evidently taken aback for a moment. Who? The chairman of Guanyin Group? Are you certain of his identity? She inquired. Su Kuan's gaze darkened. I am absolutely certain. At this moment, Su Kuan's hatred for Qin Feng was palpable. Sister Yun, you're my only hope. However, before Su Kuan could finish his plea, a roar erupted from the phone. You lunatic. Are you trying to get me killed? Get lost. The call abruptly ended with a harsh beep. Sister Yun. Su Kuan called out several times, but the silence on the line was deafening, leaving his expression rigid. Could it be any more realistic? To abandon someone after pulling up your pants? It wasn't he like this during our intimate moments. Gritting his teeth, Su Kuan dialed another number, this time reaching the chairman of Xingyu Media. Chairman, I've been assaulted. Su Kuan recounted the incident, his voice trembling. Chairman, you are my only salvation. Meanwhile, Song Haifeng, the chairman of Xingyu Media, was still indulging in drinks, surrounded by two young models. Upon hearing Su Kuan's distress, a frown creased his brow. The chairman of Guanyin Group? His expression darkened. Xingyu Media and Guanyin Group had been rivals for years, engaged in both overt and covert battles. Now, Qin Feng had audaciously struck one of Xingyu Media's contracted artists. Su Kuan pleaded, Chairman, you must help me. If even Song Haifeng turned a blind eye, it would spell doom for him. Offending the chairman of Guanyin Group would ruin his prospects in the entertainment industry. Rest assured, I will send someone over immediately. Song Haifeng's voice was icy. Su Kuan was an asset to Xingyu Media, and they could not afford to abandon him. Furthermore, Song Haifeng sought to use this opportunity to undermine Guanyin Group. Chairman, I'll be waiting. Su Kuan finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the company had not forsaken him. After hanging up, Su Kuan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. What happened? inquired a plump director beside him, clearly anxious. The chairman said he would send someone right away. Su Kuan replied, his excitement palpable. That is wonderful. The director wiped the sweat from his brow. They were saved. Upon learning of Qin Feng's identity, the young women who had been vying for Su Kuan's favor fell silent, intimidated by his standing. Qin Feng, I never imagined you were the chairman of Guangying Group. Yi Kaiying exclaimed, astonished. She was aware that Qin Feng owned a bank. And now it turned out he also had a film company with a valuation exceeding 800 billion. The revelations about her cousin were increasingly staggering. Qin Feng merely smiled, pondering how his cousin would react if she learned of his real estate and shopping center ventures. He refrained from disclosing too much, not wanting to frighten Yi Kaiying. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the door of the barbecue restaurant swung open, and a portly middle-aged man entered with a stern expression, striding towards Su Kuan. Mr. Wang, you finally arrived. Su Kuan exclaimed with relief. The man, known as Mr. Wang, nodded. He was the general manager of Xingyu Media, dispatched by Song Haifeng to retrieve Su Kuan. The general manager turned to face Qin Feng. Upon seeing him, he felt an immense pressure. The young man before him was the chairman of Guangying Group. Swallowing his fear, he said, Chairman Qin, I'm the general manager of Xingyu Media. If our Kuan has erred in any way, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. His sole desire was to take Su Kuan back and report. Qin Feng, reclining in his chair, did not lift his gaze. He must apologize. Then he can leave. The general manager's expression faltered as he glanced at Su Kuan. Su Kuan's lips twitched, brimming with pent-up rage. Not only had he been struck by Qin Feng, but now he was being asked to apologize. Infuriated, he hesitated. Perhaps you should apologize? The plump director suggested, realizing that prolonging this would only lead to their disadvantage. I'm sorry. After a moment of silence, Su Kuan finally bowed his head. I didn't hear that, Qin Feng stated coolly. Su Kuan clenched his jaw and raised his voice. Chairman Qin, I'm sorry. He uttered, bending at the waist, his face pale. Get as far away as you can. Qin Feng scoffed. Thank you, Chairman Qin. The general manager quickly took the silent Su Kuan by the arm and hurriedly exited the barbecue restaurant. Following them, the staff of the variety show also departed. Mr. Qin, it seems Su Kuan is still not entirely reconciled. Zhang Yong, the head of security, remarked beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely smiled, fully aware of Su Kuan's lingering resentment. However, he chose to temporarily spare Su Kuan, knowing that the time would come when he would deal with both him and Xingyu Media. Yet, that moment had not yet arrived. Back at the hotel, Su Kuan's anger simmered. His face was bruised by Qin Feng's assault, and recovery would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. That damn Qin Feng. Su Kuan's fists clenched in fury. At that moment, his phone rang. Chairman. Seeing the call was from the chairman, Su Kuan adopted a respectful demeanor. I have devised a plan to deal with Qin Feng. You need to do something. Song Haifeng instructed. Chairman, please tell me. Upon hearing the news about how to deal with Qin Feng, Su Kuan was overwhelmed with joy. I have already instructed someone to draft a statement and publish it online. Later, you should post a few pictures of the injuries on Weibo. Song Haifeng intended to apply pressure on the Light and Shadow Group through public opinion. This was merely his initial strategy. Following this, Song Haifeng had many more tactics at his disposal. Besides allowing Su Kuan to vent his frustrations, Song Haifeng also aimed to seize this opportunity to ensure the Light and Shadow Group could never recover. Chairman, I understand. After the phone call, Su Kuan acted in accordance with Song Haifeng's directives. Predictably, the incident quickly trended on social media. Song Haifeng was astute. He merely leaked a rumor. By linking it to Su Kuan's injuries, the blame could easily be directed at Qin Feng. In this manner, even if the Light and Shadow Group sought to retaliate, they would find themselves at a loss. How outrageous. How could they reduce Kuan to such a state? As the chairman of the Light and Shadow Group, is it permissible to act so arrogantly? I shall begin the boycott of the Light and Shadow Group's film and television works. Upon witnessing their idol being battered, the fans were infuriated. Conversely, Su Kuan's detractors celebrated fervently. I've never liked Su Kuan. Well done, splendidly executed. A fierce online battle ensued. Yet amidst all this, Qin Feng remained oblivious. Having just finished his shower, he noticed several messages from Feng Shuiqin on his phone. Chairman Qin, your incident with Su Kuan has trended. Qin Feng read the messages, a frown forming on his brow. Intrigued, he browsed the internet. Indeed, certain unscrupulous media outlets had exaggerated the situation without mentioning its origins. Clearly, these outlets had been bribed by Xingyu Media to tarnish the reputation of the Light and Shadow Group. Fortunately, due to Feng Shuiqin's urgent public relations efforts, the situation did not escalate further. Chairman, would you like to issue a clarification? Feng Shuiqin inquired. No need. I am quite curious to see how much of a storm Xingyu Media can conjure up. He uttered this, but in truth, Qin Feng had resolved to deal with Xingyu Media the following day. Tonight, he merely wished for a good night's rest. The next morning, the most exhilarating moment of the day arrived. System, sign in. The first thing Qin Feng did upon waking was to check in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 300 million Huaxia coins. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Gulfstream G650 private jet. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a killer call experience card. The Gulfstream G650 private jet was valued at 4.2 billion Huaxia coins. However, Qin Feng did not exhibit much excitement. After all, purchasing a private jet was hardly a challenge given his current assets. Killer call experience card? What is this? Qin Feng pondered, momentarily taken aback. The system explained. As the name suggests, using this experience card allows you to summon a killer organization. They will serve the host. The killer call experience card is usable only once. Qin Feng chuckled softly. Well, even this has emerged. Let us see who dares to provoke me in the future. The private jet has been dispatched to Shanghai City International Airport, and it is equipped with flight attendants, ready for takeoff at any moment. The system's voice echoed once more in Qin Feng's mind. He said nothing further, rising to have breakfast. He intended to return to his hometown tomorrow. Thus, he summoned the housekeeper, Su Jiaying. He wanted her to procure some items. Mr. Qin, what can I do for you? Su Jiaying inquired. Qin Feng handed her a piece of paper, jotting down a list of items. Please purchase these for me. Su Jiaying nodded and proceeded to leave. After breakfast, Qin Feng drove the Night 15 to the university. At the parking lot of Binjiang University, Kai Jihao was eagerly watching the entrance, anticipation evident in his demeanor. Beside him stood a tall, strikingly beautiful woman, who bore an air of icy detachment. Male students passing by could not resist stealing glances at her. Sis, my brother will be here soon, Kai Jihao said, smiling at Kai Xianling. Kai Xianling crossed her arms and replied coolly. I'm curious to see just how handsome this brother of yours is. Kai Xianling was somewhat indifferent. After all, she had encountered many handsome men. Kai Jihao continued, Sis, you've been on leave these past few days, so you might not know. My brother is the campus heartthrob, and he is also the chairman of Ruohai Bank. Kai Xianling waved her hand dismissively, saying, enough. He is just a rich second generation. Kai Jihao felt a bit embarrassed, but was too intimidated by his sister to retort. I'm heading back to class, Kai Xianling declared, growing impatient. Just as she took a couple of steps, she heard Kai Jihao calling out, Sis, my brother is here. Kai Jihao's face was alight with excitement. Kai Xianling contemplated for a moment, but ultimately halted her steps. She gazed at the slowly approaching Night 15, curiosity sparking in her eyes. Finally, the Night 15 came to a stop. Brother. Kai Jihao rushed over to open the car door for Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely glanced at Kai Jihao as he stepped out of the vehicle. When Kai Xianling beheld Qin Feng, her gaze became entranced, unwilling to shift away. Heavens! This Qin Feng is exceptionally handsome. There seemed to be an enchanting aura about him that compelled one to draw near. Kai Xianling's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. She remained mesmerized, staring at Qin Feng. Sis. Kai Jihao approached, offering a reminder. Kai Xianling finally snapped back to reality, lowering her head slightly. Her face flushed with shyness. Isn't my brother handsome? Kai Jihao pressed. Kai Xianling found herself at a loss for words. As the kind of charm Qin Feng possessed was indescribable. Brother, allow me to introduce you. This is my sister, Kai Xianling. Kai Xianling lifted her head, scrutinizing Qin Feng once more, and said, Qin Feng, hello? Qin Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement. He indeed recognized Kai Xianling, who, like Lu Xinyao, was a beauty at Binjiang University. However, the controversy surrounding her was considerable. While her looks were undeniable, her figure was somewhat lacking, classified as an A cup, which was a slight drawback. On the plus side, Kai Xianling hailed from a wealthy family. Her father was the chairman of Sheng Yuan Group, making her a rich young lady. If there is nothing else, I'll head to class. Qin Feng paid little attention and strode towards the classroom. Kai Xianling remained rooted in place, gazing dreamily at Qin Feng's retreating figure. Sister, my brother has already left. Kai Jihao, witnessing his sister's almost drooling expression, felt utterly helpless. Truly a male deity. I am determined to pursue this man. Kai Xianling murmured to herself. Sister, are you out of your mind? My brother has a girlfriend. Kai Jihao regretted bringing his sister to meet Qin Feng. After this encounter, she seemed unable to extricate herself. So what? I relish a challenge. To love someone is to pursue them boldly. Kai Xianling had made up her mind. Kai Jihao twitched his lips in exasperation. Sister, is that really love? I can hardly bear to point it out. Kai Xianling's expression grew cold. What did you say? Kai Jihao hastily waved his hands. I said nothing. I should be heading to class now. Sister, goodbye? He dashed back into the classroom. Qin Feng. Upon seeing Qin Feng enter the classroom, Lu Xinyao beamed with delight. Xinyao. Qin Feng approached Lu Xinyao, and the two engaged in casual conversation. Meanwhile, Their classmates were quite displeased to witness Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao indulging in their romance. Chapter 58. The Start of Misfortune. These two, could they not consider the feelings of us single folks? After chatting for a while, Qin Feng returned to his seat and checked his phone. He discovered that, thanks to Feng Shuichen's efforts, the heated discussions regarding his altercation with Su Kuan from the previous night had subsided significantly. The situation online appeared to be stabilizing. However, Xingyu Media showed no intention of backing down. Soon after, Qin Feng received another message from Feng Shuichen. Mr. Qin, Xingyu Media has struck again. They have poached several of our popular artists. Moreover, that Song Haifeng has leveraged his connections. Currently, over 60% of our filming projects have been affected. This time, Xingyu Media was intent on taking serious action. The public relations war that had unfolded last night was merely the beginning. With such a significant event, the stock of Guanyin Group plummeted as the market opened. Truly a disastrous situation. Qin Feng remained silent for a moment before replying with 3 words. Understood. Since Song Haifeng wished to play, Qin Feng was prepared to engage him in earnest. Just as he was about to make a phone call, his phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, Qin Feng answered without a second thought, only to hang up immediately. Moments later, the number called again. With curiosity piqued, Qin Feng pressed the answer button. Mr. Qin, greetings. A coarse male voice resonated from the phone. Forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Song Haifeng, chairman of Xingyu Media. There was a hint of disdain in Song Haifeng's tone. Qin Feng remained silent, recognizing that Song Haifeng had chosen this moment to provoke him. Mr. Qin, opposing me will lead to dire consequences. You cannot match my strength. He dismissed Qin Feng entirely. Xingyu Media and Guanyin Group were competitors. And with Qin Feng's violent confrontation of Xingyu Media's contracted artist last night, Song Haifeng was not about to let it slide. What do you want? Qin Feng inquired. Song Haifeng sneered. Of course, to swallow your Guanyin Group whole. Hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled. Your appetite is quite substantial. Song Haifeng warned, Mr. Qin. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Those who recognize the situation are wise. He had mobilized all his connections, vowing to absorb Guanyin Group. Qin Feng merely smiled. I have a single word for you, Roll. With a cold laugh, Qin Feng ended the call. You. Song Haifeng's face darkened with rage. Clenching his fists, he pounded his desk several times, causing tea to splash from his cup. That damn Qin Feng. You will regret this. Song Haifeng seethed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Qin Feng stepped into the corridor and dialed the number of the general manager at Ruihai Bank. Mr. Qin, how may I assist you? Zhou Rongfeng inquired. Qin Feng, with his right hand tucked in his pocket and a calm demeanor, stated, withdraw all available funds. Prepare to acquire Xingyu Media. Zhou Rongfeng was taken aback. Mr. Qin, this. He understood all too well that Xingyu Media was a film company valued at over 50 billion. Acquiring Xingyu Media would not be a simple task, especially with Song Haifeng not being an easy opponent. Although Ruihai Bank was a financial institution, it was impossible to amass such a large sum of money in a short period. Without elaborating further, Qin Feng instructed, prepare 100 billion in funds. I will find a way for the rest. He intended to utilize the super short selling card. As long as he could acquire over 50% of Xingyu Media's shares, his goal would be achieved. Understood, Mr. Qin. Zhou Rongfeng acquiesced. Simultaneously, Qin Feng secured over 50 billion in accessible funds from 2 of his companies. Once everything was arranged, Qin Feng returned to his seat. System, activate the super short selling card. Please bind a company. Xingyu Media. Binding successful. Short selling process in progress. Having completed these tasks, Qin Feng did not rush. Now, all he needed to do was patiently wait. 5 or 6 minutes later, Xingyu Media began to experience misfortune. Their company was listed in Hong Kong, and stock prices plummeted. Meanwhile, Song Haifeng, the chairman of Xingyu Media, lounged in his office, leisurely smoking a cigar. Suddenly, his female secretary rushed in. Chairman, this is bad. Song Haifeng furrowed his brow, displeased. I am well. The secretary replied, Chairman, our company's stock is plummeting rapidly. Moreover, someone has exposed a plethora of damaging information about our company online. You must see this. Song Haifeng's expression darkened further. He was currently preoccupied with countering Guanyin Group. And to his dismay, trouble had erupted in his own backyard. Upon checking online, he was taken aback. Among the exposed damaging information were numerous instances of the company's illegal activities, such as tax evasion. The worst part was that all of it was true. How could this happen? Song Haifeng's composure shattered, his face turning pale. As the scandal surrounding Xingyu Media spread, panic began to ripple through the market. Institutions and individual investors alike started to sell off their shares in Xingyu Media. In the Hong Kong stock market, there was no concept of a trading halt. If this continued, no one knew how low the stock would plummet. At that moment, the company's financial analyst burst into Song Haifeng's office. Chairman, I've discovered the situation. Our company's stock is being shorted by over a dozen foreign institutions. The analyst's expression was one of panic. Damn it. Song Haifeng slammed his fist heavily on the desk. He couldn't fathom why Xingyu Media had become the target of these foreign short sellers. It seemed he had not offended any significant figures. Chairman, what should we do now? The female secretary inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Song Haifeng felt overwhelmed. Find a way to repurchase the stocks. We must stabilize the share price. The financial analyst grimaced. But there are insufficient funds available in the company's accounts. Moreover, we are currently embroiled in tax evasion, and hefty penalties await. Song Haifeng was infuriated. If he discovered who was orchestrating this behind his back, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. However, for now, he had to clean up this mess. Contact our major shareholders. Urge them to find a way to raise funds. Song Haifeng commanded angrily. The female secretary reminded him, Chairman, our major shareholders are also in trouble. Upon hearing this, Song Haifeng slumped into his chair. With the company's stock plummeting due to foreign institutions' coordinated shorting, even the major shareholders were facing difficulties. Could things get any worse? Chapter 59, The Third Wheel. Qin Feng was still in class, though he lacked the motivation to study. Thus, the lesson passed uneventfully. He took out his phone to check the stock of Xingyu Media. The stock had already fallen by 11% and continued to decline. What surprised Qin Feng the most was that all the major shareholders of Xingyu Media were in trouble as well. The company was under investigation for tax evasion. He chuckled softly. One couldn't deny the formidable power of this super short-selling card. It was a pity to see it applied to Xingyu Media. However, Qin Feng did not dwell on it, for he had the system on his side, ensuring he would not miss out on valuable opportunities. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhou Rongfeng calling. Chairman Qin, we have gathered 1 billion in funds. I see that Xingyu Media's stock is still plummeting. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer to acquire? No worries. Don't concern yourself with the stock price. You can start buying shares from the retail investors. Qin Feng replied. Xingyu Media has some foundation. It certainly won't go bankrupt. As long as we hold on to the stocks, they will rebound in due time. What Qin Feng needed to do now was seize control of Xingyu Media. Understood. Zhou Rongfeng nodded. Connecting the dots with Qin Feng's earlier instruction to prepare funds for acquiring Xingyu Media, he began to wonder. How could Qin Feng have foreseen this coordinated shorting by foreign institutions? Was it possible he had connections with these large organizations? The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. It was unwise for Xingyu Media to provoke Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was engrossed in the messages on his phone when a striking figure appeared beside him. Qin Feng, are you thirsty? I bought you a cup of milk tea. Qin Feng looked up to see Kai Xianling smiling at him, holding a cup of original milk tea from a popular shop. He frowned slightly. This woman was persistent. I'm not thirsty. That's all right. You can drink it when you are. Kai Xianling cheerfully placed the cup on the desk. The students in the classroom stared in disbelief. Kai Xianling was the belle of Bijiang University, and to top it off, she came from a wealthy family. Now, it seemed she was being overshadowed by Qin Feng. How infuriating. Was having Lu Xinyao not enough? Kai Xianling placed the milk tea on the desk and sat down at the back. Although she was not a student in this class, university regulations were lax. Anyone could attend any lecture they wished. On the other side of the classroom, noticing Kai Xianling's kindness towards Qin Feng, Lu Xinyao's eyes flickered with a hint of unease, but she quickly lowered her head to focus on her book. Qin Feng, seated at his desk, felt the weight of numerous hostile gazes directed at him. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Was it wrong to have a bit of charm? Soon, class resumed. Kai Xianling sat in the back, resting her chin on her hands, intently watching Qin Feng's silhouette. She had come to see him, after all. Unfortunately, Song Haifeng, the chairman of Xingyu Media, was not enjoying such a pleasant day. He was overwhelmed with the troubles of the company, and the stock price continued to plummet uncontrollably. Time flew, and soon it was lunchtime. Xinyao, let's go eat. Qin Feng approached Lu Xinyao. Just as she was about to respond, Kai Xianling hurried over. Qin Feng, let me treat you to lunch, she said eagerly. I'm busy. Qin Feng flatly rejected her. He grasped Lu Xinyao's hand, eager to distance himself from Kai Xianling. This woman was truly bothersome. Knowing he already had a girlfriend, she still insisted on pursuing him. Lu Xinyao stood up, prepared to follow Qin Feng out. At that moment, Kai Xianling looked at Lu Xinyao and said, You must be Lu Xinyao, right? I'm Kai Xianling, let's be friends. Although they were both students from the same university, they had not crossed paths before. Hello. Lu Xinyao simply acknowledged her before exiting with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, let's head to the cafeteria, Lu Xinyao suggested. Qin Feng had no objections as they walked towards the school cafeteria, while Kai Xianling followed closely behind, unperturbed by being a third wheel. Qin Feng felt exasperated and chose to ignore her. By the way, Xinyao, I'm heading back to my hometown tomorrow. Would you like to come along? Qin Feng asked Lu Xinyao. What for? Lu Xinyao inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Just to spend a few days with my family. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Having recently acquired wealth, he wanted to pay a visit to his parents. Although he had been sending money to his sister daily, he felt it was necessary to return home. If his parents were willing, he wanted to bring them to Shanghai City as well. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xinyao agreed. All right, I'll go ask the teacher for leave. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Qin Feng received a call from Zhou Rongfeng. Mr. Qin, it's done. We have acquired 51% of Xingyu Media's shares. Zhou Rongfeng conveyed the delightful news to Qin Feng. Well done. Come with me to the headquarters of Xingyu Media. Qin Feng replied with a smile before hanging up and drove away from Binjiang University. He was quite curious about the expression that Song Haifeng would wear upon seeing him. At Xingyu Media, in the chairman's office, Song Haifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the company's stock stabilize. If it continued to plummet, his heart condition would surely flare up. Chairman, it seems a bank from Huaxia has acquired a significant portion of our company's shares. A financial analyst, clutching a laptop, approached Song Haifeng. A smile crept onto Song Haifeng's face as he responded, no matter. This merely proves that many still hold confidence in us at Xingyu Media. Those foreign institutions actually wish to short our stock. What a deluded ambition. He felt assured that Xingyu Media had triumphed. And soon he could focus solely on dealing with Qin Feng. After a brief silence, Song Haifeng instructed, find out which bank has acquired our shares. His curiosity was piqued. I'm on it, replied the financial analyst, diligently working on the computer. Reclining in his chair, Song Haifeng sipped his coffee. Chairman, I found it. It's Ruihai Bank from Shanghai City. Ruihai Bank? Song Haifeng furrowed his brow. He had heard of this bank and knew it to be quite formidable among private banks in Huaxia. Can we ascertain how many shares Ruihai Bank has acquired? He inquired again. The analyst shook his head. Based on current information, they have taken most of the shares held by retail investors. However, the total number remains elusive for now. Song Haifeng fell silent, feeling the necessity to reach out to Ruihai Bank. Just then, the office phone rang. He instructed his secretary to answer. Chairman, the general manager of Ruihai Bank is here. The secretary informed him. Oh. Song Haifeng was taken aback by the unexpected visit from Ruihai Bank. Let him in. Wait, I should go down personally. Given that Ruihai Bank had purchased so many shares of Xingyu Media, he felt it prudent to greet them himself, aiming to cultivate a good rapport. Thus, Song Haifeng, accompanied by several senior executives, proceeded to the first floor of the company. Initially, he wore a broad smile, but upon seeing Qin Feng, his expression immediately soured. Qin Feng, it's you. This was their first encounter, though he had seen Qin Feng's photograph and recognized the young man before him. Who let you in? Security. Throw this person out. Song Haifeng fumed. Zhou Rongfeng stepped forward with a grin, saying, hold on. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Rongfeng, the general manager of Ruihai Bank. And this is our chairman, Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Song Haifeng's face froze in disbelief. No, it's impossible. How could this Qin Feng possibly be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Though he verbally dismissed it, cold sweat trickled down his back, as he was unwilling to accept this reality. Noting the incredulous expression on Song Haifeng's face, Qin Feng chuckled. Whether you believe it or not is of little consequence. Song Haifeng was seething with rage, unable to fathom that Qin Feng's connections were so extensive, even reaching Ruihai Bank. This made his ambitions against the Shadow Group seem far more daunting. Qin Feng, don't get too smug in front of me. Remember, this is my domain. Even if you are shareholders of Xingyu Media, so what? As the chairman, I can easily expel you. Song Haifeng's face flushed with anger. Qin Feng regarded him with a gaze akin to that of a fool. I'm afraid you won't be chairman for much longer. Qin Feng remarked with a playful smile. What do you mean? Song Haifeng's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Feng, sensing an ominous foreboding. Zhou Rongfeng, standing beside Qin Feng, smiled and opportunely retrieved a thick stack of agreements from his briefcase. Look closely. Ruihai Bank holds 51% of Xingyu Media's shares. Hence, you will soon cease to be chairman. Song Haifeng took the agreements and, as he perused them, his shock deepened. It became evident that Ruihai Bank had not only acquired shares from retail investors, but had also bought out the stakes of several major shareholders of Xingyu Media. His face paled further in disbelief. I protest. He spat, glaring at Qin Feng. Zhou Rongfeng chuckled. Apologies, but your protest is futile. Song Haifeng felt as though he might faint from rage, realizing that he would soon lose his position as chairman. Qin Feng, how dare you deceive me? He seethed. Initially, he had aimed to seize control of the Shadow Group, yet now, having lost his stronghold to Qin Feng, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Qin Feng merely smiled in silence. Suddenly, Song Haifeng had a realization. Could it be that you colluded with those foreign institutions to short our stock? He fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, attempting to decipher the truth from his expression. Take a guess. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Song Haifeng shook his head, dismissing that notion immediately. He could not believe that Qin Feng possessed such influence. However, he recognized he had indeed lost this round, spectacularly. Now, even his position as chairman was at stake. At the entrance, Su Kuan and his manager happened to arrive just then. The swelling on his face had yet to subside, prompting him to wear a mask outdoors. Chairman, Su Kuan was about to greet Song Haifeng when he spotted Qin Feng and instantly erupted with fury. Qin Feng, how dare you show your face at Xingyu Media? He stormed towards Qin Feng, his eyes ablaze with anger, entirely oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. Qin Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Kuan before choosing to disregard him. To Qin Feng, Su Kuan was nothing more than a mere jester. Infuriated by Qin Feng's indifference, Su Kuan felt an urge to unleash a torrent of insults. This is outrageous. Chairman, I propose we expel this Qin Feng. Su Kuan turned to Song Haifeng and declared, "Get lost." Song Haifeng, currently in a foul mood, bellowed at Su Kuan. He had already lost control over Xingyu Media. Even more infuriating was the fact that the company's authority had fallen into the hands of Qin Feng. Despicable. Chairman, Su Kuan's face turned tense, his heart sinking. Could it be that the chairman had abandoned him? If that were the case, he would be doomed. Though he was a star, such a status was utterly incomparable to that of Qin Feng. Chairman, did I do something wrong? Su Kuan inquired cautiously, awaiting a response from Song Haifeng. However, Song Haifeng remained silent, his expression stern. He is no longer the chairman. Zhou Rongfeng interjected. The chairman of Xingyu Media is now Qin Feng. Su Kuan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the shocking revelation. How is that possible? He could hardly believe it. Chairman, this cannot be true. Su Kuan continued to gaze at Song Haifeng. But he remained mute, his countenance a portrait of indignation and fury. Witnessing such a scene, Su Kuan was left utterly bewildered. It appeared that Zhou Rongfeng's words were indeed true. Qin Feng had truly become the chairman of Xingyu Media. How he achieved this was of little consequence. What mattered was that Su Kuan realized his favorable days were over. Chapter 61, Kidnapping. He had lost the protection of the company, and it would be exceedingly difficult for him to navigate the entertainment industry henceforth. Regaining his composure, Su Kuan bowed before Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. Please forgive my ignorance. Grant me one more chance. His voice trembled, unwilling to see his career in entertainment come to an abrupt end. Get out. Qin Feng replied coldly. Mr. Qin, please don't be like this. I can still generate profit for the company. Su Kuan stammered, quaking with fear. Qin Feng shook his head. Some money I find repugnant. Su Kuan's face turned ashen. He was about to say something more when Zhou Rongfeng, with a frosty glare, warned, Mr. Qin does not wish to see you. Are you not leaving? With a grimace, Su Kuan dared not utter another word. He glanced at Qin Feng, then at Song Haifeng, and finally, with a despondent expression, exited the hall. Offending Qin Feng meant that no one would employ him again. As Su Kuan departed, Song Haifeng suddenly burst into laughter, although his face bore a hint of stiffness. Indeed, the new generation pushes the old aside. I was too complacent. Song Haifeng remarked with a sarcastic tone. But Qin Feng, don't rejoice too soon. I have not yet lost. He still held 32% of the shares in Xingyu Media, along with some overseas assets, providing him with the means to stage a comeback. Let us wait and see. Song Haifeng scoffed, leaving a warning before hastily departing. Mr. Song, don't rush off. You can stay for a shareholders meeting. Qin Feng intentionally provoked Song Haifeng. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Song Haifeng clenched his fists tightly, nearly losing his balance. Chairman, be careful. The female secretary rushed over to steady him. I'm fine. Song Haifeng shouted angrily as he left the headquarters of Xingyu Media. Mr. Qin, that Song Haifeng seems to be quite discontent. Zhou Rongfeng cautioned. No worries. He won't be flaunting for long. Qin Feng replied with a smile. He wished to eliminate any potential future troubles, ensuring that Song Haifeng would be utterly defeated. Moreover, now that Qin Feng had seized control of Xingyu Media, he was a man with an obsessive nature, unwilling to allow Song Haifeng to retain such a significant stake. Subsequently, Qin Feng convened a meeting at Xingyu Media, appointing Zhou Rongfeng to temporarily oversee its affairs. Given that Xingyu Media had previously been Song Haifeng's company, a change in personnel was necessary. In the evening, upon returning to the manor, Qin Feng was having dinner when his phone rang. Mr. Qin, that Song Haifeng just boarded a private jet and fled abroad. He asked me to convey a message to you, Zhou Rongfeng reported. Qin Feng was not surprised by Song Haifeng's departure, having offended Qin Feng domestically. Song Haifeng certainly dared not remain. His only option was to seek refuge abroad until the opportune moment to settle scores with Qin Feng. What did he say? Qin Feng casually inquired. He said, he will return. When he does, he will make Mr. Qin pay. Qin Feng chuckled. How intriguing. After imparting some instructions to Zhou Rongfeng, he ended the call. Qin Feng requested Zhou Rongfeng to investigate Song Haifeng's background. Before long, Qin Feng received an email containing the information Zhou Rongfeng had gathered. As he dined, he perused the details regarding Song Haifeng. Ah, Song Haifeng. You will come back pleading for my assistance. Qin Feng sneered, intending to eradicate this threat entirely. System, activate the assassin call experience card. Qin Feng commanded the system. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of information flooded his mind. Following the instructions, Qin Feng accessed a mysterious website on his computer and logged into an account. Hello, sir. Kidnapping services available online. The account quickly received a message. Kidnapping? How amusing. Qin Feng grinned, replying, no need for killing. Do you offer kidnapping services? Qin Feng was not a cold-blooded murderer, but should Song Haifeng continue to err, he would not hesitate to send him to meet his end. Sir, we handle both killing and kidnapping with ease. Qin Feng refrained from further dialogue, instead sending the identities of Song Haifeng's family members, as they resided abroad. It would be more feasible. If they were in China, it might take some time, for the nation was known as a forbidden ground for mercenaries, making it arduous for assassins to infiltrate. When can the task be completed? Qin Feng inquired at last. As soon as 1 hour, the other party replied. Qin Feng was somewhat impressed by their efficiency, stating, excellent. I shall await your good news. The reply came promptly, no problem. Sir, wish you a pleasant day? Qin Feng could not help but chuckle wryly. Was the service attitude of assassins now so commendable? Just after finishing his meal, his phone rang again. It was the guard at the manor's entrance. Mr. Qin, a person named Kai Jihao is here to see you. Qin Feng was uncertain about Kai Jihao's intentions for his visit. After a moment's contemplation, he said, let him in. All right. Just 2 minutes later, Kai Jihao's sports car arrived at the entrance of the main villa. Wow, this estate is immense. Both Kai Jihao and Kai Xianling were visiting for the first time and could not help but marvel at the grandiosity of the manor. Let us go meet my elder brother. Kai Jihao exited the car and led Kai Xianling into the hall. At that moment, Qin Feng was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Elder brother, Qin Feng. Kai Jihao approached Qin Feng, with Kai Xianling smiling and greeting him from behind. Qin Feng looked up and, upon seeing Kai Xianling, felt a sense of exasperation. This woman just wouldn't relent. Is there something you need? Qin Feng inquired of Kai Jihao. Not particularly. I merely wanted to come by for a visit and thought to invite you out for a meal. Kai Jihao said, his face adorned with respect. I've just eaten. Qin Feng shook his head in refusal. Furthermore, he had no intention of going out that evening. He needed to prepare for his return to his hometown the following morning. I see. Both Kai Jihao and Kai Xianling looked a bit disappointed. After a moment's hesitation, Kai Xianling asked, Qin Feng, do you have time tomorrow? We could go out together, and we can bring Xin Yao along. Qin Feng was momentarily speechless. Was this woman addicted to being a third wheel? I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow, Qin Feng stated. Kai Xianling interjected, then can I come along? No. Qin Feng replied curtly. He still needed to visit Lu Xinyao's family. What would it signify to bring Kai Xianling along? Chapter 62. A major incident. Kai Jihao, standing to the side, felt somewhat awkward. It seemed that his sister had become quite attached to Qin Feng. She won't turn back until she hits a wall, he sighed, stepping aside to admire the opulent decorations of the hall. While he also resided in a villa, it paled in comparison to Qin Feng's estate, especially with the abundance of young and beautiful maids present. Kai Jihao couldn't help but exclaim, elder brother truly knows how to indulge in life. Meanwhile, Kai Xianling continued her persistence with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I promise I won't disturb you. Besides, I don't mind if you have a girlfriend. Her face was filled with infatuation, and she had no intention of giving up. Qin Feng's lips twitched in annoyance. You may not mind, but I certainly do. What is it with the Kai family and their peculiarities? I'm exhausted. You both should go. Qin Feng could no longer tolerate it. Kai Xianling laughed. Qin Feng, may I stay here tonight? I'm actually unwell and need you to give me a shot. Additionally, we could discuss strawberry cultivation techniques. She cast a flirtatious glance and moved behind Qin Feng, placing her hands on his shoulders and giving them a gentle massage. Qin Feng's expression stiffened. What sort of suggestive remarks were these? Could they not engage in a proper conversation? Rising to his feet, he looked at Kai Xianling with an impassive face and said, Stand straight. Kai Xianling appeared bewildered but complied. What's wrong? She asked, puzzled. Qin Feng's demeanor remained cold. Look down. What can you see? Kai Xianling asked, her face a mask of confusion. Nevertheless, she lowered her gaze. After a moment's pause, she replied, I can see my feet. A smirk curled at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth, and so, Kai Xianling suddenly realized something, and her smile slowly faded. Qin Feng, are you saying I'm flat-chested? Qin Feng shrugged and glanced up at the ceiling. I said nothing. Ah. Kai Xianling exploded in frustration, immediately screaming. This Qin Feng had dared to imply she was flat-chested. Her greatest pet peeve was being compared to an airport. After all, it was a sensitive topic for her. Fuming with anger, Kai Xianling grabbed a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, I hate you," she shouted, stomping her foot before storming out of the hall. "Sister, what's wrong?" Kai Jihao, still unaware of the unfolding drama, noticed that Kai Xianling was visibly upset and had started to cry. He hurried to the door and saw that she hadn't driven away. Instead, she was rushing towards the estate's entrance, wiping her tears. "Elder brother, impressive. You're the first person to make my sister cry? You might as well subdue her." Kai Jihao turned around and gave Qin Feng a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. "You can leave too." Qin Feng placed the cushion back on the sofa, his tone frosty. Kai Jihao chuckled awkwardly. "Elder brother, please don't hold a grudge like my sister. I'll treat you to a meal another day. I'll take my leave now." With that, Kai Jihao exited the hall, driving off to catch up with Kai Xianling. As soon as Kai Xianling left, Qin Feng returned to the sofa. The world around him fell into a tranquil silence. He then contacted the international airport in Shanghai City to arrange for the private jet's departure time for the next day. Afterward, he went to his room to pack his clothes. Soon, the butler, Su Jiaying, returned. "Mr. Qin, everything you requested has been purchased and placed in the study," Su Jiaying said respectfully at the door. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging her words. After organizing his clothes, he made his way to the study, with Su Jiaying following closely behind. On the desk in the study lay 6 bottles of 15-year-old Mao Tai, along with several sets of clothing and 3 gift boxes. These items were what Qin Feng had asked Su Jiaying to procure earlier that morning. Since he was returning home, he knew he had to bring some gifts. "I went to numerous places before I could acquire these 6 bottles of 15-year-old Mao Tai," Su Jiaying informed Qin Feng. He picked up one of the bottles and examined it. Truly, at over 70,000 per bottle, the packaging was exquisite. "By the way, Mr. Qin, what time will you be departing tomorrow?" Su Jiaying inquired. "The flight is at 9:20 a.m. No special arrangements are necessary," Qin Feng replied. Su Jiaying nodded, understood. Afterward, Qin Feng returned to his room. Before long, he received a message. "Sir, it's all set. We have kidnapped Song Haifeng's family members." A smile crept onto Qin Feng's face as he read the message. He had to admit, the efficiency of these assassins was remarkable. Did Song Haifeng really believe he would be safe after fleeing abroad? What a naive thought. Qin Feng chuckled and sent a message to Lu Xinyao, primarily to inform her of his departure time the next day. In the land of the rising sun, Song Haifeng's private jet landed at Tokyo Airport. Most of his overseas assets were concentrated in the United States. He had chosen to come to Japan first because he was in a foul mood and sought relaxation. "Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, you shall come to regret this." Song Haifeng remained preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Feng. His female secretary noticed that he had become almost addicted to uttering that name. It was evident that the impact of Qin Feng's actions weighed heavily upon him. Song Haifeng had already made reservations at a hotel. Just as they were about to depart from the airport, his phone suddenly rang. "Chairman, it's a call from the United States. Someone is asking for you." The secretary handed the phone to Song Haifeng with both hands. "Hello, this is Song Haifeng." His mood was grim, and a chill lingered in his tone. However, there was no sound on the other end. Song Haifeng initially assumed it was a prank call, furrowing his brow in suspicion. Has telecommunication fraud become so audacious that it targets my phone? He pondered. Just as he was about to hang up, a voice, tinged with terror, broke through. "Hubby, help us. We've been kidnapped." It was the voice of Song Haifeng's wife, filled with panic. Who dares? Song Haifeng's complexion changed dramatically. His family was all in the United States. If his wife had been taken, what about the others? He dared not entertain the thought further. His face turned ashen. "Hubby, you must save us." His wife wept. No sooner had she spoken than a strange male voice interjected. "Song Haifeng, your family is entirely in my grasp." Song Haifeng's gaze darkened. Indeed, the very scenario he had dreaded had come to pass. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice strained. "If it's money, I will provide." He gritted his teeth, desperation creeping in. "We don't want money." The assailant chuckled. "Not money." Song Haifeng was bewildered. These individuals must have set their sights on his wife's beauty, he thought. But she was over 40, hardly a youthful prize. Could they be after his son instead? His son was indeed a handsome young man, with fair skin and striking features. "You perverts." Song Haifeng seethed, his body beginning to tremble. "Keep cursing. I'll take care of your family first." The voice sneered. "Don't act rashly." Song Haifeng's face was contorted with despair. "What are your terms? What must I do to secure my family's release?" The voice laughed softly. "There is a Mr. Qin in Shanghai City. Relay a message to him. Even if you flee abroad, it will be futile." Song Haifeng felt as though the ground had fallen away beneath him. He realized it was Qin Feng orchestrating this ordeal. Despair washed over him. He had thought that fleeing overseas would afford him a chance for a fresh start, yet he never anticipated that Qin Feng wielded influence even abroad. The abduction of his family could only be described as a nightmare. If Qin Feng intended to take his life, there would be but one outcome: death. Song Haifeng swallowed hard. fear gripping him as regret flooded his mind. How had he incurred the wrath of such a formidable adversary? If that were the case, then the major institutions that had shorted Xinyu Media today were likely connected to Qin Feng as well. He could not bear to think further. His face drained of color. Sweat poured down his brow. I believe Mr. Qin is a wise man. He knows what to do. With that, the call ended. Song Haifeng felt utterly drained, remorse coursing through him. How could he have been so blind as to provoke such a powerful opponent? At that moment, he finally comprehended that he was no match for Qin Feng. Persisting in this game would lead to his own ruin. Chairman, shall we report this to the police? The secretary suggested. Song Haifeng roared in response. What good would that do? We cannot contend with Qin Feng. He had no desire to perish. Even if he did not care for his family, he had to think of his own survival. What do we do now? The secretary inquired. Terror filled Song Haifeng's eyes as he stammered. Return to Shanghai City. Immediately arrange a flight back. I must seek Qin Feng's forgiveness. Quickly. Thus, the plane turned back toward Shanghai City. As night deepened, Qin Feng was preparing to retire after indulging in a game when there was a gentle knock at the door. Mr. Qin, are you asleep? Su Jiaying, noting the light still on in his room, inquired softly. Just about to sleep. What is it? Qin Feng opened the door to find Su Jiaying with damp hair, having just emerged from a shower, her cheeks still slightly flushed. It's like this. The security at the main gate just called. They said someone wishes to see you. Su Jiaying explained, uncertain if Qin Feng was already asleep. Who? Qin Feng asked, curious as to who would seek him out at such a late hour. Song Haifeng from Xinyu Media. Su Jiaying replied. He insists on seeing you tonight. Song Haifeng. Qin Feng suddenly broke into a smile. So, the fellow has finally come to his senses? Have him come to the lobby. Qin Feng was eager to see whether Song Haifeng had grasped the gravity of his errors. Understood. Su Jiaying promptly made a call to the entrance of the estate. Soon after, Qin Feng made his way to the first-floor lobby, settling onto the sofa to await Song Haifeng's arrival. After a brief interlude, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance of the main villa. Song Haifeng, drenched in sweat and trembling, alighted from the car. He pulled out a tissue, his hands shaking as he wiped the perspiration from his brow. Su Jiaying stood at the door, observing Song Haifeng's frantic demeanor with curiosity. What could this man possibly want from Qin Feng? As Song Haifeng ascended the stairs towards the lobby, his foot slipped, causing him to stumble clumsily. He was a picture of disarray. Mr. Qin. Song Haifeng entered the lobby and approached Qin Feng, bending at the waist, too fearful to meet his gaze. His body trembled uncontrollably. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. With that, Song Haifeng began to slap himself. Qin Feng set down his phone, lifting his gaze slightly. Song Haifeng, did you not assert that you would make me pay? A hint of mockery graced Qin Feng's features. Mr. Qin, I was blind. Please consider my words as mere folly. Had I known of your influence abroad, I would never have dared to cross you. Song Haifeng pleaded, desperation flooding his voice. Mr. Qin, spare me. I realize my mistakes. As Qin Feng remained silent, Song Haifeng's fear intensified. In that case, I shall relinquish all my shares in Xinyu Media to you. Song Haifeng was genuinely terrified. When weighed against his assets, his life held paramount importance. Observing Song Haifeng's pallor and trepidation, Qin Feng maintained a stoic expression. He had no desire to squander more time with Song Haifeng. By tomorrow morning, I expect to see the share transfer agreement. Furthermore, do not allow our paths to cross again. Song Haifeng felt as though he had received a reprieve and fervently expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. He let out a long sigh of relief, fully aware that he had narrowly escaped with his life. He vowed never to provoke Qin Feng again. By tomorrow morning, I shall deliver my shares in Xinyu Media. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Qin. This time, Song Haifeng was completely subdued. He felt a profound sense of loss. In his confrontation with Qin Feng, he had gained nothing while paying a hefty price. Truly unfortunate. However, he was relieved that this ordeal was finally behind him. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him. Mr. Qin, what about my family? Qin Feng rose, speaking coolly. Your family shall encounter fortuitous outcomes. With that, Qin Feng retreated to his room. Another night passed. The following morning. System, sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 300 million Huaxia coins. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn all properties in the Laihu community of Ping'an County. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a Kawasaki H2R. To Qin Feng's astonishment, today's draw of Huaxia coins had not increased compared to yesterday. Could it be that the system was out of funds? Qin Feng shook his head, muttering to himself. Ping'an County, of course, was his hometown. All properties in Laihu community? Qin Feng could hardly believe it and immediately searched online. These days, the average property price in county towns had soared to over 7,000 per square meter. Laihu community, being a higher-end development, approached 9,000 per square meter. Chapter 64, Kawasaki H2R. Most importantly, aside from the 520 apartments, Laihu community also boasted 18 villas, which naturally commanded higher prices than ordinary houses. Quite intriguing. Qin Feng chuckled. The Kawasaki H2R, a motorcycle priced over 700,000, possesses 300 horsepower and can reach speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. By now, Qin Feng had drawn 2 motorcycles from the system. His only regret was that this Kawasaki H2R could not be registered for road use and could only be enjoyed on a racetrack. Although it paled in comparison to luxury sports cars, it was better than nothing. Qin Feng rose to have breakfast. At that moment, the share transfer agreement from Song Haifeng also arrived. To Song Haifeng, Qin Feng was akin to a devil, thus he dared not attempt any tricks. After finishing his meal, Qin Feng entered his study alone. He placed the gifts he had acquired into the system space, thereby saving a great deal of effort and freeing his hands. Subsequently, he made his way to the garage to store the Ducati in the system space. Around 8 o'clock, Qin Feng set off in his Night 15 towards the university. He was on his way to pick up Lu Xinyao. As the Night 15 came to a halt at the entrance of Binjiang University, Lu Xinyao approached with a smile, dragging a suitcase behind her. Qin Feng alighted from the vehicle and took her suitcase. "Have you had breakfast?" he inquired as he placed the suitcase in the car. "I have," Lu Xinyao replied, settling into the vehicle. "By the way, Qin Feng, let me see the plane tickets you booked. 2 of my friends are also heading back home today. Perhaps we are on the same flight." Qin Feng paused momentarily before replying. "Xinyao, we are taking a private jet." Lu Xinyao was taken aback. Huh? She was unaware of Qin Feng's possession of a private jet. However, she quickly regained her composure. Given Qin Feng's current status, it wasn't entirely surprising. Lu Xinyao chuckled, shaking her head. She then sent a message to her friends. Half an hour later, they arrived at Shanghai City International Airport. This time, Qin Feng chose not to bring bodyguards. After exiting the vehicle, the two made their way to the airport entrance. "My friends are just ahead." Lu Xinyao pointed to a man and a woman in the distance. "Yuan, Tianda," she exclaimed, walking over with a smile. Unbeknownst to her, her friends exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with peculiarity. "Xinyao, this must be Qin Feng, right? I've heard so much about you." Li Yuan assessed Qin Feng with a scrutinizing gaze, noting his handsome features but remaining unimpressed. "Indeed," Lu Xinyao replied cheerfully, proceeding to introduce her 2 friends. Huang Tianda regarded Qin Feng with a hint of disdain. "Xinyao, you just mentioned you're flying back in a private jet?" Huang Tianda scoffed at Lu Xinyao's claim. How could this Qin Feng possibly own a private jet? Li Yuan echoed his disbelief. "Xinyao, you've changed. You never used to boast." She crossed her arms, shaking her head. Her eyes filled with derision as they landed on Qin Feng. "Why would I lie to you? Qin Feng truly has a private jet." Lu Xinyao's face darkened. She sensed the contempt Li Yuan held for Qin Feng. Earlier, Lu Xinyao had considered inviting her friends to join them on the private jet, and Qin Feng had consented. However, she now reconsidered. Huang Tianda smirked. "Xinyao, I suspect you've been deceived by Qin Feng. Do you have any idea how much a private jet costs? Not to mention the astronomical maintenance fees." In Huang Tianda's eyes, Qin Feng was undoubtedly a fraud, the kind that deceived for money and allure. It was indeed baffling that Lu Xinyao would be so gullible. "If you don't believe it, that is your choice. Qin Feng, let us go?" Lu Xinyao tugged at Qin Feng, heading toward the airport's ticketing gate. Li Yuan and Huang Tianda remained skeptical. "We'll follow you," they declared, having not purchased tickets. Eager to see how Qin Feng would gain entry, Huang Tianda grabbed his suitcase and trailed behind, both eager to witness Qin Feng's next move. At the ticketing area, 2 flight attendants in uniform stood, their beauty captivating, each scoring around 9 out of 10. Many male onlookers cast their gazes upon the 2 as they passed by. The 2 flight attendants paid no heed, quietly awaiting the arrival of Qin Feng. "Xiaoying, what kind of person do you think our boss is?" one of the attendants inquired. "I haven't met him either. All I know is that his surname is Qin." Qin Feng's private jet was equipped with a full crew. Thus these 2 flight attendants were considered his employees, though they had yet to see him. "There are so many people today, I wonder if Mr. Qin will even be able to find us. I'll make a call." The flight attendant named Xiaoying retrieved her phone and dialed Qin Feng's number. Soon, the call connected, and Xiaoying felt a twinge of nervousness. "Mr. Qin, hello. My name is Xiaoying, and I am one of the flight attendants on the G650 private jet. I'm at gate B1. At that moment, Qin Feng spotted the attendant who was on the phone. "I see you," he called out, approaching the 2 flight attendants with his phone in hand. "Hello, Mr. Qin." The attendants greeted, promptly bowing. As flight attendants, they were naturally trained in etiquette, and there was no room for error in this regard. They were also pleasantly surprised to discover that their boss was quite the handsome gentleman. "Is the plane ready?" Qin Feng inquired, casting a glance at the 2 attendants. "Yes, Mr. Qin, it's all set. We are just waiting for you." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "This way, please." Xiaoying gestured elegantly for him to follow. The other attendant proactively took Qin Feng's suitcase. "Let us go," Qin Feng said, glancing at Lu Xinyao. The two entered the airport via the VIP passage. At that moment, Li Yuan and Huang Tianda stood in stunned silence. This Qin Feng truly possessed a private jet. As they watched Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao disappear into the crowd, Li Yuan and Huang Tianda exchanged incredulous looks, utterly astonished. Heavens! What on earth does this Qin Feng do to own a private jet? Li Yuan pondered. Why don't you ask Xinyao if she can take us along? Huang Tianda suggested, eager to experience the luxury of flying in a private jet, believing that even a single trip would be a tale worth telling in the future. Li Yuan promptly sent a message to Lu Xinyao. "Xinyao, since you're passing by, could you take us along?" However, several minutes passed without a reply. "What's the word? What did Xinyao say?" Huang Tianda inquired anxiously. Li Yuan shook her head with a sigh. She might be upset. Both wore expressions of dejection, regretting the missed opportunity to befriend a wealthy individual due to their ignorance. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Dejectedly, they trudged through the security check with their luggage, heading towards their designated economy class. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao had boarded the private jet. The Gulfstream G650's cabin was vast and luxuriously appointed, complete with a full kitchen. Lu Xinyao was taken aback as she entered. "Qin Feng, your private jet is enormous," she exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment. Qin Feng merely smiled and settled down beside her. "Mr. Qin, the plane will be taking off shortly," Xiaoying, the flight attendant, announced respectfully, her hands clasped before her. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing. Since there was no airport in Qin Feng's county, the plane could only land in the city. "Xinyao, I recall your family has a house in the city. Will you be returning to Ping'an County?" Lu Xinyao's father was a businessman, considered quite affluent in their city. "I'll accompany you back," Lu Xinyao replied. "My parents are in Ping'an County. By the way, my dad said he would send a driver to pick me up." Qin Feng smiled. "That works too. It saves us the trouble of hailing a cab." They engaged in light conversation as the plane took off. "Mr. Qin, Miss Lu, would you like some refreshments?" The two flight attendants approached to inquire. "A glass of orange juice, please," Qin Feng requested. Lu Xinyao ordered a cola. Observing Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao deep in conversation, the flight attendants refrained from interrupting. After half an hour, Lu Xinyao dozed off in her seat, a faint smile gracing her lips, perhaps dreaming of delightful scenarios. Qin Feng, noticing this, took out his phone to check the time but chose not to wake her. An hour and a half later, the plane landed at the city airport. By this time, Lu Xinyao had awakened. "Mr. Qin, we've arrived," Xiaoying announced, approaching Qin Feng. "All right," Qin Feng replied, gathering his suitcase as he and Lu Xinyao exited the aircraft. It was close to noon, and the sun shone brightly. Upon leaving the airport, they found the driver who had come to collect Lu Xinyao. "Mr. Lu sent me to pick you up," the middle-aged driver said, stepping forward. Upon noticing the young man beside Lu Xinyao, he couldn't help but scrutinize Qin Feng. "Let me take your suitcase," the driver offered, taking the luggage from Qin Feng's grasp. Subsequently, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao climbed into an Audi sedan. After another hour of travel, they finally returned to the small county. As they gazed out at the familiar streets through the car window, Lu Xinyao took Qin Feng's hand, for this was where they had first met. "Qin Feng, would you like to come to my house for a meal?" "My dad said dinner is ready," Lu Xinyao asked softly, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Perhaps tomorrow. I've invited my sister to dinner," Qin Feng replied. Lu Xinyao inquired further, "What time will you be heading back this afternoon?" "I can drive you." Qin Feng's home was in the countryside, about a 20-minute drive from the county. "No need. We'll see each other tomorrow," Qin Feng said as he alighted at a nearby crossroad. He waited for a moment outside a Chinese restaurant until his sister, Qin Yutong, arrived. "Brother," Qin Yutong called out, hurrying towards him with a beaming smile. At 19, she wore her school uniform, exuding youthful vitality. Qin Feng looked her over with a smile. "Yutong, you've lost weight." Qin Yutong pouted. "Maybe it's the stress of preparing for the college entrance exam." Qin Feng chuckled. "Just perform normally. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Now, let us go eat." He led his sister into the restaurant. "Brother, I must say, you've become quite handsome," Qin Yutong remarked with a grin. They found a table and sat down. Yutong had come out during her school break and needed to return for class soon. Qin Feng ordered several dishes and then pulled out a beautifully wrapped gift box. "This is for you." "Brother, what is this?" Qin Yutong asked, her face alight with curiosity as she took the gift box into her hands. "Open it, and you'll find out," Qin Feng replied. As Qin Yutong unveiled the box, she discovered a dazzling bracelet nestled within. "Try it on," Qin Feng encouraged, and upon donning the bracelet, Qin Yutong's delight was palpable. "Brother, this is simply exquisite," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Qin Feng chuckled softly. "It features 5 diamonds. How could it not be beautiful?" Yet, he refrained from disclosing the price, fearing it might overwhelm his sister. After satisfying their appetites, the pair lingered in the restaurant for a while longer. Subsequently, Qin Feng escorted Qin Yutong back to her school. He then ventured into a secluded alley and retrieved his Ducati. Driving towards the Lihu community, he was halted at the entrance by a security guard. "Sir, what brings you here?" the guard inquired. "To view the properties," Qin Feng responded. The guard scrutinized him for a moment before replying. "All the houses here have been sold." He had received word that a wealthy individual had purchased the entire community. Just moments ago, he had been discussing this with colleagues, speculating on which affluent owner could possibly be behind such a grand acquisition. "May I ask where the sales office is located?" Qin Feng inquired, parking his motorcycle. "Just take a left." The guard directed him. "Thank you," Qin Feng said as he walked towards the sales office, arriving shortly thereafter. "Sir, we have no properties available," exclaimed one of the two saleswomen bustling inside the hall. As Qin Feng entered, they were momentarily captivated by his striking appearance, stealing glances at him. "I purchased a property here. My name is Qin Feng," he announced. Upon hearing his name, the saleswomen exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. "What? You are Mr. Qin, the one who bought the entire community?" They stammered, utterly taken aback. They had not anticipated that the buyer of the entire Lihu community would be a young man. "Oh my, I wonder which affluent family he hails from. He must be extraordinarily wealthy." "Mr. Qin, allow me to prepare a cup of coffee for you," they said, their cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as they gazed at him. Such a handsome and wealthy man would undoubtedly stir the hearts of many women. After all, he embodied the very essence of the fairy tale prince every woman dreams of. One of the saleswomen hurried off to brew coffee. "Please, have a seat. The paperwork for your property is not yet finalized, so you may have to wait a bit." Qin Feng settled into a chair and asked, "How long will it take?" The saleswoman replied, "It might take about an hour, as there are over 500 units to process." Qin Feng nodded. "No problem, I can wait." He was in no hurry to return. While sipping his coffee in the sales office, the manager soon approached him. "Mr. Qin, greetings." The manager, a middle-aged man, walked over with a smile and shook Qin Feng's hand. "I would like to see the properties," Qin Feng stated. Although he did not intend to reside there, he felt compelled to see the houses that now belonged to him. "Of course, I will arrange for someone to accompany you," the manager replied, calling over one of the saleswomen. She took a set of keys and led Qin Feng into the community. True to its reputation as a premium neighborhood, the landscaping was impressively maintained. "Mr. Qin, all the houses here are fully furnished," the saleswoman explained, gesturing to the regular housing area and the villa section. Qin Feng first inspected the regular residences. While the layout and materials used for decoration could not compare to the riverside property he had secured in Shanghai City, they were still commendable for a small county. Next, he ventured into the villa section, which boasted 18 spacious villas, all equipped for immediate occupancy. As the saleswoman described the properties, she couldn't help but steal glances at Qin Feng's handsome visage. If she weren't already married, she would have liked to invite him out for dinner. "I'll stroll around by myself. You may head back," Qin Feng told the saleswoman. "Certainly, Mr. Qin. If you have any questions, feel free to call for me," she replied, handing him the keys before departing. At the entrance, the security guard called out to the saleswoman, shouting, "What was that young man here for?" he asked, curiosity evident in his voice. "Are you referring to Mr. Qin? He is the one who bought all the properties in the community," she replied. "No way. That young man is that wealthy? What does his family do?" The guard was astonished and pressed for more details. "I'm not quite sure. I didn't ask." The saleswoman shrugged. The guard, eager to know more, asked, "Is he single?" "I have a daughter." The saleswoman chuckled softly. "Zhanggu, why don't you ask him yourself?" After the sales staff completed the necessary paperwork, Qin Feng finally departed, riding his Ducati home. "Father, mother, I'm back," Qin Feng announced as he parked the Ducati in the yard. The front door was ajar, yet the hall appeared empty. He unloaded the gifts he had purchased before stepping inside. "Son." His mother, Lu Mei, emerged from the hall, her face illuminating with uncontainable joy upon seeing him. "Mom," Qin Feng called out. "Where's Dad?" Lu Mei replied, "He's in the kitchen." "Son, why did you buy so many things?" she asked, noticing several bottles of liquor and various items on the sofa. "These are for you and Dad," Qin Feng said, pulling out the clothes he had bought. Just then, his father, Qin Jinlin, joined them, a smile brightening his face upon seeing Qin Feng. "Father," Qin Feng exclaimed. Qin Jinlin nodded, chuckling. "It's good to be home." He had intended to go out to fetch Qin Feng, but found himself amused at the sight of his son returning with an armful of goods. "What kind of liquor is this?" Qin Jinlin asked, picking up a bottle of Jiulong Mabao. "Is this Maotai?" he said, his surprise evident. "This is a national liquor, and it's certainly not inexpensive." Of course, he only knew that it was pricier than ordinary spirits, unaware of the true cost of Jiulong Mabao. In addition to the 6 bottles of Jiulong Mabao, Qin Feng had also brought back 2 bottles of 1990 Romanikani. He had 2 more bottles in the system as storage, but planned to take those to Lu Xinyao as home the next day. Lu Mei sighed. Your father has been planning to quit drinking. Next time, don't buy so much alcohol. Qin Jinlin chuckled. A little indulgence now and then is fine. This is truly exquisite wine. As he gazed upon it, Qin Jinlin found himself tempted to indulge in a sip or two. Son, is that motorcycle outside yours? Qin Jinlin inquired, noting the sleek design of the Ducati, which undoubtedly commanded a hefty price. Qin Feng explained, I brought it back. At that moment, Lu Mei, too, expressed her curiosity. Son, Yutong mentioned that you've made quite a fortune in business. What kind of business are you involved in? With a smile, Qin Feng replied. I engage in various ventures. In essence, it's all substantial business. Mom, Dad, I've purchased a house in Shanghai City. You needn't stay here any longer. In a few days, come with me to Shanghai City. Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei were taken aback by their son's impressive accomplishments. They exchanged a glance, both feeling immensely gratified. Just a couple of days prior, when Qin Yutong returned, she handed her bank card to Lu Mei, containing several 100,000 yuan, entirely transferred back by Qin Feng. Qin Jinlin remarked, let's wait until your sister graduates from high school. They had grown accustomed to their life here. Moreover, with Qin Feng now a university student and having established his own business, they felt they could not contribute much. Moving to a big city might prove to be an adjustment. Very well, then consider it carefully. Qin Feng added, oh, and I've also acquired a house in the county. You might stay there first, which would be more convenient for your sister's schooling. Qin Feng refrained from disclosing that he had purchased an entire community, fearing it might overwhelm his parents. Such matters require a period of acclimatization. You bought a house in the county? How large? Lu Mei inquired. Qin Feng hesitated momentarily before stating, a grand villa. Lu Mei exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Jinlin, both wearing wry smiles. Lu Mei suggested, moving there sounds fine. I can find a job in the county. Qin Feng, exasperated, replied, Mom, we're living in a grand villa. What job would you need? An entire community of over 500 units would be overwhelming even in terms of rental income. Of course, Qin Feng had no intention of having his mother manage the rentals. He planned to enlist a property management service. I'll handle the finances. You both needn't exhaust yourselves. Chapter 67, The Sharp Tongue. Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin could only smile wryly. Subsequently, Qin Feng presented several outfits to Lu Mei. Mom, Dad, please try on these clothes later. If they don't fit, I'll exchange them. Qin Jinlin replied, trying them on this evening is no issue. I've been so engrossed in conversation. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. As Qin Jinlin departed for the kitchen, he called out, oh, and Mom. There's also a bracelet. Lu Mei examined the jade bracelet Qin Feng had purchased and found it quite exquisite. This bracelet must be quite expensive, right? She mused. Trying it on. Not at all. As long as you like it, that is what matters. Qin Feng chuckled. After chatting with Qin Feng for a while, Lu Mei joined in to assist. Qin Feng took his luggage back to his room and checked his phone, where a message from Lu Xinyao awaited. Qin Feng, have you returned home? She also sent a photo of a meal. Just got back. Qin Feng replied. Really? You arrived so late? He explained. I lingered a bit longer in the county. Lu Xinyao first sent a smiling emoji before asking, what time will you come to my house tomorrow? Qin Feng pondered before replying, around noon. Tomorrow morning, I plan to take my parents to view the villas in Laihu community. If all goes well, I'll have them move there. I'll cook for you personally then. I'll be waiting. After chatting with Lu Xinyao for a few minutes, Qin Feng also made his way to the kitchen to lend a hand. Qin Jinlin had prepared a considerable feast. In the evening, he invited Qin Feng's second uncle and aunt to join them for dinner. Qin Feng's second uncle, Qin Jinxiang, was the first to arrive. I was wondering why Jinlin bought so many groceries. It turns out Qin Feng is back. Upon seeing his uncle, Qin Feng stepped forward to greet him. Uncle, please come in and have a seat. Qin Jinxiang appraised Qin Feng and asked with a smile, Qin Feng, you must be nearing graduation from university, right? Qin Feng shook his head, responding, not quite yet. As he continued conversing with Qin Jinxiang, a voice of surprise suddenly echoed from outside the yard. Whose motorcycle is that? It's stunning. Qin Feng stepped outside to see his aunt, Li Qing, inspecting his Ducati. Aunt. Though Li Qing was known for her sharp tongue, Qin Feng still greeted her. Qin Feng has returned. Li Qing turned her gaze toward him, unable to resist appraising him as well. Did you drive that motorcycle back? She inquired curiously. Qin Feng nodded. Yes, I bought it. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's brash personality quickly emerged. I'm not trying to criticize you, Qin Feng. As a university student, you're still far behind your cousin. He is studying programming and landed a contract last month. Just the other day, he drove home in a BMW. And look at your motorcycle. A scornful expression crossed her face. The cousin she referred to was, of course, her son. While he had purchased a second-hand BMW, the disparity was glaring when compared to Qin Feng's seemingly inconsequential motorcycle. Although both were in university, the differences were stark. particularly since her son attended a more prestigious institution than Qin Feng's Binjiang University. This was her leverage for boasting. Qin Feng merely smiled and asked, "Isn't Qin Jun at home? Why didn't you invite him to join us for dinner?" Having grown accustomed to his aunt's sharp remarks, he chose not to respond further. Inside, Qin Jinxiang observed his wife's usual behavior and simply sat there, smoking quietly. He was quite intimidated by her. Li Qing replied. He said he would come over later. No need to wait for him. Finally, Qin Feng's parents brought out the dishes. They all gathered to eat. While they were dining, Qin Jinxiang suddenly turned to Qin Feng and asked, "Qin Feng, do you have a girlfriend yet?" Qin Feng glanced at his parents before replying, "I do." Qin Jinxiang smiled. "That is wonderful. You should bring her home to meet us sometime." However, Li Qing shot Qin Feng a skeptical glance. "Qin Feng, you're not just boasting, are you? Nowadays, girls have such high standards. In this day and age, without a house or a car, it's tough to find a girlfriend." Li Qing's sharp tongue caused an awkward silence to envelop the room. There was little that could be done. She enjoyed belittling others. Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin appeared genuinely curious. "Son, are you really dating someone? Where is she from?" Lu Mei expressed concern for Qin Feng's future. Qin Feng smiled wryly. "Mom, aren't you supposed to be encouraging me to focus on my studies?" Lu Mei shook her head. "You must study diligently. But don't neglect your lifelong matters either. It is said that there is a surplus of men compared to women nowadays, which may pose challenges once we leave campus. Furthermore, once one reaches the appropriate age, one could hastily obtain a marriage certificate." Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words, bowing his head to eat, almost forgetting something important. There was fine liquor that he had yet to bring out. Qin Jinlin suddenly had a thought and hurried back to his room. When he re-emerged, he held a bottle of Maodai Jiulong Mabe in his hand. This was indeed purchased by Qin Feng, a remarkable spirit. Qin Jinlin remarked with a smile. "What is this?" Qin Jinxiang, a connoisseur of fine wines, was taken aback upon seeing the bottle of Maodai Jiulong Mabe that Qin Jinlin had brought forth. This liquor was bought by Qin Feng," he exclaimed, glancing between Qin Feng and Qin Jinlin. He was acutely aware that this bottle retails for over 70,000. Furthermore, it is notoriously difficult to procure in the market. "Indeed. What of it?" Qin Jinlin responded, oblivious to the implications. "This is Maodai Jiulong Mabe. It costs over 70,000 a bottle." Qin Jinxiang exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Hearing Qin Jinxiang's declaration, everyone at the table was left dumbfounded. Even Qin Jinlin stared blankly at his son, speechless. He had not anticipated that the Maotai his son brought home would be so exorbitantly priced. Good heavens. Over 70,000 a bottle. How many jars of Erguo Tu could one buy with that? Li Qing was the first to regain her composure, frowning skeptically. "I suspect this must be counterfeit. Qin Feng is merely a university student. How could he possibly afford such an expensive bottle of liquor? It must be fake." She crossed her arms defiantly, not hesitating to admonish Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, you really ought to be more cautious. Are you not aware of the prevalence of counterfeit spirits? If you bring something like this home and it turns out to be faulty, what then?" Li Qing began to scold him. "My dear, please refrain from excessive reprimands." Noticing the tense atmosphere in the room, Qin Jinxiang cast furtive glances at Li Qing. They had invited them over for dinner out of goodwill. It would be wise to temper their remarks. Chapter 68. Sign-In, Koenigsegg 1. 1. At Qin Jinxiang's insistence, Li Qing hesitated, finally choosing to remain silent. "Fine. Then I shall forego the wine." A hint of displeasure flickered in Qin Jinlin's gaze. He did not believe for a moment that his son had purchased counterfeit liquor, especially since there was a bank card belonging to Qin Yutong at home containing hundreds of thousands. Given Qin Feng's current capabilities, he could indeed afford a bottle costing over 70,000. However, since Li Qing harbored doubts about the authenticity, Qin Jinlin decided it best to leave the bottle unopened, reserving it for his own enjoyment. "Qin Feng, I speak rather directly. Please do not take it to heart." Though she spoke these words, Li Qing's expression conveyed her disdain. Regardless of the circumstances, the liquor purchased by Qin Feng must surely be counterfeit. That was an undeniable fact. Just as Qin Feng was about to respond, an exclamation echoed from outside the courtyard. "Oh my! A Ducati Superleggera V4. Everyone turned their attention to the entrance. Moments later, Qin Jun's figure appeared, his face brimming with shock. "Qin Feng, is that Ducati yours?" Qin Jun's astonishment was entirely warranted. After all, that was a motorcycle valued at 1.5 million. The Ducati could be likened to the Ferrari of motorcycles. "It is indeed mine." Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. "Good gracious. You are exceedingly wealthy." Qin Jun continued to shake his head in disbelief. "What are you making such a fuss about, son?" Li Qing shot her son a disapproving look. "Mom, that is a Ducati Superleggera V4. It costs 1.5 million. Qin Jun replied, his eyes wide with incredulity. Upon hearing her son's words, Li Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Qin Jinxiang, her second uncle, bore an astonished expression. Li Qing, still in disbelief, said, "Son, you must be mistaken. How could Qin Feng possibly afford such an expensive vehicle? Just moments ago, she had mocked Qin Feng for supposedly bringing home counterfeit liquor. And now there was a motorcycle worth 1.5 million. How could this be possible?" Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin were equally astonished, gazing at their son in shock. This evening, Qin Feng had provided them with two mini surprises. First, there was the liquor costing over 70,000. And now he had driven home a motorcycle worth over 1 million. It was utterly staggering. While others might doubt, Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin would never question their son's integrity. Qin Jun clarified, "There is no mistake. This is the truth." Seeing her son's earnest expression, Li Qing was momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, she had claimed that Qin Feng returned on a shabby motorcycle, only to be confronted with the reality of a vehicle worth 1.5 million. Could it be that the previously mentioned bottle of Julong Mabe was also genuine? Li Qing's gaze towards Qin Feng shifted, reflecting her newfound respect. She dared not ponder further, for anyone capable of purchasing such a vehicle must undoubtedly be affluent. "Qin Feng, have you perhaps won the lottery?" Li Qing, no longer able to harbor disdain for Qin Feng, whispered her inquiry. Qin Feng merely smiled in silence. Unwilling to engage in explanations with his second aunt, Li Qing, Qin Jun settled beside Qin Feng, continuing to eat while bombarding him with questions. "Qin Feng, this is impressive. You actually drove a vehicle worth over 1 million. Qin Jun's gaze shone with admiration as he regarded Qin Feng. "You are not too shabby yourself." Qin Feng replied. "Just a moment ago, second aunt mentioned you had acquired a BMW. Qin Jun shook his head. "That was all borrowed money. Besides, that second-hand BMW is hardly worth anything." Hearing her son's admission, Li Qing felt a pang of embarrassment. Earlier, she had sought to belittle Qin Feng, only to discover that he was, in fact, an inconspicuous millionaire. After a while, Li Qing, mustering her courage, turned to Qin Jinlin. "Perhaps we should open that bottle of Maotai after all. Let everyone have a taste." She too was eager to experience the flavor of the 7,000 yuan Maotai. Qin Jinlin, still slightly irked, replied, No, that is counterfeit. I cannot be the sole victim of its toxicity." Li Qing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Ultimately, the dinner concluded amidst a peculiar atmosphere. As night fell, Qin Feng felt a bit weary after a long day. After taking a hot shower, he prepared to rest. Lu Mei knocked on Qin Feng's door. "Son, are you asleep?" "Not yet, Mom," Qin Feng replied. Lu Mei entered the room. "During dinner, you mentioned having a girlfriend. Is that true?" Lu Mei was still preoccupied with the matter, eagerly anticipating meeting her future daughter-in-law. Qin Feng chuckled helplessly. "Mom, I'm only a junior. I still have a year until graduation. Such matters cannot be rushed." Lu Mei responded, "I was merely inquiring. Where's that girl from?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, "She is my middle school classmate. Tomorrow, you shall finally meet." Lu Mei's smile blossomed even brighter. "How wonderful. Mother, tomorrow I will take you both to the county town to view the villa. Rest early." Lu Mei nodded and returned to her slumber. The night swiftly passed. Qin Feng opened his eyes to find dawn breaking. Unlike the bustling marketplace, the early morning in this quaint mountain village exuded a profound tranquility. Standing before the window, Qin Feng gazed at the hazy mountains in the distance. "System, initiate my sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 310 million Huaxia coins. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a Koenigsegg 1. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the ownership of the Pingyang County Newtown Commercial Street." Today's draw of Huaxia coins yielded a slight increase, which pleasantly surprised Qin Feng. A Koenigsegg 1. Upon hearing the name, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. The system elucidated, Koenigsegg 1. A luxurious sports car valued at 100 million, globally limited to merely 6 units. Listening to the system's explanation, Qin Feng felt rather indifferent. He had heard in some online novels that this Koenigsegg 1 was already ubiquitous, with one in every hand. Qin Feng inquired, "System, may I exchange it for another?" "No. The System's lottery is entirely random. Moreover, this is an essential vehicle for the affluent. If the host is dissatisfied, he may opt to destroy it." Qin Feng shook his head, feeling quite helpless. Yet, having something is certainly better than nothing. After all, it is still a luxurious sports car worth 100 million. Destruction was out of the question. Qin Feng was no spendthrift. The Pingyang County Newtown Commercial Street. The Newtown Commercial Street is situated in the development zone of Pingyang County. This time, Qin Feng had drawn the ownership of all the shops in the Newtown Commercial Street. Of course, the commercial street in this county town could not compare to the Kaida Shopping Center in Shanghai City. Nevertheless, even a small mosquito is still a morsel. Chapter 69, The Surprise of My Parents. In Pingyang County, the rent for shops in the Newtown Commercial Street is arguably the highest. Qin Feng sat in his room for a while. Soon, Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei also arose to prepare breakfast. With some idle time, Qin Feng went to the kitchen to lend a hand. Son, aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Lu Mei glanced at Qin Feng and said, I can't sleep. Qin Feng chuckled. He had grown accustomed to waking up at this hour. Rising each day to sign in and receive rewards was an exceedingly delightful affair. After breakfast, Qin Feng rode his Ducati with his parents towards the county town. Besides taking them to view the villa, Qin Feng had another matter to attend to, dining at Lu Xinyao's home. Upon arriving in the county town, Qin Feng did not hurry to the Lihu community. Instead, he first took his parents to open a bank account. By around 9 o'clock, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Lihu community. Son, the villa you purchased is right here? The houses in Lihu community are considered the priciest in the entire county town. Observing the several tall buildings within the community, Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei were somewhat astonished. Yes, it's right inside. Let us go to the sales office to collect the keys. Just as Qin Feng was about to lead his parents over, two middle-aged women emerged from the direction of the sales office. Jinlin, a short-haired middle-aged woman, called out to Qin Jinlin. Upon recognizing her, a smile spread across his face. What a coincidence. Qin Feng, this is your aunt. As the two middle-aged women approached, Qin Feng greeted, Aunt. His aunt glanced at him and smiled. So it's you, Qin Feng, who has returned. Qin Feng had not seen the other middle-aged woman, who was holding a yellow handbag, presumably a friend of his aunt. What brings you here? Qin Feng's aunt inquired curiously. Qin Jinlin replied with a smile. We came to look at houses. Don't go, we just inquired. The sales office informed us that all the houses in the Lihu community have been sold out. Moreover, I heard that they were purchased by a wealthy magnate. His aunt's face displayed a hint of astonishment. To buy all the houses in a community, how wealthy must that person be? Is that so? Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei simultaneously turned to Qin Feng, their faces marked with confusion. Since Qin Feng claimed to have bought a villa here, they felt he would not deceive them. They assumed the news their aunt had heard was likely false. At this moment, a hint of helplessness crossed Qin Feng's smile. Frankly speaking, he too could not comprehend why the system had bestowed upon him the entirety of the Lihu community. Nevertheless, Qin Feng certainly did not mind having more. Of course it's true, his aunt insisted. So you needn't bother going over. It would only waste your time. Qin Feng asked, Aunt, do you wish to buy a house here as well? His aunt shook her head. The houses here are far too expensive. I could never afford one. I'm merely accompanying a friend to view properties. But alas, this trip was in vain. His aunt also shook her head in resignation. Son, did you really buy a villa here? Lu Mei questioned, her uncertainty palpable. Of course, Qin Feng replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman beside his aunt frowned slightly. Young man, you're not joking, are you? The villas here start at 4 million. The middle-aged woman was skeptical of Qin Feng's claims. Considering his young age of just over 20, how could he possibly muster such a fortune? Qin Feng chose not to elaborate. Just then, the sales office manager spotted Qin Feng and hurried towards him, wearing a respectful expression. Mr. Qin, you're here so early. The manager exclaimed cheerfully. Come in for a cup of coffee. Qin Feng nodded and replied, No need. I brought my parents to see the villa. The manager smiled. Which villa would you like to see? I'll fetch the keys right away. Witnessing this exchange, the middle-aged woman's skepticism deepened. Manager Lee, is this young man truly purchasing a villa here? She asked, half convinced. Indeed, the manager affirmed. The middle-aged woman shook her head. Wait a moment. Didn't you just say that a wealthy magnate bought all the houses in the community? How can it be? The manager chuckled. Mr. Qin is that wealthy magnate. He has bought every house here. What? The middle-aged woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Feng. She never imagined that such a wealthy individual could emerge from Ping'an County, capable of purchasing an entire community's worth of houses. Good heavens! What kind of background does this young man possess? At that moment, even Qin Feng's aunt and his parents were left speechless in astonishment. They simultaneously turned their gazes towards Qin Feng. Could he truly acquire an entire community? Most importantly, where did Qin Feng amass such a fortune? Over 500 properties. It must amount to nearly 1 billion, wouldn't it? Son, is what Manager Lee said truly factual? Qin Jinlin looked at his son with disbelief. If this were indeed true, it would be nothing short of a fantastical dream. Dad, it is indeed true. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Initially, he had planned to reveal this to his parents in a couple of days, but given the circumstances, he could no longer keep it a secret. Upon hearing Qin Feng's affirmative response, Qin Jinlin exchanged glances with Lu Mei, both shaking their heads in amused disbelief. They had never imagined that Qin Feng possessed such capabilities. Purchasing the entire Lihu community's residences. This was something they wouldn't have dared to dream of in the past. However, against all odds, Qin Feng had accomplished it. Mom, Dad, I am aware that you have many questions. We can discuss this later tonight. For now, let us go and view the villa. Lu Mei chuckled helplessly. All right. We shall heed our son's wishes. Manager Li interjected. Mr. Qin, you wish to view Villa number 1, correct? I shall fetch the keys immediately. With that, Manager Li hurried back to the sales office to retrieve the keys. Qin Feng, how did you manage this? Qin Feng's aunt was still in shock. Qin Feng chuckled as he explained. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely earned a little fortune. Soon, Manager Li returned with the keys, personally leading Qin Feng and the others into the community. Qin Feng's aunt and her friend followed, eager to glimpse the opulence of the Lihu community's luxurious villas. Son, how many units are there in total here? Lu Mei gazed at the several high-rise buildings within the Lihu community, unable to suppress her awe. I believe it's over 500. Qin Feng replied casually. To him, such a vast number of properties was merely a figure. Living in them was out of the question. So, son, do you intend to sell or rent them out? Lu Mei inquired further. Either option works, Qin Feng stated. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the entrance of Villa number 1, which was situated in the prime location of the Lihu community and exquisitely decorated. Manager Li swung open the grand door of Villa number 1, announcing, please, come in. Qin Feng's aunt leaned closer to Qin Jinlin and whispered, Jinlin, Qin Feng has purchased so many properties. If he decides to rent them out, you will be a landlord. Qin Jinlin chuckled, listening to our son. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, they beheld the splendid decor, their eyes glimmering with uncontainable excitement. The villa was fully equipped, ready for immediate occupancy. This is the kitchen. Manager Li began to introduce the amenities to Qin Feng's parents. After exploring the first floor, they ascended to the second floor for a brief look. Qin Feng refrained from following them, having already surveyed it the previous day. After a span of several minutes, Qin Jinlin and the others returned to the grand hall. Son, what do you think? Lu Mei asked, smiling at Qin Feng. He grinned back. Dad, Mom, this Villa number 1 is the best. If you like it, you should move in. Qin Jinlin replied, we do like it, but it feels rather spacious. Residing in Shanghai City with only the two of them would indeed make the villa seem excessively large. No matter, Qin Feng reassured, as long as you like it. Lu Mei then queried, by the way, son, how do you plan to manage the other properties in the community? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng responded, we can sell some. The rest can be rented out. Lu Mei suggested, since they will be rented, let your father and I handle it. Qin Feng chuckled, Mom. Managing so many properties will be quite burdensome for you. Do not worry, I will ensure everything is arranged properly. You just need to settle in comfortably. Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin ceased further discussion on the matter. They proceeded to inspect more properties. At 11 o'clock, Lu Xinyao was busy in her kitchen, donning an apron while chopping vegetables. Lu Xinyao was the type of woman who could grace both the parlor and the kitchen. Outside the hall, her father, Lu Jianhong, was seated on the sofa, perusing a business magazine. However, the sounds of Lu Xinyao's culinary endeavors rendered him unable to concentrate on the magazine. Curiosity piqued. He ventured into the kitchen. Daughter, what special occasion is it today? I noticed you returned home early with so many groceries, and now you're cooking? His tone was laced with intrigue. Lu Xinyao smiled and replied, Dad, a friend is coming over today? Lu Jianhong frowned slightly, sensing something beneath his daughter's excitement. Could it be that his daughter was in a romantic relationship? He wondered which suitor had captured his precious cabbage. Daughter, do you have a boyfriend now? He pressed further. Noticing Lu Xinyao's cheeks flush, Lu Jianhong realized his suspicions were correct. Where is this young man from? He continued to inquire. Lu Xinyao, blushing, replied, Oh, Dad. You'll find out soon enough. Yet, Lu Jianhong was not inclined to leave without answers. No, my daughter, you must tell me now. I am eager to know what my future son-in-law does for a living. Lu Xinyao hesitated, gazing at her father. Dad, are you certain you want me to say? Lu Jianhong's expression turned serious. Of course. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xinyao finally spoke. His name is Qin Feng. He is currently studying with me in Shanghai City. Hearing her mention Qin Feng, Lu Jianhong frowned once more. Just a college student? Did he not possess any other identity? Lu Jianhong had certain expectations for his future son-in-law. Not to mention being from a matching background, he at least hoped for some measure of capability. What about being the chairman of Ruihai Bank? How does that sound? Lu Xinyao, still focused on her cooking, merely sought to placate her father. What? The chairman of Ruihai Bank? Lu Jianhong's expression turned quizzical, for he found it hard to believe. A college student could possibly be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Who would believe such a claim? Certainly not Lu Jianhong. No, daughter. Have you also learned to weave tales? Surely you are not being led astray by that Qin. What was his name again? Lu Xinyao corrected him. Qin Feng. Yes, that Qin Feng. You haven't been misled by him, have you? Lu Xinyao sighed. Dad, I am telling you the truth. I am not joking. Lu Jianhong shook his head, dismissing her words. He could not accept the notion that an undergraduate could be the chairman of Ruihai Bank, a highly renowned private bank in China, valued at a staggering 100 billion. despite not yet being publicly listed. Such a colossal entity was a presence that Lu Jianhong could only gaze upon from a distance. He believed that his daughter had undoubtedly fallen victim to deceit. After all, in this day and age, con artists were alarmingly prevalent. If it were merely a financial scam, it would be one thing, but the fear of encountering a seducer was far more daunting. My daughter, do you know what your suitor's family does for a living? Lu Xinyao furrowed her brows and replied, Dad, do you not trust me? Lu Jianhong's expression remained impassive. Of course, I do not. My daughter, you must have been deceived. He emphatically declared, I forbid you to continue seeing that Qin Feng. Moreover, I do not want him to come here. I refuse to meet him. Lu Jianhong was seething with anger, his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Xinyao too felt a surge of displeasure. Dad, you are being unreasonable. Lu Jianhong maintained a stern demeanor, asserting, I am indeed being reasonable. In any case, I do not welcome that Qin Feng. He shall not set foot through this door. Lu Jianhong was infuriated. He could not possibly believe that the boyfriend his daughter was dating could be the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Seeing that her explanations were falling on deaf ears, Lu Xinyao became increasingly anxious. She was acutely aware of her father's temperament and wished to avoid any unpleasantness when Qin Feng arrived. Are you certain you won't allow Qin Feng to come over? Lu Xinyao asked once more. Lu Jianhong strode out of the kitchen, his irritation palpable. No, absolutely not. Lu Xinyao huffed. Fine. When Mom returns this afternoon, I will tell her that you went to the movies with another woman last month. Lu Jianhong's expression shifted, and he hurried back into the kitchen. Daughter, you must not speak carelessly. Have I not toiled for half my life to enjoy a little happiness? Of course, there are certain matters that must remain concealed from your mother. Lu Xinyao remained icy. I am not speaking carelessly. That night, I saw it with my own eyes while shopping with friends. Lu Jianhong exclaimed, No, daughter, you must have mistaken it. Your father is not that kind of person. Chapter 71. The wind seeps through the cotton coat. Lu Jianhong was a man with the heart of a thief, but lacked the courage. That night, he had merely attended a movie with a female friend. He swore he had not engaged in any other indiscretions. Although he harbored such thoughts, they were just fleeting fantasies. Lu Xinyao retorted, Very well. We shall see if my mother believes your tall tales. Ignoring Lu Jianhong, she turned back to her cooking. A hint of panic crossed Lu Jianhong's face as he implored, Daughter, you must believe me. If this conversation reached his wife's ears, it would spell disaster. Even though he had done nothing wrong, it would be difficult to explain. Lu Xinyao wore a stoic expression, silent. Daughter, let us converse rationally. Lu Jianhong gritted his teeth, declaring, Very well, I shall retract my previous statements. I will meet that Qin Feng. That should suffice. Though he spoke these words, Lu Jianhong had already resolved to confront Qin Feng upon their meeting, determined to unveil him and prevent any further deception of Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao cautioned, Dad, those are your words. When Qin Feng arrives, you must not act recklessly. If you still doubt my words, I will provide proof. Lu Jianhong felt a twinge of embarrassment. He fell silent for a moment before asking, Daughter, you are not living with that Qin Feng, are you? Lu Xinyao shook her head. Dad, what are you thinking? I have been living at school. Lu Jianhong nodded, relieved. That is good. Then, with a serious tone, he advised, Daughter, your father does not oppose you dating. However, you must keep your eyes wide open. There are far too many deceivers about. Furthermore, until you graduate from university, you must not cohabit with anyone. Lu Xinyao, growing impatient, responded, Dad, I understand. Please do not disturb me while I cook. You may leave. Lu Jianhong, feeling helpless, exited the kitchen. Indeed, a daughter could not be kept at home forever. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Jianhong lost interest in his magazine. He only wished to see what sort of person Qin Feng, as described by his daughter, truly was. At that moment, Qin Feng was still in the Laihu community. He glanced at the time and felt it was nearly time to depart. Dad, Mom, I am heading out. Qin Feng did not intend to bring his parents along, as it was his first visit to Lu Xinyao's home. Son, did you not say you made a reservation at the restaurant? Why not go together? Lu Mei asked, puzzled. Qin Feng explained, You may go ahead. I am meeting a friend. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei refrained from further inquiries. Qin Feng left the Laihu community and found a secluded spot where he extracted the Koenigsegg one he had drawn from the system. Extraction successful. The system's voice echoed as a sleek, silver sports car appeared before Qin Feng. Truly, it was a vehicle worth 100 million, exuding an air of prestige. Moreover, this Koenigsegg one could accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.5 seconds, outperforming the Lamborghini Veneno he owned in Shanghai City. Qin Feng settled into the Koenigsegg, feeling utterly comfortable. He first extracted 2 bottles of 1990 Romanicani from the system's storage, then opened his mobile map to confirm his destination. Once assured, he drove the Koenigsegg toward Lu Xinyao's residence. My goodness, what a sports car. How cool. The Koenigsegg, cruising through the streets of the small county, captured the attention of many passersby. It was the first time they had seen such a stunning vehicle in their small town. Some immediately took to the internet to research it. Upon discovering the Koenigsegg's staggering price tag of 100 million, they were left in disbelief. Heavens! Is there truly someone in this small county who can afford such a luxurious car? 100 million sports car. Some captured images of Qin Feng's Koenigsegg and shared them on local forums, which promptly ignited a fervent discussion. Shocking! 100 million luxury car spotted in Ping An County. Nearly 20 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the community where Lu Xinyao resided. He parked the Koenigsegg in a roadside space and stepped out with the 2 bottles of Romani Conti in hand. Bystanders paused to gawk, their expressions awash with astonishment as their eyes fell upon the Koenigsegg. Qin Feng paid them little mind as he approached Lu Xinyao's home. At that moment, Lu Xinyao was seated on the living room sofa, having completed the meal preparations. Lu Jianhong also sat in the living room, casting helpless glances at his daughter. Qin Feng, have you arrived? Lu Xinyao could not contain her excitement and sent a message to Qin Feng. I'm here. Just as Lu Xinyao received Qin Feng's reply, she heard a knock at the door. It was Qin Feng. Excitement surged within her as she stood up, eager to open the door. Allow me. Lu Jianhong, with an impassive expression, moved ahead. He was curious to see what manner of young man could so enchant his daughter. As the door swung open, upon laying eyes on Qin Feng for the first time, Lu Jianhong was momentarily taken aback. Undeniably, the young man possessed considerable charm and good looks. However, Lu Jianhong remained unperturbed. What value does handsome appearance hold? At the end of the day, he is merely a fraud. Hello, uncle. I'm a friend of Lu Xinyao. My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng greeted Lu Jianhong, but soon noticed the peculiar expression on Lu Jianhong's face, which suggested a lack of warmth. Qin Feng, the meal is ready, just waiting for you. Lu Xinyao, her face adorned with a radiant smile, approached the doorway. Come in. She took Qin Feng's hand and led him into the hall. Qin Feng, you've arrived. Why are you still buying things? Please, have a seat. Lu Xinyao said cheerfully. Qin Feng settled down and remarked, this is wine I brought back from Shanghai City. Uncle Lu, you can have a taste. Lu Jianhong remained expressionless, casting a brief glance at Qin Feng. Just leave it there. The 2 bottles of Romani Conti were encased in a gift bag. But Lu Jianhong discerned nothing about the wine Qin Feng had brought. In his mind, he had already labeled Qin Feng as a con artist, doubting his ability to afford anything of quality. Dad, could you please speak more courteously? Lu Xinyao expressed her dissatisfaction. Lu Jianhong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated his daughter siding with an outsider. Having already allowed Qin Feng into their home, what more could he wish for? Lu Jianhong sat down, visibly troubled, and lit a cigarette. They say a daughter is a father's little cotton-padded jacket. Yet why did his seem so drafty? Qin Feng, are you hungry? I've also prepared soup. Let us eat. Lu Xinyao inquired, sitting beside Qin Feng with a smile. No rush. I'm not particularly hungry, Qin Feng replied. Lu Jianhong continued to smoke in silence before interjecting. Your brother said he would be back soon. Let us wait for him. Thus, several minutes passed. Lu Xinyao engaged in conversation with Qin Feng, even peeling an apple for him. Initially, Qin Feng had intended to strike up a dialogue with Lu Jianhong, but seeing his disinterested demeanor, he dismissed the thought. At that moment, the front door swung open. Dad, sis, I'm back. A young man with a buzz cut entered, dragging a suitcase behind him. The young man, handsome and beaming, was Lu Xinyao's brother, Lu Haoming. Following closely behind him was a young man clad in a brown suit. Uncle Lu, Xinyao, the suited young man, roughly the same age as Lu Xinyao, greeted them with a smile as he stepped into the hall. It's Wei Cheng. A faint smile finally graced Lu Jianhong's face. Uncle Lu, I brought you 2 bottles of wine and a few packs of cigarettes. Han Wei Cheng presented a beautifully wrapped gift bag to Lu Jianhong. As Lu Jianhong accepted it and peered inside, he discovered 2 bottles of red wine and 5 packs of Huanggalu de Jinjuan cigarettes. Such cigarettes were not inexpensive, costing 30,000 Huaxia coins per carton. Lu Jianhong typically refrained from indulging in such costly smokes, let alone purchasing gifts. Brother, how did you end up coming back with Han Wei Cheng? Lu Xinyao inquired as she poured a cup of tea for her brother, Lu Haoming, and also offered one to Han Wei Cheng. We ran into each other downstairs. He said he wanted to visit our home. Lu Haoming explained after taking a sip of tea. Sis, who is this? Lu Haoming noticed Qin Feng and paused for a moment. My boyfriend, Qin Feng, Lu Xinyao introduced. Han Wei Cheng, having just received the tea from Lu Xinyao, was about to speak when he realized that the young man sitting on the sofa was indeed Lu Xinyao's boyfriend. His expression darkened immediately. Han Wei Cheng had known Lu Xinyao for many years, having penned love letters to her since high school, but she had never reciprocated his feelings. Coming from a family of similar means to Lu Xinyao's, he believed that perseverance would eventually win her heart. Yet, now she had brought home a boyfriend. Han Wei-chung regarded Qin Feng with a mix of unease and resentment. Lu Haoming settled beside Qin Feng, grinning. So you're my sister's boyfriend. Future brother-in-law. Let us get acquainted. I'm Lu Haoming. Lu Haoming was the type to easily strike up conversations with anyone, and he now exhibited curiosity about Qin Feng's background. Hello. Qin Feng appraised Lu Haoming and replied. Future brother-in-law. I thought I was already quite handsome, but I didn't expect you to be even more so. No wonder my sister chose you. Lu Haoming rambled on, his chatter seemingly endless. All right, let us go eat. Lu Xinyao sighed, exasperated by her brother's exuberance. She took Qin Feng by the hand and led him toward the dining room. Han Wei-chung stood aside, his expression growing increasingly sour. He felt as though something that belonged to him was being taken away. Wei-chung, you've arrived just in time. Let us eat. Lu Jianhong stood up and addressed Han Wei-chung. As the son of one of his business partners, Lu Jianhong was exceptionally courteous to him. Sure, Uncle Lu. Han Wei-chung concealed his displeasure, eager to discern what sort of young man Qin Feng truly was that had captured Lu Xinyao's heart. The group gathered around the dining table and began their meal. Lu Haoming, already famished, devoured his food voraciously. Sister, the moment I tasted this, I knew it was your cooking. It seems you haven't tea cooked for quite some time. Lu Haoming remarked between bites. Lu Xinyao ignored her brother, serving Qin Feng a piece of fish. Qin Feng, give this a try. After tasting it, Qin Feng had to admit that Lu Xinyao's culinary skills were impressive. Hello. I'm Han Wei-chung. My father is the chairman of the Kunting Hotel. Nice to meet you. Han Wei-chung, who had remained silent, suddenly directed his gaze at Qin Feng. Observing how Lu Xinyao treated Qin Feng with such kindness stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Hello. Qin Feng sensed Han Wei-chung's underlying prejudice and offered a curt response. I'm curious, what do your parents do? Han Wei-chung pressed on. My parents are not employed, Qin Feng replied candidly. With his current assets, his parents needed only to enjoy life, with no obligation to work. Upon hearing Qin Feng's statement, the mockery in Han Wei-chung's expression intensified. With parents who did not work, it followed that Qin Feng himself likely lacked any substantial background. His curiosity only deepened. Why would Lu Xinyao be attracted to such a man? Surely, her own status far surpasses that of Qin Feng by 1,000-fold. Lu Jianhong, standing nearby, was equally disillusioned. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to a close friend, eager to ascertain whether Qin Feng truly held the position of chairman at Ruihai Bank. As his daughter claimed, Hey sis, do you have any idea what kind of car I just spotted downstairs? Lu Haoming exclaimed, pulling out his phone to find the recently captured photo. You talk too much. Hurry up and eat. Lu Xinyao retorted. Nevertheless, Lu Haoming managed to pull up an image of a Koenigsegg. Sis, look. A Koenigsegg 1-1. This is a hypercar worth a staggering 100 million. Parked right in our lot. I wonder whose it is. He extended his phone towards Lu Xinyao, his face still etched with astonishment. The mere presence of a $100 million vehicle in their small county was almost unbelievable. Lu Xinyao cast a casual glance at the photo of the Koenigsegg, but her attention quickly shifted to Qin Feng. A $100 million car? If anyone in this county could afford such an extravagant vehicle, it would undoubtedly be Qin Feng. While others might remain oblivious to Qin Feng's true identity, Lu Xinyao was acutely aware. Qin Feng, sensing that Lu Xinyao had made the connection, smiled and said, Let's eat first. Noticing the peculiar expression on his sister's face, Lu Haoming added, Sis, you can't possibly doubt my words, can you? Wei-chung saw it too. Just ask him. Lu Haoming glanced at Han Wei-chung, who nodded in affirmation. To be honest, when he first laid eyes on that Koenigsegg, he too had felt an unprecedented shock. He couldn't help but wonder who owned such a magnificent car that had found its way to their humble county. A $100 million hypercar? Are you sure you didn't missee it? Lu Jianhong inquired, still skeptical and half convinced.